At the end of April in Lucheng, summer heat had already arrived with full force, despite only just passing grain rain. It was just past noon, and the family of three had already finished their meal. As always, Li Shuo cleaned up the leftover food from the table and carried the stacked bowls and chopsticks into the kitchen. Although our Li Shuo has some personality issues, his ability to take care of himself is about the same as an average person's. He'll be turning 26 next month. He's at that age where he should start thinking about getting married. I know a relative who has a friend whose daughter is around his age. She seems like a decent girl, also mentally unstable, and they're looking for a son-in-law. When they heard about our Li Shuo, they wanted to set them up. Fang Lanying rarely smiled, but today her tone was unusually gentle as she continued speaking to Li Shuejuan. The other party offered very good conditions. They don't want any dowry, and they'll even give the couple a house in Zhonghai Huan community as their marital home. Considering Li Shuo's situation, this feels like a great deal. They'll take him to meet the girl soon, and then we can talk things through between our families and get the marriage arranged quickly. We shouldn't drag things out and ruin such a good opportunity. Li Shuejuan was stunned at first. Then his surprise turned into anger. Marriage? A son-in-law living with the wife's family? Do you really think Li Shuo is capable of getting married, let alone becoming someone else's son-in-law? Besides, the bride's side offering such favorable terms probably meant the girl's condition was worse than Li Shuo's. Would he really force two pitiful children with problems together? Li Shuejuan would rather have Li Shuo remain single forever than see him live under someone else's roof, enduring their cold stares. While speaking, Li Shuejuan instinctively looked toward Fang Lanying. Seeing her expression darken, he softened his tone again. You know, before I married you, I clearly told you my son Li Shuo suffers from severe autism and bipolar disorder. I must keep him with me. And you agreed to that back then. Fang Lanying's eyes widened, clearly displeased. So am I supposed to support him for the rest of my life? What about Li Hao and Li Shuo, our two college students? Don't they need money? Don't they need houses and marriages of their own? Are you planning to raise these kids' futures on your monthly bus driver salary of 6 or 7,000 yuan while keeping a useless man like Li Shuo around? This is the first time anyone's shown interest in Li Shuo without looking down on him. Yet you still find something to object to? I'm telling you right now, if you refuse to send him away, then rent him a separate apartment outside and make him move out. Fang Lanying was flushed and red-faced, her stance firm and unyielding. She had no intention of wasting another penny on a hopeless case like Li Shuo. Fang Lanying, what the hell is wrong with you today? There's absolutely no way he'll agree. Li Shuejuan, never much of a talker, struggled to argue against Fang Lanying, but stood firm in his position nonetheless. He hadn't let Li Shuo go hungry or idle at home. He helped with laundry, cooking, everything. Just because he wasn't Fang Lanying's biological son, did that mean she couldn't tolerate him? His monthly income was 7,000 yuan driving a bus, 2,000 of which went to mortgage payments. The rest supported 2 college students and the whole family. He had no savings. How could he afford to rent a place for Li Shuo? Fang Lanying was pushing Li Shuo too. Fang Lanying remained unmoved. 2 choices. Either Li Shuo moves out, or he gets married as a son-in-law. If you refuse both, then our marriage ends here. After divorce, she knew Li Hao and Li Shu, her 2 college students, would definitely stay with her. If Li Shuejuan insisted on keeping his stupid son, then he could take care of him for the rest of his life. After all, Li Zujin's mother's family wouldn't help either of them. Anyway, who made him buy a fake son only to burden himself with a deadweight? You, Dad, you'll marry. Right when neither parent was willing to yield, Li Shuo suddenly spoke from the kitchen doorway, breaking the tense silence. You kid, what are you talking about? Li Shuejuan immediately got up. Don't listen to your mom. His son was autistic and sensitive. He must have been provoked by Fang Lanying. Fang Lanying, however, instantly calmed herself, stood up, and even spoke more gently than usual. I knew you were a considerate child. Xiao Shuo, your dad just misses you, but the girl actually looks quite nice. Even in the rain, she knows to run home. She had seen a photo today. The girl was short, plump, with a nose and eyes, giving off a very auspicious vibe. Li Zujin's blood pressure spiked alongside his fury, blurting out angrily. If you're so satisfied, why not send Li Hao instead? Li Shuejuan, what kind of words are those? Li Shuo, is your son innocent Li Hao too? He's a university student. How dare you suggest he become a son-in-law, especially to someone mentally ill? You're being too biased. Besides, Xiao Shuo already agreed. So why are you still arguing with me? That's exactly what you're doing, pushing Xiao Shuo into a disaster. As the argument raged on and Li Shuejuan found himself losing ground, Li Shuo frowned slightly, raised his voice, and cut in. Stop fighting. I said I'll marry. Though Li Shuo suffered from autism, He also had intermittent manic episodes. Normally harmless, during an episode, he could tear apart the entire house. His current impatient tone worked immediately, silencing both parents. Finally quieted, Li Shuo glanced at Li Shuejuan, whose eyes had already reddened slightly. "I'm going back to my room," Li Shuo muttered stiffly, then turned and entered his bedroom, closing the door behind him. Still unwilling, Li Shuejuan thought his son must have been agitated by Fong Lanying and hurried to knock on Li Shuo's bedroom door. Fong Lanying grabbed his arm. "What do you think you're doing? Going to bother him until he tears the whole house apart again?" The memory of Li Shuo's last breakdown was still fresh, almost setting fire to the entire house. Now, Fong Lanying felt nothing but irritation and fear toward him. She simply wanted to get rid of this troublesome figure as soon as possible. Li Shuejuan glared at Fong Lanying, wanting to reverse the marriage plan, but unwilling to escalate things further. He swallowed his rage, paused, sighed deeply, and took a step back. Since he agrees, he'll allow them to meet once. But if the girl's conditions are truly too poor, and Xiao Shuo doesn't like her, it won't work out. Even if it meant divorce, he refused to force Li Shuo into spending a lifetime with another troubled child. Seeing Li Shuejuan soften, Fong Lanying gladly accepted. "Don't worry, he'll arrange a meeting between the two kids soon. If they hit it off, the adults can meet up and get to know each other better. He'll personally supervise everything." The debate ended temporarily. Li Shuejuan worked the evening shift today. To avoid being late and losing his perfect attendance bonus, he usually left 20 minutes early, needing to arrive at the company by 1 o'clock. Noticing the time, he decided not to continue discussing the matter with Fong Lanying. Before leaving, he knocked once more on Li Shuo's door. "Xiao Shuo, I'm heading to work. Tonight, he'll talk to you about the marriage again. Don't think too much." A long pause followed before a faint okay came from inside the room. Li Shuo sat at his computer desk, responded briefly, and resumed typing. The Xiao family endured tremendous humiliation. Xiao Yan, fiery and passionate, could no longer bear such injustice. Clenching his fists tightly, filled with hatred, he wrote the letter of severance, shouting at Nalen Yanran. 30 years east of the river, 30 west on mock the poor youth. This path might be the fastest route to redemption on this planet. Half an hour later, Li Shuo typed hundreds more words, finally getting into the zone, when suddenly his bedroom door swung open from outside. Fong Lanying peeked in, assuming he was gaming. "Xiao Shuo, stop playing games. Come on, Mom will take you to meet your future wife." The family PC was an old hand-me-down from Li Hao. Whenever Li Shuo had free time, he'd sit there playing small games. Fong Lanying hated seeing that, usually scolding him twice over. But today she let it slide. As long as she quickly brought Li Shuo out to meet the girl this afternoon and convinced him to accept the arrangement and become the Wu family son-in-law, she'd finally have peace. Chapter 2. Dragged by a female ghost to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Fong Lanying had resolved yesterday to take Li Shuo on a blind date this afternoon. To avert any unnecessary complications, she refrained from informing Li Shuejuan. Li Shuejuan was excessively concerned about his foolish son, had she confided in him. He would undoubtedly have taken leave from work, forfeiting his full attendance, to accompany Li Shuo. Fong Lanying deemed such measures unnecessary. Li Shuo was not like Li Hao. He need not seek a partner of equal stature, nor did he require his parents' presence at the matchmaking. Opportunities for someone in Li Shuo's situation to become a son-in-law were exceedingly rare, akin to searching for a lantern in the dark. To prevent further disputes between Li Shuejuan and Fong Lanying, which might culminate in divorce and fracture their family, Li Shuo resolved to acquiesce to Fong Lanying's decision. The only path to restoring tranquility in their home was for him to marry and move out. As for his future spouse, it mattered little who she was. As long as she returned home in inclement weather and refrained from scavenging, that would suffice. After a brief tidying up, Fong Lanying tucked Li Shuo's identification card and household registration book into his pocket. "Keep these safe. They must not be lost," she instructed. The intermediary had advised that both parties should carry their identification and household registration, given their unique circumstances, to facilitate mutual understanding of family members and backgrounds. Li Shuo, as was customary, spoke little, merely nodding in response to Fong Lanying. She, accustomed to his silence, hurriedly ushered him out. "There are no traffic police at this hour. I'll ride you over." The designated venue for the blind date was a CAF opposite the Civil Affairs Bureau on Qingxi Road, not far from Xiangfu Community. Seated behind her on the electric bike, Li Shuo donned his helmet, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar world around him. To be precise, it was a parallel realm strikingly similar to Earth. Li Shuo, an individual afflicted from a young age with severe autism and intermittent mania, had assumed this new identity following his transmigration. Exceedingly handsome, yet devoid of the ability to thrive independently within society, he found himself in a peculiar predicament. However, his previous existence was scarcely better. A university graduate who returned home to inherit his family's small convenience store, he succumbed to social anxiety. Due to his pronounced social phobia, he had opted for a life of ease, isolated in a village where he tended to his elderly grandparents, overseeing the store and escaping the clamor and competition of urban life. This mundane existence persisted for several years until, a week prior, after arranging his grandmother's funeral, he awoke from slumber to find himself in this unfamiliar world. Initially, Shuo believed he was still on Earth, seeking ways to return to his village. It was only after researching online that he discovered the historical trajectory of this world diverged significantly from that of his past life. Not only had the geography and culture undergone subtle transformations, but many historical figures had never existed in this realm. Even the village he yearned to return to was devoid of any information, extinguishing his hopes of going home. Through days of information gathering, Shuo formulated a conclusion. Although the technological advancement and development in this world were comparable to those of his previous life, a significant rupture in the historical timeline had occurred during a particular era. The course of history has veered slightly off track, resulting in subtle changes across regions. The vast majority of poetry, renowned verses, films, novels, and songs from the previous life have yet to manifest in this world. This presents a splendid opportunity for other time travelers, albeit limited to those within the confines of fiction. However, upon genuine traversal, one realizes that despite the absence of these cultural artifacts, even a tone-deaf and ordinary individual like oneself is unable to compose a song, play a melody, or craft verses. Yet, the path is not entirely devoid of options. Recently, Shuo has embarked on the endeavor of writing a classic fantasy novel, Do Pachong Song, which he and countless enthusiasts cherished and revisited in his former life. Fortunately, his avid reading habits allow him to recall the narrative and content vividly. Unfortunately, before he could submit his work for publication, he found himself coerced into an arranged marriage. As they awaited the arrival of their counterparts, Fong Lanying led Shuo into a CAF, securing a window-side table for him. She extracted half a box of tissues from the dispenser and said, "Please wait here while I step into the restroom." Fong Lanying, feeling a mounting urgency, had been holding it in since leaving home, anxious not to delay their meeting. Shuo gazed out the window, lost in thought about the novel's plot, dismissing Fong Lanying's departure. Unfazed, she turned to inquire with the CAF staff before heading to the restroom. A few minutes later, a voice interrupted his reverie. "Are you the one here for the arranged marriage?" Upon hearing a female voice, Shuo returned to reality, noticing a figure beside him. She was clad in a pale gray long coat, complete with a hat and sunglasses, her face obscured, revealing only a few strands of dark hair. Shuo mused that such attire could only belong to the individual he was meant to meet. Despite the concealment, her figure suggested an alluring silhouette. Although the encounter was somewhat awkward, Shuo rose from his seat with grace and replied, "Hello, that would be me." The woman behind the sunglasses scrutinized him from head to toe, her gaze causing Shuo's complexion to shift uncomfortably. Realizing her prolonged scrutiny, she quickly averted her eyes and cleared her throat. "Since we are both aware of each other's situations, there is no need to squander time and energy on trivialities. Let us expedite to the matter of marriage." As she spoke, she reached out and grasped Shuo's wrist, the icy touch momentarily startling him. "Sister, the Civil Affairs Bureau is right across the street. Let us obtain our marriage certificate today." Shuo, taken aback, exclaimed, "Huh? Obtain the certificate right away? And you call me sister?" Had this woman truly reached a point where gender distinctions no longer mattered? Before he could respond, the woman tugged at his wrist and stood up, pushing through the door toward the Civil Affairs Bureau, effortlessly guiding him across the street despite his towering height. Who was that ghost? Wait. Should we not wait for our parents to arrive first? Let's get their approval before proceeding with the marriage certificate, shall we? He felt an unsettling sense that things were amiss. This ghostly woman was evidently skilled, and he could only comply with her attempts to coax her back. The ghost took out her phone to glance at it before continuing to pull Shuo further inside, saying, "Sister, you wouldn't want your family to be thrown into chaos because of your affairs, would you?" Shuo recalled the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped the Li household over the past week, as well as the quarrel between Shuo and his wife that had erupted today. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose to yield. "All right, I'll lead. At present." He lacked the financial means to move out, and given the tight economic situation at home, Fang Lanying would certainly not agree to let Li Shuojuan fund his short-term rent and living expenses. Li Shuo did not wish to add to Li Shuojuan's burdens either. He still needed time to adapt to this world and learn how to survive. At this juncture, marrying this ghost and becoming a son-in-law seemed to be his only viable path, though the distinction between genders was blurred, judging by her earlier remark. Her mental state did not appear to be severely compromised, and her circumstances at home likely mirrored his own plight. Chapter 3. I am married. The process of obtaining the marriage certificate was even swifter than Li Shuo had anticipated. He retrieved his household registration and filled in some details. He hadn't even seen the ghostly woman's face before the marriage certificate was issued. She took 2 copies from the staff, glanced at one, and handed it to Li Shuo, saying, "Here, this is yours. Thank you." Li Shuo accepted the marriage certificate and opened it for inspection. It was largely as he expected, save for the absence of photographs of the couple. However, that was of little consequence, as the arrangement was merely to appease their families while cohabiting. A cursory glance at the name field revealed it to be quite pleasant. Bai Qinning. The two exited the Civil Affairs Bureau together. Bai Qinning lightly patted Li Shuo on the shoulder. When he turned to look at her, she promptly handed him a key card and a key. "This is my residence over at Wuyuan Bay. I've already written the address on the key card for you. Just decide when you'd like to move in today. Once you're settled, let me know if there are any daily necessities you need, and I'll take care of that." Bai Qinning briefly explained before pulling out her phone and opening WeChat. "By the way, what is your WeChat ID? Let us add each other. I'll scan your code." Li Shuo fished out his phone, opened WeChat, and handed it to Bai Qinning to scan. He felt a tad embarrassed as he looked at the severely cracked screen of his phone, which was an old device that Li Hao had discarded months ago and sent back for his use, primarily for keeping in touch with family. The numerous cracks made it difficult for the QR code to be recognized, and after several attempts, Bai Qinning was unable to scan it successfully. Feeling somewhat awkward, Li Shuo was about to suggest exchanging phone numbers instead when a cool, fair hand suddenly covered his fingers, gently grasping his hand to adjust its angle for scanning. Her fingers were slender and delicate, an exquisite softness that was almost ethereal. Li Shuo momentarily found himself lost in thought. During his university days, he had also been in a relationship and had held a girl's hand. He was aware of the delicacy of a girl's touch, yet he had not anticipated it being so exquisitely fine. "All right, here is my WeChat. You can message me directly if anything comes up." After exchanging WeChat information, Bai Qinning glanced at the time on her phone and remarked, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for today." Understood. Just after obtaining their marriage certificate and stepping out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the newlyweds politely acknowledged one another before parting ways. Bai Qinning, separating from Li Shuo, proceeded directly into the parking lot adjacent to the Civil Affairs Bureau, stopping beside an Audi, opening the door, and departing while simultaneously dialing a number. Meanwhile, Li Shuo tucked away his notebook and crossed the crosswalk, halting at the entrance of a CAF, where he hesitated and turned back. Across the street, a car that had just exited the parking lot sped by, and he caught a glimpse of the driver, a girl entirely wrapped up from head to toe, instantly freezing in place. Wasn't he that Bai Qinning, the very person he had just married? Is it permissible for individuals with mental impairments to obtain a driver's license and drive on the road? Li Shuo sensed that something was amiss. "Oh dear, Li Shuo, where have you wandered off to? I've been searching for you." Fang Lanying stood at the CAF entrance, her expression one of displeasure. To create a favorable impression for her son's blind date, she had specifically brought Li Shuo early, only to find him missing after stepping away for a moment. Now, both the blind date and her mother had been waiting for over 10 minutes, questioning whether Li Shuo would wander off if left unattended, clearly displaying their dissatisfaction. "Come here quickly. They have been waiting for you far too long." Despite her frustration, Fang Lanying suppressed her anger. Considering the need to encourage Li Shuo during the blind date, Li Shuo already felt that something was wrong, and upon hearing Fang Lanying's words, his heart raced, and he clutched his notebook tightly in his pocket. Surely, he hadn't mistaken his intended partner? In a flurry, Fang Lanying pulled Li Shuo into the CAF, where he was introduced to a middle-aged woman and her short, plump daughter, who bore a cheerful countenance. It was in that moment that Li Shuo comprehended the situation fully. The woman who had taken him to the Civil Affairs Bureau was, in fact, not his intended partner, leading to their matrimonial mix-up, having vanished for over 10 minutes. The middle-aged woman clearly had substantial grievances, as she scrutinized Li Shuo with a critical gaze. He appears to be quite handsome, however. Nearly losing him while waiting in a CAF raises concerns. Can he truly take care of our precious daughter? She hesitated to voice. Fong Lanying, fearing that this encounter might thwart her efforts to promote Li Shuo, quickly responded with a smile, absolutely. He is faster than I am at doing laundry and cooking, and he will undoubtedly take excellent care of Nyonyo. Today's incident is merely an exception. He must have been overly excited about marrying. Casting a glance at Nyonyo, Fong Lanying insincerely praised. Look at our Nyonyo, her striking features and bright eyes reveal her fortunate destiny. Our little Shuo must have accumulated a wealth of good fortune to be marrying someone like her. Li Shuo, after Fong Lanying's flattering remarks, the woman's expression finally softened. She nodded in agreement, affectionately stroking her daughter's hair beside her. Given our Nyonyo's appearance, it would be a disservice to her to seek a match with your Li Shuo. Truth be told, I only considered it because of Aunt Wang's mediation. Otherwise, it would be entirely appropriate to find a more suitable young man. Li Shuo, after finishing her statement, the woman glanced at Li Shuo again, still harboring some disdain, and said, Young man, let me make it clear. If you come to live with us, Nyonyo will continue to sleep with me. You are not to lay a finger on her. Your responsibilities are solely to provide for her needs, ensuring her comfort and well-being. You must not mistreat her. Rather, you should cherish and pamper her. Even if she throws a tantrum, you must not lose your temper, understand? With the value of the several million yuan property in Shanghai Huawan and the absence of a bride price, the woman felt confident. Her demands were entirely reasonable. She genuinely wished to find a kind and honest companion for her beloved daughter. Fong Lanying also found the woman's expectations to be fair, remarking cheerfully, indeed. A daughter-in-law is meant to be cherished, isn't that right, Xiao Shuo? Fong Lanying was nearly beside herself, playfully smacking Li Shuo's knee, tugging at his sleeve. We've been sitting here for ages. Why don't you say something, you rascal? Li Shuo, feeling as though his sleeve might tear from her persistent tugging, grew somewhat impatient. He pushed Fong Lanying's hand away and, under her astonished gaze, reached into his pocket, retrieving his marriage certificate and placing it on the table. Auntie, I apologize, but I am already married. You may wish to seek another suitor for your daughter. Li Shuo had initially intended to understand his prospective match before proceeding with a divorce from Bai Qinning. However, he had since reconsidered. This older woman was seeking a lifelong caretaker for her daughter, not a partner. He would deal with the marriage certificate issue with Bai Qinning later, but he had decided not to pursue this match any further. After a brief silence, the coffee shop resonated with the sharp, agitated voices of the two middle-aged women. What? You are married. Chapter 4. Men are the most detestable. The middle-aged woman, upon seeing the marriage certificate Li Shuo produced, first expressed surprise, then disappointment, and finally, indignation. She slammed her hand on the table in anger and pulled her daughter to leave. You are married and yet seek a match with my daughter? Do you not have a mirror at home to take a good look at yourself? A man who cannot even support himself, still dreaming of more. How dare he? We have no need for such a man. As the middle-aged woman reached the coffee shop's entrance, her vitriol continued unabated. Given her daughter's qualifications and the Wu family's wealth, this young man would regret not being able to become her son-in-law. Let him wallow in his remorse. Fortunately, the coffee shop was not crowded at that hour. Only two recently arrived male customers at the neighboring table and a few staff members were present, allowing Li Shuo to endure the awkward situation. Experiencing social embarrassment once was far preferable to living as a free caretaker in the future. Fong Lanying, now grasping the reality that Li Shuo was indeed married, felt disheartened at the thought of not having successfully presented him as a suitable match and instead having brought home a burden. Without my consent or your father's, you went to obtain a marriage certificate. Fong Lanying cast a sidelong glance at Li Shuo and coldly remarked, You should consider your own circumstances. What kind of girl would be willing to marry you? The only ones who are akin to the Wu family. No one wants a girl with a troubled mind. Otherwise, it would be a case of buying one, getting three, bringing along a few burdensome divorced women. Regardless of the situation, Fong Lanying was thoroughly displeased. She had no desire to inquire about the specifics of how Li Shuo and his wife came to be married, firmly believing that a girl of good standing would never choose to wed him. With the house in Zhonghai Huawan gone, it was likely that soon enough, one or more burdens would be entering their home, which only fueled her anger. Let me be clear, unless you move into the bride's family home, I will absolutely not consent to this marriage. Our family currently has only that one unit in Finxiang community, which we plan to sell to help your brother Li Hao acquire a marital home. We have no other property for you to reside in. I do not care about the bride's family's circumstances. If they wish to enter the Li family, they should promptly annul the marriage. Alas, Li Shuo, are you even listening to me? After speaking at length, Fong Lanying finally noticed that Li Shua's gaze was not on her, but rather lost in thought as he observed two male patrons at the neighboring table. Li Shua had indeed tuned out Fong Lanying, his attention captured by the hands intertwined beneath the table of the two men, his expression rather complex. "Brother, look at her. They've been waiting for her so long, yet she still hasn't arrived," complained a stocky, crew-cut man, visibly aggrieved. She never intended to obtain a certificate with him, especially not to be a live-in son-in-law. "You know, if it weren't for my family pressuring me to find a partner, I wouldn't be here enduring the whims of a girl." The stocky man stamped his foot, and the bespectacled gentleman beside him hurriedly patted his back in consolation. All right. No need to feel wronged. I'll contact the intermediary right away to find out why the other party is so late." As the stocky man nodded with a hint of pride at the response from his companion, Li Shua thought to himself, if he is guilty, let the law punish him, rather than having to witness such an excruciating spectacle. Rubbing his temples to ease his discomfort, Li Shua glanced once more at the sulking man at the neighboring table, piecing together the likely sequence of events that led to him and Bai Qinning's marriage mishap. As he had suspected, Bai Qinning's intended match was probably this rather effeminate man. Otherwise, she wouldn't have referred to him as her sister today. In his previous world, Li Shua had heard of such a marriage model, known as a formed marriage. This arrangement involved two individuals of differing sexual orientations who, constrained by traditional familial expectations or societal norms, opted for a union that fulfilled societal expectations while protecting both parties, a marriage purely in form, devoid of substantive content. Is it a same-sex relationship? Li Shua mused quietly to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and hesitated over whether to send a message to inquire if she had indeed chosen the wrong partner for this arrangement. A few kilometers away, within a speeding vehicle, a girl's startled exclamation rang out. "What? The other party is still waiting for me at the CAF for our blind date?" The car's display screen indicates an ongoing call, and I hear a girl's puzzled voice. "Yes. Didn't you just call me to say you had already obtained the marriage certificate? Why is someone over there telling me that you're not here yet?" Today's blind date was arranged by Hua Wan, who is both a close friend and manager of Bai Qinning. Bai Qinning, my dear friend, is none other than the stunning beauty known as the nation's first love, Bai Mugu. Due to her unique circumstances, Bai Qinning has been using the stage name Bai Mugu since her debut. The reason for the marriage of convenience stems from the pressure exerted by Bai Qinning's family, compelling her to marry the son of a wealthy family to inherit a fortune worth billions. Understanding that marriage is no trivial matter, under Bai Qinning's persuasion, Hua Wan ultimately decided to find her a male companion who had no romantic inclinations towards women, the boyfriend of a relative, to assist her in this sham marriage. However, Hua Wan now feels that something unexpected has occurred with this blind date. "Qinning, what on earth is going on? They are messaging me again, asking when you will arrive." Hua Wan is utterly perplexed. Bai Qinning does not rush to answer her friend's inquiries. Instead, she pulls over to the side of the road, removes her hat and sunglasses, and quickly retrieves a small notebook from her bag, opening it with haste. A gentle breeze sweeps through, causing her long, silky hair to cascade freely, while her gaze fixates upon the name of the groom inscribed in the red book. "I may have mistaken the identity." Bai Qinning's expression momentarily falters, her emotions turning complex. "Ah." The phone emits another high-pitched scream. "So, the man you're marrying today is someone else? My goodness, which scoundrel has deceived my Qinning into marriage?" Hua Wan, on the verge of tears, wishes she could leap through the phone line to confront the man who has taken her sister away. After all, this is the national goddess who has captivated the hearts of countless men across Asia, the future heir of a billion-dollar fortune, suddenly ensnared by an unexpected rogue. "It was I who took the initiative to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with him," Bai Qinning confessed, taking a couple of minutes to recount the process of their marriage to Hua Wan. "I knew you were impulsive. Had I known, I would have accompanied you today. But this is too coincidental. How could it be that he is also a man seeking a marriage of convenience? Perhaps some whispers escaped from my end. And your fans are waiting for you at the restaurant. Just wait. I will rush over to accompany you for a divorce." Hua Wan is as frantic as an ant on a hot stove. The fervor of fans can be terrifying. Previously, one girl infiltrated her circle, claiming she wanted to date Hua Wan, only to reveal that her ultimate goal was to approach her close friend, Bai Qinning. The number of men who have attempted to get close to Bai Qinning through various means is innumerable. From enthusiastic fans who rushed onto the stage to embrace her at events to wealthy second-generation heirs who invested heavily to star alongside her. And even the son of a billionaire, Wang Tsong, who, after discarding 108 girlfriends, became her devoted admirer. Today, Huawan is certain that this man attempting to deceive her friend into marriage is undoubtedly one of Bai Qinning's fervent fans, especially for Qinning from her family. Over the years, she has been incessantly harassed by these fervent men, leading to a profound misandry. Recently, she lost control several times, confronting male reporters at a press conference, which caused her to trend on social media and nearly shattered her carefully crafted persona. Huawan could hardly fathom whether Qinning might resort to drastic measures against this fanatical admirer after their marriage. Thus, an immediate divorce was imperative. Divorce? I have no time for that, Qinning retorted, tucking her hair behind her ear, discarding the marriage certificate, and donning a hat and sunglasses, casually starting her car. If he truly is a deluded fan, then I suppose I can embrace widowhood. Huawan said, prepare over there. I will arrive in a few minutes to continue filming. Her daily shooting schedule was quite packed, and this escapade was merely a ruse orchestrated by Huawan for her to sneak away and tie the knot. Now, she needed to hurry back to resume filming, followed by a recording of another program that evening. As for her husband for the day, a little inquiry would reveal whether he had maliciously deceived her into marriage. The mere thought of him being a genuine man rather than a sisterly companion made her involuntarily frown. Men, after all, were the most detestable of creatures. Chapter 5. The crafty man. Upon returning home from the CAF, Shuo spent the majority of his time sequestered in his room, aside from assisting with household chores and meals. By 7 o'clock in the evening, he polished the opening of a 10,000-word novel, formatted it into an email, and submitted it to several editorial inboxes of various websites. These websites were among the hottest in the current literary scene, including Yuedin, Zaitoma, Feilu, and Bamayo. While gathering information on these platforms, Shuo perused the novels within, and even the titles atop the rankings only reached the mediocre level of literature on Earth. Yet, they were fervently pursued by readers across these websites on this planet, which was remarkably deficient in literary quality. Of course, Shuo could not guarantee that the readers and editors of this planet would fully embrace his work. After all, his style of light-hearted literature was unprecedented in this realm. Once he submitted his manuscripts, Shuo picked up his phone from the table, contemplating whether to call Bai Qinning. However, he hesitated, wary of interrupting her should she be preoccupied. His social anxiety dictated that he would always opt for text over voice communication whenever possible. After a moment of indecision, he ultimately chose to open WeChat and sent her a message. Good evening, Miss Bai. I hope this message does not disturb you. It seems we have mistakenly acquired the wrong marriage certificate. Would you like me to accompany you to the Civil Affairs Bureau once more? He had intended to inquire earlier that afternoon, but with numerous matters on his mind, he decided to wait for Qinning to reach out first. When she did not contact him throughout the day, he felt compelled to check in, offering to accompany her again should she wish to annul their marriage. Although he wished to salvage the relationship between Li Shuejuan and Fang Lanying by using this marriage as leverage, he did not want to impose on others by refusing to divorce. After sending the message, he waited a considerable time without a response. Rather than idly waiting, he turned back to his writing, although she was uncertain whether her draft would be approved. She found it more productive to occupy her time by typing rather than idly waiting. If luck was on her side and it passed, she might even have some material saved. Bai Qinning was recording a program and had left her phone behind. She was, however, already aware from Huawan's early reminder that someone had sent her a message, yet she did not rush to reply. After completing a round of game recording, it was finally time for a break and touch-ups, during which Bai Qinning picked up her phone. Upon opening her unread messages on WeChat, she discovered that over a dozen individuals had reached out, including the renowned director Zhang Yi and several popular actors. There were also messages from her brothers and cousins. Her slender fingers scrolled down the screen. She had no intention of responding to inquiries about collaborations or casual greetings during her brief respite. However, when she spotted a message from Li Shuo, she hesitated momentarily, recalling that he was the man she had hastily married, rumored to have a fan who was a stalker. She promptly opened the chat window and read his message. After a quick glance at the content, she felt a twinge of surprise. After pondering for a moment, she replied, Mr. Li, I apologize for my earlier busyness. I will be unable to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce within the next month. Bai Qinning had not anticipated that he would proactively suggest going to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce. However, it seemed he had long realized the mistake of their union, yet he chose to bring it up at this hour when the bureau was already closed, which appeared to be a game of cat and mouse on his part. Divorce was not as straightforward as marriage. The process was laden with complexities and required both parties to make numerous trips together. with her schedule packed for the upcoming month. She could hardly find time to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau. Reflecting on this, the suspicion that he might be a stalker playing games with her only grew stronger. Li Shuo, unaware of his famous wife's speculations, took a moment before responding, "No problem. I can cooperate with you anytime. We can go for the divorce a month later. Should I move in with you? Suit yourself. All right, I will move in." Although he was reluctant to admit it. Li Shuo was indeed going to be financially dependent for a while. Once he had enough funds, he planned to reimburse her for the rent during this period. And when his finances were more stable, he would seek a quiet villa in the suburbs to continue leading a tranquil life akin to his previous one. "I will get back to work." "Okay, you take care." Li Shuo concluded their conversation with a smiling emoji. For someone with severe social anxiety, even a simple exchange left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. It would be best to limit interactions with her for the time being, as communicating with others was a cumbersome affair. Fortunately, she appeared to be quite busy and had little time to engage with him. Bai Qinning was indeed swamped. So much so that she did not have the opportunity to address the realization that her marriage partner was a man full of schemes. She had resumed recording the program, while he simultaneously expressed his desire for a divorce and eagerness to move in with her. What a cunning man he was. Of course, she had not refused, as having him move in would conveniently help her manage her family's unexpected visits and pressure for marriage. Li Shuo had just placed his phone back on the table, preparing to write some more drafts. As he typed a few words on the keyboard, a commotion erupted in the living room, accompanied by Fong Laniying's complaints. "You finally returned. I am truly at my wit's end with your son. I have no idea when he met this woman, but today he took her out for a blind date. I merely stepped into the restroom, and he went off to the Civil Affairs Bureau to collect a marriage certificate. When I asked him about the girl, he ignored me. You go and ask him yourself." The latter part of Fong Laniying's words could only be described as a furious shout. She felt quite disheartened that she had not successfully marketed her son to a wealthy family today. Li Shuo was equally taken aback by Fong Laniying's revelations. His action of changing shoes abruptly halted as he straightened up, exclaiming, "What? Li Shuo has obtained a marriage certificate with someone? How did this happen? What happened? You can inquire with your good son. What kind of girl would want to marry him? I fear she must be somewhat unhinged. I need to get to the bottom of this." Li Shuo hurriedly slipped on his slippers, even putting them on the wrong feet, and dashed towards Li Shuo's bedroom. His son, who struggled with autism and had barely 2 friends, had somehow managed to meet a girl and marry her? Li Shuo knew his son all too well. Given Li Shuo's condition, it was utterly improbable for him to have a girlfriend. Li Shuo had anticipated that his father would come into the room. Hearing the commotion, he turned to glance at Li Shuo and stood up. "Dad." Li Shuo closed the door behind him and hurried to Li Shuo, pressing down on his shoulders to encourage him to sit. With a look of concern, he said, "Xiao Shuo, did your mother upset you today? There is no need to rush into marriage. It is not a good thing for you." Perhaps the child naively believed that marriage could resolve his issues. And encountering a rather peculiar girl, he foolishly agreed to marry her. Li Shuo felt a pang of guilt, recognizing that his son's predicament stemmed from his own inadequacies as a father. Li Shuo had lost his mother just months after birth. He had no choice but to leave him with his grandparents while he struggled to work alone. In addition to Li Shuo, he had a brother who was notably brighter, possibly leading to the village gossip that perhaps Li Shuo was not truly his. The grandparents had always shown favoritism towards the other child. When Li Shuo was just over 2 years old, his uncle married and had children, taking both grandparents to Haiqing to assist with childcare, leaving Li Shuo to return to Li Shuo's care. Burdened with work, he left Li Shuo at a daycare, only to discover, when it was time for kindergarten, that his son had developed autism. Over the years, he had spared no effort in providing treatment for Li Shuo, ensuring he completed a special high school. But he lacked the financial means to send him to university, leading to a pause in treatment and allowing the child to remain at home. Fong Laniying had grown increasingly impatient with Li Shuo over the years as she saw no hope in him, and as a father and husband, Li Shuo often found himself caught in the middle, feeling a deep sense of self-reproach for allowing his son to foolishly run off and obtain a marriage certificate. His eyes slightly reddened with emotion, he appeared exhausted yet resolute. "Tomorrow, I will accompany you to divorce her. You need not conform to anyone through marriage. Your father can support you." Chapter 6. The love between a reclusive boy and a young woman. Li Shuo gazed at the tear-filled eyes of the man before him, and his heart stirred. Although he was not truly the son of Li Shuo, having traversed into this world, he often found himself deeply empathizing with the paternal affection the man harbored. Yet, like Li Shuo, He too struggled to articulate his emotions with words. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. "Dad, there is no need for divorce. I can move in with her tomorrow." Ultimately, for the sake of maintaining stability in the family, it was best for him to reside elsewhere. With this, Fong Lanying would have less reason to quarrel with Li Shuejuan, granting him some peace. This household need not crumble simply because of his unexpected arrival from another realm. What? No divorce? You intend to move to her place tomorrow? Isn't that akin to becoming a live-in son-in-law? Li Shuejuan was taken aback, utterly unable to accept this revelation. He believed that Li Shua's desire to move out stemmed from Fong Lanying's insistence on divorce due to their disputes. "I can support you. If you are concerned about your mother's words, I will rent you a room anew. How does that sound?" Li Shuejuan employed a mix of persuasion and firmness, hoping to dissuade his son from acting impulsively. He had also done his homework, discovering that a mechanical factory in the industrial park was perpetually in need of temporary workers, offering 18 yuan per hour. If Li Shua were to spare 2 or 3 hours daily, he could earn an additional 50 yuan, amounting to over 1,000 yuan monthly, making it feasible for him to rent a single room and manage his own meals. Li Shua was acutely aware of Li Shuejuan's current situation. A single salary supporting a family while repaying a mortgage was a substantial burden. The notion of renting an additional apartment was indeed a heavy load. Furthermore, Fong Lanying would hardly agree to Li Shuejuan continuing to support him, and within a month, they might find themselves at the Civil Affairs Bureau, finalizing their divorce. Nevertheless, Li Shua resolved to leave. He forced a somewhat stiff smile and reassured Li Shuejuan, "Dad, my relationship with Qinning is genuinely wonderful. She is a normal person with a job, and she has already purchased our marital home in advance. Regrettably, she is quite busy with work. Otherwise, I would hasten to introduce her to you, and you would surely be pleased." This was the first time Li Shua had engaged in such an extensive conversation with Li Shuejuan since his arrival. As for introducing his new wife to Li Shuejuan, that seemed impossible. With the divorce looming, there was scarcely time to accompany him to meet the parents. This was also the first occasion, in Li Shuejuan's eyes, that his son, who had been diagnosed with autism, spoke so much. He felt a sense of confusion mixed with overwhelming joy. Could it be that his son appeared more normal due to his impending marriage to this girl? "Do you truly care for her?" Li Shuejuan inquired, wavering slightly. If his son could regain some semblance of normalcy through this relationship, it would indeed be a blessing. Seizing the moment, Li Shua nodded, albeit begrudgingly. "I like her very much. Being with her brings me immense joy. Perhaps tomorrow, I can accompany you to her family as home to understand them better, and we can discuss the specifics of the wedding thereafter." Given Li Shua's affection for her, Li Shuejuan felt he had no choice but to accept. Yet he was determined to know more about her family before proceeding. "Father, our wedding will not be held so soon. The decision to marry was quite sudden. I will discuss the details with her tomorrow, and then we will choose a suitable time to visit her family." What Li Shua said today nearly matched what he had mentioned a week prior. However, it is imperative that Li Shuejuan remains unaware of his son's erroneous marriage. Observing his son's articulate and assertive manner, Li Shuejuan felt an overwhelming joy and dared not oppose him at this moment, though a hint of unease lingered, compelling him to acquiesce. "All right, when will you move over tomorrow?" "I shall accompany you," he replied. For him, nothing was more crucial than his son's return to normalcy. Regardless of the girl's family background, Li Shua's registration of marriage had significantly alleviated his previous seclusion, which was indeed a momentous blessing. Naturally, Li Shuejuan did not stop there. He inquired further about the specifics of their journey from acquaintance to marriage. Li Shua had only spent less than 2 minutes with Bai Qinning before they rushed to obtain their marriage certificate. There was no elaborate process involved. To assuage Li Shuejuan's concerns, he crafted an impromptu love story inspired by an anime he had watched in his previous life, a tale of a troubled girl who fell for a reclusive boy, leading to mutual salvation. With slight modifications, he spun a narrative of romance. He and the female protagonist met at a hospital while accompanying his father to collect medication, where he stumbled upon her diary. Thus, a cold and solitary boy encountered a girl burdened with the tribulations of adolescence. Intrigued by his aloofness, she orchestrated serendipitous encounters. During their first chance meeting, she implored him to keep her secret safe. Through their conversations, she learned that he had no other friends, prompting her to propose a plan to accompany him in the days to come, forging a bond that ultimately ignited the flames of love. Though this tale was merely a makeshift fabrication by Li Shua, it captivated Li Shuejuan, a native of this culturally barren world, rendering him speechless and utterly convinced. to the point of misty-eyed emotion. "You rascal, how could you let the girl confess her feelings?" Li Shuejuan chided with a smirk. "Fortunately, you seem to have inherited the best traits from both your mother and me. Handsome looks certainly help. Otherwise, she might not have taken a liking to you." He never anticipated that a girl would develop feelings for his son, who had autism, and even bring him to her home, where she boldly confessed her affection. Although the boy, in a moment of immaturity, had pushed her beneath the bed and fled, he ultimately opened his heart and bravely pursued a relationship with her. In a fit of impulsiveness, he had even registered their marriage the previous day. Seeing that Li Shuejuan's concerns had dissipated, Li Shuo breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was certain that his marriage with Bai Qinning would not endure for long. To avoid causing unnecessary trouble and distress, he cautioned his father, "Dad, please do not mention her situation to Mom. This is a secret between Qinning and me." Fearing that this fortuitous union might be disrupted by the anxious Fong Lanying, Li Shuejuan promptly agreed. "Very well, I will refrain from disclosing the details to your mother. If she inquires, I shall simply say you are moving in with the girl." After all, that was precisely the outcome Fong Lanying desired. To avoid disrupting Li Shuo's rest, Li Shuejuan inquired about the situation and then exited the bedroom, urging his son to retire for the night. Li Shuo, who typically adhered to an early bedtime, found himself wide awake this evening, having returned home quite late. The reason for his wakefulness lay in a recent glance at his email, where he discovered a response from an editor at a prominent website. This platform, a titan in the realm of online literature, boasts nearly 100 million daily active readers, making it one of the largest novel websites, UDN, and a favored choice for Li Shuo submissions. Regrettably, the editor had rejected his manuscript, citing its peculiar thematic elements and misalignment with current market trends. The rejection stung, as it directly impacted Li Shuo's ability to thrive in this new world within a limited time frame. However, he did not dwell on this setback for long, for he still awaited responses from other platforms. As long as one publisher accepted his work, he was confident, 90% certain, that he could achieve a modest success with this novel. After shutting down his computer and organizing the clothes he needed for the following day, he retired to bed. In the dead of night, a response from Dehe, an editor at Shihongshi Reading, landed in Li Shuo's inbox. The thematic concept was refreshingly original and worthy of exploration. Chapter 7. Moving into my wife's home as dawn's light began to break, Li Shuo had already prepared breakfast for himself and his wife. Leaving a note in the living room, he quietly donned a change of clothes, hefted a box containing his computer, and slipped out the door. Having been married to Bai Qinning for just over a month, he sought to prevent any unnecessary complications by keeping her residence a secret from their parents, thus safeguarding her future tranquility. Descending the stairs, he walked to the road outside the community, where he summoned a Dida ride using his phone. After placing his luggage in the trunk, he slid into the vehicle. Skipping breakfast could lead to motion sickness, so he promptly rolled down the window to inhale the crisp morning air, hoping to stave off any nausea. The streets flanking the highway were largely deserted, save for a few breakfast vendors just beginning their day, and a gentle mist hung in the air, caressing his skin as the car sped along, rejuvenating his senses. Gazing at the breakfast stalls along the way, his stomach growled in protest. Yet he lamented that aside from the 50 yuan for the ride he had borrowed from Li Shuejuan, he had no extra funds for a meal. After more than half an hour, Li Shuo alighted at the Tangyuan community in Weiyuan Bay. Upon entering the complex, he suddenly remembered he should have notified Bai Qinning of his arrival. Checking the time, he noted it was only 6:30. Considering it was still early and she might be resting, along with his own aversion to phone communication due to social anxiety, he opted to send her a message on WeChat instead. "Good morning. I hope I'm not disturbing your slumber. I've arrived at the community and will be heading upstairs shortly." Meanwhile, Bai Qinning was out for her morning run in the wetland park, a daily ritual where she eschewed all electronic devices, embracing both the exercise and the mental clarity it afforded her. As she slowed her pace on the wooden walkway, she paused to wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief draped around her neck. Lifting her long legs onto the nearby railing, she began to stretch while contemplating matters concerning her newlywed husband. According to the information she had gathered yesterday, her husband was a patient suffering from a mental disorder known as autism. Reflecting on their brief encounter and the process of obtaining their marriage certificate, she recalled how he spoke very little, often merely nodding in response to her. Initially, she had assumed he was simply introverted, never suspecting that he bore the weight of a mental illness. However, she could not fully trust this conclusion. She had encountered too many deceitful men. Just last year, a man claiming to suffer from severe depression had threatened to take his own life if she did not meet him. She had believed him, only to discover midway that all his medical records and claims were fabricated, merely a ruse to gain her proximity. Such unpleasant memories only deepened Bai Qinning's aversion towards the male species. Meanwhile, after sending a message to his new wife, Shuo arrived at the entrance of Unit 701 with his luggage. He placed the cardboard box on the ground and rang the doorbell, waiting for a few minutes without receiving a response. Unsure if Bai Qinning was asleep or simply out, he refrained from ringing again and instead used his access card to unlock the door. Stepping inside, he changed his shoes at the entrance. The apartment, neither too large nor too small, featured a spacious living room adorned in a minimalist modern style, bright and clean. As Shuo moved his belongings inside, he surveyed the space and glanced at the slightly ajar door of the master bedroom, confirming that Bai Qinning was indeed not home, which alleviated some of his inexplicable tension. For someone with social anxiety like him, sharing a space with a stranger he had hastily married was a considerable source of stress. Once his nerves settled, he took a brief tour of the apartment, which was approximately 150 square meters, comprising 3 bedrooms, 2 living areas, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms, along with a grand balcony connecting the master and secondary bedrooms. The secondary bedroom adjacent to the master, transformed into a study, boasted 2 large bookshelves filled with books and 2 computer desks, the arrangement bright and tidy, appealing to him greatly. However, it was evident that this was not his domain. He relocated his belongings to another secondary bedroom, which was slightly larger than the study. Although it lacked a grand balcony, it featured a splendid 270-degree corner window, providing ample light. He noted the space was well suited for a desk and decided to set up his writing station there for the month. The bedroom's furnishings were minimal, consisting of a large bed, a nightstand, and a wardrobe, indicating that it had likely been unoccupied. After placing his items in the bedroom, he positioned his computer on the desk by the bay window, unable to connect to the internet due to his ignorance of the network and password. He resolved to wait for Bai Qinning's return to inquire. The thought of having to actively communicate with her began to weigh on him. Communicating with ordinary individuals can often induce a sense of pressure, let alone with a newlywed wife, with whom one has only just exchanged vows. After setting up the computer, a growl from his stomach reminded Shuo of his hunger. He intended to venture into the kitchen to see if there was anything to satiate his appetite. However, as he turned, he caught sight of a fluffy head peeking out from the side of the bedroom door, and in that fleeting moment, their eyes met, him and the cat. The large white cat appeared utterly surprised by this sudden encounter with a 2-legged creature. Its round eyes widened in astonishment, pupils constricting, mouth slightly agape, and whiskers quivering. Shuo was equally taken aback to discover another being in the house besides himself. After a moment's hesitation, he recognized the little creature as a pet belonging to the house's owner, Bai Qinning. It seemed the cat had hidden away, frightened by the presence of this stranger. Their brief gaze lingered for mere seconds before Shuo, realizing the moment, raised his hand in a tentative greeting, only for the cat to swiftly retreat behind the door. Approaching the entrance, he found the white cat had vanished. With a resigned smile, he chose not to pursue it further and instead proceeded towards the kitchen. It was quite natural for a cat to be skittish around strangers, so he resolved not to frighten the creature any further. With no money to purchase food, he could only hope to find something edible in the kitchen. The kitchen was remarkably tidy, and the utensils were more complete than Shuo had anticipated. Upon opening the refrigerator, he found an assortment of vegetables and fruits, neatly packaged in plastic bags. However, it appeared that the kitchen's owner had not visited in quite some time, as most produce had wilted, and even a bag of vegetables had spoiled. Frowning at the state of the ingredients, Shuo quickly disposed of the inedible items, demonstrating his experience with household duties and food safety from caring for his grandparents in their later years. Leaving rotting fruits and vegetables in the refrigerator would only breed bacteria, which could be detrimental to one's health. While discarding the unwholesome items, he managed to salvage 2 relatively fresh tomatoes and a few eggs. Intending to prepare a simple breakfast of tomato and egg noodles with the unopened package of noodles still in the fridge. As Shuo busied himself in the kitchen, the white cat sat quietly at the doorway, peering in with its neck extended and ears perked, intently observing the bustling figure within. At 7:30 in the morning, Bai Qinning returned home from her morning run. Upon pressing the fingerprint lock and pushing open the door, her gaze fell upon the neatly arranged shoes of an unfamiliar male in the entrance hall. Her beautiful eyes shifted from vigilance to confusion as she scrutinized the interior of the house. Could it be that her suspected marriage fraudster of a husband had indeed moved in so soon? He certainly appeared eager to meet her, resembling an impatient fan. Chapter 8. Is the new wife's temper quite fierce? Bai Qinning's eyes turned icy, her stunning visage seemingly cloaked in frost. Since discovering that her new husband was a genuine man, her fondness for him had dissipated. However, constrained by a lack of time to pursue a divorce and faced with uncertainties regarding her originally arranged marriage partner, she found herself unable to swiftly locate another trustworthy individual with whom to enter into a clandestine union. Thus, she reluctantly decided to endure the current marital situation. Yet, was this man not overly eager? It was barely past 7 in the morning, and he could not restrain himself from hastily moving into her abode. Without even offering a prior greeting, Bai Qinning felt a surge of annoyance as she pushed open the door and stepped inside, her long legs striding purposefully. The faint aroma of eggs wafted through the air, causing her brow to furrow as she made her way toward the kitchen. Her dissatisfaction with this man escalated. How dare he move in without a word and start cooking in her kitchen? How infuriating. At that very moment, Shuo had already prepared 2 servings of tomato and egg noodles and was carrying the pot toward the kitchen exit. A curious white cat, having caught sight of him, was startled into a frantic retreat, inadvertently colliding with its owner, who had stood behind it, resulting in a pitiful yowl. Shuo, hearing the commotion, lifted his gaze only to be momentarily mesmerized by a striking figure before him. The girl was tall and slender, clad in athletic shorts, her black-fitted attire perfectly accentuating her graceful curves. Shuo instinctively inhaled sharply. In all his lifetimes, he had never encountered such a breathtaking visual spectacle. The beauty before him surpassed that of any celebrity he had previously seen on television. Her face was flawless, stunningly exquisite, yet marred by a chilling gaze that seemed to chill him to the bone, especially when directed at him. Bai Qinning picked up the round cat, cradling it in her arms while gently stroking its head to soothe it. Her icy, beautiful eyes appraised Shuo from head to toe, pausing momentarily on the steaming pot in his hands before she spoke with an air of indifference. Mr. Li, do you not find it rather presumptuous to move in without so much as a greeting? This is my residence. Even if you mentioned yesterday that you intended to move in, it would have been courteous to notify me beforehand rather than arriving unannounced at such an early hour. As Bai Qinning spoke, Shuo slowly realized that the stunning and aloof girl before him was indeed his new wife. He had not anticipated that the woman he encountered yesterday would be so extraordinarily beautiful, nor that their second meeting would unfold in such an awkward manner, especially given her apparent displeasure. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he awkwardly stammered, it's Miss Bai, then. He had intended to quickly clarify that he had sent her a message prior to his arrival, but upon reflection, he acknowledged his own social anxiety had prevented him from making a phone call. Thus, he offered a sincere apology. I should have called you first. I truly apologize. Though Bai Qinning still felt irritated, the evident sincerity in Shuo's demeanor made it difficult for her to voice her grievances further. With a resigned sigh, she turned and retreated to her room, still holding the round cat. Shuo glanced at the noodles simmering in the pot, opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to inquire whether his companion desired breakfast. Indeed, social anxiety proves ill-suited for matrimony, particularly when it involves a hastily arranged union with a strikingly beautiful stranger. His new bride, in stark contrast to her amiable demeanor from the previous day, now appeared to possess a notably irritable temperament. However, the arrangement was destined to last only a month, after which they would proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize their divorce and reclaim their single status. Yet, having inadvertently angered Bai Qinning so early in the morning, how could he subsequently broach the subject of the internet connection? Without online access, he could not log into his email, and thus would remain oblivious to any responses regarding his submitted manuscripts. Placing his belongings on the dining table, Shuo cast a hesitant glance toward Bai Qinning's room. Caught in a dilemma, should he attempt to placate this unfamiliar and irritable spouse? For someone with his social anxieties, communicating with ordinary individuals was already a challenge. How could he possibly soothe a new wife with whom he was still unacquainted? Meanwhile, Bai Qinning, having entered her bedroom to retrieve her phone, noticed the WeChat message sent by Shuo around 6 o'clock, in which he had preemptively informed her of his arrival. Observing the content of their chat, her expression visibly softened, although she soon fell into a contemplative silence. After a brief moment, she set her phone back on the bed, picked up the cat, Yuanzi, who was sniffing at the bedroom door, and stepped out. Coincidentally, Li Shuo had just emerged from his internal struggle, arriving at the threshold of Bai Qinning's room. Upon seeing his beautiful new wife exit, his heart skipped a beat, and the carefully crafted words he had intended to express caught in his throat. "Miss Bai, I sincerely apologize for any distress I may have caused," he stammered, awkwardly attempting to comfort her. He recognized that it was indeed his oversight to move into her home without a prior phone call to inform her. When Bai Qinning next looked at Li Shuo, the frigid demeanor in her eyes had thawed considerably, her tone softened. She even took the initiative to explain. "I just went for a morning run and did not bring my phone." Given Li Shuo's prior notification, she realized that to hold a grudge would be unreasonable. Li Shuo momentarily stood in astonishment before the implications of Bai Qinning's words registered, and he nodded in understanding. Feeling that mere nodding was insufficient, he added, "Oh, so she was not angry after all. Today, it was I who misjudged you. I apologize." Bai Qinning, cradling the cat, offered her sincere apologies to Li Shuo. Furthermore, the vegetables in the kitchen had been there for quite some time and were no longer fresh. "If you require meals prepared at home, I can arrange for daily deliveries of fresh produce," she offered. The records indicated that her new husband had autism, though she remained skeptical. She felt it necessary to care for him as one would not treat a typical person. Moreover, this marriage was primarily for the sake of her family. Due to her contracts with her company and various partners, the news of her marriage could not be disclosed. Having fresh groceries delivered daily would also minimize her husband's public appearances, thus serving the dual purpose of discretion. "Please keep a record of the expenses when we divorce. I will reimburse you for this month's rent and living costs." Li Shuo, currently in a state of financial constraint, did not attempt to feign affluence, but rather embraced Bai Qinning's suggestion with composure, promising to repay her once he earned some money. He was unwilling to spend a woman's money. Bai Qinning, discerning the man's pride, found it admirable and did not refuse, nodding her consent. However, she pondered that if her husband truly were socially withdrawn, he might struggle to sustain himself, let alone earn money to repay her. "Miss Bai, will you have breakfast?" Li Shuo asked with difficulty. He was inherently reluctant to extend invitations, yet he felt it improper to begin eating alone in a place that was not his own. "I don't want to eat. You go ahead," Bai Qinning replied decisively. The ingredients were no longer fresh, and she doubted the meal would be particularly appetizing. Moreover, she sensed that his invitation was an attempt to bridge the gap between them, a maneuver she was not inclined to entertain. Li Shuo visibly relaxed. "All right, then I shall have breakfast first." As he turned to leave, he moved with a swiftness that surpassed his earlier speech. Bai Qinning found herself slightly disoriented by the abrupt shift in pace, her expression one of confusion. Did he not wish to share breakfast with her? Was it a case of feigned disinterest? She was not one to fall for such tactics. Meanwhile, the large white cat, Yuanzi, was unable to remain still, meowing insistently towards the dining area. "If you're hungry, go eat your cat food," Bai Qinning said, patting Yuanzi's head and attempting to carry it away. However, the cat wriggled free from her grasp and dashed towards the dining room, just as Li Shuo settled into his chair, preparing to indulge in his meal. He noticed the white cat approaching, tilting its head as it regarded him. Its gentle mew seemed to convey an overture of friendship. Recognizing the cat's intentions, Li Shuo picked a golden piece of egg from the pot and asked, "Do you want some?" He appeared markedly more relaxed in the presence of animals. The golden egg, glistening with juices, caught Yuanzi's attention, and the cat, succumbing to the allure of food, agilely leaped onto the dining chair and then onto the table. Gazing eagerly at Li Shuo, "Meow," it called softly, nearly melting Li Shuo's heart. However, considering the little creature's dietary preferences, he hesitated before turning to Bai Qinning's nearby figure and inquiring, "Miss Bai, may I feed it?" Some people refrain from giving their pets human food, and since the cat was not his, he felt it necessary to seek its owner's permission. Bai Qinning, who was not particularly stringent about Yuanzi's diet, found herself unable to resist the pleading gaze of the cat during mealtime. She cast a disapproving glance at the traitorous feline before agreeing, "Fine, go ahead." With her approval secured, Li Shuo swiftly retrieved an empty bowl from a stack of 3 nearby, placing 2 generous portions of the golden egg into Yuanzi's bowl and sliding it towards the cat. "Here, eat up." Meow, the round cat, cast a grateful glance at Li Shuo, promptly burying its head in the bowl, and began to eat with gusto, emitting a contented meow, entirely letting down its guard against the bipedal creature that had recently joined their humble abode. Li Shuo felt an inexplicable sense of relaxation wash over him as he picked up an empty bowl from the side. Noticing another bowl that remained, he instinctively lifted his gaze to Bai Qinning, who was also looking towards him, and the round cat, her eyes landing on the other empty bowl beside him. Li Shuo politely inquired once more, "Would you care to join me for the tomato and egg noodles I prepared?" After a morning run, Bai Qinning was indeed quite hungry, especially seeing the round cat relish its meal so heartily. This time, she did not decline, but instead approached the dining table, sitting down with an air of nonchalance, justifying her choice. "Since you have prepared enough for multiple servings, it would be wasteful if I abstained." Li Shuo replied, "To be honest, I could finish it all by myself." With Bai Qinning seated, he had no choice but to serve her a bowl of noodles, generously adorned with golden eggs, presenting the fragrant tomato and egg noodles before her. After they had shared the noodles, Li Shuo consumed nearly half a bowl before hesitating and finally addressing Bai Qinning, "Miss Bai, could you please inform me of the home broadband password later?" Upon finishing his request, he immediately lowered his head to continue eating, avoiding eye contact as Bai Qinning looked up. He was still unfamiliar with his new wife. Even a mere glance would instinctively prompt him to shy away. "All right, I'll write it down for you later," Bai Qinning replied, casting another glance at her husband before continuing. "If you need assistance with anything else, feel free to let me know." Li Shuo simply nodded in response, not daring to gaze at his stunning wife, muttering a soft, "Okay." Bai Qinning began to suspect that the man sitting across from her might truly be on the autism spectrum. He seemed to consciously avoid eye contact while speaking, maintaining a calm demeanor during breakfast despite their close proximity. If he were indeed a deceitful suitor, his performance today could warrant an Oscar. His culinary skills were commendable as well. It was the first time she had tasted such delightful tomato and egg noodles. "By the way, Mr. Li, during our marriage, you may need to meet my family. That shouldn't be an issue, right?" She had opted for a hasty marriage to fend off her family's relentless pressure. Although their union might not last long, her family could very well decide to intervene, so it was necessary to inform her temporary husband to prepare himself mentally. Li Shuo was certainly averse to the terrifying prospect of meeting the parents, yet as he assumed the role of Bai Qinning's husband for the next month, he felt compelled to fulfill the responsibilities of a spouse. After grappling internally for a moment, he reluctantly agreed, "All right." Throughout the ensuing conversation, Li Shuo scarcely exchanged eye contact with Bai Qinning. She deduced that her husband might indeed be on the autism spectrum and perhaps even unaware of her true identity. If he were genuinely autistic, it was entirely possible that he did not recognize her. Having satisfied her hunger and thirst, Bai Qinning promptly penned a note and handed it to Li Shuo. "This is the network and password. You can manage it, right?" Li Shuo took it with a nod, affirming that it posed no challenge for him, as the method of connecting to the internet in this world bore a striking resemblance to that of Earth. "All right, I will be out of town today. I'm uncertain if I can make it back. If I cannot, please remember to feed Yuanzi," she added. In the past, during her business trips, she used to prepare extra food for Yuanzi before sending him to a pet boarding facility. However, now that their small home had gained an additional resident, it was considerably more convenient, particularly as Yuanzi seemed quite fond of Li Shuo as a guardian. Even her best friend, Hua Wan, who often stayed over, did not share the same bond with Yuanzi. Entrusting Yuanzi to Li Shuo's care brought Bai Qinning much more peace of mind than leaving him at a pet boarding shop. Li Shuo, too, had developed a fondness for the large white cat and readily agreed. With her father nearby, Yuanzi had already eaten to his contentment, now seated on a chair beside him, grooming his belly. What bliss! After briefly tidying up, Bai Qinning stepped out, leaving her new husband. The moment she departed, Li Shuo unveiled a relaxed smile and eagerly rushed to the bedroom to connect the computer's network cable. Upon discovering a response from Tomato Reading regarding his submitted manuscript, his anxieties were finally alleviated, and he promptly registered to publish his book. Although Tomato Reading did not boast the same traffic as the once dominant Yudian, it had emerged as a dark horse in online literature over the past 2 to 3 years. Li Shuo decided against waiting for responses from other platforms, choosing instead to publish first on Tomato Reading. The site's back-end review process was automated, and within mere minutes of submitting his 20,000-word manuscript, it passed the review, likely due to notes left by the editor during the submission. In less than an hour, Li Shuo successfully signed a contract for his first novel, Fighting Emperor. He also added editor Day's QQ number through the back-end notifications and joined the website's signing group. Despite the editor's presence in the chat, Li Shuo refrained from idle conversation, opting instead to open his writing software and commence his work. As he had just begun his novel, he aimed to enhance his typing speed by setting a modest goal of updating 10,000 words per day. Over an hour later, in the new book category of Tomato Reading, a novel titled Fighting Emperor comprising just over 20,000 words and showcasing a distinct style, stirred a considerable commotion among readers browsing the new releases. Wow, what kind of system is this? I've never encountered such a genre. It's intriguing. But why is it so short? Only 20,000 words. The old man in that ring is fascinating. I want to see the male lead's rise. But it's too brief. Author, whatever little darkroom you fancy, I'll bring it over to ensure you keep updating. Holy moly. It's been ages since I've seen such high-quality, fresh material. Author, I urge you to update quickly. Otherwise, I'll be begging on my knees. At his computer desk, Li Shua's fingers danced across the keyboard. Utterly unaware that the novel he had just released was rapidly accumulating a throng of readers brandishing blades and bricks, urging for more updates. Chapter 10. A little supplement for him. Li Shua sat before his computer, engrossed in typing thousands of words. Just as he reached a thrilling climax in his writing, when he received a call from Li Shuejuan. He answered the call, activated the speakerphone, and placed the device aside, continuing his work. He was in a productive state and was reluctant to pause. Dad. Shuo, have you settled into your new home? Have you had breakfast? Hearing his son's voice brought joy to Li Shuejuan, yet he was also concerned that his son might not be faring well in his new surroundings. He had risen a bit later than usual that day, assuming his son wouldn't leave home so early. It was only after getting up that he noticed a note on the table. The boy had prepared breakfast for himself and Fong Lanying, and had already moved out. This left Li Shuejuan feeling a lack of appetite for breakfast, and he found himself unable to resist calling his son. Yes, I'm all settled in. Breakfast was tomato and egg noodles, Li Shuo replied succinctly, his fingers still dancing across the keyboard. Had it been anyone else calling at that moment, even his new wife, he might not have answered. However, Li Shuejuan was different. Not only was he his father, but he was also the person most concerned for him on this planet. If he didn't answer and report that he was safe, it was likely that by afternoon, his father would be at his door with the police. Upon hearing that his son had settled in and had breakfast, Li Shuejuan's taut nerves relaxed, and a look of relief spread across his face. That's good, but don't just play on the computer. Make sure to do some housework and keep the place tidy. Hearing the clatter of keys on the other end, he felt compelled to impart his advice. Lately, he had been worried that Li Shuo was spending too much time in front of the computer, fearing he might develop an internet addiction. Beside him, Fong Lanying made a sour face upon hearing Li Shuejuan mention the computer. He shouldn't have brought the computer here. Besides playing games, what else can he do with it? When Li Hao returns from his break in a couple of months, what will he use? Li Hao had already told her that the gaming experience on a laptop was inferior to that of the desktop at home. He preferred the latter. Fong Lanying hadn't anticipated that today. Without a word, Li Shuo had taken the family's desktop computer away, and she had been fuming about it all morning. Li Shuo was not her son Li Hao, who had spent half a semester in college and would come home to unwind for a couple of months. With the computer gone, how would her son play? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, reaching out to snatch the phone from Li Shuejuan's hand, intending to demand that Li Shuo return the computer. Li Shuejuan, well aware of his wife's temperament, swiftly sidestepped as her hand reached out. Shuo, Dad has some matters to attend to, so I'll have to cut this short. Remember to listen to your wife over there. In a bid to prevent his son from worrying over a mere computer, Li Shuejuan quickly ended the call. Frustrated at her failure, Fong Lanying slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, Li Shuejuan, are you really this biased? Li Shuo is your son, but what about Li Hao? Why does he get to take the computer to play games while Li Hao can't have it back? Li Hao's notebook was quite expensive, costing several thousand. Since he couldn't use a desktop computer at university, how was it unfair to provide Li Shuo with a laptop worth around 2,000? Li Shuejuan rebutted as he shoved his phone back into his pocket. Moreover, this computer had been in use for 5 or 6 years. Had it not been for his financial constraints and the necessity of handing over his monthly salary, he would have certainly purchased a new one for Li Shuo. Fong Lanying, however, remained relentless. What qualifications does Li Shuo have to compare with our Li Hao? Once Li Hao graduates, he could effortlessly secure a position in an office earning 10 or 20,000 a month. You are biased towards this little rascal Li Shuo. But who do you think will support you in your old age? A mentally ill person like him. Li family would be fortunate enough to avoid financially supporting him for the rest of his life. And you expect him to care for you in your twilight years? Fong Lanying berated Li Shuejuan vehemently. Still feeling unsatisfied, she turned and stormed into their shared bedroom, throwing all of Li Shuejuan's clothes out, resembling a frantic shrew. Li Shuejuan, wishing to avoid further escalating their marital discord, chose to disregard her antics. silently tidying up the dishes and assuming the responsibility of washing them, a task his son had previously handled daily. Shuo could somewhat anticipate the atmosphere at home after today's phone call and hastened his pace. Even though this novel might not be exceedingly popular in this world, he believed that by updating more frequently, he could earn a bit more money. At the very least, to ensure his basic needs were met and to alleviate any concerns Shuo might have regarding him. If possible, he hoped to provide some financial support to Shuo to lessen his burdens. In fact, the development of Shuo's novel had far exceeded his expectations. It had not only caused a stir among readers in the new book section of the Tomato reading platform, but also garnered the attention of fellow authors. As its popularity rapidly ascended, even surpassing that of several established authors' new releases. Meanwhile, Shuo's newlywed wife, Bai Qinning, was already on the shuttle bus to Lin City, discussing matters with her agent, Wan. Please remember to order some fresh vegetables to be delivered to our doorstep. Remembering Shuo's slender fingers and somewhat frail physique, she added, and please order more meat, 2 or 3 pounds each of pork, beef, and chicken. After enjoying a meal of egg noodles prepared by Shuo, Bai Qinning found his culinary skills quite commendable. Perhaps due to having a poor diet at home with scant meat, she thought to nourish him a bit. Wan, sitting beside her, momentarily taken aback, blurted out, "Qinning, don't you not eat pork?" As she realized the implications of her words, she sensed the surprised glances from others in the shuttle, quickly laughing it off. "Oh dear, what am I thinking? I love braised pork. Qinning is just ordering for me. It should be for her, right? Surely, it couldn't be for that newlywed husband, who had the suspicious trait of being a marriage scam enthusiast." Their little ancestral spirit currently harbored a strong dislike for man. It was a miracle she hadn't scorned him on their first day of marriage. Let alone actively adding ingredients and thoughtfully ordering so much meat. It was simply implausible. Despite her teasing, Wan's efficiency in handling matters was exceptional. At around 11 in the morning, Shuo received an abundant delivery of fresh fruits, vegetables, and various meats, taking him more than 10 minutes to stow these provisions into the refrigerator, nearly filling it to capacity. Curiously, he had cleared the fridge the previous day, finding no trace of meat, and had assumed that his beautiful wife had a disinclination for such ingredients. Yet today, with such a substantial amount of meat arriving, even if stored in the freezer, it would suffice for the young couple for 5 days. After organizing the ingredients, Shuo noted the time and decided to wash the rice and prepare it for cooking. Once the rice was boiling, he planned to send out the 6,000 words he had written that morning and check on the progress of his book. Aside from answering a phone call, he had spent the entire morning typing away, not even glancing at his author dashboard. It was not due to a lack of curiosity, but rather a desire to avoid distractions that might hinder his writing efficiency. Unbeknownst to Shuo, during that morning, his novel Dodi had swiftly ascended into the top 10 of the new book rankings, standing out prominently among the works of seasoned authors. Typically, established authors bring their own readership, often garnering thousands of readers on the first day of release. However, it is a rarity for a newcomer to break into the top 10 on their debut day. As noon approached at 12:30, within the Penguin group of over 1,000 contracted authors managed by Editor Day, someone suddenly shared a screenshot. Whose site account is this? The momentum is astonishing. Can someone spare a path for this struggling writer? I've noticed this book as well. It seems like Shuo has been overshadowed by this newcomer's prowess. And they've only penned 20,000 words, while Shuo is already at 70,000. Shuo, how are you holding up? Don't even mention it. I've avoided several big names launching their books, and after painstakingly reaching 70,000 words, out comes this formidable side account. Regardless, you're not short on funds. Failure isn't a concern. But I recall a newcomer joined the group today. Could this author be the genius behind Dodi? Lin Yuan? What do you mean by failure? I've faced it thrice already. When will I finally achieve success? I want my goddess to star in my novel. Every female lead in my stories is modeled after our beloved goddess. As for the newcomer being that esteemed author, I find it hard to believe. If they were truly an expert, the editor would have already placed them in the elite group, right? Lin Yuan? Come on, chime in, little newbie. At this moment, Shuo had just returned to his computer, sending out the 6,000 words he had completed that morning, when he noticed a message notification pop up in the group chat. He casually scrolled up and was taken aback to see a discussion among authors about his book. Quickly opening the message section of the author dashboard and discovering that the common area of his book had accumulated a staggering 99 messages. He opened the messages, all of which were readers urging him for updates. lamenting the brevity of his writing. The latest comments were found in the chapter he had just released. Damn. The author of the novel has updated, and here I am, marking my attendance. 3 chapters at once. I truly admire such an author. They are substantial. And I hope this trend continues. Ah, how fortuitous. I find myself in the restroom, and 3 chapters are just enough for a quick read. Shuo mused that no matter which planet one is on, there is never a shortage of amusing netizens. He glanced through the comments section and noted that most were filled with praise and requests for more updates. It appears that this novel is even more beloved by readers than he had anticipated, regrettably. He cannot currently see the number of readers who have added it to their bookshelves. As far as he knows, the data from the Tomato reading platform typically becomes available the following day at noon. So he will have to wait until tomorrow to ascertain the number of editions and reading revenue. Nevertheless, the novel's popularity has already exceeded expectations, and Shuo feels quite satisfied. If he continues to write at this quality, he might just experience a surge in popularity. After calming his emotions, he closed the author backend, intending to finish preparing lunch before returning. Meanwhile, he received a friend request on his QQ account from an author in the group chat who had been vocal about wanting to write a book for a goddess. Known as September Explosion, Shuo was not inclined to publicly acknowledge that he was the author of the Battle Emperor in the group. It would be a waste of his time. However, he was open to meeting this author, especially since he was new to the industry and might have questions in the future. He accepted the friend's request. Could it be that the Battle Emperor is truly your work? The other party inquired, adjusting their glasses. Shuo could sense through the screen that this person was quite talkative, and he thought that if he admitted it, the individual would undoubtedly rush to the group to spread the news. Thus, he simply replied with 2 words, "Not me." I knew it couldn't be you. A great author would not deign to join a common contracted author group. They must have been accepted into a premium authors group under the editors. September's messages came with astonishing speed and logical reasoning. After all, Shuo was indeed a newcomer, only eligible for the ordinary contracted group. Before he could respond, a flurry of messages appeared in the chat. You are quite unfortunate, releasing your book on the same day as that esteemed author. With their popularity, they must have siphoned all the attention from our new releases. Truly an insufferable big shot. Shuo replied, however, the quality of their work is impressive. I've read it, and the plot is full of twists and turns, with a strong sense of anticipation. The portrayal of female characters is also quite delicate. I believe our Mu Gu would be perfect for the role of Xiao Suner. Shuo inquired, who is Mu Gu? You don't know Mu Gu? She is the enchanting national goddess by Mu Gu, who has captivated countless men. I see from your profile that you're also male. You cannot possibly be unfamiliar with her. Furthermore, according to insider information only the most devoted fans are privy to, this national goddess is actually Bai Qinning, the daughter of the Bai Shi group. However, to maintain a distinction between her personal life and career, she adopted the stage name by Mu Gu upon her debut. Naturally, such secrets about his idol could not be casually shared. He must continue to guard them diligently. He simply could not believe that this new author was unaware of his goddess. Shuo was indeed unfamiliar with Bai Mu Gu and had no idea that she was the aloof fairy-like wife he had just married in a flash. Furthermore, he held no interest in the phenomenon of idol worship. Unacquainted and uninterested, he decided to prepare lunch first and return to chat later. After replying to the messages, Shuo rose from his desk. His thoughts were straightforward. Even if he were to know and become fervently enamored with such a renowned star, what are the chances that a radiant beauty surrounded by admirers would ever consider a relationship with an ordinary person like him? Absolutely none. Idol worship was merely a waste of his time and energy. He would rather devote himself to writing. Upon seeing Shuo's message, Bai Mu Ji's fervent fans were initially taken aback, followed by disbelief, quickly bombarding him with a flurry of question marks. Surely, there couldn't he truly be a man unaware of their goddess Bai? With no need to prepare a meal for a family of 3 that day, Shuo prepared a simple lunch of 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. The Yuan Zi seized the opportunity to partake in the braised pork, growing closer to Shuo in the process. Afterward, Shuo returned to his room to write, while the Yuan Zi jumped onto the windowsill, maintaining a respectful distance as he watched Shuo's fingers dance across the keyboard, his mouth slightly agape in astonishment. Meow? How could this bipedal creature type so swiftly? With only a few thousand words left to complete in the afternoon, Shuo finished his task and published it before the day's end. Shortly after, a new friend, Jiu Yu, messaged him, venting his frustrations about the author of Do Di. whom he deemed a devil for ranking second on the new book list and updating 10,000 words daily, which was driving him to the brink of madness. Having completed his tasks for the day, Li Shuo felt a sense of relief and engaged in casual conversation with Jiuyu. He yearned for friendship but struggled with social anxiety. Coupled with his need to write for a living, he could only attempt to forge new connections without hindering his work. Although Jiuyu was quite talkative, he seemed to possess a pleasant character, causing Li Shuo to ponder whether to reveal that he was, in fact, the author of the novel Do Di. However, before he could finalize his confession, another message popped up. Lin Yuan, I noticed from your profile that you seem to be in Lu City as well. How about we meet up? I just received news that my goddess by Mu Gu will be in Lu City this month and will be filming near Zhongshan Road on the island next week. Li Shuo, huh? When we meet, I can take you to see my Mu Gu. This isn't just an ordinary visit. It's access to the filming set. Such opportunities for close encounters are rare for the average person, but with me, you'll have this chance. Feeling proud. In addition to wanting Lin Yuan to witness the ethereal beauty of his goddess, he also wished to bring along this novice writer. As they both endured the same harsh treatment from the Do Di author, it would provide Lin Yuan with some comfort and motivation. Chapter 12. Embarrassed to the point of crashing into the door as a bona fide social anxiety sufferer, Li Shuo could not immediately agree to meet Jiuyu, let alone accompany him to see some goddess. He resolutely dismissed the proposal, and even when September persistently brought it up 3 more times, Li Shuo rejected it with remarkable ease. He was even disinclined to continue the discussion, finding an excuse to log off and immerse himself in writing. That evening, he submitted his manuscript for Shiqian, ultimately updating over 15,000 words that day. The reception of Do Di among the readership of Zhongshu was extraordinarily enthusiastic. Not only was the quality high and the plot captivating, but the author also exhibited the diligence of a dedicated worker, updating 7 chapters and more than 15,000 words on the very first day of signing, thus satisfying the often insatiable desires of the readers, who became quite active in the comment section. Several affluent readers even began to shower rewards, with the most fervent among them gifting 3 items valued at 99 each. Even the editor Day, who had added Li Shuo as a friend without ever conversing with him, proactively messaged him late that night, expressing that the novel's performance was outstanding and urging him to maintain quality and continue updating, as it had the potential to become a hallmark of Zhongshu. The promising trajectory of the new book was indeed a source of great joy for Li Shuo. A successful book would enable him to support himself, contribute to Li Shuojuan's household expenses, and ensure a worry-free life for his father in his later years. Li Shuo remained at his computer late into the night, engrossed in his writing. It was only when fatigue began to set in that he stepped away to take a hot shower, collapsing into bed without even turning off the light. He had no intention of waiting for his newlywed wife to return home. Earlier that day, Bai Qinning had mentioned that she might not come back that night. Given that it was so late, it was clear she would not return. Perhaps she was spending the night at her partner's place. Li Shuo thought this just before drifting off to sleep, certain that Bai Qinning's partner was indeed female. Their marriage of convenience stemmed from her differing sexual orientation, necessitating his role as her male husband to appease her family. For the majority of the following month, she would likely be residing with her female companion in their small abode. Soon, gentle breathing filled the bedroom. A large round creature perched on the windowsill tilted its head to observe the 2-legged beast on the bed, confirming that the 2-legged creature was fast asleep. It quietly leapt onto the bed and burrowed into Li Shuo's covers. Embracing him like a living pillow, it found a comfortable position, resting its head on the arm of the 2-legged beast, contentedly closing its eyes. At that very moment, several business vehicles arrived at the entrance of the community. A Mercedes-Benz van was opened by a bodyguard from the outside, revealing a pair of long legs stepping out, as a striking figure emerged from within. Having finished work earlier than Bai Qinning had anticipated, she decided to return from the temporary city. As soon as Bai Qinning exited the vehicle, Huan followed suit, pulling Bai Qinning a short distance away before speaking softly. Qinning, let me accompany you home. I am rather concerned about your safety if you are alone with him. Though she harbored her own suspicions about this man being a deceptive suitor, she could not allow Bai Qinning to find herself in a perilous situation. Li Shuo's photograph, which she had viewed during the day, revealed a strikingly handsome figure with an impressive stature. However, should a conflict arise between them, it was likely that even before he could approach, her family's Qinning would knock him down with a single punch. After all, at the press conference a month prior, Bai Qinning had incapacitated an overly enthusiastic male fan who lunged towards her for an embrace, sending him to the hospital. It was later discovered that this fan was a seasoned fitness coach with 10 years of experience, yet he could not withstand even a single blow from her. No need. He must be asleep by now, and I wouldn't let him come near me anyway. Bai Qinning firmly declined Hua Wan's request. The girl had a habit of grinding her teeth in her sleep, and Bai Qinning wished to rest well to maintain her best condition for the upcoming drama's costume fitting. She was scheduled to shoot the fitting photos in the next couple of days, with the filming commencing the following Tuesday. Seriously, Ning, your misandry seems rather severe. I fear you might lose control at some point. Li Shua's robust frame surely wouldn't withstand your punch, Hua Wan expressed her concerns. Rest assured, hurry back. I still need to shoot costume fittings tomorrow, and I certainly don't wish to endure a night of rodent-like teeth grinding, Bai Qinning replied. Known for her decisiveness and strong work ethic, she left little room for argument, compelling Hua Wan to relent after a few more earnest admonitions against acting impulsively before she departed. Soon, Bai Qinning returned to her cozy home. The lights were already extinguished, indicating that Li Shuo had likely gone to bed. She made no noise, proceeding directly to her master bedroom. After a thorough inspection of the room to ensure that Li Shuo had not intruded during her absence, she felt a wave of satisfaction as she headed to the bathroom. Thankfully, he had not engaged in any inappropriate behavior while she was away. Throughout the day, he had not persistently contacted her, allowing her to focus on her work and life uninterrupted. After her shower and drying her hair, Bai Qinning returned to the bedroom only to realize that De Yuanzi had not come to find her today. Concern began to creep in as she glanced into De Yuanzi's cat house and found no trace of her. Typically at this hour, De Yuanzi would be nestled in the cat house, and upon her return, would promptly come to her side, only to return to sleep after she finished her routine. What could be the reason for this unusual absence? Bai Qinning searched the house thoroughly, yet De Yuanzi remained elusive. She pondered if Li Shuo had inadvertently locked her in his room and proceeded to the doorway of his bedroom, gently opening the door. Li Shuo, having forgotten to turn off the light, was not in a deep sleep. The sound of the door opening stirred him, and he slowly opened his eyes, squinting towards the entrance. Upon seeing her silhouette entering his bedroom, he immediately became alert, sitting up in bed. You're back. Wasn't it said that you wouldn't return today? At that moment, he noticed De Yuanzi lying beside him. The little cat, blissfully asleep, remained undisturbed by the sudden absence of her pillow, merely stretching and turning into a cozy ball next to Li Shuo. Bai Qinning, spotting the little traitor on Li Shuo's bed, was taken aback by the speed at which De Yuanzi had grown comfortable with him. The cat, which she has cared for over 2 months, has never graced her bed. Yet, after just one day with Li Shuo, it finds itself on his bed. Concerned that Li Shuo might inadvertently crush Yuanzi, Bai Qinning swiftly approached the bedside and scooped the little creature into her arms. I shall take it back to sleep, she declared. Li Shuo understood her purpose for entering his room and nodded in acknowledgement. He hesitated for a moment, glancing at Bai Qinning, his words seemingly trapped on the tip of his tongue. Sensing his unusual demeanor, Bai Qinning took the initiative to inquire, is there something else you wish to discuss? Li Shuo cleared his throat awkwardly. It seems rather inappropriate for you to enter my room dressed like that. Bai Qinning, devoid of a bra and possessing an excessively alluring figure, had inadvertently revealed herself upon awakening. Should she linger any longer? It would be no surprise if his younger self reacted in kind. Momentarily taken aback, Bai Qinning's face flushed crimson as she hastily tightened her embrace around Yuanzi and turned to flee. In her haste, her small head collided with the doorframe, emitting a sharp sound that startled Li Shuo. Without waiting for his inquiry, she pressed her head and dashed out of his room. Chapter 13. Bai Qinning feels a bit down the following day. Li Shuo arose early as per usual and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He had never been fond of dining out, finding it cumbersome to interact with others and preferring the healthiness of his own culinary creations. Fortunately, there remained some rice in the pot from the previous day, and aside from the frozen meats in the fridge, there were leftovers of pork and chives. Today, he decided to whip up a serving of pork and egg fried rice, complemented by fresh milk. The milk, which he had ordered in excess the previous day, had a short shelf life and needed to be consumed swiftly. As he gathered the ingredients from the fridge and cracked the eggs, Li Shuo suddenly recalled the events of the previous night. He filled a pot with water and dropped in the 2 eggs to boil. That girl must have bumped her head quite hard last night. Bai Qinning, having gone to bed late and needing her beauty rest before filming stills for a television drama, emerged from her room later than usual. By the time she emerged, breakfast was ready. Yuanzi was perched eagerly on a dining chair, sniffing at the edge of the table, visibly impatient. Noticing Li Shuo arranging the dishes, Bai Qinning's mood soured slightly, especially with an unsightly bruise on her forehead. However, she felt it inappropriate to admonish Li Shuo, considering it was her own fault for being unaccustomed to his home and entering his room unceremoniously, only to collide with the door. She was uncertain about how much Li Shuo had seen the previous day and felt embarrassed to broach the subject. "Miss Bai, breakfast is ready. Do join me," Li Shuo called from across the table, placing a bowl and a glass of fresh milk before her. Bai Qinning approached the table, glanced at the pork and the fried rice, hesitated momentarily, and then chose to sit down. She was pressed for time to eat at the company, and since he had prepared the meal, she might as well make do with it. Li Shuo, however, paid little heed to these details. His focus solely on the small bump on Bai Qinning's forehead, and several times he opened his mouth to speak but fell silent. He politely served her a plate of fried rice and prepared a small spoon for Yuanzi, and thus, the three of them began their meal. As Bai Qinning placed down her bowl and chopsticks, preparing to rise and leave, Li Shuo called out to her, "Wait a moment, I have boiled an egg. Let me fetch it to help ease your forehead." With that, he promptly made his way to the kitchen. The injury on her forehead could be considered indirectly his doing. It appeared quite severe, and applying a warm egg could alleviate the swelling and pain. Bai Qinning had no objections and was willing to cooperate since she needed to take her promotional photos today, and a bump on her head would certainly not do. She felt somewhat touched by Li Shuo's attentiveness, but quickly regained her composure. Was he perhaps trying to take advantage of her injury to draw closer to her? After all, with her beauty, any man would seek opportunities to approach her, especially since this fellow had seen her entirely yesterday. With her stunning figure, even Huan found it hard to resist. Perhaps this man intended to use this opportunity to strengthen their bond. In an instant, Bai Qinning's imagination conjured a scene. Li Shuo holding the egg to soothe her swelling while gently lifting her chin, gazing at her with concern, softly asking if she was in pain. Her heart raced inexplicably, and sensing something amiss, she abruptly halted her runaway thoughts. No, this was unacceptable. What was she thinking? She would not grant this cunning man any opportunity. Li Shuo returned with the peeled egg. Bai Qinning immediately stood up, watching as he approached. The man stood tall, his features strikingly handsome, radiating warmth. Her beautiful eyes widened, breath quickening, and she instinctively clenched her fists. If he truly dared to come that close, she would certainly give him a piece of her mind. At that moment, Li Shuo extended the egg towards her, saying, "Here, take it and roll it on your forehead." The idea of rolling it herself might be more painful and uncomfortable, but Li Shuo preferred to avoid close contact with her, as they were still not well acquainted. Bai Qinning stared at the egg he offered, momentarily taken aback, her small face appearing a bit dazed. After a brief pause, she relaxed her fists and reached for the egg. "You roll it first. I'll wash the dishes," she replied. After handing her the egg, Li Shuo let out a sigh of relief and turned to tidy up the dining table, only to notice the leftover pork on Bai Qinning's plate. It seemed she genuinely disliked pork. Why had she ordered so much? He had assumed she enjoyed it, considering he had let her have quite a bit today. This morning, Bai Qinning had left the house biting down on her back teeth. After all, she had to endure the pain of rolling the egg, and the thought of not doing it and risking poor makeup results was daunting. She could only roll the egg while heading out. Strangely enough, despite nothing unpleasant occurring that morning, her mood felt particularly grim. Once Bai Qinning had left, Li Shuo finished cleaning the kitchen and took his round pet to the room to work. Before long, noon arrived. After publishing a chapter, Li Shuo promptly checked the back end of the Tomato platform for data and earnings. On the first day of release, his book had skyrocketed to the top of the new book rankings. The combined earnings from readership and tips amounted to over 170 yuan after the split. This achievement and income were quite satisfactory for Li Shuo at this stage. According to the information he gathered from September yesterday, newly released books typically attract minimal traffic. For instance, September's current novel, consisting of 70,000 words, barely earns around $10 a day. On the other hand, Li Shuo, who released his book just yesterday and has only 30,000 words, has already achieved a commendable income of over $170. Once his word count increases and meets the necessary criteria for recommendations, earning $2,000 to $3,000 or even more in a month will no longer be an issue. September mentioned that several novels on the website's bestseller list, each boasting over 1 million words, generate monthly incomes exceeding $100,000. If he puts in some effort, he might reach such heights as well. Moreover, If there were to be an adaptation into a film or television series, that would be even better. After reviewing the data, September promptly arrived to lament his situation, stating that his numbers had plummeted again, and quite severely, attributing the decline to Do-D, which had siphoned off all his traffic. He expressed his frustration, suggesting that Hualu was indeed a devil. He wondered which editor had signed that author. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that this prominent writer possessed remarkable skill in both prose and plot, having read his work multiple times. The expansive world building and stable character development were impressive. If he had the chance to meet him, he would certainly invite him to a club and treat him to several attractive companions, hoping to glean some writing techniques from him. On the other end of the computer, Shuo, upon receiving September's message, wore a frown. He was not the type to frequent clubs, nor did he have any intention of indulging in such excess. After a moment of contemplation, he felt that continuing to hide the truth from September was somewhat unethical, and he finally decided to be honest with him, pondering how best to approach the revelation. Just then, September sent another message. By the way, how much did you earn yesterday? It's only your first day after signing. It couldn't have exceeded a dime. Right? New authors with new books typically earn no more than that. Shuo raised an eyebrow, immediately responding to this topic. Well, I actually exceeded a dime. I earned 176 yesterday. What? The other side fell into a brief silence, seemingly awaiting Shuo to correct what they assumed was a typographical error. After all, even for seasoned authors like himself, the first day of a new book rarely yields more than 50 cents. A newcomer like Lin Yuan could not possibly have earned 176. Shuo clarified, to be precise, it was $765, laughing and crying. September? After several seconds of silence, September finally sent a flurry of excited messages. What kind of book do you have? You must be joking. I've never heard of a new author earning over $2 on their first day. Shuo replied calmly, you know my book. September, huh? No way. Shuo, yes, it's the Do-D you've been raving about for 2 days. Upon sending the message, Shuo also attached a screenshot of his author dashboard data to prove he was not joking. Wow, 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 wow. Lin Yuan, you rascal. You've made a fool of me. We're done. In a lavish villa in the center of Luqing City, a well-dressed man sat at his computer, his expression shifting through shades of red, pale, and purple before finally settling into calmness. Good heavens. The author of Do-D is actually Lin Yuan. However, he quickly reconsidered. Lin Yuan is even better. The momentum of this book is surging, likely to achieve remarkable success on the tomato reading platform, with a high probability of being adapted in the future. With such a high-quality novel, it is certain that Mu Ge's wife possesses the discernment to recognize its worth. If I can familiarize myself with Lin Yuan in advance, I might become an investor when it comes time for the adaptation, and then persuade Lin Yuan to invite the goddess Mu Ge to play the female lead. This would allow me to naturally draw closer to the goddess and perhaps win her heart, within just a minute or two. Shuo had already envisioned names for the future children he would have with his goddess, Bai Qinning. His initial shock and anger had gradually morphed into a rather peculiar smile. Chapter 14. An encounter with the goddess Mu Ge. Shuo resolved to firmly attach himself to Shuo, eagerly warming up to him with greater enthusiasm, fervently worshipping him and contemplating a face-to-face meeting with Shuo. Hey, let's find some time to meet up. If you can come out, I'll take you to a club and introduce you to 20 beautiful girls of various styles. I promise to deliver. I'm not interested in that, Shuo replied. Facing my new wife at home every day already fills me with immense pressure. If you were to visit a club with this guy, he would feel embarrassed even if just a few girls were present. Of course, if one were to truly compare, even 20 girls from the club would hardly hold a candle to Bai Qinning in terms of looks, figure, or temperament. Just yesterday, he had caught a glimpse of his new wife through her nightwear, and with his keen, sensitive gaze, he could discern that her physique was even more exquisite than the women depicted in the portraits of his previous life, truly remarkable. Her poise and grace in everyday gestures did not resemble that of an ordinary girl. Were it not for her evident busyness with work, Shuo might have suspected she was the daughter of a wealthy family. Since you're not interested in beautiful girls, let us simply go out for a meal and get to know each other. Grant me the opportunity to personally discuss writing techniques with you. I aspire to pen a high-quality book and gain the favor of the goddess Mu Ge. Shuo spoke sincerely. Having invested considerable sums to connect with directors and producers within the entertainment industry, all in pursuit of a chance to engage with the goddess Mu Ge. Unfortunately, Bai Mu Ge had an overwhelming number of wealthy fans, and he was merely a local millionaire in Lu City. His financial efforts yielded little more than insights into Bai Ji's work schedule, allowing him to catch a glimpse of her on set at most. Unable to approach the goddess through money alone, Shuo resolved to carve his own path by writing a novel, believing that success could lead to adaptation opportunities, wherein he would ensure his goddess would take on the leading role. Naturally, his interest in this field also played a significant role in his decision, considering that Li Shuo was reluctant to meet up repeatedly, possibly due to a lack of confidence. He added, "I'm not the kind of shallow person who judges solely on appearances. Forget it. If you have any questions about writing, we can communicate through messages. Meeting isn't necessary. How can it be the same? Speaking with me is far easier than typing. Indeed, typing is more convenient. Hey, just one meeting. You're not some delicate flower, and I'm not here to judge by appearances. Besides, you've been quite the deceiver these past few days. At least come out and meet me to make amends." Li Shuo gazed at his computer screen, momentarily engulfed in silence, feeling a flicker of uncertainty. In truth, the two were not far apart, residing in the same city. Establishing a friendship in reality could facilitate his integration into this world. Moreover, September's personality was amiable, quite unlike Bai Qinning's. Their encounter might not be particularly awkward. I'll think about it. All right, then I shall inquire again later. For the better part of the day that followed, under Shuo's relentless persuasion, Li Shuo reluctantly acquiesced to the request for a meeting, agreeing to convene next Wednesday on Zhongshan Road. He sensed that if he declined, Shuo would likely persistently pester him about it daily. In the ensuing days, Li Shuo busied himself with writing, preparing for their forthcoming meeting. His novel, Demon Emperor, was gaining popularity at an alarming rate. Within just a few tens of thousands of words, its readership had already surpassed many other books with over 100,000 words in the recommendation list. Among those were several mid-tier authors on Tomato Reading, who were left utterly devastated, fuming in the signing group daily. Bai Qinning had also been exceedingly busy, leaving early and returning late each day. In the span of several days, the couple had shared only one breakfast and seen each other twice. This piqued Li Shuo's curiosity regarding Bai Qinning's occupation. What kind of work could keep her so occupied? Yet, he knew he would never ask her directly. Even if he did, she might not disclose anything. In moments of busyness, time seemed to fly by. Before he knew it, Wednesday had arrived. When Li Shuo woke up that morning, Bai Qinning had already left. He prepared a simple breakfast, fed the round dumpling, tidied up a bit, donned a white shirt and jeans, and stepped out looking fresh and clean. Although Li Shuo was not unattractive, meeting someone from the internet still felt quite daunting to him. During the hour-long bus ride to Zhongshan Road, he engaged in mental preparation, hoping his social anxiety wouldn't overwhelm him. At 10:30 in the morning, Li Shuo disembarked from the bus, following the crowd at the bus stop. After standing by the roadside for a moment and taking a deep breath, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to September. "I have arrived." Just as he dispatched the message, a few meters ahead, a silver-gray Ferrari's door swung open. A tall, slender man, around 25 or 26, emerged and immediately noticed the extraordinarily handsome Li Shuo nearby. He was taken aback, yet found it hard to believe, given Lin Yuan's aversion to meeting in person and his profession as a novelist. So you had imagined him to be the stereotypical reclusive type, certainly not someone who appeared more handsome than himself. He quickly grabbed his phone and sent a voice call to Lin Yuan. Before long, Li Shuo's phone vibrated, and as Su Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, he picked up his phone, instinctively lifted his gaze, and looked towards Su Yu, who was holding his phone aloft. As their gazes met in an instant, both were taken aback by the recognition of each other's identities. Li Shuo had noticed the man emerging from the Ferrari, but had not anticipated that he would be connected to Jiao Yu. He was aware that Jiao Yu's family had some wealth, yet he was astonished to see that the other had reached a level of affluence sufficient to drive a Ferrari. Su Yu was equally astonished. Not only had the author of Demon Emperor crafted an impressive narrative, but the man before him was also strikingly handsome, with chiseled features, an elegant demeanor, and a physique that stood tall like a model. He commanded attention even in a simple white shirt and jeans, making the so-called young idols and aging stars of the entertainment industry appear lackluster by comparison. Despite his profound surprise, Shuo, guided by his upbringing and good manners, approached Li Shuo with grace, extending his hand with a charming smile. "Legu, it is such a pleasure to finally meet you. You are far more handsome than I had imagined." Li Shuo, taken aback by the revelation that the amusing individual he had conversed with for days was, in reality, such a serious and dashing young heir, shook his hand with a slight awkwardness. "Thank you. I am also pleased to meet you. My name is Li Shuo, and you may simply call me by my name. Li Shuo's social anxiety lingered, and a hint of reserve colored his smile. Su Yu, however, was unfazed by this, recalling that Li Shuo had always maintained a cool demeanor during their previous exchanges. All right, Legu, I am Su Yu, and you may call me Jiu Yu or by my name. Glancing at his watch, Su Yu took the initiative to invite. It is nearly lunchtime, and there is an excellent restaurant nearby owned by a relative of mine. Allow me to treat you today. How about we go and sample their fare? Of course, besides the fact that the restaurant was family-owned, it was conveniently located near where his goddess would be filming that day. Bai Qinning frequented that establishment as well. Dining with Li Shuo might afford him the serendipity of encountering his goddess, allowing her to grace them with her presence. Though Li Shuo was somewhat hesitant about going, he felt it inappropriate to decline after having already agreed to accompany Su Yu. All right, I shall treat you next time, and you need not call me Legu. We are a similar age. Understood, Legu. By noon, Su Yu and Li Shuo arrived punctually at their destination, the Seaview Western restaurant situated on the 48th floor of the Twin Towers. The restaurant boasted an upscale decor, spacious and bright, with floor-to-ceiling windows. Su Yu had reserved a window-side table in advance, and upon seating, they were greeted with breathtaking panoramic views of the sea. The dishes had been pre-ordered by Su Yu, and as they settled in, the waiter promptly presented a selection of 7 or 8 exquisite dishes. Su Yu enthusiastically introduced Li Shuo to each dish, and although the names were somewhat challenging to remember, Li Shuo managed to catch the signature lemon-roasted chicken leg, pan-seared with pea puree, and the matcha cake. These are the dishes I find quite delightful. Do give them a try and see if they suit your palate. As the two began to eat, a figure suddenly approached their table. Brother, why did you come over without calling me? The girl placed 2 freshly mixed drinks in front of Li Shuo and Su Yu before sitting beside Su Yu. Upon noticing Li Shuo across from her, she smiled sweetly, though her expression slightly dimmed as she took in his ordinary shirt. Su Yu took the initiative to introduce, Shuo Gu, this is my cousin, Su Ran. Su Ran smiled slightly. Hello, you must be that author friend my brother values so much. Su Yu had mentioned this author friend when he told her they would visit her family's restaurant today. Su Ran had expected a rather dull-looking person, but to her pleasant surprise, her brother's friend was quite easy on the eyes, aligning perfectly with her aesthetic. Unfortunately, it seemed his family background wasn't very impressive. Otherwise, she might have considered him as a potential boyfriend. Of course, if a romantic relationship was out of the question, teasing him wasn't entirely off the table. Li Shuo had anticipated a simple meal with Su Yu, never expecting to encounter a cousin midway. Internally, he resisted this unwarranted social interaction, but, out of courtesy, nodded. Hello. Miss Su, I am Li Shuo. Thank you for the drink. Don't mention it. My brother's friends are my friends. If you want anything else to drink later, I can mix it for you, Su Ran said, gazing at Li Shuo and deliberately signaling her interest, hinting fervently. With her sweet appearance and affluent background, Su Ran was never short of admirers. She was confident that Li Shuo, this poor boy, would notice her friendliness and seize the opportunity to continue their interaction, eventually asking for her contact information, at which point she could playfully reject him. Thank you, but I actually don't enjoy drinks much. There's no need to trouble yourself. Li Shuo declined outright. He truly wasn't fond of beverages and wished to avoid unnecessary interactions with this girl. Su Ran. Su Yu was slightly surprised as well. Li Shuo had actually rejected Su Ran's advances. He had been worried that Li Shuo might fall into this girl's trap and had wanted to warn him. To his astonishment, his brother remained resolute, unaffected by the overtures of a wealthy beauty. Truly, the author of a battle emperor. He admired that. To prevent Su Ran from causing further disruption, Su Yu stifled a laugh. All right, Xiao Ran, you go about your business. I have matters to discuss with Shuo after our meal. Taken aback by her defeat at Li Shuo's hands, Su Ran shot him a disgruntled glance before getting up to leave. After this brief interlude, Li Shuo and Su Yu resumed their meal and officially began discussing the topic of writing. Li Shuo remained succinct, rarely speaking at length, preferring a question-and-answer format. Fortunately, Su Yu complimented him perfectly with his wit and humor, displaying none of the airs associated with a wealthy heir, and their conversation flowed quite pleasantly. The more they talked, the more engaged they became. Even after satisfying their hunger, they lingered at the table, continuing to discuss for over half an hour. Enough, Lao Shuo. I must excuse myself for a moment to the restroom. We shall continue our conversation upon my return. Su Yu, feeling a pressing urgency, had no choice but to pause. Li Shuo, having grown quite familiar with Su Yu, waved him off. Hurry along. We'll chat more when you get back. With that, Shuo departed, leaving Li Shuo alone. He picked up his phone, intending to pass the time, when Su Ran approached him, carrying a beautifully arranged platter of desserts. She placed the delicacies on the table and inquired, Li Shuo go, where's my brother? Li Shuo set his phone aside, replying, he went to the restroom. Then, would you be so kind as to sample these desserts for me? They're a new addition to our restaurant, crafted by our pastry chef over the course of more than a month. Su Ran looked at Li Shuo with genuine sincerity, her large, beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of playful charm, as if entirely forgetting their previous awkward encounter. I'm not particularly fond of sweets. I might not offer you the most accurate feedback, Li Shuo politely declined. Even better, our restaurant relishes a challenge. The more discerning the palate of our tasters, the better. Su Ran persisted, her initial intent to tease transforming into a compelling desire to conquer this man. Given that Su Ran was Su Yu's cousin, Li Shuo found it difficult to refuse her request. He reluctantly agreed to sample the desserts she had brought. Su Ran, being considerate, promptly sliced the dessert into pieces for him, beaming as she watched him take a bite. At that moment, a girl entered the restaurant. Clad in a white shirt and fitted jeans, tall and exuding an air of elegance. Even with her face partially concealed by a mask and sunglasses, her striking figure and grace captivated the attention of most patrons within the establishment, leaving them in awe. Unbeknownst to them, a beautiful girl, merely wearing a mask beside her, accompanied her. Hua Wan's looks and demeanor were quite respectable, even above average. However, standing next to her friend Bai Qinning, she was overshadowed, relegated to the role of mere backdrop. Hua Wan was unconcerned about this, her primary worry being whether anyone in the restaurant would recognize Bai Qinning. She swiftly ushered Bai Qinning to their pre-reserved table. Coincidentally, they were filming nearby and both had a fondness for the restaurant's cuisine, prompting them to enjoy lunch together. In an effort to avoid recognition, Bai Qinning was fully disguised, having left behind her bodyguards and assistants. The restaurant boasted the advantage of having high partitions around each dining area, akin to half-private booths, ensuring a reasonable degree of privacy. Nonetheless, Hua Wan remained anxious about the possibility of Bai Qinning being identified, which could incite a commotion. Once seated, she stood by the table, scanning the surroundings for any suspicious glances. To her relief, she noticed no discernible stares, but her eyes were instantly drawn to the neighboring table, where a man indulged in dessert, strikingly resembling Li Shuo. Although Hua Wan had only seen a photo or two of Li Shuo, her friend's husband was extraordinarily handsome, with chiseled features and penetrating eyes that left a deep impression. Convinced she must be seeing things, she rubbed her eyes and scrutinized more closely. What about him resembled Li Shuo? It is undeniably Li Shuo, the husband of Qinning. Wan, what is the matter? Bai Qinning removed her sunglasses and noticed that Hua Wan did not take a seat, prompting her to inquire. Hush, hush, hush. Hua Wan immediately crouched down to cover Bai Qinning's mouth, urging her in a hushed tone. Your husband Li Shuo is right next door. Upon hearing this, Bai Qinning instantly became alert, but quickly regained her composure and whispered, Do individuals with autism frequent such trendy restaurants? Who knows? But I am certain I did not mistake him. He was dressed in the same outfit from the photos you showed me, and it seems he is not alone. Who else is there? I do not recognize her, but she appears to be a girl. A girl? So he has come here for a date? Bai Qinning frowned slightly. Her suspicions regarding Li Shuo's feigned autism for marriage had not been entirely dispelled. Now encountering him on a date with another girl in such a trendy restaurant only reinforced her belief that this man was indeed deceiving her. Moreover, it was particularly vile. He pretended to be autistic while marrying her with ulterior motives, all the while entertaining another girl. Keep an eye on him and observe his next move. It is imperative to watch closely. He is truly despicable. Indeed, it seems handsome men are often not to be trusted, Hua Wan muttered quietly. Li Shuo, oblivious to being scrutinized by his newlywed wife and her friend, savored the last dessert. Chapter 16. Ning Ning, you have a rival. The oolong white peach was rich in ingredients, with a creamy flavor, and contained something akin to pudding, offering a delightful texture. The passion fruit dessert was predominantly sweet and tangy, with a soft, delicate cake. The coconut-shaped one, filled with passion fruit juice, appeared to be somewhat more acidic than the passion fruit variant, with a pudding-like texture. Li Shuo exerted considerable effort to provide an honest critique of his favorite desserts, opting not to elaborate on others. Miss Su, these three are the ones I personally prefer. You may take them into consideration. Su ran, resting her chin on one hand. Listened quietly to Li Shuo's evaluations, her beautiful large eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at him. I have also tasted these desserts, and since you like them, Li Shuo, I happen to like them as well. It seems our tastes align. Unlike Li Shuo, her family's wealth far surpassed that of her cousin Shuo, making her a veritable heiress. Her refined taste was cultivated through substantial wealth and broad experience, and now, expressing to Li Shuo that their preferences matched, Su Ran believed he would feel honored. As for Li Shuo's earlier rejection, it could be attributed to the pride of a poor boy, feeling embarrassed to show favor before Su Yu. Filled with confidence, Su Ran thought that her youthful beauty and noble status would surely astonish him, especially with Su Yu absent. He would likely be drawn to her immediately. At the same time, Hua Wan, peering through the narrow glass gap of the partition, finally recognized Su Ran's identity. She hurriedly leaned closer to Bai Qinning's ear, conveying intelligence. I just remembered, this is the daughter of the restaurant owner. She even came over to greet us before and asked for your autograph. This girl, with her vivacious personality and sweet appearance, left Hua Wan with a faint impression. Given a few more glances, she would recognize her by voice alone. Bai Qinning was already seated elegantly at the dining table, quietly savoring her meal. Her lips pressed tightly together, but the strength with which she cut her steak suddenly intensified, as if she were slicing not through beef, but through Li Shuo. Should she commend Li Shuo for having such high standards? His targets were not just any beauties, but rather the stunning daughter of a restaurant owner. Today, the outdoor temperature soared to at least 30 degrees. Yet, at this moment, Li Shuo inexplicably felt a coolness wash over him. He paid little mind to it, merely responding politely to Su Ran's earlier comment. Miss Su, you may be mistaken. I have no particular taste when it comes to desserts. He was simply assisting in tasting which dessert was palatable, as he typically did not indulge in such treats. Where would his taste come from? Su Ran, observing silently, whispered to Hua Wan. Huff, Ning Ning. Does he behave this way when you are at home with him too? She couldn't shake the feeling that Qinning's husband was somewhat aloof. Bai Qinning suddenly felt perplexed. Logically, Li Shuo should have been following Su Ran's lead to please her. Was this a masterful display of the art of seduction? Sitting on the sofa, Bai Qinning appeared to eat gracefully. Yet she was acutely aware of the happenings at the adjacent table, analyzing every detail. No one could have imagined that, at this very moment, the dazzling and seemingly untouchable beauty of the Bai family, a veritable star, was secretly eavesdropping on her newlywed husband's whispered exchanges. So you returned to the private room after using the restroom. Xiao Ran, you're here again, he greeted as he settled beside her. Yes. I had Li Shuo try the new desserts we've introduced at the restaurant. Su Ran had regained her composure, speaking softly. So you smiled? Retrieving a clean fork from the cutlery box. Then I shall also lend a hand in tasting. Thank you, brother, but we've already reached a conclusion. Let's just go with the selections that Li Shuo prefers. Su Ran's beautiful eyes were fixed on Li Shuo, now ignited with an overwhelming desire to conquer. As a young, strikingly beautiful heiress, she couldn't believe she couldn't win over a mere commoner. Li Shuo, already somewhat socially anxious, began to feel irritated in the presence of Su Ran, who seemed to lack boundaries. Miss Su, I truly am a novice when it comes to desserts. There's no need for you to go to such lengths. Su Ran appeared to have a temperament more agreeable than Bai Qinning's, and Li Shuo found himself preferring the company of Bai Qinning. Noticing the tension between the two, so you promptly nudged Su Ran's arm. All right, once you've finished with the dessert tasting, you should get back to your own affairs. Su Yu was not oblivious to Su Ran's budding interest in Li Shuo. However, his uncle's family would undoubtedly only approve of a match between families of equal standing, which Su Ran herself was aware of. Li Shuo came from an ordinary background, and Su Yu considered him a friend. He didn't want Su Ran to waste Li Shuo's time and emotions. Li Shuo, too, was eager to depart, picking up his phone to fabricate an excuse. I need to return home. I have a cat to feed. Su Yu immediately stood up to assist. All right, I'll escort you back. Li Shuo nodded and rose from his seat, preparing to depart, when unexpectedly, Su Ran presented him with a business card. Brother Li Shuo, here is my card. It contains my contact information. Please remember to reach out to me, she said. As the daughter of the Su family, she had been pampered throughout her life, accustomed to having her desires fulfilled. The more indifferent Li Shuo appeared, the more determined she became to conquer this impoverished young man, only to later cast him aside dramatically when he was ensnared. At least, that was Su Ran's current mindset. Li Shuo furrowed his brow, contemplating how to decline her overture, as he had no desire for futile social interactions with Su Ran. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Su Ran stepped closer, thrusting the card into his hand. I'll be waiting for your call, she said, flashing a sweet smile before turning to leave. Faced with Shuo, Li Shuo refrained from discarding the card on the spot and reluctantly tucked it into his pocket, deciding to dispose of it later at home. Let us go, Shuo. With the card carelessly stowed away, Li Shuo departed the restaurant alongside Shuo. Nearby diners, having witnessed the scene, immediately engaged in hushed discussions. They were astonished to find that a wealthy young lady had actually taken an interest in a poor boy. Why wouldn't he accept? Miss Sue is not only beautiful but also comes from a wealthy family. Wouldn't he that save him from a lifetime of hardships? They murmured. Indeed. While the young man is quite handsome, his background is a significant factor. Opportunities like this, where a rich heiress shows interest, may never come again in his lifetime. If he truly lets this chance slip away, he will surely regret it, as he may never find a woman as exceptional as Miss Sue again. Bai Qinning maintained her composure at the dining table, appearing quite content as she continued her meal. Having listened intently, she had surmised that Li Shuo was not there on a date with the girl. Rather, he had been invited to meet a male friend. And it seemed that Miss Sue was a familiar acquaintance, a relative of his. Naturally, it was polite for him to greet her when they crossed paths. Recalling Sue ran, Bai Qinning couldn't help but think of the card that had been thrust into her husband's hands. She was unconcerned about Li Shuo keeping the card in his pocket. After all, Su Ran was a relative or acquaintance of his good friend, and discarding it on the spot would have seemed rather disrespectful. However, it was evident that this young woman had a keen interest in her husband. Huawan reflected on the incident as well, arriving at a conclusion with a serious expression directed at Bai Qinning. Ning Ning, it appears you have a rival in love. Bai Qinning responded, how dare he? Li Shuo returned home around 3 in the afternoon, having been personally escorted by Su Yu. However, due to the brevity of his marriage to Bai Qinning, coupled with the fact that this was not his home, he did not invite Su Yu inside. After spending some time in the living room playing with the cat, he reached into his pocket for his phone and inadvertently grasped the business card. Pulling it out, Li Shuo picked up the business card, glanced at it briefly, and was about to discard it in a nearby trash bin. At that moment, the large round creature, having scurried away, began to call out near its water bowl, nudging the empty bowl towards Li Shuo. Its intent was unmistakable. There was no water to drink. All right, I shall promptly fetch some water for you. Li Shuo placed the business card on the coffee table and swiftly approached to inspect the bowl. Indeed, it was empty. So he quickly filled it with water for the little creature. After the large round creature finished drinking, he took it in his arms and headed to his room. Once there, he opened his computer and checked the daily earnings and data from his novel's back end, noting that it had yet to be promoted. The daily earnings for Dodi, the novel, had already surpassed 300 yesterday. It was early May, and if this trend continued, earning over 10,000 this month would be entirely feasible. Of course, with his current income, he could only sustain his life in Lu City. Settling down in Lu City would be quite a challenge. Although it was merely a second-tier city, it was a key economic development zone under significant governmental oversight. Housing prices were second only to those in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. Li Shuo cherished tranquility, and when he eventually settled down, he would solely consider purchasing a detached villa. However, even the villas on the outskirts of Lu City, away from urban amenities, commanded a price of at least 5 to 6 million, and those were completely unrenovated. Considering the current cost of living, fully renovating a villa would easily require an additional 7 to 800,000. Thus, even the most modest villa would set him back 6 to 7 million. Li Shuo anticipated that even if he divorced Bai Qinning in a month, he would still need to rent a place for a considerable time. Nonetheless, he felt quite content to be able to sustain himself through writing novels in this world. Once Dodi gained promotion and his updates and income stabilized, he could contemplate launching a new urban-themed book to attract readers from that genre, thus diversifying his earnings. Within the Zhihongshu platform, the two most populous categories were fantasy and urban fiction, and he intended to capitalize on both. As he opened his writing software and penned a few hundred words, a phone call from Li Shuejuan came through. Shuo, have you discussed the matter I mentioned yesterday with your wife? Since moving in, Li Shuejuan had called daily to check on his son's well-being, consistently bringing up the topic of meeting the parents. Bai Qinning was often busy, and Li Shuo had been deferring the conversation. Sensing something amiss, Li Shuejuan got straight to the point on this call regarding the meeting. Faced with his father's insistence, Li Shuo felt quite troubled. Bai Qinning was perpetually occupied, and in the past few days, the total time they had spent together barely exceeded half an hour. How could she possibly find the time to come over and meet his parents? Dad, Qinning has been very busy with work lately. Let's wait a bit longer. However, continuously postponing this was not a viable solution, as Li Shuojuan had clearly begun to harbor suspicions. Li Shuo understood his father's concerns, especially considering that his son had autism. It was quite natural for him to be anxious about his son marrying someone he had yet to meet. What work keeps Qinning so busy? Li Shuojuan inquired again. Li Shuo, uncertain, rubbed his forehead and decided to sidestep the topic. Dad, I'll talk to Qinning later tonight and try to arrange a time for us to meet in the next couple of days. You too? Dad, my phone is down to 1% battery. Please hold on while I charge it. Don't charge your phone while talking. Haven't I told you before? That phone of yours is quite old, and charging it while using it is dangerous. Last year, there was someone in the community whose phone exploded while playing games, injuring their hand. Let us not dwell on that. Remember to inform Ning Ning about our meeting, Li Shuojuan hurriedly reminded before abruptly ending the call. After the conversation concluded, Li Shuo glanced at his phone, now at 30% battery, feeling a twinge of guilt for exploiting his father's concern. It seemed he truly needed to find an opportunity to ask Bai Qinning if she could accompany him to meet Li Shuojuan, if only to ease the elder's worries. He reopened his writing software, but the thought of broaching the subject of meeting the parents with Bai Qinning made it impossible for him to concentrate. His typing speed noticeably slowed. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Li Shuo remained distracted while working on his manuscript. Suddenly, he heard a noise at the door. He quickly withdrew his hands from the keyboard and listened intently to the commotion outside. Was it already past 9? Had Bai Qinning finished work so early today? At that very moment, the perceptive Dazhong had leapt off the computer desk and dashed off to greet his mother. Bai Qinning entered. And as she reached the living room, Dazhong had already run from Li Shuo's room to her, nuzzling against her legs affectionately. Bai Qinning slightly bent down to scoop Dazhong into her arms, but her gaze was suddenly drawn to something on the coffee table. Recognizing it as a business card, she promptly approached it. Picking it up, she scrutinized the name printed on it, her brow furrowing slightly. You didn't throw this away? At that moment, Li Shuo exited his bedroom and noticed Bai Qinning holding the card, suddenly recalling that he had forgotten to dispose of it. Instinctively, he opened his mouth to say something, but Bai Qinning's striking and discerning eyes had already found him, prompting her to ask, Did you go out today? I stepped out for a bit. This card was given to me by a friend's cousin. I intended to throw it away but forgot just now. Li Shuo hastily explained. I see. Bai Qinning replied coolly, unexpectedly showing a burst of initiative as she walked to the trash can with the card in hand. Then I'll take care of it for you. With that, she crumpled the card and tossed it into the bin. Watching this unfold, Li Shuo felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort, yet he couldn't quite articulate why. Simultaneously, he pondered whether he should mention to Bai Qinning the idea of returning to meet his parents. Since they were married, it was vital for him to assume the role of a husband, and she should reciprocate by accompanying him to meet his family. But how should he broach the subject? Bai Qinning's hectic schedule seemed to leave her little time to meet her partner. Would she refuse his request for her to carve out time to meet his parents? Yet, given that she returned home early today, wouldn't she want to spend some time with her partner? Li Shuo had not yet determined how to initiate a conversation when Bai Qinning, cradling a large round object, began to retreat to her room. Fearing the loss of this rare opportunity, Li Shuo quickly called out, Miss Bai, wait. Bai Qinning halted, glancing back at him with a pleasant expression, as though anticipating his forthcoming words. Li Shuo, unequipped to engage in dialogue with his newlywed wife, felt a twinge of anxiety and hastily inquired, You finished work so early today. Don't you need to spend time with your partner? Unsure of how to proceed, he sought merely to find a topic to broach, hoping to glean some insight into Bai Qinning's relationship before asking when she might introduce him to her family. Bai Qinning, however, was nearly taken aback by Li Shuo's words, almost biting her tongue in disbelief. Her body stiffened, and her beautiful eyes narrowed into a dangerous glare directed at him. Accompanying her partner after work? Accompanying her new husband? Was Li Shuo audaciously demanding that she fulfill her wifely duties? A flush of crimson crept across her cheeks, a mixture of anger and embarrassment swirling within her. How dare he? How could he brazenly propose such a request? Chapter 18. This performance is not limited to the entertainment industry. The atmosphere grew tense and silent. Bai Qinning's face was as red as blood. She had not anticipated Li Shuo's audacity in presenting such an outrageous demand. After several moments of silence, just as Bai Qinning was preparing to unleash her fury, Li Shuo, misinterpreting her reticence as a reluctance to discuss personal matters, quickly said, If you're unwilling to share about your partner, I shall refrain from inquiring further. Bai Qinning, The ire she had been about to unleash subsided into confusion, leaving her staring blankly at Li Shuo. What partner? Hadn't Li Shuo just asked her to accompany him? After a moment of bewilderment, she finally managed to ask, "Are you referring to my partner? What do you mean by that?" The man standing before her, her new husband, was her only partner at present. Did Li Shuo perhaps think she had a secret lover? Yes. I intended to ask why you left work so early today and didn't spend time with your partner. If you have reservations and prefer not to discuss it, that's perfectly fine. Seeing Li Shuo approach the subject of her partner so casually, Bai Qinning fell silent, her expression hardening as her gaze turned icy. Recognizing the shift in the atmosphere, Li Shuo, still preoccupied with the notion of meeting her family, attempted to lighten the mood, continuing, "Miss Bai, I fully comprehend the nature of relationships such as yours. During the course of our marriage, I shall fulfill my role as a husband and assist you in managing familial expectations. If you find yourself finishing work early in the future, you may feel free to spend time with your partner. I will be sure to contact you should the need arise." His words seemed to drain him of energy, revealing the distance that still lingered between them. Bai Qinning suddenly realized that Li Shuo presumed her marriage stemmed from issues regarding her sexual orientation. What nonsense! She simply had a distaste for men lacking boundaries. It did not imply she would exclusively pursue women. Bai Qinning parted her lips, eager to clarify her position to Li Shuo. However, she pondered why she should hastily prove her sexual orientation to a man. She could only strive to suppress the urge to give Li Shuo a good beating and, with a stern expression, declared, "I will play the role of your wife well. Matters of a personal nature need not concern you." "All right, I shall refrain from asking further," Li Shuo replied, seizing the opportunity to inquire, "By the way, speaking of this, my father has called recently. He wishes to meet his daughter-in-law." At last, Li Shuo voiced his question. It was quite a challenge. Social anxiety, indeed, is ill-suited for marriage. Bai Qinning was momentarily taken aback by Li Shuo's abrupt change in topic. Her delicate face froze in surprise. Having just made her promise, she could only nod in bewilderment. "That is certainly not an issue. Since I have agreed to assume the role of a wife, accompanying Li Shuo to meet his parents is part of my responsibilities. When will you be free?" "I need to inform my father," Li Shuo asked anxiously, fully aware of Bai Qinning's busy schedule. "How about the day after tomorrow?" "Tomorrow? I will request a day off from work. I will notify the production team in advance to arrange for the director to schedule my supporting role for the day after," she replied. After all, having promised Li Shuo, she could not immediately use work as an excuse to evade the matter. When her parents wished to meet her partner in the future, Li Shuo must also cooperate, which Bai Qinning found quite fair. Seeing Bai Qinning agree so readily, Li Shuo finally smiled. "Great, then I shall trouble Miss Bai." It was the first time Li Shuo smiled so joyfully in front of Bai Qinning, his handsome visage momentarily leaving her a bit dazed. However, she quickly regained her composure, averting her gaze from him and turning her head away. "Since we are to meet your parents the day after tomorrow, you must stop calling me Miss Bai from now on. Refer to me by my name instead, lest it becomes evident that we are unfamiliar with one another." "Oh, all right," Li Shuo said, his body suddenly stiffening, even his neck tensing as he tried to utter, "Qinning." Bai Qinning unexpectedly found this man somewhat endearing and nodded in approval. "Next time, you may call me more naturally." "All right, you should rest early," Li Shuo said before returning to his room, feeling relieved. Although the process seemed somewhat perilous, he had successfully navigated the task of having his wife accompany him to meet his parents. Bai Qinning also returned to her room, embracing her plush toy, her demeanor returning to calm. Fortunately, Li Shuo was not genuinely demanding that she fulfill her wifely duties today. Otherwise, she would have surely put him in his place. The night passed peacefully. The next day, shortly after breakfast, Li Shuejuan's call came through to Li Shuo's phone. Li Shuejuan immediately inquired about the arrangements for meeting the parents. "Dad, I spoke with Qinning last night, and we agreed that tomorrow morning I will bring her to meet you," Li Shuo replied. "All right, sounds good. I will request a day off from my supervisor." Li Shuejuan finally smiled with satisfaction, though wary that his son might be deceiving him. He then added, "By the way, is Ning Ning with you? I haven't checked in on her." Li Shuo glanced at his wife across the table, who was sipping her milk. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to cover the receiver and quietly asked her, "Do you have a moment? My father would like to speak with you. He probably doesn't believe me." As Li Shuo's words fell, the girl's delicate, alabaster hand reached out, signaling him to pass her the phone. Bai Qinning took the device, brought it close to her ear, and smiled gently. "Dad, good morning, it's Qinning." Her voice was both polite and tender, her face adorned with a radiant smile. It seemed to Li Shuo that this was the first time he had witnessed her smile, akin to the thawing of ice and snow, the blooming of flowers, transforming the entire room into a vibrant garden, so bright it felt otherworldly. His heart skipped a beat, lamenting that as a novice writer, he was at a loss for words to adequately express the emotions of this moment. However, what was this demeanor of Bai Qinning's? Was she adeptly playing the role of a devoted wife? On the other end of the line, Li Shuo, upon hearing his dutiful daughter-in-law's greeting, quickly deduced that she must be a gentle and lovely girl, promptly responding with warmth, Ning, good morning. I hope that rascal has tea caused you any distress lately. Bai Qinning glanced at Li Shuo, her eyes reflecting sincerity. Not at all. Tomorrow morning, I'll go with him to see you and Mom. Her tone was imbued with genuine remorse. We should have visited you both earlier. It's just that I've been preoccupied with a pressing project, and I regret causing you concern. Growing up in a nurturing environment, Bai Qinning exhibited a natural grace, her acting skills seemingly innate. At that moment, she embodied the essence of a gentle and virtuous wife, a considerate daughter-in-law. This sudden transformation from a commanding presence to a soft and demure lady left Li Shuo momentarily stunned. Li Shuo, though initially somewhat perturbed, found all grievances dissipating in the warmth of the moment, replying with a smile, No worries, no worries. Today's youth face immense pressure at work, and my little Shuo cannot shoulder family responsibilities yet. I am truly grateful that you do not hold that against him. How could I blame you? He continued with kindness. Ning, what dishes do you fancy? Your mother and I will prepare them for you tomorrow. Bai Qinning replied softly, I'm not picky. I enjoy whatever you both cook. Although she was accustomed to a life of privilege and had rather discerning tastes, she would not impose her preferences on the elderly couple. Li Shuo, observing her smiling visage, felt inexplicably pleased. The scene before him was remarkably harmonious, as if the enchanting, gentle woman seated across from him were indeed his beautiful and gracious newlywed wife. Once the call concluded, however, his sweet and charming wife's expression rapidly cooled, her icy gaze abruptly pulling him back to reality. I will finish work early today, and we can go out to buy some gifts for your parents, she stated, her tone as neutral as if she were discussing a mundane task. Li Shuo simply responded, All right. Her acting prowess was such that it felt a shame she was not pursuing a career in the entertainment industry. As Bai Qinning departed for work, Li Shuo retreated to his room, isolating himself to write as usual. Perhaps because the prospect of meeting the parents had taken shape, he felt unburdened and focused. Today, he was in excellent spirits, his words flowing effortlessly, and within a couple of hours, he had composed over 6,000 words. By 9 in the morning, he had published the manuscript, completing half of his daily update. A few minutes later, a message from Shuo arrived on the Penguin platform. Old Shuo, after your guidance yesterday, I feel much clearer. I stayed up all night drafting a new book, and it feels fantastic. I'm about to start a new book. Remember to give me a chapter recommendation when the time comes. So you're already starting a new book? Don't you still have one that was just recommended? Are you planning to work on 2 at once? There's no need to rush. You could first focus on the one at hand, Li Shuo advised earnestly. Suyu's words were tinged with despair. Don't mention it. If I don't put in more effort, my later years will be bleak. Li Shuo immediately expressed concern. What happened? I haven't achieved much in these past few years. Today, my father made it clear that if I don't produce a successful book within 3 months, I must return home immediately to inherit a fortune. I must strive to avoid failure. Li Shuo remarked, Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humanity are seldom understood by one another. Meanwhile, in the Xiangfu community, Li Shuo was busily preparing lunch in the kitchen. A smile permanently etched on his face, the corners of his eyes crinkling with several new crow's feet from his cheerful demeanor over the morning. An hour ago, he had requested time off from work to spend with his beloved daughter-in-law. At that moment, Fong Lanying brought freshly picked green beans into the kitchen and, observing Li Shuo's joyful expression, decided to pour cold water on his enthusiasm. Don't be too happy just yet. This daughter-in-law of ours has been indecisive for so long about meeting us, she might not be very attractive. Earlier in the morning, Li Shuo had spoken on the phone with Li Shuo's wife, who was nearby listening. It was evident that she possessed good upbringing and temperament, and with the capability to purchase a property in Wuyuan Bay, her circumstances should be quite favorable. How, then, could she choose Li Shuo, who, despite his handsome appearance, possessed little else and was afflicted with mental health issues? There must be some significant flaw in her health or appearance for someone like her to marry him. However, Li Shuo was unconcerned. He poured the green beans Fong Lanying handed him into a basin to wash. No matter how unappealing, she is still my son's wife. The daughter-in-law of the Li family. As long as the two children have a good relationship and he is fond of her, it matters not how she looks. Besides, given my son Li Shua's circumstances, securing such a gentle wife is already commendable, particularly since his autism has shown significant improvement since their marriage. Regardless of her appearance, she will undoubtedly be a blessing for the Li family. By the way, we still have plenty of sausages at home. I should prepare some for her tomorrow. Li Shuejuan shook the water off his hands, dried them on his apron, and walked to the refrigerator to open the freezer. He took a few sausages from a bag, intending to place them in the refrigerator to thaw. They would be perfect for cooking for his daughter-in-law the next day. The sausages were a staple that Li Shuejuan made every year, and all of his children adored them. He was confident that his daughter-in-law would enjoy them as well. However, Fong Lanying was displeased. She immediately approached Li Shuejuan, clicked her tongue in disapproval, and said, "Are you not aware that Li Hao and Li Shu love your sausages the most? There wasn't much left to begin with. Why would you use it to entertain an outsider?" As Fong Lanying spoke, she reached for the sausage in Li Shuejuan's hand, saying, "Li Hao will soon be on summer break. We should save some for the children and not let it go to waste. Li Shua loves sausages too. When he returns, I'll prepare a few for him and his wife. How could that be considered waste?" Li Shuejuan, resolute, retorted and swiftly placed the sausages into the refrigerator before Fong Lanying's hand could reach them. "Oh, Li Shuejuan, how biased you are. Have you not considered how hard Li Hao and Li Shu work at school? The food outside is so unhealthy. Instead of saving the good food for the children, you plan to give it to outsiders. Not to mention Li Shua and his unsightly wife. Your son has already become an outsider himself, and he certainly won't be supporting you in the future. If the daughter-in-law has significant shortcomings, it may even drag our family down. Do you truly wish to treat them as family, indulging and courting them?" Fong Lanying harbored a deep disdain for Li Shua and his unattractive wife. She would prefer that the two families had no connection at all. Genuine hospitality was out of the question. Li Shuejuan found her incessant complaints maddening and even contemplated divorce. Yet, when he considered their two children still in school, he hesitated, unable to voice his thoughts, and simply continued washing vegetables in silence. Not to mention that divorce would hurt the children's feelings. If he were to speak up, Li Hao and Li Shu would surely blame him. He feared that if he did divorce, the children would resent him and distance themselves from him. Moreover, he worried that if he were no longer around, his younger siblings would disregard Li Shua as their brother. Thus, even for the sake of family integrity and the hope that Li Shua would have siblings to care for him, he could not utter the word divorce. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, Li Shua was still in his room typing away when a call from Bai Qinning interrupted him. "Bai Qinning." He quickly corrected himself, slightly taken aback. Was it already past 7? Had she finished work so early? He had thought Bai Qinning, working the morning shift, would be busy until 8 or 9. Bai Qinning had not forgotten the task of buying gifts for her in-laws. With her actor's poise, she felt compelled to portray the role of Li Shua's wife flawlessly. "Li Shua, I am currently in the underground parking lot. Please come down quickly so we can choose gifts for your parents together." "All right, I will be right down." Soon, Li Shua took the elevator down to the underground parking lot. As he walked towards the space Bai Qinning had mentioned, he spotted her from a distance beside an Audi. The young woman was tall and graceful, her knee-length white dress exuding elegance. A pale yellow bell-shape had adorned her head, with silky strands of hair cascading naturally onto her shoulders. The slightly oversized brim concealed much of her exquisite face, revealing only her fair chin, elegant and refined. Despite the unpleasant scent of the underground garage, as Li Shua approached her, he caught a whiff of her subtle lily fragrance. "Hurry up and get in the car." As he neared, Bai Qinning cast a frosty glance at Li Shua before turning to open the car door, abruptly shattering the beautiful tableau. "Li Shua, what a wonderful girl. Yet it is unfortunate that she possesses a rather sharp tongue." Chapter 20. Why does she seem to avoid me? After a journey of over half an hour, apart from Bai Qinning inquiring about Li Shua's family background, the two exchanged only a few words before falling into a silence. Bai Qinning's demeanor always exuded an air of icy aloofness, as long as she refrained from speaking. Even an introvert like Li Shua would not dare to break the silence. At 7:30 in the evening, they arrived at their destination. Bai Qinning expertly donned a mask before stepping out of the car, concealing even her chin, the only visible part of her face. Li Shua merely took note of this action without finding it peculiar. From his perspective, it was likely a precaution against being recognized by acquaintances, preferring minimal interaction. He himself dreaded encountering familiar faces when out and about, often feeling awkward and unsure of where to direct his gaze. Wishing he could blend into the background as if he were blind, ready to wield a cane at a moment's notice. As for Bai Qinning, her reticence did not stem from social anxiety. With her striking looks and figure, even a less than pleasant disposition would attract numerous advances from admirers. However, her preference for the same sex rendered such attention a considerable annoyance, akin to his own struggles with social discomfort. The elevator is over there. Let us first explore the first floor, Bai Qinning said, her tone neither warm nor cold, as she walked ahead. Li Shuo, accustomed to her demeanor, followed in silence. This was the largest shopping mall in Wuyuan Bay, featuring predominantly mid to high-end chain brands. The current hour marked a peak in foot traffic, bustling with energy. Naturally, Li Shuo was not fond of such crowded environments. He merely wished to accompany Bai Qinning as she swiftly selected her items so they could return home. After walking a short distance from the elevator, they arrived at a row of gold jewelry stores where attractive saleswomen were actively enticing customers at the entrance. Upon reaching the first store, Bai Qinning accepted a flyer from a sales assistant, glanced at the brand name, found it somewhat familiar, and stepped inside. Before Li Shuo could fully comprehend the situation, his wife had already entered, compelling him to follow suit. Initially, he had intended to casually purchase a small gift for his future mother-in-law, but the prices at the gold shop were exorbitant, often climbing into the thousands. Bai Qinning was clearly intent on selecting a piece of jewelry for her mother-in-law, phobe, which Li Shuo deemed unnecessary. He planned to reimburse her for the gift later, as he did not wish to present anything overly extravagant, especially considering that she did not regard him as a son. Unfortunately, the sales assistant was exceedingly enthusiastic, and before long, staff members brought the young couple hot water and chairs. The overly cordial service made him feel uncomfortable, rendering it difficult to suggest they leave. He could only stand beside her, hoping she might reconsider. Bai Qinning, however, was wholly focused on choosing a gift that her mother-in-law would appreciate, desiring to enhance her husband Li Shuo's standing in her eyes. This, after all, was a considerate gesture expected of a devoted wife. As for gold jewelry, she had little knowledge of it. Such items were typically favored by older generations. However, winning the favor of one's elders is quite simple. The style is secondary, as long as the gift carries enough weight. Thus, not long after entering the store, under the reluctant gaze of Li Shuo, his esteemed wife followed the sales assistants to the counter displaying gold bracelets and began her selection. Li Shuo stood aside, observing the most modest bracelet in the display case, priced at 6,000, and furrowed his brow. Yet, upon reflection, he considered that purchasing a less expensive gold bracelet for phobe might suffice. After all, if it lifted her spirits, it could reduce her frequent complaints about his father. Li Shuejuan. Bai Qinning was uncertain about her mother-in-law phobe's preferences and was unsure which style to choose. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Li Shuo for guidance. Li Shuo, which one do you think would suit your mother best? Without hesitation, Li Shuo pointed to the thinnest bracelet. This one. My mother prefers simplicity, and this is just a circle, perfect for her. Bai Qinning, often a bit befuddled, paused to digest his response. Gradually realizing that he might have intentionally suggested the least expensive option to spare her from overspending. This one is too thin. It may easily lose its shape. I think I should buy a sturdier one, she decided, opting not to consult Li Shuo further. Delicately, she pointed out several bracelets ranging from 20 to 30,000 and said to the sales assistant, "Please show me these." Though she couldn't present something overly inexpensive. Given Li Shuo's family background, she also couldn't afford something excessively lavish. During a phone call with her father-in-law, Li Shuejuan, the previous day, she had hinted that she was merely a busy working professional who scarcely had time to meet her own parents. A bracelet in the range of 20 to 30,000 would be just right. Showcasing her sincerity as a daughter-in-law without leading her in-laws to believe she was extravagant or incapable of managing finances. Very well, I shall fetch these for you right away. You are indeed fortunate, sir, to have such a devoted wife who puts so much thought into selecting gifts for her mother-in-law, the sales assistant remarked. Affirming Bai Qinning's current role as a wife, this validation immediately reinforced her performance in this new role. However, Li Shuo remained silent for a while, turning his head to observe her, seemingly with a hint of pride, as if to ask, "Do you not agree?" While he was contemplating how to extricate Bai Qinning from the situation, he noticed her expectant gaze, clearly awaiting his affirmation. Ah, yes, he thought. wanting to express that there was no need to spend so much. Yet, his wife had already turned away and was diligently selecting her choices. Resigned, Li Shuo decided to play along and purchase a more expensive item for Fong Lanying, believing that this would at least soften her attitude towards his wife, ultimately sparing Bai Qinning from unnecessary troubles. As for the expenditure on the gift, whether it was 6,000 or several tens of thousands, he would repay her in due time. Perhaps when selecting gifts for Bai Qinning's parents in the future, he could reciprocate with similarly priced gifts. It might even need to be a bit more costly. Although Bai Qinning appeared to embody the struggles of a working professional, Li Shuo sensed an elegance within her that suggested she had not been shaped by an ordinary family background. Her original upbringing must have been quite respectable, certainly superior to his own. He suddenly felt a surge of pressure, hoping that by the time he met Bai Qinning's parents, his novel earnings would be sufficiently substantial. Otherwise, he would have to rely on his wife to cover the cost of gifts for his in-laws. At that moment, Bai Qinning had already selected 2 bracelets from a variety of options, feeling somewhat perplexed. She turned to Li Shuo for assistance, saying, "Li Shuo, please help me choose between these 2. Upon hearing his wife's plea, Li Shuo immediately leaned in, confidently pointing to the more affordable bracelet priced at 25,000. This one, with its intricate carvings, she will surely adore. As his words lingered in the air, a delicate fragrance enveloped him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Realizing he had drawn too close to her, Bai Qinning, deeply focused on selecting a gift, had not noticed the proximity until she turned her head and remarked, "Didn't you say Mom prefers simplicity?" In that instant, Li Shuo's rationality triumphed over instinct. He swiftly retreated, creating distance between them. Bai Qinning, realizing his sudden withdrawal, belatedly acknowledged how close they had been. The next moment, she paused, observing the man who had distanced himself from her, feeling an unfamiliar and peculiar sensation stir within her. She could not articulate what this feeling was, but it left her somewhat unsettled. Chapter 21. Li Shuo, how embarrassing. Who will rescue me? Li Shuo's actions left the staff and customers of the shop, who had been discreetly observing the charming couple, utterly astonished. They began to question whether this tall, ethereal girl was indeed unattractive enough to provoke such avoidance from her husband. After all, it was uncommon for a couple like Li Shuo and Bai Qinning, who were already married yet still unfamiliar with each other, to exhibit such behavior. Furthermore, Li Shuo was known to be quite socially anxious. Ultimately, Bai Qinning chose not to heed Li Shuo's suggestion, driven by a sense of rebellion, opting for another bracelet instead. For reasons unknown, she simply refused to accept his advice. After paying, she even forgot to collect her handbag, leaving the store with only the gift box in hand. Perhaps it was the impending arrival of her menstrual cycle that caused her sudden irritability. That must be it. As Bai Qinning exited the store, she quickly sought a justification for her melancholy, despite the fact that her cycle was still 10 days away. Li Shuo, accustomed to Bai Qinning's aloof demeanor, failed to recognize that he had upset her. He took the handbag from the staff and followed closely behind her, noticing that she seemed to revert to a silent state. He held the bag awkwardly without offering it back, silently accompanying her. It was not until they reached the 3rd floor via the elevator that he finally inquired, "What are we buying now? If you plan to purchase something excessively extravagant, I can offer a heads up." His father was notoriously frugal, having even given up smoking years ago to save on household expenses. Thus, if they were to acquire something particularly expensive and impractical, it might not bring joy. Li Shuejuan is not Fong Lanying. If he were to see a young couple, clearly not well off, purchasing items worth several tens of thousands, it would be difficult for him to feel at ease. Unless he were to earn substantial money and could afford a grand villa, the situation would be quite different. Bai Qinning had nearly regulated her emotions and pointed to a shop a few meters ahead. "Did you not mention that your father enjoys tea? Let us buy him some tea leaves so he can enjoy them during his drives. A practical parent like him would surely appreciate a more utilitarian gift." Li Shuo paused, somewhat taken aback. He had merely mentioned in passing during their car ride that his father brought a bottle of tea to stave off drowsiness while driving. Yet she had remembered it and shared his sentiments. "I believe my father would indeed cherish such a gift." Li Shuo finally smiled in agreement with his wife's choice. "Then let us proceed." Bai Qinning had come to terms with the fact that Li Shuo's earlier avoidance of her in the jewelry store had indeed hurt her feelings. That had been his instinctive reaction, not a calculated move to provoke her. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that she too had guarded herself against him. Had the roles been reversed, she would have instinctively recoiled as well, thus evening the scales. This distance between them could be beneficial. It allowed both to maintain a sense of autonomy. Overall, Li Shuo was quite a commendable partner for marriage. She even began to contemplate that. As long as Li Shuo was willing, extending the duration of their marriage was not out of the question. After all, having spent this much time together, she had not found him displeasing. Bai Qinning, having a fair bit of knowledge about tea, quickly selected a few well-reviewed varieties in the shop and had the staff wrap them for checkout. The 3 types of tea were not inexpensive, totaling over 6,000 yuan. Upon exiting the store, Li Shuo pondered whether such fine tea would spoil his father's palate, leading him to crave it in the future. What if his earnings fell short of providing for his father's tea needs? Bai Qinning seemed to sense his concerns and remarked, "These tea leaves should last at least 3 to 5 months. Once your father finishes them, I will purchase more, as a gesture of goodwill from me as his daughter-in-law." With the notion of extending their marital relationship in mind, Bai Qinning felt it was necessary to demonstrate her goodwill towards Li Shuo. While she could not fulfill the emotional duties expected of a wife or cater to certain personal needs, she could certainly excel in other areas. As for his needs, Bai Qinning believed she could agree to him seeking personal fulfillment outside their marriage. Li Shuo found Bai Qinning's perspective disconcerting. After all, they could easily divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau a month later. Why was she contemplating matters 3 to 5 months down the line? Feeling pressured in their communication, Li Shuo refrained from voicing his thoughts. In any case, Bai Qinning was likely more eager than he to terminate their marital ties. She would seek a divorce whenever convenient. Without needing his reminders, after their shopping, the young couple proceeded to the 3rd floor to take the elevator down to the parking lot on the basement level. At this hour, many individuals are making their way home. As 2 people entered the elevator, a group rushed in just as the doors were about to close, filling the already cramped space. On the 3rd floor, where a plethora of restaurants reside, it was evident these newcomers had just concluded a meeting, with several men exhibiting signs of inebriation, inadvertently crowding next to Li Shuo and Bai Qinning. To shield Bai Qinning from unnecessary contact with these individuals, Li Shuo instinctively assumed the role of a protective husband. He swiftly positioned himself between her and the encroaching men, creating a barrier with his body against the elevator wall. The influx of people pressed them even closer together, allowing Bai Qinning to distinctly feel the warmth of Li Shuo's breath against her neck, sending shivers down her spine. She longed to push him away, but feared drawing attention with excessive movement. She simply lowered her head, letting her face, obscured by a mask, gradually heat up. Li Shuo had already taken note of their awkward proximity. Unfortunately, the elevator was too crowded, and he could only awkwardly maintain his grip on the items he was carrying, striving to avoid any physical contact with her. The situation was undeniably awkward, leaving him unsure of where to direct his gaze. He silently pleaded for an escape. Suddenly, a man behind him remarked, "Wow, Bai Mugu is filming in Lu City." There was no denying her striking beauty. She truly embodied the essence of a top-tier star. The photo taken by a passerby made her appear ethereal. This mention of Mugu immediately piqued the interest of most young men in the elevator, who turned to catch a glimpse. Even those who were not fans of Bai Mugu recognized her as the renowned beauty. The mention of a celebrity sparked curiosity, and many glanced toward the man holding the phone. Li Shuo, already struggling to find a suitable place to look, feigned interest in the commotion, turning his head in an attempt to ease the tension between himself and Bai Qinning. Just as Li Shuo pivoted, he felt a gentle tug on the hem of his clothing. Startled, he turned to find Bai Qinning gazing up at him. Redirecting his attention, she promptly inquired, "Did you press the floor button when we came in?" Since Li Shuo was unaware of her identity, there was no need for him to be informed. After all, they had only spent a few days together, and she had yet to fully decipher his character. Maintaining her vigilance was essential, given Li Shuo's nature. Venturing out was not a simple task, and if she could avoid detection this time, he would likely not uncover her identity anytime soon. "Oh, someone has already pressed it," Li Shuo replied, a hint of confusion crossing his features. He found Bai Qinning's question somewhat superfluous, as at least half of the individuals taking the elevator down at this hour were likely headed to the parking lot. Naturally, he refrained from vocalizing his thoughts. As the elevator reached the ground floor, the man with the phone bid farewell to his companions and hurriedly exited the elevator. They had been drinking and were awaiting a designated driver. Upon exiting the elevator, one of the men belatedly realized and turned unsteadily to glance at the closed elevator doors, exclaiming, "Damn, did I just hear my beloved Mu Ji's voice?" He was a devoted fan of Bai Mugu and had rushed to see the photos of her earlier. Others nearby laughed, teasing, "You claim you're not drunk, yet you're hearing things. That stunning girl has a boyfriend. Didn't you say your Mugu is indifferent to men?" How could she possibly be in a relationship, especially in such a public setting? Upon entering the elevator, he had noticed the beautiful girl immediately and intended to strike up a conversation, only to find her boyfriend shielding her protectively. Not only did he fail to make his move, but he also inadvertently consumed a dose of dog food. Indeed, it seemed he was quite intoxicated to the point of delusion. How could his goddess Mu Gu be dating? She was far too busy with work, having no time for leisurely outings. He slapped his forehead in frustration. Later that evening, Shuo and Bai Qinning returned to their home, already past 9 o'clock. Considering their meeting with her in-laws the next day, Bai Qinning excused herself to her room for a beauty sleep. Shuo, however, stayed up a bit longer, sitting at his desk to finalize the manuscript he intended to submit the following day before retiring to bed. The night passed without incident. The next morning, after breakfast, Bai Qinning mentioned her desire to apply some makeup and sequestered herself in her room. It became evident that whether one is an ordinary person or a stunning beauty, the time spent preparing to go out is invariably excruciating. Shuo published his novel, which exceeded 10,000 words, and even engaged in a nearly half-hour conversation with Yu, yet there was no sign of movement from the room. Growing somewhat distracted, he pondered whether to check on Bai Qinning. This girl was undeniably beautiful. Even without makeup, she could captivate many, so why was she so meticulous today? In the chat window, Yu, having finished discussing his book, sent another message. By the way, Shuo, could you give my sister a call? I'm being driven crazy by her. This girl keeps coming over to ask for your address. I'm not particularly free either. Besides writing, I have to help keep an eye out for my grandfather's long-lost friend's son. My father said that if I manage to resolve this, he won't to interfere with my writing. If I can actually help that family find their son, which has been missing for 51 years, it would be a tremendous favor to the Li family, and the Su family would truly benefit immensely. The Li group is among the wealthiest families, rivaling the Bai family in influence. The Su family's rise to fortune was also thanks to my maternal grandfather's acquaintance with the Li family patriarch, who once casually granted a favor, which ultimately led to the Su family amassing millions in assets. Yu felt somewhat overwhelmed by the matters concerning Su Ran and Shuo and hoped the two could resolve their issues independently. A significant reason for Su Ran's pursuit of Shuo lay in his striking looks and charm, which ignited her desire for conquest. Old Shuo, when you have a moment, please make a call to my sister from the public phone booth. Be a bit harsh in your words to help her let go. Oh, I accidentally misplaced her contact information and cannot reach her by phone. Shuo feels uncomfortable admitting that he discarded it, especially since she is Su Yu's cousin. Yu noted that it was nearly 9 o'clock and getting late. He greeted Shuo before shutting down his computer. After spending 2 minutes mentally preparing himself, he finally left his room, intending to remind Bai Qinning to leave early. Bai Qinning had already risen from her vanity. Glancing back at her reflection in the mirror, she wore a white-collared, short-sleeved shirt paired with a delicate yellow skirt, accentuated by a coffee-colored belt that highlighted her slender waist, radiant yet elegantly composed. Her makeup for the day was sure to align with her in-law's vision of the ideal daughter-in-law. A change in style might even prevent the elderly from recognizing her. Although Li Shuejuan's age group was not her primary fan base, her fame was such that she could easily be recognized from posters seen in various places. Caution was warranted. Shuo stood at the threshold of his wife's room, hesitating whether to knock, when suddenly the door swung open from the inside. Bai Qinning, taken aback by the unexpected presence at the door, nearly collided with Shuo. Thankfully, she reacted swiftly, bending backward just in time, her figure poised gracefully. She lifted her charming face, long lashes framing her startled eyes, reflecting the handsome visage of the man before her. The breathtaking beauty, both familiar and foreign, captivated Shuo momentarily, causing him to forget to step aside. In the brief time apart, Bai Qinning seemed to have transformed entirely. Her once cold and sharp gaze had softened considerably. Had the color of her irises changed? A small beauty mark at the corner of her eye added a touch of vulnerability that drew his attention. Shuo, perplexed, felt his heart skip a beat. Bai Qinning, under his intense scrutiny, felt a blush rise on her fair cheeks and quickly turned her head, asking, "Have you seen enough?" "Oh, I'm sorry." Shuo finally snapped back to reality, stepping aside but unable to resist stealing another glance at her. Did she always have that beauty mark? Bai Qinning found his reaction somewhat gratifying as the flush on her face faded. Noticing his confusion, she calmly replied, "Your parents must prefer a gentle and composed daughter-in-law. I assured them I would meet their expectations. As for the mark by my eye, it's simply to avoid being recognized by your parents." Li Shuo appreciated Bai Qinning's thoughtful planning. Usually, her expression exuded an aura that deterred strangers, cold as a glacier, making even proximity feel frigid. In summer, one needn't turn on the air conditioning. Sitting beside her was enough to bring a refreshing chill. A change in style would be beneficial, sparing his father from catching a cold during their visit. Chapter 23. A formal meeting with the in-laws. The distance between Wuyuan Bay and Xiangfu Garden was not far. Merely a 30-minute drive. Li Shua's residence is one of the earliest developed neighborhoods in Luqing. After more than 2 decades of transformation, it has evolved into a dilapidated old district. The community lacks an underground parking facility, so the couple parked their car in a temporary lot beside the neighborhood and walked in together. Bai Qinning, adhering to her usual practice, donned a mask. Yet it could not conceal the grace emanating from her presence. Together, they appeared to be a perfect match, exuding charm and elegance. At this time, many elderly ladies in the neighborhood had finished their breakfast and were leisurely strolling with their grandchildren in small groups. Upon noticing Li Shuo with the strikingly beautiful young woman by his side, their faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief. An elderly lady with curly hair, cradling her grandchild, approached Li Shuo and, for the first time, took the initiative to greet him. Previously, they regarded Li Shuo as a reclusive individual, indifferent to social interactions. But now they felt compelled to inquire and gossip. The neighborhood's gossip network had already spread the news that Li Shuo had become a son-in-law, reportedly catering to a wife who could not care for herself, even enduring his mother-in-law's ridicule. Now, witnessing the fair-skinned and beautiful woman beside Li Shuo, they found it hard to believe she could be his wife. Li Shuo was taken aback by the unexpected greeting from the elderly lady and, spotting a wave of other ladies approaching, felt increasingly uneasy, his social anxiety flaring up. As he hesitated, a soft arm unexpectedly linked with his own. Bai Qinning, with a hand around Li Shuo's arm and her eyes curving into a delightful arc, greeted, "Hello, everyone. I am Li Shuo's wife, Qinning. Is this your grandchild? How adorable." The crowd fell silent for a few seconds, taken aback by Li Shuo's charming and gracious wife, until the leading elderly lady finally responded. "Ah, our little Shuo is fortunate to have found such a beautiful bride as Qinning," she said with a smile, though her heart ached with envy. She had a son, already 32, still struggling to find a partner, a university student no less. How could this foolish lad, Li Shuo, be so fortunate as to marry such a stunning and gracious woman? Truly, it seemed like divine favoritism was blind. "Ladies, I must hurry to see my parents. I will chat with you later." Bai Qinning waved to the group of elderly ladies and gently pulled her now stiff husband away. Once they had distanced themselves, Li Shuo felt a wave of relief and gratitude towards Bai Qinning. It was fortunate to have her by his side. Otherwise, he feared he would still be ensnared in the throng of elderly ladies. Watching the couple depart, the envious elderly ladies began to murmur among themselves. Li Shuo's wife is polite and possesses grace, yet her face must not be that appealing. Otherwise, she wouldn't need to wear a mask to conceal it. Surely, there must be some flaw, or how could Li Shuo be so lucky? They were convinced of this, recalling how Li Shuo's mother, Feng Lanying, had remarked that her son's partner was not particularly attractive. As Bai Qinning prepared to retract her hand from Li Shuo's arm, they unexpectedly crossed paths with Li Shuejuan, who had just come downstairs. He was on his way to pick up his son and daughter-in-law when he caught sight of his son with a young lady and gasped in astonishment. "The strikingly beautiful young woman is his daughter-in-law?" "Dad," Li Shuo said, leading Bai Qinning closer. "This is Qinning." Bai Qinning promptly removed her mask and greeted Li Shuejuan with a smile. "Dad." Upon seeing his daughter-in-law's stunning face, Li Shuejuan nearly lost his composure. He had initially expected his daughter-in-law to be rather plain, but to his surprise, she was not only attractive but exceptionally so. Her demeanor appeared gentle, suggesting a sweet temperament. Yet, she seemed oddly familiar. "Dad, Nining is greeting you," Li Shuo prompted, bringing Li Shuejuan back to reality. He quickly responded with a smile. "Ah, Nining, I apologize. Come. Let us head upstairs. Your mother is already waiting for you." As they ascended, Li Shuejuan noticed the items Li Shuo was carrying and frowned, saying, "Nining, you shouldn't have brought so many things next time. Just treat this place as your home." The items clearly represented a considerable expense, and he felt it was unnecessary for his son to trouble his daughter-in-law with such burdens. Li Qinning replied, "Dad, this is merely a token of my affection. In the future, I will join Li Shuo in honoring you. Just consider me your daughter." Li Shuejuan felt deeply touched, overwhelmed with gratitude. Recognizing how fortunate the Li family was to have such a thoughtful and beautiful daughter-in-law, Li Shuo, standing nearby, could not help but admire Bai Qinning's remarkable acting skills. If she pursued a career in the film industry, she would undoubtedly overshadow any so-called goddesses like Shuo. Before long, they arrived in the living room. Fong Lanying was seated on the sofa, snacking on sunflower seeds. Hearing the commotion, she slowly rose to her feet. As Li Xuejuan entered with Li Shuo and Bai Qinning, she looked up and was momentarily stunned by the sight of the young woman beside her son. Is this really Li Shuo's wife? How could she be so breathtaking? Surprisingly, it was Bai Qinning who regained her composure first. Glancing at the sunflower seeds on the coffee table, her smile slightly distant as she politely greeted Fong Lanying, Mom. The address snapped Fong Lanying back to reality. Ah, you are. Nining. She could hardly believe that this remarkable young woman, who seemed more than suitable for her son Li Hao, was in fact Li Shuo's wife. Bai Qinning smiled gently, presenting a gift to Fong Lanying. Yes. I am Li Shuo's newlywed wife, and this is for you. Fong Lanying accepted the gift, noticing the gilded characters spelling Huaxia Gold on the box, the weight of it making her warmth and enthusiasm surge. Oh, my dear, you shouldn't have gone to such expense. Please, have a seat. What do you like to eat? I'll prepare something for you for lunch. Li Shuo is indeed a fortunate young man to have married such a remarkable wife. Fong Lanying felt a mix of envy and bitterness, yet she forced a cheerful demeanor. Soon, taking advantage of the moment to serve her son and daughter-in-law some water, she slipped into the kitchen to open the gift box. Upon discovering the heavy gold bracelet inside, her emotions swirled in turmoil. What a pity. If only this girl had married Li Hao instead. How much better her fate would have been if she had encountered her son, Li Hao, rather than Li Shuo. Fong Lanying served tea as the family gathered in the living room for a conversation. Li Xuejuan inquired briefly about Bai Qinning's family circumstances. Bai Qinning mentioned that her father worked as a minor employee at the Bai Group in Kyoto, earning a relatively stable salary, while her mother worked as a housekeeper. She herself was employed at a subsidiary of the Bai Group in Luqing, also enjoying a steady income. After listening to her, Fong Lanying felt a sense of relief. At least this girl was not a wealthy heiress. Otherwise, she would have regretted not bringing her son back sooner to meet Bai Qinning. Unfortunately, Qinning's parents were not in Luqing, but she planned to take a few days off in the near future to visit them in Kyoto. Although her daughter-in-law stated that her parents had approved of the marriage, Li Xuejuan still felt it would be impolite not to visit. Dad, my father is even busier than I am, and my mother is working as a housekeeper. You are also busy earning a living. Once everyone has the time, I will invite them over to meet, she explained. Her father managed the entire Bai Group and was indeed very busy. The times he had urged her to marry had been through her mother, who was at her older brother's home playing with her grandson. She had not yet discussed the marriage. It would be better to wait until her mother could fly over again to be forthright. Li Shuo rarely participated actively in the conversation, but he chimed in to support his wife. I will take care of meeting the in-laws, Dad. You need not worry about these matters. But you two shouldn't delay too long, Li Xuejuan replied. In truth, Li Xuejuan did not have much time either, being financially constrained. If the in-laws were indeed busy, postponing the meeting was acceptable. By then, he might have saved a bit. At least enough to treat them to a meal at a nice hotel. He took out his phone and opened WeChat. By the way, I haven't informed your grandparents about your marriage yet. They should have time now, so I will video call them. Li Xuejuan often video called his grandparents, but many times they claimed to be too busy to answer. Furthermore, the elderly couple did not particularly favor their son, often ignoring him, which is why he had not been in contact with them for nearly 6 months. Now that Li Shuo was getting married, Li Xuejuan felt it was necessary to notify his grandparents, allowing his daughter-in-law to meet them. He scrolled to his grandmother's WeChat and initiated a video call. However, the call did not connect successfully. It was at that moment that Li Xuejuan realized he had been added to his mother's blacklist. Chapter 24. Urging to procreate C. I told you their whole family has prospered and no longer wants to acknowledge you as their poor son. Fong Lanying's mood darkened further upon witnessing Li Xuejuan being blacklisted. His expression was already grim, and fearing that the family atmosphere might adversely affect his daughter-in-law's impression of them. He quickly clarified, perhaps the elderly simply misclicked due to poor eyesight. Fong Lanying disregarded this, for Bai Qinning was Li Shuo's wife, not related to their family. She was indeed dissatisfied with her mother-in-law's family and retorted, what poor eyesight? Your mother knows exactly what she is doing. Your brother owns several properties worth millions in Haiqing, and his children are quite accomplished. either graduating from prestigious universities or stepping into prominent enterprises. Regarding the twin sons of Li Qingkai, both graduated from prestigious universities and were promptly recruited by two of the leading conglomerates. One joined the Li Shi Group, while the other was absorbed into the subsidiary of the Bai Shi Group in the bustling metropolis. It is rumored that their annual salaries start at no less than $1 million. As their experience grows, earning several million a year will become an effortless reality. The younger son is, in fact, affiliated with the same group as Bai Qinning and her father. However, Bai Qinning mentioned that both she and her father hold rather inconspicuous positions within the company, rendering Fang Lanying disinterested in forging any connection with Bai Qinning. It is conceivable that at some point, they might approach her for assistance, seeking help from her elder son, which would only complicate matters. Naturally, the entire family of her elder son is unwilling to associate with them. The elder daughter, during her university years, began dating a young man from a relatively distant affluent family, which has garnered some recognition. Hence, it appears that Li Qingkai's family is on the brink of prosperity, with fortunes rising for all. Oh, but not for her. She has been left entirely in the shadows. Fang Lanying turned to Li Shuejuan beside her. Why should your parents enjoy a comfortable life with the younger son, while they have no desire to rely on you? The eldest son, who merely drags them down like a burdensome baggage. It was only after marrying Li Shuejuan that Fang Lanying realized how little affection the eldest son received at home, and she began to hear various, perhaps untrue, rumors concerning him. After the marriage, the couple was promptly pushed out to establish their own household, without any financial support for purchasing a home, a place where she had contributed an additional $10,000. During her confinement after giving birth to their two children, it was Li Shuejuan who attended to her, while her in-laws showed no interest in even paying a visit, claiming they were too busy caring for their grandchildren in Haiqing. Was her younger son's child a grandchild, while her own was not? She harbored grievances against her in-laws. If they prosper without her, their downfall is inevitable. Li Shuejuan had been neglected by his family for years, and being reticent by nature, he struggled to find excuses to defend his parents, fearing his wife's disapproval, leaving him visibly distressed. Yet, Fang Lanying persisted, intending to continue her tirade. When I gave birth to Li Hao, Fang Lanying, can you please be silent? Li Shuejuan could no longer contain his frustration and shot her a fierce glance, his voice cold. He was generally mild-mannered and rarely raised his voice. However, today, having just discovered that he had been blocked by his own mother, he was unwilling for his wife to learn too much about the family's embarrassing matters, leading to this rare display of anger. Fang Lanying was well aware of his temperament. She could scold him endlessly, yet if he ever truly erupted in anger, even a mere glare would suggest he could be capable of unspeakable acts. Not just Fang Lanying, but even Bai Qinning, who was unprepared for such a reaction, was taken aback. Nevertheless, she could empathize with her father-in-law's current state. After all, being blocked by one's own mother is distressing, especially with her as a daughter-in-law present while Fang Lanying continued to air family grievances. Li Shuo sensed the atmosphere in the house growing tense and gently touched Li Shuejuan's arm. Dad, please don't let your anger harm your health. Grandma may have inadvertently blocked you, but she will surely realize it and reinstate you later. Li Shuo's palm was slightly sweaty, as comforting others proved to be quite a challenge for him. Indeed, my grandfather frequently places me on his blacklist, and I currently remain ensnared in it. It is quite normal for the elder to exhibit such minor temperaments. Bai Qinning is not typically one to offer consolation. It is remarkable that she has chosen to do so today. Her grandfather's act of blacklisting her is not mere fiction. Due to work commitments, she seldom returns home, and after she declines to visit upon receiving a WeChat message from him, she finds herself in the blacklist by the time she next inquires about his well-being. Li Shuejuan was taken aback to discover that his daughter-in-law, who was so thoughtful, could also be subjected to such treatment, and he felt a twinge of regret for his earlier outburst. Ningning, I am truly sorry. Today should have been a joyful family gathering, and instead, I have embarrassed you, he expressed, remorseful that his daughter-in-law was met with the disarray of his household. Bai Qinning shook her head. How could that be? I am genuinely delighted to see you and my parents. Though her words conveyed happiness, they lacked any intention of comforting Fang Lanying. From the moment she stepped inside, she harbored a distaste for her mother-in-law, especially after witnessing Fang Lanying's disregard for Li Shuo and her father-in-law's sentiments during her outburst, which extinguished any goodwill she might have felt. Fang Lanying felt deeply wronged. She merely spoke some home truths, yet Li Shuejuan chastised her in front of the younger generation, leaving her feeling utterly disrespected. Were it not for the gold bracelet Bai Qinning presented her today, she would have stormed out to return to her parental home. How exasperating it was to be with a man who did not appreciate her. After this minor upheaval, the household swiftly returned to normalcy. Li Shuejuan momentarily set aside thoughts of his parents and prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome his son and daughter-in-law. The family enjoyed the lunch considerably. Bai Qinning had intended to assist in the kitchen with the dishes, but was promptly shooed away by her father-in-law, who insisted that his busy daughter-in-law deserved a day of rest, not chores. Li Shuejuan initially planned to send his son out to keep Bai Qinning company. But Fang Lanying was the first to remove her apron, stating, "It would not be appropriate to leave Ningning alone in the living room. I shall keep her company." With that, she exited the kitchen. Li Shuo and his father exchanged silent glances, deciding to let Fang Lanying be, as long as she did not create further disturbances. Fang Lanying intended to engage Bai Qinning in pleasant conversation, yet the more she observed this remarkable young woman, the more uneasy she felt. Believing that someone as exceptional as Bai Qinning should not be with Li Shuo. Surely, there must be some underlying issue. For a woman, the gravest concern is the inability to bear children. Contemplating this, Fang Lanying began to rationalize Bai Qinning's choice of partner. A woman unable to conceive, regardless of her merits, finds few men willing to accept her. Bai Qinning, coming from a modest background rather than being a pampered heiress, would likely face rejection from her in-laws were she to marry into another family. Thus, the only option would be to marry into the family, and Li Shuo, being handsome, seemed a suitable choice. If she were unable to bear children in the future, it would be easy to place the blame on this naive young man. Ningning, when do you and Xiao Shuo plan to have children? Fang Lanying inquired with the faade of a doting mother eager for grandchildren, smiling as she addressed Bai Qinning. Bai Qinning was gracefully sipping her tea when Fang Lanying unexpectedly posed a question that nearly caused her to spit out the beverage. Chapter 25. Li Shuo, of course. I understand such matters. Having a child with Li Shuo? What kind of child? She was not inclined towards that at all. Both she and Li Shuo were still young. There was no hurry to have children. Bai Qinning set down her cup and replied politely. Was it that there was no urgency? Or was it that Li Shuo was simply ignorant of such matters? Fang Lanying pointed to her own head, her meaning unmistakable. Was it possible that Li Shuo lacked understanding of the intimate dynamics between spouses? She suspected that Bai Qinning would use this as an excuse to subtly criticize Li Shuo, claiming he was unaware. Fang Lanying also believed that Li Shuo was indeed clueless. Being on the autism spectrum, he often reacted intensely and withdrew at the slightest touch. He had grown up without much interaction with women, and even if this girl were to boldly approach him, he might very well toss her off the bed. Though Bai Qinning was as composed as a glacier, she was still an inexperienced young woman and found it difficult to engage in such discussions as openly as Fang Lanying did. Her expression began to falter, and she lifted her teacup once more to mask her discomfort, stating that this was a private matter between her and Li Shuo and not suitable for discussion. She and Li Shuo were entirely innocent. How could she possibly know his capabilities? Li Shuo's mother was indeed too intrusive. Inquiring whether her son and daughter-in-law had shared a bed, Bai Qinning felt offended, had it not been for her regard for Li Shuo and Li Shuejuan. She might have already splashed the contents of her cup in Fang Lanying's face. Fang Lanying, being a seasoned individual, could discern the subtle cues despite Bai Qinning's efforts to conceal them. So, they had yet to share a bed? Ningning, is it you who finds our little Shuo undesirable as a bedfellow, or is it him? Speak to your mother, if necessary. I can teach him what he ought to do today. She secretly hoped to hear that Bai Qinning was disdainful of Li Shuo. Feeling a tinge of discomfort that her son had married such a beautiful wife, Bai Qinning was taken aback, observing Fang Lanying's increasingly boundaryless demeanor. She saw no maternal concern in her clumsy performance, only a sense of distaste, and she struggled to refrain from splashing water on her face. Did she truly need to involve herself in Bai Qinning's affairs? No, she did not require Fang Lanying's oversight regarding her relationship with Li Shuo. Sensing the answer Fang Lanying wished to hear, she defiantly stated, Li Shuo is not completely ignorant. He understands a great deal, although he may seem like a closed book. He is far superior to those men without boundaries. His cooking is more delicious than mine, and the round dumplings he raises are even more affectionate towards him. Bai Qinning harbored serious doubts about whether Fang Lanying was truly Li Shuo's mother. It was no wonder he had been so indifferent when selecting gifts yesterday. His mother was indeed a piece of work. Fang Lanying had initially expected to hear Bai Qinning express disdain for Li Shuo but was taken aback by her fierce defense of him. She realized that her daughter-in-law's temperament was not as docile as she had presumed, and hesitated to inquire further. Opening her mouth, she could only manage a forced smile, saying, "As long as you understand." Just then, Li Shuo and his father emerged from the kitchen, finally noticing the tense atmosphere between Bai Qinning and Fang Lanying. As if their conversation had reached an impasse, Bai Qinning was indeed distracted by Fang Lanying. And after engaging in conversation with Li Shuejuan for a while in the living room, she expressed her desire to leave to Li Shuo. Li Shuo, sensing her mood and considering that the little white rabbit might be weary from the prolonged icy demeanor, concocted an excuse to notify his parents and took Bai Qinning away. Li Shuejuan, who merely wished to become acquainted with his daughter-in-law, was not verbose and did not want to encroach upon the young couple's time excessively. He only saw them off downstairs as they departed. Fang Lanying, recognizing that Bai Qinning did not hold her in high regard, refrained from making any overtures. She was not a wealthy heiress, after all, to throw her weight around after just a few inquiries. In the living room, she made a sarcastic remark and then took out her phone, intending to call Li Hao and Li Shu. She often reminded her son, Li Hao, not to engage in casual romances at school, advising him to wait until he was more mature and had established himself in a higher social echelon to find a wealthy wife. It was essential that the Li family maintained a respectable image, especially since it was unrealistic to expect Li Shuejuan to earn substantial wealth. Therefore, she hoped her daughter Li Shu might attract a prosperous suitor during her university years to support her brother in the future. Fang Lanying lamented her own decision to marry Li Shuejuan, as she had not been able to assist her brother in purchasing a house in Luqing, which still weighed heavily on his mind. To outsiders, the Li family seemed to have thrived alongside Li Qingkai. But only Fang Lanying understood that their fortune would not extend to Li Shuejuan, whom she considered a failure, had it not been for her unfavorable reputation in the village. She would never have chosen to marry him, despite his handsome appearance and stable job with wealthy relatives. Ever since giving birth to Li Hao, she had regretted her choice daily. After several unsuccessful attempts to reach her son, she finally called her daughter Li Shu. "Ah, Xiao Shu, are you still eating? Make sure you don't overindulge. It wouldn't be flattering if you gained weight," she chided. "Oh, you're just now eating after your part-time job? Really? You ought to focus on finding a boyfriend instead of exhausting yourself with labor. Aren't there plenty of wealthy second-generation students at your school?" On their way home, the couple remained silent. Just as they approached their residence, Bai Qinning suddenly asked Li Shuo, "Are you really your mother's biological son?" "No, she is my stepmother," Li Shuo replied candidly, recalling the awkward atmosphere following their meal. He then inquired, "By the way, did Mom say anything to you this afternoon?" He had intended to ask, but was uncertain how to broach the topic. Bai Qinning, noting the softness returning to Li Shuo's gaze, stiffened at the question. "She didn't say much. You can tell me. If she truly offended you, I will address it with her immediately." Li Shuo wished to avoid conflict with Fang Lanying, but was adamant about protecting Bai Qinning from any distress caused by her. Bai Qinning felt touched by Li Shuo's concern for her feelings. She understood that if she remained silent, it would only exacerbate the tension within their family. Thus, she confessed, "She didn't say much, just asked if I understood matters of that nature." Her tone grew increasingly awkward as she spoke. Without any prior acquaintance, she found it difficult to engage naturally and openly with a man regarding his capabilities. However, he was on the autism spectrum. Did he truly lack understanding in that regard? Li Shuo sat there, frozen in the passenger seat, his face flushed with embarrassment. Was Fang Lanying unwell to bring this up with Bai Qinning? Even though Bai Qinning, seated in the driver's position, maintained a composed exterior, she seemed to sense the questioning gaze directed at her from Li Shuo. As a man, being questioned by a woman, particularly his newlywed wife, made him feel compelled to clarify, despite his social anxiety. He clenched his teeth and, with a stiff neck, replied, "Of course, I understand such matters." Bai Qinning glanced at the man beside her and noticed that his ears had turned red, which struck her as unexpectedly endearing, even igniting a desire to tease him. Yet, as the aloof goddess of ice, she could never stoop to such frivolity. She quickly suppressed that thought, redirecting her focus to driving. "You need not be so concerned about this. It does not bother me," she attempted to comfort him, sensing his agitation. However, Li Shuo retreated further into himself. He certainly could not suggest that she could come and test his abilities if she doubted him. The couple fell into a silence thereafter. Upon returning home, feeling utterly dejected by his wife's doubts, Li Shuo isolated himself in his room. Before he could settle down, a phone call interrupted him. It was his half-sister, Li Shu. "Brother, have you married and become a son-in-law to someone else?" Chapter 26. A desire to know his past. Her gentle voice conveyed urgency and concern, stirring memories deep within Li Shuo's mind. Li Shu, his half-sister, was perhaps the only relative, apart from Li Shuejuan, who truly cared for him. In their childhood, she would secretly sneak him meat buns, assist him with his homework, and even stood by him during his more turbulent times, never allowing those moments to drive a wedge between them. Brother, how are you doing now? I just learned from Mom that you got married. Is your wife treating you well? Li Shu inquired eagerly. After a moment of silence, Li Shuo replied, Do not worry, I am doing well. And my wife is very gentle. Although he wasn't particularly close to her, his response was unusually coherent and clear, marking the first time he had conveyed a complete thought in one go to Li Shu. On the other end of the line, she seemed incredulous, and after a pause, her voice brimmed with joy as she asked, Brother, have you improved significantly? Yes, I am nearly fine, he affirmed, noting the distinct difference between his social anxiety and autism. Li Shu's excitement was palpable, her tone lightened. That is wonderful. I have earned some money from my part-time job. I will send you some funds shortly. But please do not mention it to your wife. Currently, she was attending university in Wancheng and felt unable to return home, knowing she could not change the fact that Li Shuo had become a son-in-law. For now, all she could do was discreetly send him a little money to at least ensure he had enough to eat. She could not immediately ascertain the character of her sister-in-law. Li Shu was certain that her mother would not allow a single penny to remain with her father. Thus, she urged Li Shuo to remain silent. Li Shuo felt a stirring in his heart, slightly moved. Indeed, he had no words to express his gratitude for his sister's kindness. I have enough. You should keep your money for yourself. He declined her generous offer, sensing a trace of exhaustion in her voice. He gently advised her, Don't overexert yourself over there. After a brief pause, her voice trembled slightly as she restrained her emotions, replying, Thank you, brother. I must get to work now. I will transfer 200 yuan to your WeChat shortly. Make sure to keep it for urgent needs. She knew without a doubt that Li Shuo must be short on funds, and without Fong Lanying watching over him, she felt secure in sending him the money. Otherwise, she feared reprimand from Fong Lanying. Throughout their childhood, she had endured many beatings for helping Li Shuo. Li Shu felt a kinship with her brother, both of them burdened by their circumstances. Their mother only wished for her to marry into wealth so they could support their second brother together. Before ending the call, Li Shu reiterated several instructions, reminding him to be diligent at home, to avoid angering his sister-in-law or the family, and to refrain from losing his temper. Only then would life become more bearable. Li Shuo, who was already not adept at communication, listened to Li Shu's urgent tone, likely preoccupied with work, and merely acquiesced to her every word, not wishing to take up more of her time. As soon as the call ended, a message from Li Shu arrived on WeChat, confirming the transfer of 200 yuan, along with a note urging him to accept it, to spend it wisely, and to keep it a secret between them. She treated him like a child, and he couldn't help but chuckle at her antics. Fearing that he might refuse the money, Li Shuo complied with her wishes and accepted the 200 yuan, responding with a cheerful smiley face and a thank you. When he received his next paycheck, he planned to send her 3,000 yuan at once, encouraging her to focus on her studies and avoid part-time jobs lest her academic performance suffer. Although the original owner was somewhat naive about the world, many memories remained intact. He recalled that since Li Shu began university, Fong Lanying had only provided her with 300 yuan for living expenses each month, deducting 1,000 to support Li Hao. Li Hao, already receiving 1,500 yuan per month, thus had a total of 2,500 yuan to live on. Li Shuejuan was unaware of these matters. Only Li Shuo, who spent every day in the same house as Fong Lanying, absorbed this information. Due to his autism, Li Shuo might have understood little of it. Yet Fong Lanying did not shy away from discussing such issues in his presence, often speaking to Li Hao and Li Shu about it. She argued that Li Shu, being a young woman, could find a boyfriend to support her, while Li Hao needed to focus on his studies and student council activities to secure a position in a reputable company after graduation. Li Shu had not shared this with Li Shuejuan, possibly to avoid creating discord between their parents. Throughout her 2 years at university, she had managed to support herself, though the hardships she faced were undoubtedly beyond ordinary comprehension. Li Shuo estimated that his daily income had stabilized between 400 and 500 yuan. A minimum monthly income of 12 to 13,000 is attainable, and aside from rent and living expenses, supporting Li Shu through her university education poses no challenge. The editor spoke to him yesterday, noting that the fantasy genre tends to develop slowly. Readers prefer lengthy narratives. and many authors at his current word count are still earning a meager daily income. If Li Shuo maintains his current quality and continues writing, reaching 1,000,000 words will likely allow him to earn upwards of 3,000 to 5,000 a day. Li Shuo is brimming with confidence regarding his future. At the very least, he does not worry about his survival in this world. After a moment of emotional reflection, he opened his writing software and began to compose. As for the doubts cast upon him by his newlywed wife, Li Shuo found himself at a loss. This young woman is quite adept, and should he attempt to prove himself through action, he would not only face legal repercussions, but also a considerable beating. Regardless, they are set to divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau in about 20 days, rendering Bai Qinning's opinion of his capabilities somewhat irrelevant. The following day, accustomed to rising early, Li Shuo prepared a sumptuous breakfast. It included a delightful shrimp and egg custard, meat floss rice balls with egg yolk and egg pancakes, accompanied by fresh oranges, cherry tomatoes, and steaming corn juice. Even Bai Qinning, who had grown accustomed to indulgent tastes, found these breakfasts to be healthy and flavorful. Previously, she had been baffled by how a man like Li Shuo could be such an adept cook. However, after meeting his extraordinary stepmother the day before, it was clear she had been relegated to the role of a housekeeper in their home. It was only yesterday that she realized her understanding of her husband was rather superficial. Her initial investigation had not been thorough, leading her to prematurely conclude that he had deceived her into marriage. Li Shuo, how old were you when your father married your stepmother? Bai Qinning suddenly inquired, noticing the puzzled look on his face when he turned to her. She quickly clarified, I merely feel that I lack a comprehensive understanding of your family situation and wish to know more, especially since we are still in this marital relationship. Li Shuo pondered her words, acknowledging that the atmosphere in his family was indeed quite strained. Bai Qinning's question today might stem from some underlying concern. He had no intention of concealing the truth and replied candidly, I believe my father married her when I was just over 6 years old. Before that, my grandparents took care of me, but when my uncle married and had children, my father was left to manage me. Did you not have a good childhood? She asked, suspecting that his introversion might be linked to his early experiences. It seemed that even his grandparents did not favor his father, so their care for Li Shuo was likely lacking, and further neglect from Lan Ying was even more apparent. I've heard my stepmother mention it a few times. My grandparents were quite busy, and when they looked after me, they kept me in a large cage. I hardly left it before the age of 2, which is why I only learned to walk at 3. I probably didn't speak until I was 10. Li Shuo had no memories of those times. Yet it was evident that a significant part of his introversion stemmed from his childhood experiences. Upon hearing his story, Bai Qinning regarded him with a complex expression. She simply could not fathom how Li Shuo had endured his life thus far. A twinge of guilt washed over me as I realized I had regarded this man merely as a callous opportunist. Li Shuo believed that Bai Qinning was merely apprehensive about his less-than-ideal family atmosphere. Now, with a furrowed brow, he inquired, by the way, when will you have some time? Is there something on your mind? We have been married for about 10 days, and in roughly 20 days, we shall proceed with the divorce formalities. Please inform me in advance of your availability. I am free at any time. Li Shuo intended to convey that he would not linger or complicate matters for Bai Qinning, hoping to reassure her. However, Bai Qinning's mood suddenly soured. Observing Li Shuo's nonchalant demeanor regarding their impending divorce stirred an unsettling feeling within her. I will notify you a week in advance when I am available, she replied. Li Shuo nodded in agreement. All right. As he responded, he absent-mindedly picked a slice of ham from the large round bowl, and a flicker of reluctance finally surfaced in his eyes, directed towards the food. Bai Qinning mused to herself, so, even as they prepare for divorce, this fellow seems to be more attached to the food than to the relationship. Chapter 27. Old Shuo, we have a rival. Bai Qinning observed Li Shuo for a moment before setting down her chopsticks. Rising from her seat, she declared, You take your time eating. I am heading out. Without awaiting his response, she turned and walked away. Noticing her off-kilter mood, Li Shuo simply uttered an "oh" as she turned her back to him. As Bai Qinning reached for her keys, ready to exit, he swiftly called out, Qinning, wait. She paused, turning her head to look at him. Her beautiful eyes fixed on him, perhaps in anticipation of something. Li Shuo pointed towards the bag hanging on the wall by the entrance, reminding her, You forgot your bag. Don't you take this with you every day? Thank you. Bai Qinning said as she snatched the bag from the wall and exited. A sense of discomfort washed over her. If anyone should feel upset about the divorce, it should be Li Shuo. Yet he appeared unfazed, while she found herself troubled by the mere mention of it. Perhaps it was the first time a man had treated her with such indifference. Despite having been the center of attention throughout her life, she could only console herself. Just as she arrived at the underground garage, a call from Hua interrupted her thoughts. Ning, we have a serious situation. What is it? Bai Qinning asked calmly as she settled into her car. Your parents are here, pressuring you about marriage. What is the fuss? I'm already married. Their visit would be the perfect opportunity to inform them of that. No. This time, it's not your parents. The Li family's young heir, who is 2 months younger than you, is returning from studying abroad. I suspect your parents are anxious. Instead of coming to pressure you, they've sent over your blind date. He has gone all out, renting an entire building from the neighboring company to declare his feelings publicly, professing, Mugu, I love you, please marry me. Oh. And he even mentioned gifting you a sports car. What? A blind date? Who is it? Bai Qinning finally showed a flicker of emotional response. It's that competitor from the Yi family, who stands on par with the Li family. At 23 years of age, Bai Qinning felt it was rather premature for her family to be pressuring her about marriage. The origin of this tale traces back to an agreement made long ago between the esteemed patriarchs of the Li and Bai families. At that time, the elder Li had welcomed 5 granddaughters into his family, yet no grandsons. Conversely, the Bai family was graced with sons, but no daughters. The 2 venerable gentlemen, bound by a strong camaraderie, made a pact. Should their next offspring fulfill their desires, the 2 families would unite in matrimony. Little did they realize that shortly after the agreement, Bai Qinning was born, a daughter, fulfilling the Bai family's wish. 2 months later, the Li family rejoiced with the arrival of a grandson. Thus both patriarchs remained true to their word and agreed that the children would wed when the time was right. However, a rift grew between the eldest son of the Li family and Bai Fu. While both maintained a facade of civility before their elders, behind closed doors, they were at odds. Bai Fu was adamantly opposed to marrying his precious daughter into the rival Li family, and unwilling to contradict the patriarchs. He discreetly sought a suitable match for her, aiming to arrange the marriage before the Li family's sole heir returned. This led to over a year of matchmaking pressure, culminating in today's ostentatious declaration of love by the young master of the Yi family. Ning, what shall we do? Your suitor has the full backing of your parents, and the company dares not intervene, Flower One inquired. Bai Qinning, who was under the aegis of her elder brother's entertainment company, felt that even he might not be able to shield her from the spectacle created by Yi Xian. What good is parental support if I have no intention of marrying him? She retorted. And what about that public announcement? Shall we allow it to scroll endlessly beside our company? Can you endure that? Bai Qinning replied, if he can throw money at this, so can we. Contact that company and offer them double to have the announcement removed immediately. If they refuse, they can brace for bankruptcy. I will ensure President Bai intervenes. While most were unaware of the close ties between Bai Qinning and her elder brother, it was well known outside that the Bai family's eldest son, Bai Muge, was exceptionally accommodating to those who sought his assistance. Wow, truly my Ning. Let us do it. Upon her arrival at the company, Bai Qinning noticed that the adjacent building's public screen had already been updated to display messages of patriotism, lawfulness, civility, integrity, unity, friendliness, and self-reliance. To her dismay, a pink Ferrari was parked at the entrance of the company, its driver's seat adorned with an array of flowers, attracting considerable attention. As Bai Qinning emerged from the parking lot, a strikingly handsome man beside the Ferrari suddenly produced a gilded megaphone from seemingly nowhere and loudly proclaimed his affection. Muge, whether the path to winning your heart is thorny or smooth, I, Yi Xian, shall never relent. I adore you. Yi Xian's extravagant and romantic declaration incited a chorus of excited squeals from the surrounding crowd. Yet, the protagonist, Bai Qinning, clenched her fists in frustration as she fixed her gaze upon him. The moment their eyes met, Yi Xian swiftly turned and fled, continuing to shout as he ran. Muge, I shall return tomorrow. Wait for me. He then leapt into a Lamborghini parked nearby, waving to Bai Qinning as he called out. That Ferrari is my gift for our first meeting. Make sure to accept it. Over 2 million, and in pink no less. He certainly devoted immense effort. Bai Qinning, as Hua dashed out of the company, she spotted her friend with a tense expression and hurried over. Before she could utter a word, Bai Qinning interjected, smash this car and take it to the scrapyard. Hua, huh? Are you really going to smash a few million worth of Ferrari and throw it away? Such a ruthless attitude. Inside the speeding sports car, the driver glanced quizzically at Yi Xian. Young master, why did you run off right after confessing? Was it that urgent? Yi Xian swept his hair back with a carefree demeanor. I'm going to chase after my wife, not to meet my demise. He was well aware of the kind of person Bai Qinning was. Should she catch him? Wouldn't she turn him into a pancake? Drive slower. I want to read a novel first. All right. Today, engrossed in pursuing his wife, he hadn't even caught up with the latest chapters of the novel by the great author Shuo. He had never been one to read much. But a few days ago, a friend had strongly recommended he give it a glance, and once he did, he found it hard to put down. After several days of reading, he developed a habit of following the updates. He believed the framework and storyline of this book could easily surpass many current cinematic works. As their family planned to venture into the film industry, he mused about acquiring the copyright for this novel to invest in a movie or television series, which would undoubtedly achieve great success. The news of Yi Xian's bold declaration soon spread throughout Lu City, reaching even Li Shuo, who was solely dedicated to writing. At 2 in the afternoon, while Li Shuo was typing away, Shuo suddenly messaged him. Old Shuo, we have a rival. A wealthy young master confessed to our mugu today. Shuo said, his concern palpable. Li Shuo promptly corrected him, that's your rival, not mine. I'm not a fan of that celebrity, so it doesn't concern me who confesses to her. That's because you don't understand our mugu. One day you too shall fall victim to her charm, Shuo asserted confidently. Li Shuo remained non-committal. Falling for her doesn't mean she'll become my wife. Shuo had been infatuated for a long time. If he were to appear before her, she would likely forget his name. As outsiders, they should not harbor any illusions about mingling with a superstar, let alone marrying one. This conversation is going nowhere, Shuo lamented. In that case, let us get back to writing. Meanwhile, at the bus station parking lot, Li Shuo's gloomy demeanor from the previous day vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. His mother had just pulled him out of the blacklist and even called him with a voice message. Mom, I knew it was you who accidentally blacklisted me. I had intended to video call you yesterday. The person on the other end clearly wished to avoid that topic, quickly changing the subject. Xiaojun. How is that kid Xiao Shuo doing? Hearing his elder show concern for his grandson for the first time made Li Shuojuan beam. He is doing well, Mom. I was just about to have him video call you. Oh, that's good, Li's mother interrupted, continuing, I have something I'd like to ask of you. Chapter 28. Let Li Shuo donate a kidney. Less than a minute after Li Mu's call, she hurriedly expressed her intentions, her tone laden with gravity. Li Shuojuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Could it be that the elderly couple was unwell? He furrowed his brow and said, Mother, please proceed. With a sigh, Li Mu confessed, Xiaojun, I shall not conceal the truth from you any longer. Your brother, Qingkai, is gravely ill and requires an immediate kidney transplant. I was hoping that since Xiao Shu is idly at home with no responsibilities, he could donate a kidney to his uncle. What? Donate a kidney? Li Shuojuan's expression transitioned from concern to astonishment and finally to indignation. His grip on the phone tightened, knuckles whitening as he replied sternly, Mother, that is out of the question. Li Shuo has always had psychological issues. His health is already compromised. How could he possibly donate a kidney? In other words, throughout the years, despite Li Shuo's chronic illness, his uncle had never extended a helping hand. In fact, even his elder brother had no means of contacting him. Now, in his time of need, he suddenly remembers his nephew? Li Shuojuan's resolute refusal incensed Li Mu. He has 2 kidneys. He is not limited to just one. Allowing him to donate one will not hinder his life. Xiaojun, why have you become so ungrateful as you grow older? Qingkai is your brother. In Li Mu's eyes, Li Shuojuan had always been compliant, never daring to defy them. When they had demanded he drop out of university to support their younger son, he had not uttered a single complaint. Yet today, he hesitated at the thought of his son donating a kidney. What an ungrateful wretch. Mother, regardless of your reasoning, I will not consent to Li Shuo donating a kidney. He is my son. If Qingkai truly requires a kidney, does he not have his own 2 sons and a daughter to choose from? Li Mu quickly retorted, Do you think those 3 are like your son, merely dragging the family down? You have surely heard that my 3 grandsons are either thriving in reputable companies or marrying into affluent families. What child can afford to be without a kidney? Your son, who accomplishes nothing, should consider it a blessing to donate a kidney to his uncle. Li Shuojuan. His face flushed with anger, nearly hurled the phone to the ground. The pent-up emotions he had long suppressed erupted at that moment. With reddened eyes, he spoke into the phone, his voice low and resolute, Li Shuo is my son, and I will never allow him to donate any kidney. Xiaojun, how can you speak to your mother like this? Do you think it was easy for me to raise you? Now that your brother is ill and needs a kidney from your son, you are unwilling? Is this your idea of filial piety? Li Mu began to resort to moral coercion. However, Li Shuejuan, already emotional for his son, was not swayed by such tactics. Think what you will. I have to get back to work. With that, he hung up the phone, disregarding his mother's furious outburst, regardless of how biased she was towards him and his brother. He could accept it. After all, he had never been the favored child. But when it came to his son Li Shuo, he would not allow anyone to interfere. In Haiqing, in the hospital room, Wu Zuixiang hung up the phone, her frustration palpable, shared by Li Guofu beside her. This wretched boy, refusing to offer even a kidney and hanging up on his mother. Truly an ungrateful wretch. Li Guofu seethed. Wu Zuixiang remained unwilling to relent, believing that a mere refusal would suffice. I, as the grandmother, personally went to bring Li Shuo over to donate a kidney to Qingkai. Li Chengkai lay on the hospital bed, his plump face lacking color, weakly stating, perhaps he desires some money. Mother, when the time comes, just give him 10,000 yuan and tell him it is for Li Shuo's nutritional expenses. This sum was already ample for procuring a kidney for Li Shuo. Recently, the news reported that university students were selling their kidneys for a few thousand yuan to buy mobile phones. Offering 10,000 yuan to Li Shuo was a generous gesture, considering their kinship. However, Wu Zuixiang was adamant against providing any money, exclaiming, why should we give him money? He has debts to our Li family. Initially, if it weren't for her marriage to Li Guofu, which had yielded no offspring for over 2 years, they would not have spent a fortune acquiring 1-year-old Li Shuejuan as their son, believing that Li Guofu might be infertile. Unexpectedly, after just a year of having Li Shuejuan at home, she became pregnant and gave birth to Li Chengkai. During his childhood, Li Chengkai's health was frail, leading the couple to decide against giving up Li Shuejuan. Although raising Li Shuejuan had not cost much, the initial acquisition had been several thousand yuan, and they had nurtured him to adulthood. So what was wrong with requiring a kidney from him, even if it meant taking his life? Li Shuejuan had no standing to object. Wu Zuixiang refused to part with any money, and Li Chengkai did not insist further, merely turning to the elegantly dressed middle-aged woman beside him, instructing, "One Finland, you accompany my parents, and try to prevent any quarrels between them and my brother. They are quite elderly." His wife was skilled in conversation, capable of playing both the sympathetic and stern roles. Li Chengkai did not wish to escalate the situation, as he desperately needed Li Shuo's kidney. If necessary, he could offer the 10,000 yuan. Wan Finland served Li Chengkai a cup of water, expressing her concern. "That is acceptable, but while we are away, you must take good care of yourself. You only have 1 kidney now. You must ensure you rest adequately." Li Chengkai's condition was not particularly dire. Although 1 kidney had deteriorated, timely treatment had preserved the other. However, 1 kidney was a substantial burden given his current health status, necessitating the acquisition of a younger kidney. The entire Li family had unanimously concluded that Li Shuo was the ideal donor, considering he was merely a useless mental patient, and a kidney or 2 made no difference to him. Unbeknownst to Li Shuo, his kidney was being coveted. This afternoon, shortly after 3 o'clock, having completed his daily tasks, he left after feeding Daiwanzi. Shuo, anxious that the wealthy heir surnamed Yu might steal his goddess away, requested his company to alleviate his distress. Initially, Li Shuo intended to decline, but recognizing the importance of not isolating oneself, he agreed, especially since Shuo had become a friend. The rendezvous point was once again at the bustling snack street on Zhongshan Road within the island. By the time Li Shuo arrived, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. The pinnacle of activity for this vibrant culinary street, lined with an array of distinctive and varied delicacies. Amidst the vibrant street filled with golden spiraled potatoes, the sizzle of squid being pressed on a hot iron plate, and the pungent aroma of stinky tofu overwhelming the food stall, throngs of people crowded around each vendor, creating an atmosphere of lively commotion. Li Shuo stood at the entrance of the snack street, waiting for Suyu's arrival, pondering the curious notion that this wealthy young master, valued in the millions, would venture to the roadside for a casual meal with him. Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder from behind. Assuming it to be Suyu, he turned, only to be momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the visitor, instantly becoming reserved. "Miss Su, what brings you here?" Chapter 29, Bai Qinning. I couldn't care less. Su Ran winked at him, her sweet smile illuminating her face. "Am I not allowed to come?" Li Shuo retrieved his phone, intending to contact Suyu, when he noticed a recent message from him. "Old Shuo, this girl saw our messages on my phone and insisted on seeking you out. Why not take this opportunity to clear the air? I'll hold off for now. You should settle things with her today, so she can move on. Call me when you're ready to head back." Li Shuo replied, Why haven't you called me in days? Su Ran gently gathered her hair behind her, leaning closer to Li Shuo as she inquired. She had anticipated that he would regret not reaching out after returning home, but several days had passed without a call. Initially, she merely intended to tease this impoverished youth, not expecting him to diverge completely from her expectations, seemingly dismissing her entirely. This disregard stung her deeply. Li Shuo tucked his phone into his pocket, avoiding her gaze, and replied flatly, I didn't have anything to discuss, so I didn't call. My brother mentioned you discarded my number. Feeling somewhat awkward, he did not deny it. I apologize. I did indeed dispose of it. What was lacking in me? Why are you unwilling to give us a chance? Su Ran pressed on. With her decent looks, enviable figure, and impeccable family background, she wondered why Li Shuo would treat her so coldly. Li Shuo was already contemplating leaving, but knowing he needed to clarify things with Su Ran, he reluctantly said, You are undoubtedly a wonderful girl, but we simply aren't compatible. Had it not been for his impending divorce from Bai Qinning and the desire to protect her privacy post-divorce, he might have bluntly stated, I'm married. Having never before received a rejection, Su Ran found the experience particularly disheartening. After a moment of silence, she feigned a hurt expression, releasing a deep sigh of resignation. Very well, I understand. Glancing at the bustling snack street, she continued, I've come all this way to see you without having eaten anything. You should treat me to something today, and I promise I won't bother you again. Though initially dismissive of street food, she found herself willing to endure it for the sake of winning over this man. However, Li Shuo hesitated even to treat her to street food. I'm sorry, I don't have any money at the moment. Perhaps I can treat you another time. The 200 yuan he possessed was the hard-earned money from Li Shu, and he couldn't bear to spend it on someone else. Su Ran was both amused and exasperated by Li Shuo's bluntness, yet she found herself inexplicably drawn to his honesty, a quality she had never encountered among her suitors. He would not bow down to her as other men might, seemingly indifferent to her presence. You can owe me for now. I'm quite hungry at the moment. Let us dine together, not as a couple, but merely as friends, Su Ran proposed. Li Shuo indeed felt a pang of hunger, with so much food around. As long as Su Ran refrained from bringing up romantic entanglements, he could reluctantly accompany her to grab some snacks to satiate his appetite. At the very least, sharing a meal would allow him to extricate himself from her company afterward. Fine, but I want to let you treat me, he replied. All right then. The two of them moved ahead, merging into the bustling crowd. Li Shuo walked briskly, while Su Ran, already in high heels, found herself chasing after him, feeling both frustrated and aggrieved. This fellow truly lacked an understanding of cherishing delicate sentiments. Li Shuo eventually paused in front of a stall selling grilled squid. 3 skewers of squid, please, he ordered. Su Ran, eyeing the greasy grill, chimed in, I'll have 3 skewers as well. How can we possibly eat all this? Ning ning. Across from the tea stall, Hua Wan caught sight of a figure at the grilled squid stall that closely resembled Li Shuo. After scrutinizing it for a moment, she nudged Bai Qinning's arm, exclaiming, Ning ning, it's your man. Bai Qinning, initially lost in thought, immediately lifted her gaze in the direction Hua Wan pointed, scanning the crowd until she quickly recognized Li Shuo. What is he doing here? A wave of confusion washed over her. Just then, a girl squeezed through the crowd, handing him 2 skewers of squid, her smile radiant and bright. That girl looked familiar. She seemed to be Su Ran. Why is Li Shuo with Su Ran? Hua Wan gasped. Has your boyfriend been stolen away? Bai Qinning stood rooted in place, silent, not approaching to confront them. After all, her relationship with Li Shuo was not one of true matrimony, so seeing him with another girl would not incite jealousy. She had no intention of questioning him. At that moment, Li Shuo sensed a pair of eyes seemingly fixed upon him from the crowd, an unsettling feeling creeping over him. He instinctively turned to look, and suddenly, a shout erupted from the crowd. Wow, it's Bai Mugu. I see the living Bai Mugu. Despite Bai Qinning being well prepared, she was still recognized by the fervent fans in the crowd, who quickly surged toward the tea stall, their screams and gasps creating a jubilant uproar. Even those at the squid stall hurriedly pushed forward, eager to catch a glimpse of the superstar. Li Shuo, unable to locate the source of his unease, withdrew his gaze and, seizing the moment when the crowd thinned, hurried to the stall to claim the remaining 3 skewers of grilled squid. Su Ran lingered a moment longer, observing that Li Shuo was still fixated on his squid, and approached him. Li Shuo, aren't you going to check out the superstar? It's Bai Mugu. She knew of Bai Mugu, the quintessential goddess in the minds of men. Su Ran had seen her in person, and indeed, she was strikingly beautiful. exuding an exceptional aura that made Su Ran feel inferior in her presence, both in terms of appearance and background. Su Yu had revealed that Bai Mu Ji's background was quite formidable. The wealth of the Su family paled in comparison, and even an attempt to ingratiate oneself might not yield any connection. Su Ran felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Li Shuo might be a fan of Bai Mugu. However, she quickly reassured herself that even if Li Shuo were as infatuated as Su Yu, it would bear no significance. The distance between the unattainable girl who eluded Su Yu and Li Shuo, who was financially struggling, was akin to a vast galaxy. To Li Shuo, Bai Mugu was like a star in the sky, visible yet unreachable. If it were your brother here, he would surely be thrilled to see her. But as for me, I don't follow celebrities. Furthermore, with such a dense crowd surrounding her, it would be difficult for him to get a glimpse. If there were fewer spectators, she could have helped her brother by snapping a photo for him. Su Ran chuckled. It's quite astonishing that you hold no interest in such a beautiful star. However, she soon contemplated that there was indeed a possibility, considering he was a man who remained indifferent even when faced with the overtures of a wealthy beauty. Suddenly, her curiosity about him grew significantly, and she began to wonder what it would feel like to be his girlfriend. Would he still maintain that aloof demeanor? Li Shuo had just savored a skewer of squid and found it delightful. He decided to pack some for Bai Qinning when he returned home. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd was distracted, he and Su Ran visited several stalls, enjoying themselves thoroughly. In fact, Li Shuo felt somewhat grateful for the celebrity's presence. As they reached the end of the street, a formidable escort of bodyguards and local police arrived, and Bai Mugu departed under their protection, allowing the food street to gradually return to normalcy. By 8 in the evening, after exploring the food street, Li Shuo found a few stalls with delectable offerings and happily packed some for his wife. Since Bai Qinning was now Li Shu's sister-in-law, it was not inappropriate to bring her some food. Exiting the food street, Su Ran observed with amusement the sight of Li Shuo, who claimed to have no money yet was carrying several bags of food. Nevertheless, she refrained from probing further. It was clear he was not packing food for a girlfriend, so there was no cause for concern. Let me drive you home. I reside in Weiyuan Bay as well, so it's on my way, Su Ran suggested. Li Shuo, not wishing to trouble Su Yu by having him come over, agreed without much hesitation. All right, thank you. No need for thanks. However, they unexpectedly encountered a traffic jam on their way back. By the time Su Ran arrived at the entrance of Tangyuan Community, it was already past 10 in the evening. After Li Shuo exited the car and thanked Su Ran, he hurriedly entered the community with his belongings. Once inside, Su Ran quickly noted the name of the community before driving away. Today had been fruitful. She had successfully gleaned Li Shuo's home address. Time was on her side. She would eventually win him over. Meanwhile, Li Shuo, carrying the items he bought for his wife, approached his front door. It was only upon trying to open it that he discovered it had been locked from the inside. Chapter 30. Li Shuo, who is truly being bullied. Typically, Bai Qinning returns home rather late from work. Li Shuo was taken aback by her early arrival today, having lived together for quite some time. It was the first instance he noticed Bai Qinning locking the door from the inside. He vaguely recalled that she had not exhibited such a habit before. Uncertain and not pondering much further, he stood at the door for a while before pressing the doorbell. Bai Qinning was in her bedroom drying her hair. It took several rings of the doorbell before she finally set down the hairdryer. After a few moments of pressing the doorbell with no response, Li Shuo began to wonder if she had fallen asleep and took out his phone, intending to call her to prompt her to open the door. Just as he dialed the number, the door swung open from the inside. I thought you weren't coming back tonight, Bai Qinning said, having just emerged from a shower. Dressed in an elegant, knee-length nightgown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, still carrying a faint, refreshing scent. Yet, as she spoke, Li Shuo inexplicably detected a hint of acidity in her tone. I met a friend and encountered some traffic on the way back, which delayed me, he explained, but then, with curiosity, he inquired, why did you lock the door today? He remembered that she had not had such a habit previously. My husband is out who knows where at midnight, and it isn't very safe for me to be alone at home. Why shouldn't I lock the door? Bai Qinning replied, turning away as soon as her words were uttered. She was indeed feeling somewhat emotionally charged today, although they had agreed to divorce. Witnessing Li Shuo with Su Ran stirred a tumultuous feeling within her. Upon arriving home at 9 and finding him still absent by 5:30, she felt an inexplicable urge to lock the door, even deciding not to permit him entry into their shared abode. Li Shuo stood at the threshold momentarily stunned before following her inside. He had not anticipated that this young woman, capable of dragging a grown man to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce, would feel fear while alone at home. However, her earlier remark seemed to carry an undertone of reproach for his tardiness, possibly implying that she had intentionally locked the door. Upon entering, Li Shuo chose not to confront Bai Qinning about her behavior. Instead, he proactively explained, "I was wandering around Zhongshan Road for a bit. There was some traffic on the way back from the island, hence my late return. You need not explain yourself. In just half a month, we shall be divorced. Wherever you go, however late you return, or whomever you date, it is of no concern to me. Just keep in mind that if there is a next time, I will not open the door for you, and you will have every reason to stay elsewhere." Bai Qinning retorted, clearly dissatisfied with Li Shuo's explanation. Li Shuo was not inherently irritable. Rather, he often found it tiresome to engage in disputes. Bai Qinning's attitude now left him utterly bewildered. Being locked out had already put him in a foul mood, and her sarcastic remarks upon his entry felt unreasonable and provocative. Noting Bai Qinning's emphasis on their impending divorce, Li Shuo decided to play along with her sentiments. "Even if I were to go on a date, that would only occur after our divorce. If you find my presence here intolerable, you can certainly spare some time tomorrow, and we can proceed with the divorce immediately." In a fit of anger, he indeed contemplated the possibility of finalizing their separation at once. If living under someone else's roof necessitates enduring her occasional temper tantrums, leaving him stranded at the doorstep, he would rather take up residence beneath the overpass. What? Bai Qinning suddenly turned around, staring incredulously at Li Shuo. Did he truly wish to hasten their divorce? As Li Shuo met her gaze, a sense of unease crept into his heart, yet he remained steadfast, unwilling to yield. "Rest assured, even if we divorce, I shall not entangle you or appear in your sight to cause you distress." Bai Qinning, overwhelmed by anger, found her breath coming in quick gasps. Li Shuo's late return from a private date with Su Ran had already left her feeling unsettled. Now, to hear him insist on a swift divorce? She felt as though she might explode on the spot, her eyes beginning to redden. "If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the Civil Affairs Bureau." Having spoken, Li Shuo lost any desire to offer her food, lifting his foot to return indoors and gather his belongings. Just as he passed Bai Qinning, she unexpectedly seized his arm and bit down without a word. "Ouch!" Li Shuo gasped in pain. Bai Qinning was fierce, her cheeks flushed. As he felt the sharpness of her bite, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. In his fury, he considered pushing her away but noticed the tears welling in her eyes. Clearly on the verge of crying. Startled, he felt an uncharacteristic pang of guilt and refrained from shoving her aside. One hand was occupied with the items he had purchased with his sister Li Shu's money, which he could not simply discard. Fortunately, after a moment of biting, Bai Qinning realized her own loss of control and immediately released him, leaving 2 deep impressions on his arm. The air fell into a brief silence. Even the approaching De Yuan paused, lifting one of its front legs, wide-eyed in astonishment. In moments of rage, finding an outlet can swiftly dissipate the fury. Bai Qinning, once flushed with anger, began to calm down, only to feel incredulous and embarrassed upon seeing the deep bite marks on Li Shuo's arm. She felt guilty, uncertain why she had acted that way. Regardless of whether they divorced or not, she had no right to interfere in Li Shuo's interactions with other women. Yet, seeing him with Su Ran and hearing him insist on divorce filled her with indignation and a sour ache in her heart. Bai Qinning raised her gaze, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears, her lips moving as if to apologize or say something, yet words eluded her. Li Shuo, having been bitten unexpectedly, could not honestly claim to be unperturbed. However, upon seeing the girl before him, resembling someone who had been cruelly wronged, he felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Fearing that he might truly upset Bai Qinning to the point of tears, he swallowed his reproach and spoke gently. "All right, now that you've bitten me, you must no longer be angry, right? After all, you certainly bit me because I provoked your ire, and now that you've vented, your anger should have subsided." Bai Qinning nodded immediately, then quickly shook her head, realizing the absurdity of her actions. She was no longer angry, yet it was not her intention to bite Li Shuo. He rubbed his aching arm and noticed her mood had softened somewhat. He felt it necessary to remind Bai Qinning with a serious tone, "If you are ever dissatisfied with me, please express it directly. What you did could be considered domestic violence." Bai Qinning resembled a child who had committed a mistake, lowering her head and nodding. In the next moment, as if realizing something, she raised her delicate, pale arm towards Li Shuo. "Why don't you bite back?" Feeling guilty, she suggested that he retaliate, believing it would even the score between them. Li Shuo's gaze fell upon her earnest arm, its skin fair and tender, almost translucent enough to reveal the tiny veins beneath. "Go ahead and bite," she urged, presenting her arm near his mouth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she awaited his response. Chapter 31. She yearned to refute him, yet found herself powerless to do so. Li Shuo looked at the girl before him, who exuded a hint of innocence, and the remnants of his anger evaporated, giving way to a helpless smile. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated entirely. "Well, since I've already labeled this as domestic violence, I cannot bite you back." Having calmed down, Li Shuo finally felt inclined to lift the takeout he had brought back and said to Bai Qinning, "These are from the snack street. Would you like some?" Upon his entry, Bai Qinning had noticed the items in his hands, but in her anger, she had not realized they were meant for her. Her gaze fell upon the contents, stirring something within her, yet the thought that he had purchased them while on a date with Su Ran made her heart ache. "You needn't worry about bringing me anything next time you go on a date." Her seemingly innocuous statement was laced with a strong undercurrent of jealousy. Even Bai Qinning herself recognized the peculiarity of her feelings. Why did she feel envious? No, she could not possibly be jealous. Li Shuo paused, suddenly comprehending that perhaps Bai Qinning was upset because she had seen him with Su Ran today. Was it at the snack street? He hadn't noticed her there. Regardless, he felt it essential to clarify. After all, Bai Qinning was now his wife, sharing the same red book with him. "I wasn't on a date with anyone. My friend Suyu invited me, and I only discovered his sister was there after I arrived. She had some misunderstandings about me, so I simply clarified things. And we shared a bite to eat at the snack street." Li Shuo's explanation, though somewhat laborious, conveyed sincerity. Upon hearing this, Bai Qinning's expression softened immediately, and she wondered if Li Shuo was explaining so much because he thought she was jealous. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she averted her gaze and insincerely stated, "I never asked you to explain." Fine, Li Shuo thought, accepting that today he had been inexplicably bitten by a little dog. "So, do you want to eat these?" he inquired again. Bai Qinning, mindful of maintaining her figure, never indulged in late-night snacks, especially not at such a late hour. However, today, considering that Li Shuo had gone out of his way to bring her the food, and feeling a sudden uplift in her mood, she did not refuse and extended her hand to accept the package. "Thank you," she expressed gratefully, holding the somewhat hefty food in her hands. She immediately inquired, "Would you like to share a bit? I cannot possibly consume all of this alone." Li Shuo was reluctant to waste any of it, especially since it had been purchased with his sister Li Shu's money. "All right, then hand it over to me. Some of it would taste better heated in the microwave." Bai Qinning felt it was inappropriate to have an injured person heat her food and took the initiative to head to the kitchen. "I can heat it up myself," she insisted. Li Shuo, feeling a slight twinge of pain in his arm, decided not to argue, as it merely involved placing the food in the microwave. Li Shuo had brought back a variety of items, including a highly sought-after box of stinky tofu from Shaqing. He initially thought Bai Qinning might not appreciate the pungent delicacy, but to his surprise, the first item she chose to eat was indeed the stinky tofu. However, after just one bite, Bai Qinning frowned slightly, perplexed, and asked Li Shuo, "Why is there no vinegar added?" Without vinegar, stinky tofu lacks its essence. Li Shuo was somewhat taken aback. "Oh, I forgot to ask the vendor, do you really enjoy vinegar?" Just as Bai Qinning was about to respond, she caught sight of the bite mark on Li Shuo's arm and instinctively shook her head. She certainly did not relish vinegar. Li Shuo, puzzled, asked, "Would you like some vinegar? If so, I can fetch it from the kitchen." "Yes, I would like some vinegar," she replied. "Then that means you do enjoy it," Li Shuo commented casually before rising to retrieve the vinegar. The following morning, Bai Qinning awoke early to go for a run. After indulging in a late-night snack, she felt compelled to exercise more to maintain her figure. Bai Qinning was quite stringent regarding her body management, and yesterday had been an exception. Li Shuo, as usual, rose early. Aside from the lingering bite mark on his arm, he had completely forgotten the previous day's unpleasantness between them. After preparing breakfast for the couple, he thoughtfully placed a bottle of vinegar beside Bai Qinning's bowl of sauerkraut noodles. Since she enjoyed it, he decided to always keep a bottle nearby. Soon, Bai Qinning returned home from her run and saw that breakfast was ready on the table. She walked into the dining area, where her place was set with a steaming bowl of sauerkraut noodles and an extra bottle of vinegar. Just as Li Shuo brought out his own serving of sauerkraut noodles and noticed Bai Qinning, he called out, "Let's have breakfast first. Today we're having noodles. And since I know you like vinegar, I placed an extra bottle next to you. Add as much as you desire." Li Shuo spoke in a serious tone. Yet Bai Qinning felt a twinge of guilt as she listened. She even wanted to rebut his statement, but found herself at a loss. This was compounded by the prominent bite mark on Li Shuo's arm and her genuine fondness for noodles with vinegar. Meanwhile, a pair of large round eyes, resting on the table, looked displeased at the unique black bottle beside their mother's bowl. The round-faced creature thought it was utterly unfair. How despicable! Why did the two-legged creature prepare something that looks so easy to topple for mom and not for me? In the midst of the sorrowful gaze of the UNC, the young couple finished their breakfast together. Shuo realized that Bai Qinning was truly possessive. She had poured nearly half a bottle of vinegar into a mere bowl of noodles, displaying an impressive tolerance for sourness. As the clock approached 8, Shuo busied himself in the kitchen, sorting through the refrigerator, discarding expired or spoiled vegetables, preparing to take the trash out with Bai Qinning later. Bai Qinning had already completed her tasks and entered the living room, where she noticed Shuo's phone vibrating on the coffee table. Picking it up, she saw it was a call from an unfamiliar number. Without hesitation, she brought the phone to the kitchen. Shuo, it's a phone call, she announced. Having just finished cleaning his hands, Shuo quickly dried them on a towel before taking the phone. Upon seeing the unfamiliar number, he felt a twinge of confusion. It was a call from hastily, and had Bai Qinning not been present, he would have instinctively hung up on such an unknown caller, particularly one that might induce social anxiety. However, since she had handed him the phone, it seemed impolite to disconnect it in her presence. With a reluctant resolve, he answered the call, pondering that if it turned out to be a telemarketer, he would promptly terminate the conversation. Hello? Is this Shuo? It's your grandmother. I'll be arriving in Lu City this afternoon. I just spoke with your mother, and she mentioned that you're married now. Where are you living? I'll come by to see you as soon as I arrive. Shuo was taken aback. He had not heard from his grandmother in over a decade, and now she was reaching out to him, eager to visit. After handing the phone back to him, Bai Qinning turned to leave the kitchen. Shuo glanced at her retreating figure before responding to the caller. It's not convenient for me right now. Perhaps you could go to my father's place first. He had intentions of divorcing Bai Qinning and had no plans to claim any of her assets. He and his father would not take advantage of others. But he was uncertain about what his grandmother, whom he barely knew, might demand. There was a possibility she could insist on dividing Bai Qinning's assets during the divorce proceedings. For now, he preferred to keep his address confidential from the Li family. All right, Grandma, I understand. I'll meet you at your father's place, she replied cheerfully, seemingly unconcerned about the specifics of their meeting location. She was insistent on seeing him, and before hanging up, she added earnestly, Shuo, make sure you come. It's been so many years since I saw you. Her tone was less about nostalgia and more reminiscent of an elder giving orders. Feeling a pang of annoyance, Shuo was reluctant to meet her. Yet he recognized the familial obligation. He knew that refusing could lead to his father, Shuo, facing reprimands. Thus, he acquiesced, fine, I'll come by tonight. He was occupied with writing during the day and didn't have much time to spend with them. A brief visit in the evening would suffice to avoid giving others a reason to criticize his father. After ending the call, he noticed that Bai Qinning had not left but was quietly observing him from the kitchen. Upon seeing him lower the phone, she inquired, who was coming to her home? As I was preparing to leave, I overheard Shuo mention that it was inconvenient for him, suggesting that the other party visit his father instead. It became apparent that relatives were likely to visit, and it was evident that they knew about Shuo's marriage, indicating a closer familial relationship. Shuo appeared somewhat displeased, implying that these relatives were not particularly amiable. He placed his phone in his pocket and said, yes, it's my grandmother and the others. They said they wanted to come and see us. The other party did not even mention a word about his wife, clearly showing disregard for her. If there wasn't something pressing to discuss, they wouldn't have called his mobile phone. Since your grandmother is coming, I'll leave work early tonight to accompany you home, Bai Qinning volunteered. As Shuo's wife, it was irrelevant whether the elders wished to see her. However, it would be disrespectful not to accompany him after they traveled such a distance. Bai Qinning's upbringing instilled in her the importance of honoring her elders. Shuo was taken aback by her willingness to join him, concerned that Bai Qinning's work commitments might hinder her availability. He asked, will leaving early affect your work? He was unsure of the specifics of her job, but sensed that she was particularly busy and did not want to impose. Naturally, he preferred that she accompany him. Even if the relatives did not value their granddaughter-in-law, it would at least prevent them from criticizing his father for having chosen an ungrateful daughter-in-law. You need not worry about that. I can manage my schedule, Bai Qinning assured him. She was always focused and diligent at work, producing far more output than her peers. Even if she finished early today, her efficiency would undoubtedly surpass that of other first-tier actors. Upon hearing this, Shuo expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, thank you. Bai Qinning noticed the smile on his face and subtly lifted the corners of her lips, quickly suppressing her expression, fearing he would notice her amusement. There's no need for thanks. You will also need to meet my parents in the future. My eagerness to meet your family is merely to ensure that you will reciprocate in kind. Bai Qinning, anxious that Li Shuo might misinterpret her intentions, hastily clarified. Just moments ago, Li Shuo felt a warmth from her words, yet her sudden coldness left him somewhat taken aback. However, he realized that they were merely married by circumstance, devoid of emotional ties, and it was indeed unreasonable to expect her to willingly set aside her work to accompany him in meeting his family. Speaking of meeting families, Li Shuo recalled that he had yet to meet Bai Qinning's parents. Following her lead, he inquired, "By the way, Qinning, when will your parents be available? Our marriage's renewal period is nearly halfway through, and in just over 10 days, we will be heading towards divorce." Bai Qinning, who had been so smoothly distancing herself from the topic earlier, now found the mention of divorce jarring. She pressed her lips together and suddenly looked up at Li Shuo, asking, "Are you so eager to divorce me? You seem to bring it up quite frequently." As she spoke, her delicate features tightened. Li Shuo was momentarily stunned, not expecting Bai Qinning to pose such a question. He felt somewhat uneasy under the gaze, unsure of what sort of response the other party desired. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I haven't," although Bai Qinning typically resembled a wandering glacier. When he required her assistance, such as today when visiting his grandmother, she would proactively offer her company without him needing to ask. This aspect of her character was indeed commendable. Li Shuo sensed that his response lacked clarity and added, "I just fear that by the time we divorce, I still haven't met your parents." Upon hearing his denial, Bai Qinning's expression softened slightly. "If you're not in a hurry, you could wait until my parents meet you. We can discuss divorce later. It doesn't have to happen within a month. 2 months, 3 months, or even a longer duration is perfectly acceptable." The suggestion to prolong their marital relationship made the proud Bai Qinning feel a touch bashful, causing her voice to lower instinctively as a faint blush graced her cheeks. With her eyes cast down, her long lashes fluttered gently, and her oval face, adorned with a hint of rosy hue, exuded a breathtaking beauty. Li Shuo found himself momentarily entranced, only to be jolted back to reality when Bai Qinning shot him a glare with her beautiful eyes. Clearing his throat, he said tactically, "I have no objections to that." Having grown familiar with Bai Qinning, he felt comfortable continuing to reside together for a bit longer, which would also afford him the opportunity to repay her kindness. Then it settled. Bai Qinning's mood shifted from cloudy to sunny as she glanced at the time. "I need to head out." She had intended to leave earlier, but Li Shuo's phone conversation had delayed her. Now, she needed to depart immediately. Li Shuo acknowledged her and was about to remind her to take care on the way when he noticed the trash in the kitchen. He called out to her. "Wait a moment. What is it?" she inquired. Li Shuo picked up the trash bag and approached her, saying, "Since you're going downstairs, could you please help me by throwing this away?" In truth, Bai Qinning had rarely engaged in the task of taking out the trash. Before Li Shuo moved in, her household employed a maid who came daily to clean, and the trash was always taken away. When he handed her the garbage bag, she appeared slightly perplexed, pausing for a moment before reaching out to accept it. "All right, be careful on the way." Bai Qinning stepped outside with the bag of trash. And once she entered the elevator, it dawned on her that she was actually heading to the parking lot, which lacked a garbage bin. Biting her lip, she finally pressed the button for the first floor. He had assigned her a task. Surely, she couldn't simply take it back. The community's garbage collection point was only at a designated location, and returning would consume too much time. She was likely to be late today. Bai Qinning was known for her punctuality, but today, she might be late due to the small task assigned by her husband. Li Shuo returned to the room and only then recalled this matter. Bai Qinning had a car, and her departure was unlike his. She was headed straight to the parking lot. An impulsive thought struck him, prompting him to rush to the window and look downstairs. He saw his wife already at the designated trash bin, hastily disposing of the garbage before turning around to hurry back, likely racing to catch the elevator to her parking space for work. In that moment, she appeared both pitiful and endearingly cute. It was a rare sight to see her in such a flurry. However, for the Bai Shi Group to achieve such greatness, it must impose stringent requirements on its employees. If she were to arrive late today, would her attendance or bonuses be deducted? Although she is merely a small cog in the vast machinery, she is ultimately just part of the workforce. Li Shuo suddenly felt a pang of guilt, wishing he had refrained from going downstairs to dispose of the garbage. Chapter 33. Hurry over to see your daughter and son-in-law unbeknownst to Li Shuo. The entertainment company under the Bai Group was established specifically by his brother-in-law for his sister, Bai Qinning, Bai Qinning, a busy individual managing several subsidiaries of the Bai Group, seldom visits the company in Lu City. His sister, Bai Qinning, is the head of this company. Even if she were to arrive late every day, no one would dare utter a word. Yet, Bai Qinning never indulges in personal favoritism and is always punctual. Despite having been delayed today, she rushed to the office with great urgency. To her surprise, upon her arrival, she was greeted by the sight of the company building adorned with pink balloons and a striking poster suspended between two drones. The poster boldly proclaimed, "Mu Ge, I adore you. Will you marry me?" Yi Xian stood beside a line of sports cars, each filled with vibrant red roses. The moment he spotted Bai Qinning, he pulled out his gilded megaphone and proclaimed, from south to north, "Mu Ge is the fairest. Mu Ge, I'm back. Today, I bring you 9,999 red roses and 9,999 pink balloons. Will you accept my confession?" Bai Qinning thought to herself that if it weren't for the fact that Yi Xian's car door was wide open, allowing him an easy escape, she would have rushed over to flatten him into a pancake. Hua Wan, who was watching the commotion from the first floor, spotted Bai Qinning and dashed out. "Ning, look, he has transformed our company entrance into a romantic-themed plaza." Bai Qinning's expression darkened as she disregarded the elaborate confession scene orchestrated by the young master of the Yi family and coldly instructed, "Have the bodyguards shoot down these balloons and get that fool out of here. If you can't manage it, then don't bother coming to work tomorrow." After briefing Hua Wan, Bai Qinning entered the company and took out her phone to call her mother. "Oh my dear, have you finally found time to call your mother? Mom, please hurry and send that Yi fellow away, or else if things get out of hand, don't come to me for help." There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a sorrowful sob, as if she were deeply distressed. Ning, I don't want it to come to this, but with that Li family's only heir returning, and you know about your engagement, your father is at odds with the Li family patriarch. How could we possibly allow you to marry into that family? Besides, you have no feelings for the heir. This Xian seems rather charming. Get to know him better, and you might just find him to your liking. Oh dear, Ning, I assure you, I'm not pressuring you. Please don't hold it against your mother. Bai Qinning's face remained impassive as she replied, "Mom, there is no need for the theatrics, nor should you concern yourself with my marriage." The voice on the other end perked up with excitement. "Ah, my darling, have you agreed? Are you saying yes to marrying Xiao Xian? I knew it. This child has an enchanting spirit. No, I shall not marry him. I am already wed," Bai Qinning firmly stated. A piercing scream echoed through the phone, followed by a moment of stunned silence before the incredulous voice inquired, "What? You are married? You must be deceiving your mother. If you doubt it, you can fly over to Luqing and see for yourself." Bai Qinning, however, only wished for her mother to swiftly send Yi Xian away, as his daily presence was affecting her mood. She feared that if Li Shuo were to witness their interactions, he might misconstrue the situation. "I certainly do not believe it. You little rascal, how can one get married without even having a boyfriend? It would be more credible if you claimed to have a girlfriend." Despite her mother's dismissive words, there was a hint of anxiety in her heart. She genuinely feared her beloved daughter might hastily marry a man just to escape their relentless matchmaking. "Never mind. I happen to be planning a trip to Luqing in the coming days. I will settle in and then come to see you." Bai Qinning quickly corrected her. "You mean to see your son-in-law? He asked me just yesterday when he could meet his future in-laws." Bai's mother, after a brief conversation, hung up, yet not long after. Yi Xian, who had been waiting outside her office, received a call and promptly drove away, pausing his pursuit for the day. Bai Qinning found this surprising. If she were genuinely married, it would be absurd for the Bai family to allow the heir of the Yi family to pursue her, as if they were toying with them. Thus, she anticipated that Yi Xian would not appear again until her mother confirmed the truth of her marriage, granting her a moment of peace. Hua Wan had expected Bai Qinning to be in low spirits today, especially after discovering her husband on a date with another woman the previous evening, and with her parents arranging blind dates for her this morning. To her astonishment, Bai Qinning seemed to be in high spirits today, even more so than during the filming earlier. Hua Wan recalled how Bai Qinning had been unable to get into character the night before, her face rigid and cold, nearly freezing the entire crew with her demeanor. In the afternoon, after finishing their last scene, Hua Wan had mentally prepared herself for a discussion about what transpired between Bai Qinning and Li Shuo the night prior. However, before she could inquire, Bai Qinning grabbed her car keys and announced her departure. "Hey, Ning, where are you going?" Bai Qinning had mentioned wanting to wrap up early but hadn't disclosed her plans afterward. Li Shua's grandmother is back. I need to visit his home today. Bai Qinning replied candidly. Huan was taken aback. Oh? So Li Shua has already managed to win you over? Bai Qinning's cheeks flushed slightly. What nonsense. I wasn't angry. So why would he need to win me over? With that, she hopped into the car, leaving behind a bewildered Huan, who pondered, what is this? Clearly, she has been appeased. Although Bai Qinning had stubbornly denied it the night before, Huan, feeling envious and shivering from the cold, was convinced that she was indeed upset. Today, however, her cheerful mood and early departure to meet Li Shua's family left her utterly perplexed. What method did Li Shua employ to swiftly placate this little vinegar jar? Huan was utterly perplexed. Before Bai Qinning reached the entrance of the community, she had already placed a call to Li Shua. Upon receiving the call, Li Shua promptly descended to the ground floor and exited the community to enter Bai Qinning's vehicle. I was uncertain of what your grandmother might enjoy, so I bought some fruits. Will that suffice? As the car began to move, Bai Qinning inquired of Li Shua, unfamiliar with some circumstances regarding Li Shua's family. Bai Qinning deemed her visit to the elder would not be complete without a sizable gold bracelet. Aware that this grandmother was not particularly fond of Li Shua, she believed that purchasing some fruits would be adequate. Surprisingly, Li Shua's thoughts aligned with his wife's. That works. After all, you've already met my parents. This time, we are merely going through the motions, and the fruits are just right. En route to Li Shua's home, the couple exchanged a few words intermittently. Time seemed to pass more swiftly than before. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Li Shua's community. Just like their previous visit, they parked the car at the roadside, and the couple alighted one after the other. Li Shua took it upon himself to carry the fruits and guided Bai Qinning to his left side. This was an old community with complex traffic, and by keeping Bai Qinning close, he subconsciously prioritized her safety. Bai Qinning noticed this subtle gesture, a smile tugging at her lips, which she quickly concealed when Li Shua's gaze shifted back to her. Just then, she spotted a Porsche parked by the roadside with a license plate from Haiqing and asked Li Shua, "Didn't you mention your grandmother and the others were coming from Haiqing? Could that be their car?" Bai Qinning recognized that this vehicle was worth no less than 2 million. If it truly belonged to them, then Li Shua's uncle's family was certainly not impoverished. Li Shua scanned the Porsche with his eyes and affirmed, "It should be. They ought to have arrived by now." "Didn't your mother say your grandmother's family wished to sever ties with you? Their decision to come looking for you this time might not bode well." Bai Qinning warned Li Shua, feeling apprehensive about his relatives. "I understand," Li Shua replied, casting a glance at the young woman beside him, touched by her concern. Knowing well that his relatives were not of good character, yet still choosing to accompany him, was something even a true wife might not achieve as gracefully as she did. In truth, this little ice glacier was quite remarkable. At the very least, when her husband faced matters, she genuinely showed her support. As they entered the community, an urgent call from the old lady reached Li Shua's phone. "Oh, Li Shua, why haven't you arrived yet? Weren't you and Luqing? Knowing we were coming. Why didn't you come early to wait for us? You really are something. I've arrived. My wife and I are already in the community and will be up shortly." "Good, hurry up," Wu Zuixiang hastily urged, disregarding Li Shua's mention of his wife. To her, a girl capable of marrying someone like Li Shua was hardly worthy of consideration, and she promptly overlooked this granddaughter-in-law. Chapter 34. These people desire her husband's kidney. Upon reaching the upper floor, they pressed the doorbell several times, and Fang Lanying soon came to open the door. "You've arrived." Her tone was neither warm nor cold as she led the two individuals into the house. Yet it was evident that she was in a rather foul mood that day. With Li Shuejuan still at work, Li Shua and Bai Qinning entered the living room, where they immediately encountered two elderly individuals and a middle-aged woman seated on the sofa. The elderly couple's expressions darkened upon seeing Li Shua. They didn't even spare a glance at him and his wife, clearly displeased that they had arrived so late. They were also unhappy about the long journey they had undertaken, especially since they had informed their daughter-in-law, Fang Lanying, in advance, only to find that no meal had been prepared for them, leaving the family to endure hunger in the interim. The elderly couple was thoroughly dissatisfied with their visit to the Li household. In contrast, Wan Finlan, impeccably dressed and exquisitely maintained, stood up to greet Li Shua and Bai Qinning. "Xiao Shua, Ning Ning, you've arrived. Please, come and sit." When her gaze fell upon Bai Qinning, a flicker of astonishment danced in her eyes. She had previously inquired about Li Shua's wife from Fang Lanying and had assumed she would be an ordinary girl, perhaps even lacking in some way. She was utterly unprepared for the realization that Li Shuo's wife was so strikingly beautiful. Not only was her visage captivating, but the aura she exuded was on par with that of their daughter, who had been nurtured in luxury since childhood. Judging solely by her appearance and demeanor, she would be more than a suitable match for either of her sons. Regrettably, however, Bai Qinning's family background and educational qualifications fell short, making her an unsuitable match for her sons. After all, if her other attributes had been commendable, she would surely not have married someone like Li Shuo. Despite this, Wan Finlan felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight of Li Shuo having wed such a beautiful wife. Bai Qinning merely stood beside Li Shuo, offering a perfunctory nod to Wan Finlan, exuding an air of aloofness. Today, she had no desire to play the role of a naive girl in front of this company. She held no fondness for Fong Lanying, and the other three present were clearly not well-intentioned, likely harboring ulterior motives regarding Li Shuo. So there was no need to extend them any pleasantries. As everyone settled into their seats, Fong Lanying, noticing the gleaming gold bracelet on her wrist, took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Bai Qinning and Li Shuo. Meanwhile, Wu Zuexiong and Li Guofu, who had not had a sip of water for hours since their arrival, looked as though their eyes might pop out of their heads. Fong Lanying pretended not to notice. The group had informed her that their youngest son, Li Chenkai, was unwell, attempting to leverage Li Shuo's support. She found the audacity of the Li family laughable. This affluent clan had never cared for Li Shuo and Li Shuejuan, allowing them to lead a meager existence in Lucheng without offering assistance. Now, with their son's health in jeopardy, they suddenly remembered they had a son and grandson. Fong Lanying was exasperated, not just with Li Shuejuan, but with the entire Li family. From the moment Wan Finlan had arrived at her sister-in-law's house, she had been subjected to cold treatment. Yet she was accustomed to navigating high-stakes situations, choosing not to engage in a petty dispute with Fong Lanying. She exchanged pleasantries with the family before deliberately broaching the subject of Li Chenkai's illness. She finally cast a direct glance at Li Shuo. Little Shuo, the reason your aunt and your grandparents have come this time, apart from the fact that it's been a long time since we last saw you and your father, is that your uncle is ill. We have encountered some difficulties, and it is rather presumptuous of us to intrude upon you. Li Shuo was slightly taken aback and inquired, "What assistance can our family provide you?" Given that Li Chengsai's family was currently thriving in Haiqing, it seemed unlikely that they would need to borrow money from him and his father. After all, their car was worth no less than 2 million. It was hard to believe they would be in such dire financial straits. At that moment, the irritable elderly lady finally spoke up. "Your uncle is gravely ill and requires substantial funds. We cannot rely on your family for that. We will bear the expenses ourselves, but since you are your uncle's nephew, you should be willing to donate a kidney." Li Shuo? Bai Qinning's eyes widened in disbelief. She was aware that Li Shuo's grandparents were not virtuous individuals, but she never anticipated that their visit would culminate in a demand for Li Shuo's kidney. The elderly patriarch, who had remained silent until now, chimed in, "Your grandmother speaks the truth. When your father was young and lacked financial means, we never asked him for much. Now that your uncle is in trouble, it is only fitting that you contribute a kidney. Family members should support one another." Upon hearing the words of the two elders, Bai Qinning's expression became taut, her usual aloof demeanor emanating an icy aura that seemed to chill the entire room. These people were seeking her husband's kidney. Wan Finlan, sensing the shift in atmosphere, promptly retrieved a thick stack of cash from her Chanel handbag and placed it before Bai Qinning, saying, "Ning Ning, here is 30,000 yuan. A nutritional fund for little Shuo. Once he donates his kidney to his uncle, we will ensure his living expenses are taken care of, alleviating some of your burden." Originally, Wan Finlan intended to offer only 10,000 yuan, but noticing her discontented expression, she decided to increase the amount by an additional 20,000 and painted a rosy picture of the future. As for what would happen after the kidney donation, the Li family had no intention of allowing Li Shuo to become dependent on them for life. After all, Li Shuo was already incapable of self-care. Whether he had 1 kidney or 2 made little difference. They certainly would not become foolish benefactors supporting him indefinitely. The elderly couple looked at the money pushed forward by their daughter-in-law with palpable discomfort. However, upon witnessing Bai Qinning's frigid demeanor, they dared not utter a word. The two elders were quite experienced in life. Despite Bai Qinning's seemingly gentle appearance, they understood that her wrath would be formidable to contend with. Yet, Bai Qinning did not even glance at the money on the table. Instead, she merely cast a dispassionate look at the Li family trio and addressed Wan Finlan, "Aunt Li, if you wish for Li Shuo to donate a kidney, Should you not first seek our family's consent regarding Li Shuo? What purpose does your money serve? Bai Qinning's demeanor was not overtly hostile and could even be described as cultured, yet it conveyed a distinct sense of protectiveness over Li Shuo, making it clear that she was not to be trifled with. Wan Finlan had not anticipated that his wife would be so formidable. With a somewhat awkward expression, he forced a smile and turned to Li Shuo, saying, "Ah, Xiao Shuo, you truly found yourself a remarkable wife. I had assumed she was the one in charge at your home. Regarding the kidney donation, what do you think?" Earlier, Wan Finlan had disregarded Li Shuo, but now he found himself compelled to seek his opinion, as his icy wife was decidedly on his side. Li Shuo, who had been sipping tea, lifted his gaze toward Wan Finlan and replied, "And he is not my father. His life or death has no bearing on me." Chapter 35. The glacier today is quite warm. Even someone as socially anxious as Li Shuo could not help but be amused by his relative's absurdity. For over a decade, Li Shuejuan had single-handedly struggled to support the family, with no one bothering to check in. Now suddenly, when that so-called uncle fell ill and required a kidney donation, the entire family rushed to him, expecting him to comply. Did Li Chenkai not have enough kidneys with his 2 sons and a daughter? Their desire for his kidney was quite presumptuous. They spoke of caring for him in the future, yet given the Li family's nature, it was likely they would turn their backs on him. There was no way Li Shuo would offer his kidney to these ungrateful wretches. His flippant remarks sent Li Guofu and Wan Finlan's faces into a whirlwind of colors, alternating between blue and red. Was this even a humane thing to say? Li Chenkai was, after all, his uncle. Such a heartless wretch. The fiery Wu Tsuexiang was the first to slam her hand on the table. "You little rascal. How can you be so ungrateful like your father? The one lying in the hospital is your uncle." Li Guofu, equally enraged, felt his blood pressure rising, exclaiming, "Oh dear. Did I raise you for nothing all those years?" Seeing the 2 elders so agitated by the young couple, Fong Lanying nearly burst into laughter and quietly replenished their tea. Wan Finlan, though his expression was far from pleasant, managed to maintain his composure and played the sympathy card. "Xiao Shuo, you disregard the care your grandparents provided for you in your youth. Consider your uncle. After all, he is your father's brother. If he were to die, it would surely sadden your father. I would be more concerned if I donated a kidney. My father would be even more distressed," Li Shuo replied nonchalantly. If Li Shuejuan truly agreed, there would be no need for such a grand display in seeking him out. Wan Finlan was about to continue when Li Guofu, irate, began to recount tales from Li Shuo's childhood, only to have a bank card pushed toward him on the table. "Old man, this contains 100,000, with a password of 6 zeros. Consider it compensation for the year you raised Li Shuo. Do not use that as leverage against our Li Shuo. I still remember how you and your wife locked him in a cage for a year," Bai Qinning said coldly. This 100,000 was not only meant to silence the elder, but also to demonstrate to Wan Finlan that Bai Qinning was not lacking in finances, and she would not sacrifice her husband's kidney for a mere few thousand. The effect of Bai Qinning producing that bank card was immediate. The Li family, who had just opened their mouths to respond, fell silent once more. What could they possibly say now? How could a mere 100,000 yuan suffice to repay their obligation of nurturing Li Shuo for an entire year? It is simply inconceivable. In reality, they had scarcely spent 200 yuan on Li Shuo throughout the year. With this 100,000 yuan, the couple, Li Guofu and his wife, had no grounds left to complain. Wan Finlan's expression grew increasingly awkward. She had initially thought that spending 30,000 yuan for a kidney for Li Shuo was quite generous. Yet, Li Shuo's wife casually offered 100,000 yuan, considering it merely as the annual cost of raising Li Shuo during his childhood. If we were to follow this line of reasoning, her request for a kidney from Li Shuo would likely warrant a sum in the hundreds of thousands, if not more. Wan Finlan currently found herself unable to discern whether Bai Qinning, a mere worker, had truly exhausted her savings to slap her in the face. Regardless, her own face was indeed stinging from the confrontation, and it was evident that the Li Shuo family had resolutely taken a stand. Even Li Shuo and his wife, along with his father and Fong Lanying, were opposed to the donation of the kidney. Li Shuo was astonished by his wife's boldness, and as he glanced at the icy demeanor of Xiao Bingquan, he felt an unexpected warmth in his heart. This was the first time he felt warmth emanating from her cold, expressionless face. Just as the atmosphere in the room had reached a stalemate, Li Shuejuan returned home from work. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Li Guofu and his wife, along with Wan Finlan, all wearing dark expressions. "What brings you here?" Wu Tsuexiang seeing her obedient son walk in, felt as though she had finally found an outlet for her pent-up frustration and immediately stood up, reprimanding him. What are you doing here? To see your ungrateful family? I truly regret raising you. Li Guofu, now emboldened, stood up as well. Li Shuejuan, this is the son you raised. You and your wife have truly disappointed us. Li Shuejuan had always been submissive to his parents, never daring to defy them. Now that the elderly couple had faced humiliation from their daughter-in-law and grandchildren, they sought to reclaim their dignity by taking it out on Li Shuejuan. However, they had not anticipated that this time, they had struck Li Shuejuan's ultimate limit. Even in the face of his parents' aggression, Li Shuejuan showed no inclination to retreat. He stepped forward, his face flushed, and declared, I have said it before, I cannot agree to Li Shuo donating a kidney. No matter how you label me as unfilial, it changes nothing. Perhaps it was due to his anger, or because it was the first time he had so openly defied his parents, but his body trembled with emotion. He felt a deep chill within. For over a decade, they had not inquired about him or his son, and now, when they needed Li Shuo's kidney, they rushed in to pressure him and Li Shuo. Perhaps the rumors circulating in the village were indeed true. He was, after all, a child picked up by Li Guofu and his wife. Li Shuejuan's unwavering stance left Li Guofu and his wife momentarily at a loss, rendering them speechless. It was Wan Finlan who first rose to ease the tension. All right, we're all family. Since Shuejuan and Li Shuo are unwilling, we shall not impose. After speaking, Wan Finlan packed the several thousand yuan in cash back into her bag, mustered a somewhat gracious smile for Li Shuo's family, and promptly ushered the two elderly individuals to bid farewell and leave. The couple, having been startled by Li Shuejuan's firm demeanor, only began to grumble and curse as they descended the stairs after exiting the door. Wu Zuixiang stood downstairs in the residential complex, berating her eldest son and grandson for their lack of understanding and for abandoning their uncle in his time of need. Her words were not meant for Li Shuejuan's family, but rather intended for the neighbors, hoping to incite their disapproval of the Li family. Once Li Guofu and his wife departed, Li Shuejuan appeared as if he had been hollowed out, sitting silently on the sofa for a long while. Only when the shouts outside ceased did he look up at Fong Lanying, asking, Why didn't you tell me they were coming? Fong Lanying served him a cup of tea, responding, If I told you, would it change anything? It might even affect your work attendance and cost you this month's full salary. Li Shuejuan was too weary to argue with Fong Lanying and turned instead to Bai Qinning, apologizing. Ningning, I'm truly sorry for making you witness our family's disgrace. Where's the disgrace? We're all on the same page. We didn't let Li Shuo donate a kidney to his uncle, did we? Bai Qinning, in front of her father-in-law, had shed her earlier icy demeanor, leaving Fong Lanying momentarily taken aback. It was only today that she realized Li Shuo's wife was far more complex than she had previously imagined. Li Shuo smiled slightly, reaching for the bank card on the table and handing it to Bai Qinning. He wished to express his gratitude, yet felt that doing so in front of his father would create an awkward distance between them. Instead, he boldly gazed at her, conveying his heartfelt appreciation. Bai Qinning understood his intentions, though she felt somewhat unaccustomed to his earnest gaze. She accepted the card and placed it back in her pocket, her cheeks blooming with a faint blush. By the way, I ordered takeout. It should be arriving soon. You should go get it. Earlier, she had noticed that Fong Lanying had not prepared a meal, so while listening to the Li family's complaints, she had discreetly arranged for some food to be delivered from the Bai family hotel. Huh? Li Shuo was taken aback, only realizing after a moment, all right, I'll go get it. He had seen Bai Qinning playing on her phone for a while and had not expected she was quietly ordering takeout. Li Shuejuan sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere between his son and daughter-in-law, feeling quite pleased. As he watched his son rise, he immediately said, Your mother and I will go get it. You stay here with Ningning. He felt a bit embarrassed that his daughter-in-law had to order takeout during their visit. It truly felt like a slight to have her eat takeout at their home. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the community, a high-end business vehicle emblazoned with the logo of the Dill Hotel was parked, from which several men carrying premium insulated containers emerged, seemingly waiting for someone. As Li Guofu and his companions exited the complex, Wu Zuixiang immediately noticed the Dill Hotel's vehicle and whispered, Isn't that the car from the Baishir Group's chain hotel? What are they doing here? Although Wu Zuixiang was not well versed in five-star hotels, she was aware of Dill, especially since her beloved grandson worked at Baishir Group. He had mentioned that the company provided certain perks, allowing him to enjoy special treatment at this hotel. Wan Finlan assisted two elderly individuals into the vehicle, casting a lingering glance at the luxury car. She remarked, It seems someone has ordered food delivery. I never expected that in this modest community, there would be someone capable of ordering from the Dilu Hotel. Only esteemed guests possess the privilege to have meals delivered. Even their family must schedule several days in advance, and sometimes, securing a reservation proves elusive. Juan Finland was astonished to discover that an invisible tycoon resided within this dilapidated neighborhood. Chapter 36. She wouldn't he get drunk, would she? Shortly after Li Guofu and his companions departed, a young man exuding competence and acumen among those waiting at the entrance glanced at a message on his phone. He promptly returned it to his pocket and instructed his companions to place the thermal containers beside the greenery, urging them to hasten into the vehicle and depart. Once the hotel's business vehicle had driven away, the man retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. The young lady truly maintained a low profile. Despite ordering from her own hotel, she seemed concerned about drawing too much attention. Sun Yunxing mumbled to himself. Tucking the handkerchief back into his pocket, he resumed his usual composed demeanor, standing upright as he awaited the young lady to collect the meal. He was one of the few in Luqing aware of Bai Qinning's true identity, an essential member of the Dilu Hotel under the Bai Shi group. Ordinarily, he wouldn't need to personally oversee such trivial matters as meal orders, but given the young lady's request, he felt compelled to deliver it himself. However, he found it perplexing that she would dine in such a worn-down neighborhood. Perhaps it was a reward for her subordinates, he speculated. Naturally, Bai Qinning did not wish to burden the exhausted Li Shuo with the task of retrieving the meal. After descending the stairs with Li Shuo and sending a text to Sun Yunxing, the two made their way to the community entrance. As they neared the gate, Li Shuo, recalling the favors Bai Qinning had done for him that day, slowed his pace and spoke. Qinning. Bai Qinning, with her hands clasped behind her back, turned to look at him. The warm yellow light illuminated her, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. Li Shuo felt his heart skip a beat before he managed to say, "Thank you for today." Bai Qinning's brows furrowed slightly. Li Shuo's formality made her somewhat uncomfortable. After studying him for a moment without responding, she turned her head away, saying, "What is with the politeness? I simply couldn't stand by while your grandparents bullied others. Now, let us go. The delivery is waiting at the entrance." With that, she quickened her pace towards the community gate. Noticing Bai Qinning's apparent change in mood, Li Shuo felt something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. As she walked further away, he had little time to ponder, hastening to catch up. "Qinning, wait, be careful. The ground is uneven. Don't fall." Upon arriving at the community entrance, Li Shuo was taken aback upon seeing Sun Yunxing in a sharp suit alongside several high-end thermal containers. Is this what she meant by delivery? It's nothing like I imagined. Sun Yunxing was equally astonished to see the young lady had brought a man with her. Luckily, he had honed his ability to adapt to unexpected situations and quickly regained his composure, greeting the two with a nod. "Greetings, Mr. and Mrs. Bai. This is the meal ordered using a coupon by Mrs. Bai at our hotel. Would you like me to deliver it to your residence?" Bai Qinning glanced at Sun Yunxing, appreciating his performance, and replied, "There isn't much. We can manage it ourselves." Indeed, he was well trained by her elder brother, demonstrating impressive improvisational skills and acting. The internal voucher provided by the company not only offered a discount but also included delivery. And I was just lamenting the lack of an opportunity to use it. Today has proven fortuitous. Bai Qinning briefly explained to Li Shuo before proceeding to take over the takeout from Sun Yunxing. Initially perplexed, Li Shuo's confusion dissipated upon hearing their conversation, and he joined Bai Qinning in receiving the thermal container from Sun Yunxing, walking back to the community together. Observing the two figures vanish into the neighborhood, Sun Yunxing furrowed his brow in bewilderment. Who was this man? The young lady not only remained within a meter of him without any hesitation, but even proactively offered him food, regardless of who he was. It could not possibly be the young lady's boyfriend or partner. To his knowledge, the young lady had no interest in men. Perhaps today was merely a gesture of compassion towards an employee facing family difficulties. This reasoning seemed quite plausible to Sun Yunxing. Li Shuo and Bai Qinning brought the takeout home. Upon presenting the array of sumptuous dishes, Fang Lanying and Li Shuejuan were left astounded by the lavishness. Garlic shrimp, kung pao prawns, braised beef with radish, ginger and scallion stir-fried crab, bacon sauté ed okra, a feast that surpassed even the celebratory meals of the Li family during the new year. Observing the expressions on the faces of the elderly couple, Bai Qinning promptly clarified that the company had issued vouchers, making this grand spread quite economical. While Li Shuejuan and his wife might have dismissed such an occurrence from another company, it was entirely reasonable coming from the Bai Shi group. Such a large corporation frequently distributed shopping vouchers and even provided amenities like gyms and beauty salons, benefits far beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. This was also the reason Fong Lanying emphasized cultivating her son Li Hao, hoping that one day he could secure a position at a prestigious company like Bai Qinning Group, thereby bringing her pride wherever she went, whether in their hometown or within the community. Bai Qinning's ability to obtain vouchers from the Di Lu Hotel suggested that she must hold a respectable position. Fong Lanying contemplated flattering her with a few words, yet noticing Bai Qinning's apparent disinterest, she refrained from making herself uncomfortable. It was particularly disheartening. Such an exceptional young woman had to marry that insufferable Li Shuo. Conversely, Li Shuejuan felt genuinely happy, having temporarily cast aside the family's unpleasant matters. He rose to pour sweet wine into Bai Qinning's glass. Ning Ning, this wine smells delightful. You should have some. Indeed, the wine was fragrant, a sweet dessert wine specifically prepared for Bai Qinning by son Yunsheng, a favorite of hers. Whenever she visited the family hotel, she could never resist indulging in a little. However, there were moments when she found it difficult to restrain herself. The aromatic allure of the wine stirred her senses, yet she hesitated, concerned about losing composure in front of Li Shuo and the elders, ultimately opting to decline. Dad, I won't drink anymore. I have to drive, Bai Qinning said, her gaze fixed on the wine in her glass, resolutely refusing. It was apparent not only to Li Shuejuan, but also to Li Shuo that she yearned for the wine before her. Li Shuejuan mused that his daughter-in-law was likely relishing the rare opportunity to indulge in the delicacies of the Imperial Joy Hotel, a feast that ordinary folks could hardly afford without discount vouchers. He was reluctant to let her squander this chance, so he reassured Bai Qinning, "It's fine. You can always call for a designated driver. After all, you're with my son. So there's no need to worry about any dangers if you have a little too much to drink. Such an exquisite wine is a rare treat." Li Shuo, caught in a dilemma about whether to encourage her to drink or not, was suddenly swayed by his father's words. He lifted his glass with enthusiasm, saying, "Then, Dad, let me toast to you." "Ah, good. I'll join you for a drink, but just one, mind you. I'm not one to drink often." Li Shuejuan replied with a smile. It was tea that he couldn't drink. He simply wished to conserve this splendid beverage for his son and daughter-in-law. Xiao Shuo, Waning, come, let us all raise a glass together. At Li Shuejuan's invitation, the entire family joyously clinked their glasses. Initially, Bai Qinning was reserved, taking only a small sip, but soon she found herself downing several glasses in quick succession, her cheeks quickly flushed with a rosy hue. An uneasy premonition surged within Li Shuo. Would this girl truly get drunk tonight? Chapter 37. Teased by her, as Li Shuo had anticipated, Bai Qinning indeed became intoxicated. Her alcohol tolerance was exceedingly low. While the others at the table remained largely unaffected, she had succumbed to a state of haziness. Since Li Shuo moved out, the room had been cluttered with belongings, leaving no space for him to stay overnight. Without a driver's license, he had no choice but to call for a designated driver to assist in escorting Bai Qinning downstairs. On the way back, Bai Qinning, still possessing a modicum of awareness, distanced herself from Li Shuo, sitting to one side with her arms crossed, glaring at him. She couldn't allow him to take advantage of her in this state. Yet, as she gazed at him, all she could see was his extraordinarily handsome face, defined features, strikingly handsome, with deep, soulful eyes. Her cheeks flushed, and her beautiful eyes became misty. After a moment of contemplation, she let out a dissatisfied click of her tongue. Even in her discontent, Bai Qinning's demeanor appeared anything but aloof to Li Shuo. Instead, it exuded an endearing quality that made him want to tease her immediately. He suppressed his impulse and regarded her intently, asking, "What's wrong? What had he done to elicit such dissatisfaction from her? Why the sudden pout?" Upon hearing his question, Bai Qinning unexpectedly leaned closer to Li Shuo, tilting her head to scrutinize his face. She was indeed quite displeased. How could this man be so extraordinarily attractive? So much so that, despite her intention to guard against him, she found herself almost wanting to leap into his arms. How infuriating! Bai Qinning's body swayed precariously as if devoid of strength. Fearing she might fall, Li Shuo instinctively reached out to steady her arm, feeling awkward as she closed the distance between them. After all, this girl was genuinely drunk. He supported her with both hands, preventing her from falling into his embrace. The close proximity to her stunning beauty and her enchanting eyes left him at a loss as to where to direct his gaze. The intoxicating scent of alcohol that escaped her breath threatened to intoxicate him as well. Li Shuo felt a slight flush on his cheeks. Hadn't she been resisting him just moments ago? What logic was there in her suddenly lunging toward him, striving to maintain the last vestige of his rationality? He attempted to gently push her back to her seat before his masculine instincts took over and drew her into his arms. Little did he know. His act of resistance ignited Bai Qinning's rebellious spirit. As he pushed her back into her seat, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and with effort, she raised her delicate hand to give his cheek a firm swipe. Li Shuo froze momentarily, his eyes widening in disbelief as the area she had touched began to warm, spreading to his ears. What was happening here? Had he just been flirted with by this girl? His face turned crimson in an instant. Bai Qinning felt a sense of accomplishment, proudly lifting her chin in defiance. Li Shuo, observing the triumphant girl beside him, yearned to reach out and reciprocate the playful gesture. After all, he was a man. How could he allow himself to be toyed with by a girl? However, considering that Bai Qinning was inebriated, his social anxiety prevented him from acting on such an audacious impulse. He resigned himself to his fate, pushing her back to her seat and crossing his arms to create distance between them. It was undeniably infuriating. He had not taken advantage of her tipsy state. Yet she had boldly touched his face instead. While he did not feel outrightly taken advantage of, being flirted with as a man left him feeling quite unsettled. Unable to respond in kind due to her drunkenness, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Bai Qinning, sensing the moment, rebelliously teased her husband before resting against the car door and drifting off to sleep, her head knocking softly against the door as the car drove on. In the end, Bai Qinning found herself resting on Li Shuo's thigh. In Xiangfu community, Fang Lanying had already bathed and gone to bed, while Li Shuejuan sat on the edge of his bed, studying the machining blueprints illuminated by the light of the typhoon. Had it not been for the need to support Li Qingsai's university education years ago, he would have graduated and pursued a career in the electrical engineering field. Perhaps he would have established his own company during the machining boom over 20 years ago. Recently, a fellow classmate had mentioned collaborating with a factory to secure orders with substantial profits, though the factory had stringent quality requirements, and many machining centers struggled to produce even sample pieces. Since university, Li Shuejuan had been deeply fascinated by this field, confident in his ability to produce these samples. If only he had the startup capital to establish a machining center, he was certain he could secure those orders. From what his classmate had revealed, if they could successfully manufacture these products, the annual processing fees would exceed 10 million. Li Shuejuan felt a compelling desire to pursue this opportunity. Yet he lamented that starting a machining center would require an initial investment of at least 500 to 600,000. And he currently had barely 500 to his name. The Li family, well off as they are, would never lend money to Li Shuejuan, especially after their past disagreements. Fang Lanying, observing Li Shuejuan engrossed in his blueprints, sat up, her impatience evident. Do not entertain any misguided thoughts. Focus on your bus driving. Our priority is to support Li Hao and Li Shu, our college students. When they were contemplating the purchase of their current home, Li Shuejuan nearly invested in a machining factory. Fang Lanying, however, vehemently opposed risking their home funds, insisting instead on securing their residence and allowing Li Shuejuan to concentrate on his bus driving. Although many who invested in machining centers during that period prospered, her regrets were futile. The market is now saturated, and she remains resolute that Li Shuejuan should avoid any reckless ventures. Steady employment to support their children is the wisest course. Li Shuejuan understands that he is not in a position to contemplate such matters. He merely sighs and returns the blueprints to the drawer. Indeed, with the responsibility of supporting Li Hao and Li Shu, he cannot afford the risks associated with business ventures. Not to mention, should he fail, there would be no one to fund their education. It is best for him to continue driving the bus. Meanwhile, at the hotel, the Li Guofu family has settled in. The elderly couple remains troubled by Li Shuo's family's refusal to donate a kidney. Since their arrival, Wu Zuixiang has spent over an hour on a video call with the Li Qingkai family, vociferously chastising Li Shuo and his son. These ingrates refuse to help Qingkai. Yet we cannot forcibly take them. How can this be acceptable? Wu Zuixiang expressed her indignation to her grandsons and son on the video call. Li Qingkai furrowed his brow. Anxious, that won't do. One kidney is truly insufficient. What if something happens to the other? Parents, please persuade Li Shuejuan and his son again, if necessary. Offer them more money. Wan Finlan immediately interjected. The Li family is quite adamant. Persuasion seems futile. We may need to adopt a more forceful approach. Wu Zuixiang, aware of her daughter-in-law's cunning, brightened at the prospect. Finlan, what do you have in mind? Any means to compel Li Shuo to donate a kidney in Haiqing will suffice. Wan Finland smiled subtly, her demeanor graceful, yet her eyes gleamed with malice. It's simple. If Li Shuejuan and Li Shuo's wife both lost their jobs, they would lose their financial stability. Li Shuejuan must support 2 college students, and Li Shuo's wife would have to care for her husband, who cannot fend for himself. Under immense pressure, they would likely relent if offered some incentive. Upon hearing this, the Li family members suddenly grasped the implications. Indeed, if both Li Shuejuan and Li Shuo's wife were unemployed, facing overwhelming survival pressures, they would be compelled to compromise. A smile finally graced Li Qingsai's face. Finland, you are quite ingenious. I have many connections in Luqing. It would not be difficult to arrange for Li Shuejuan to lose his job as a bus driver, especially since he must be over 50 by now. On the other end of the video call, Li Jiajun's second son, Li Shirtsong, chimed in. Didn't T-Mom just mention that Li Shuo's wife works at a branch of the Bai Group? And isn't T Huan's boyfriend on good terms with the second young master of the Bai family? Getting rid of a minor employee at a branch is merely a matter of a few words. The names of the young masters from the Bai family were not known to them. Considering their family's financial capacity and connections made it difficult to establish ties with the Bai family. Fortunately, Huan's boyfriend had a favorable relationship with the Bai family's second young master. A little embellishment could easily lead to Li Shuo's wife's job being eliminated. Once Li Shirtsong spoke these words, he garnered unanimous agreement from the entire Li family. If Li Shuo's family refused to cooperate, it would sever their path, leaving them with no options. Chapter 38. She became addicted. Li Shuo exerted considerable effort to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor while bringing his intoxicated wife home, ultimately depositing her onto the bed in her room. Thankfully, Bai Qinning had not consumed real alcohol. Even in her inebriated state, she carried the sweet fragrance of dessert wine. Unlike someone who had genuinely overindulged. After placing her on the bed, Li Shuo took a few breaths of fresh air to clear his mind before covering her with a blanket. Unable to resist, he stole another glance at the girl's exquisite, rosy sleeping face before promptly leaving the room. It must be said that a drunken Bai Qinning held an allure for a man that could be considered a tremendous gain. It was a risk worth taking. Fortunately, he possessed social anxiety and did not stoop to taking advantage of others, or he might have acted inappropriately. The moment Li Shuo returned to his room, he rushed to the bathroom for a cold shower to cool off. In the future, he would ensure that Bai Qinning never drank alcohol again. If they were not together, he would definitely not allow her to drink. The next day, Bai Qinning awoke in bed and immediately recalled the events of the previous night. Her first instinct was to check her clothing, relieved to confirm that Li Shuo had not taken advantage of her in her inebriated state. Thankfully, this man was perceptive enough not to engage in any perverse behavior while she was drunk. She typically only dared to drink when she was with Huan, and last night was an exception. She resolved that she would never get drunk in front of anyone other than Huan again, especially not Li Shuo. Even if Li Shuo had refrained from taking advantage of her intoxication, Bai Qinning felt a sense of guilt, fearing that she might lose control and pounce on him. She remembered fragments of the previous night, particularly the moment she had touched Li Shuo's face. It seemed that he had gotten upset afterward, retreating far away. As she reflected on her audacious behavior, she felt a mix of annoyance and amusement, especially at the thought of Li Shuo's flustered and angry expression when teased. It stirred a peculiar sensation within her, one she had never experienced with other men before. After finishing her shower and donning a fresh outfit, she stepped out of her room to find breakfast already laid out on the table. Today's morning meal consisted of dumplings, and Li Shuo had not forgotten to place a bottle of vinegar at her spot. When Bai Qinning emerged, he simply greeted her with a nod before sitting down to eat. Given that he had been teased the day before, his social anxiety made their interaction a bit awkward. He wondered whether the girl had truly lost her memory of the night. It would be best if she had. During breakfast today, Li Shuo did not utter a single word to Bai Qinning. After finishing their meal, Bai Qinning took the initiative to gather the bowls and headed to the kitchen. Noticing that Li Shuo remained silent, she suddenly asked, Li Shuo, are you still hung up on what happened last night when I touched your face? Li Shuo, standing by the sink, felt his back stiffen in surprise. He had not anticipated Bai Qinning would bring it up so suddenly. Did she not feel any embarrassment? He certainly felt awkward. Bai Qinning initially felt a bit shy, but whenever she caught sight of Li Shuo's innocent expression, she couldn't help but tease him. Observing his tense posture, she continued, what if instead of touching your face, I had kissed you? Would you have refused to speak to me for the rest of your life? Li Shuo's back straightened even more, and his ears betrayed him by turning red. He was unsure how he would have reacted had Bai Qinning kissed him. However, he now regretted not having retaliated immediately when she touched him, allowing her to have the audacity to bring it up today. Did his social anxiety and personality make Bai Qinning think he was easy to tease? Indeed, Bai Qinning had discovered a fresh territory in Shuo, and she was becoming somewhat addicted to it. Seeing his ears flush, she pressed her lips together slightly, and, before he turned to look at her, she turned to take out the kitchen trash. "Well, it's getting late. I should head to work," she remarked, her tone revealing that she was in a good mood today. In stark contrast, Shuo was feeling quite the opposite. It was all due to that damned social anxiety. He vowed that if he ever caught Bai Qinning provoking him again, he would not hesitate to assert himself. He had to make that happen. After Bai Qinning left, Shuo finished tidying up the kitchen and returned to his room, promptly calling Shuo. "Shuo, when do you have time today? Let us go out for a bit," he invited seriously. He had resolved that he could no longer hide at home. Avoiding social interactions, he needed to practice. His new wife had begun to tease him because of his social anxiety. He had to prepare himself so that the next time Bai Qinning dared to provoke him, he could respond immediately. As a man, how could he allow himself to be teased so often by a girl? It was quite humiliating. To Shuo's surprise, Shuo was taken aback by the rare invitation. "What? Did I hear that correctly? You're actually asking me out?" He pondered for a moment, then hesitated, however. "I'm quite busy these days. I mentioned earlier that I have some leads on the missing son of the Li family. I have a flight this afternoon to Wancheng. Would you like me to send Su Ran to keep you company?" Shuo instinctively felt pain in his arm and immediately declined. "No. It's fine if you're busy. The last time I went out with Su Ran, I came back with a bite. Although Bai Qinning hasn't admitted that she minds my interactions with other women, I still need to be cautious. By the way, I sent your sister in Wancheng. Should I bring something for her?" Shuo had heard Shuo mention his sister a few times, noting that she seemed to be attending university in Wan City. Shuo indeed wished to send something with Shuo to deliver to Shu, but regrettably, he had not yet received his manuscript payment and declined Shuo's kind offer. After a brief exchange, as Shuo had pressing matters to attend to, Shuo refrained from further intrusion. Unable to meet Shuo, Shuo resolved to complete the updates for his current novel and his new book. In the afternoon, he planned to take a solitary stroll downstairs, hoping to engage with more people and mitigate his social anxiety. His novel, Fighting Emperor, was yielding a steady income and updates, averaging around 600 a day. He realized that he could not expect to generate substantial earnings in the short term. Given the recent turmoil with the Li family, he felt an urgent need to secure some funds for unforeseen circumstances. As Wu Zuoxiang departed, cursing, he perceived Wan Finland as a woman who concealed her malice behind a smile. He needed to be prepared. To generate quick income, he believed that writing short stories was essential, as they had a brief creative cycle and could swiftly sell their film rights if successful. In Shuo's recollection, a novel focused on anti-crime themes from his previous life had been adapted into a television series, achieving immense popularity and selling out on the art of war references featured within. The protagonist, a fishmonger, had also become a source of humor among netizens. The series itself was quite captivating. He had binge-watched it, subsequently reading the original novel several times. Now, as he contemplated writing a contemporary short story, that particular book seemed most suitable. With a total of 230,000 words, he could complete it in less than a month. If the market response was favorable, he might quickly earn a substantial sum in copyright fees. Resolute, Shuo sat at his computer, finishing the updates for Fighting Emperor before officially commencing his new work, titled Fishmonger. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Intong Public Transport Company building on Luyuan Island, people were bustling about. Only Shuo stood frozen in place, clutching his termination notice, unable to regain his composure. The Transportation Management Department had conducted a surprise inspection that day and discovered that, at 52 years of age, he had surpassed the legal driving age limit for buses by 2 years, resulting in his immediate dismissal from the company. The abruptness of his departure was overwhelming. Within mere minutes of exiting the company building, Shuo felt as though he had aged several years, his head heavy and his legs weak. He still needed to support his son, Li Hao, and daughter, Li Shu, through university, and the family mortgage loomed unfinished. With such a heavy burden, where could a man of his age find a job with comparable wages? Feeling utterly drained, he squatted on the cold stone steps, his brow furrowed in distress. Time always seemed to slip away quickly when one was busy. By the time Shuo had penned the first 6 000 words of fishmonger and submitted it to the editor's inbox. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. Aware that he needed to address his social anxiety alongside his writing, he resolved to venture out before making excuses to stay indoors. At this hour, the neighborhood was alive with nannies and mothers taking their children for a stroll. As Shuo descended the stairs, he headed directly toward the community's playground area. To overcome social anxiety, one must venture into crowded places. Along the way, he felt the urge to retreat several times. But the memory of Bai Qinning's audacious teasing spurred him onward. Upon arriving at the children's playground path of the community, a middle-aged woman clad in an elegant Gucci ensemble, carrying a Chanel handbag, captured Shuo's attention. Chapter 39. To retrieve her daughter and the fake son-in-law. Shuo was not well-versed in high-end brands, yet the woman's striking presence was undeniable, exuding an exquisite grace that was hard to overlook. She was not only exceptionally beautiful and poised, but even behind her sunglasses, she bore a semblance of familiarity. When her gaze met Shuo's, she quickly approached him, gently removing her sunglasses and smiling warmly. "Hello, could you please direct me to the building?" Despite her elegance, she was merely a refined individual with a poor sense of direction. Xie Jingji was there to find her precious daughter, who flitted about the country and had established a home in nearly every city. Being naturally directionally challenged, she found herself lost amidst the myriad of her daughter's villas and had been wandering in this Tangyuan community for quite some time. As she approached, Shuo felt an instinctive urge to step back, but recalling his intention to improve his social anxiety, he refrained from doing so, awkwardly stating, "Good day, ma'am. I reside in the same building. I can escort you if you wish." While responding, his demeanor was noticeably stiff. As someone grappling with social anxiety, he seldom engaged in acts of kindness. He typically pointed the way and hurried off to avoid prolonged interaction. Xie Jingji noticed his awkwardness and felt a twinge of caution. This young man appeared trustworthy at first glance, yet his mannerisms seemed askew upon speaking. Though in her 50s, Xie Jingji took great care of herself, appearing to be in her 30s. Even while out, she often attracted the attention of younger men. Shuo's eager yet unnatural demeanor raised her suspicions. She began to wonder if he was merely claiming to be from the same building to gain her trust, though she refrained from delving further into such negative thoughts. After a brief silence, Shuo, feeling a bit awkward, quickly added, "If you're not at ease, I could simply direct you. You can proceed that way. Make a left at the second intersection, and after some distance, you will find an open area. Then, turn right to descend the platform stairs and veer right." Shuo took about a minute to explain the route to Xie Jingji. "Madam, that is how you should proceed. Do you comprehend?" After a moment of contemplation, Xie Jingji could not help but respond, "Young man, I apologize, but I am truly hopeless with directions. Would it be too much trouble for you to guide me?" She no longer cared about the details. At worst, she could wait for the young man to escort her to the building's entrance, offer him a token of gratitude, and then confirm her arrival before entering on her own. In truth, she could have easily called her daughter to come pick her up. However, she had come for an unannounced inspection and did not wish for her daughter to be aware of her presence. That unfilial daughter had incessantly claimed over the phone that she had found a suitor for her, and that they were even married. Xie Jingji knew her daughter all too well. This troublesome girl was likely involved in some sort of contractual arrangement, akin to those portrayed in television dramas or novels, waiting for her mother's arrival to orchestrate a deception. Thus, Xie Jingji had decided to surprise her daughter by arriving unannounced, preventing her from summoning this temporary husband, and exposing her lies, compelling her to return and follow through with the marriage plans. Shuo was, of course, quite reluctant to personally guide her, especially to spend a few minutes alone with this older sister. Yet, each time he contemplated backing out, he recalled the provocations he had faced from Bai Qinning the day before and today. Considering that assisting her would indeed serve as a form of practice for his social anxiety, he ultimately steeled himself and agreed. "Very well then. I shall take you to the building's entrance, and you can enter on your own." Upon hearing this, Xie Jingji's concerns dissipated entirely, and she was elated by his affectionate address of sister. "Thank you, but you need not call me sister. I could actually be your mother," she replied with a gentle smile. "Ah, well, I truly wouldn't have guessed. You look remarkably youthful," Shuo said, slightly awkward as he began to lead her toward the building. The short journey was far more relaxed than Shuo had anticipated. This sister did not come across as unapproachable. Rather, her demeanor was quite amiable. Her conversation was polished, and he found himself enjoying the exchange, even if he mostly offered simple responses to her topics. Xie Jingji, having experienced much and met countless individuals, quickly discerned Li Shua's character over those few minutes. Initially, she had thought he might harbor some unspoken feelings towards her, but it became apparent that he was merely of a more reserved nature. The fact that he willingly offered to guide her was commendable. "Xiao Shuo, thank you so much today. I have a small gift for you. I hope you like it." Xie Jingji, who disliked feeling indebted to anyone and genuinely appreciated this young man, retrieved an unopened bottle of Chanel perfume from her bag as they reached the building's entrance. "This is unopened. You must be dating someone, right? You can give it to your girlfriend." It was a smaller bottle of chance, worth around 500 yuan. After all, her daughter did not lack for perfumes, and today, she intended it as a gift for this young neighbor in the same building. Upon seeing the perfume offered to him, Li Shuo immediately stiffened and declined. "Sister, aunt, I cannot accept this. It is too extravagant. Such designer fragrances typically cost several hundred yuan or more." He was merely providing directions, and it felt too lavish. Xie Jingji offered no opportunity for Li Shuo to refuse, elegantly placing a bottle of perfume in his hands before bidding him farewell and departing. Now that she had located the building, it was merely a matter of entering her daughter's room to catch her in the act. She was eager to discover how her rebellious daughter had conspired with that insufferable young man to deceive her. Li Shuo stood still for a considerable time, holding the perfume, until Xie Jinglan entered the elevator. He then decided to return home and put the perfume away. He wasn't the type to insist on returning a gift simply out of embarrassment. For him, even approaching someone to discuss such matters was particularly daunting. Upon reaching the elevator doors, Li Shuo pressed the button and was surprised to see the elevator stop at the 7th floor. What a coincidence! The young lady's relative resided on the same floor as he did. Though he hesitated to greet her, he quickly reasoned that she must have gone inside by now, and he would likely miss her upon his arrival. The elevator swiftly descended to the ground floor. Li Shuo stepped inside, pressed the button for the 7th floor, and the elevator began its ascent. Chapter 40. Bringing home a beautiful older sister? Xie Jingji arrived at her daughter's door and rang the bell several times, but no one came to answer. After rummaging through her bag for a good while, she recalled that her daughter had not given her a key to this apartment, only a lift card, with no immediate way to enter. She chose not to linger at the door and instead seated herself on the sofa placed on the balcony near the elevator. Her daughter's apartment was likely quite costly, as the elevator served only 2 units and boasted a sofa and coffee table for waiting guests to enjoy the sea view. Although she couldn't enter her daughter's home today, her spirits remained high. She had previously heard Bai Qinning mention that her husband was currently unemployed, which should have meant he was at home. After pressing the doorbell for so long without a response, it seemed evident that no one was home. Her precious daughter was indeed deceiving her. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated her sudden visit and hadn't even had time to summon her temporary son-in-law. She resolved to wait there until her daughter returned, ready to expose her lies and arrange a marriage in Kyoto. Ding! Her wandering thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the elevator doors opening. Xie Jingji instinctively straightened her posture and turned gracefully toward the elevator. At this hour, the returning occupant should be a member of the neighboring household. Bai Qinning, currently busy with filming, surely would not be back so early. Out of courtesy, Xie Jingji's first instinct was to greet her neighbor amicably. However, when she beheld the figure stepping out of the elevator, her gentle smile instantly froze. How could it be that young man from earlier? A sudden sense of caution enveloped her as she wondered if he might have ulterior motives. She had only just arrived, and he had followed closely behind. It was difficult not to overthink the situation. As Li Shuo exited the elevator, he was equally taken aback to find Xie Jingji seated on the balcony. He had assumed she had already entered her relative's apartment, not realizing she was still outside. Should he take the initiative to greet her? However, having neglected to prepare herself psychologically for the possibility of encountering him again, Li Shuo found himself momentarily at a loss for how to greet the other party naturally, standing awkwardly by the elevator door. Ultimately, it was Xie Jingji, accustomed to engaging with others, who, despite harboring a hint of skepticism, rose with a smile to greet Li Shuo. What a coincidence, you also live on the 7th floor. Perhaps it truly was a stroke of luck. This young man indeed resided on the 7th floor. After all, there were not only her daughter but also another family in that apartment. Moreover, the young man did not appear to be ill-intentioned. At her words, Li Shuo managed a polite smile, albeit somewhat awkwardly, replying, "Yes, sister, what a coincidence. Are your relatives not at home?" He inquired, appearing somewhat uneasy. "Yes, I'm just waiting here. They should be back shortly." Regardless of whether the young man was genuine or merely feigning interest, Xie Jingji had no intention of entering his home alone. As a woman, particularly an attractive one, her instinct for caution was always heightened. "All right, I shall head home now," Li Shuo said with a smile, making his way from the elevator towards his front door. As Xie Jingji's eyes widened in surprise, he retrieved his keys and opened the door to his apartment. Once inside, he hesitated momentarily with the luxurious Chanel perfume in hand, before turning back to Xie Jingji with a polite invitation. "Sister, would you like to come in for a glass of water?" After all, having received such a precious gift, it would be quite discourteous not to offer her a seat inside when she could not enter his home. Xie Jingji, momentarily taken aback by the invitation, nodded in response. She realized that this young man was likely the son-in-law her daughter had come to visit today. What a remarkable coincidence! Surely, her daughter could not have married yet. Upon entering Li Shuo's home, surrounded by her daughter's cat in the familiar environment, Xie Jingji's understanding solidified. Li Shuo was indeed Bai Qinning's husband. They were truly married. In the brief span of a few minutes, beneath her calm exterior, Xie Jingji's heart had traversed a tempest. Having confirmed Li Shuo's identity, she refrained from revealing her own, choosing instead to sit on the sofa and graciously accept the tea he offered, expressing her gratitude while maintaining a composed demeanor in their conversation. "Li Shuo, do you live with your girlfriend?" "No, she is not my girlfriend. We are already married," Li Shuo responded with meticulous precision. He was unconcerned about others' perceptions of him. Cohabitation before marriage could be a sensitive topic for women, and he felt it necessary to clarify. At that moment, Xie Jingji's mood darkened slightly. The young man was indeed commendable, yet he diverged significantly from the son-in-law she and old Bai had envisioned. Xie Jingji had initially hoped for a son-in-law who was well acquainted with their family and socially compatible with the Bai household, ensuring her daughter would not endure hardship. She found it hard to accept that her daughter had so casually chosen to marry a man. After much contemplation, she remained unwilling to believe that her daughter could have so recklessly wed, and thus began to inquire about Li Shuo's family background. As he answered her questions, Li Shuo sensed that her inquiries delved into matters of his privacy, leaving him with an odd feeling. After a brief conversation with Xie Jingji, he found an excuse to head to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Xie Jingji lingered in the living room for a moment before casually joining Li Shuo at the kitchen door. "Li Shuo, do you often cook? You seem quite adept at it," she remarked. Li Shuo thought to himself how her family had yet to return to take her home, but he could only respond politely. "Yes, I usually cook at home. The young ladies these days can be quite particular about their tastes. My daughter is quite finicky. She can be a handful," Xie Jingji commented while holding a cup of water. As Li Shuo took the shrimp paste out of the refrigerator to thaw, he replied, "That's true. My partner doesn't enjoy meat, especially pork. No matter how it's prepared, steamed, fried, stir-fried, or boiled, even a dish like eggplant with minced meat, she will meticulously pick out the meat." As Li Shuo mentioned Bai Qinning, a smile involuntarily graced his lips, and he seemed to relax considerably. "However, she does enjoy vinegar. She can pour half a bottle over a bowl of noodles." He didn't even realize how much more he spoke when it came to discussing his wife. As he spoke, Xie Jingji's scrutinizing gaze softened subtly, her expression growing somewhat complex. This young man was indeed commendable. He had taken note of her daughter's preferences and made an effort to prepare various meat dishes for Ningning. Although Li Shuo's family background was vastly different from the Bai family, he seemed genuinely caring, a quality that was hard to find among the wealthy young men who had grown up in privilege. She felt an inexplicable fondness for him, as if they were destined to be connected, akin to family. It was certainly preferable to marrying into the Li family. This was not due to any animosity between the Bai and Li families, but rather because her husband, old Bai, and Li Jinsong had maintained a rivalry for years, akin to two adversaries. Neither of them was inclined to consider a marriage alliance, claiming to hold no regard for one another. Xie Jingji began to reassess her thoughts, attempting to accept Li Shuo as her son-in-law. She refrained from asking further questions and proactively offered to assist in the kitchen. Li Shuo, however, could not allow his guest to toil alongside him, politely declining her eagerness and directing her to sit in the living room. Meanwhile, he pondered whether her family would indeed not return that day. If they delayed any longer, Bai Qinning would be back, and he wondered if she would tease him again for bringing home a beautiful older sister. Chapter 41. Brother Bai's call. Bai Qinning finished work earlier than usual that day, as a prop issue arose with a scene scheduled for the evening, necessitating a delay. She declined Huawan's invitation to watch a movie together and returned home early. Before 6:30, Bai Qinning stood at her doorstep, opening the door to enter. At that moment, Li Shuo had just placed the freshly prepared soup on the table. "Xie Jingji, concerned that her son-in-law might accidentally burn himself, adjusted the pot on the table. Hearing the door open, both turned instinctively toward the entrance. Li Shuo immediately stiffened, thinking to himself that today might not end well. He did not anticipate that Bai Qinning would leave work so early, and he had not yet had the chance to escort her back next door. Even if their neighbor had not returned, it would have sufficed to have her wait at the door alone. After the incident of being bitten last time, Li Shuo was now quite apprehensive that Bai Qinning might misunderstand again. Not only would she bite him, but afterwards she would also act as if she had been grievously wronged, requiring him to console her. In just a few seconds, Li Shuo's mind raced, already contemplating how to clarify matters with Bai Qinning. As Bai Qinning changed into slippers at the entrance and walked into the living room, she noticed two figures by the dining table. Raising her head, she immediately spotted Li Shuo and Xie Jingji beside the table, even with her typically strong composure. This unexpected scene rendered her momentarily speechless. Why was her mother here? Seeing Bai Qinning's apparent surprise, Li Shuo assumed she was misunderstanding the situation again. Just as he was about to explain, Bai Qinning spoke first. "Mom, what brings you here?" Li Shuo. What? Had he misheard? Was Bai Qinning addressing the woman beside him as mom? This was his mother-in-law. "Didn't you ask me to come over to see you and Xiao Shuo?" Xie Jingji replied, then turned to the stunned Li Shuo, offering an apologetic smile. "Xiao Shuo, I'm truly sorry. I didn't recognize you at first. I just wanted to learn more about you, and didn't want to make you feel uneasy by revealing my identity too soon." Li Shuo snapped out of his astonishment, feeling a bit awkward, and grew noticeably tense. It's all right. I didn't know it was you. I truly didn't mean to be neglectful." Good grief. He had envisioned countless scenarios for meeting his in-laws, yet he had never imagined it would occur in such an unexpected manner. Having just begun to become familiar with Xie Jingji, now that he knew her true identity as his mother-in-law, he felt every nerve in his body tighten. Noticing her son-in-law's discomfort, Xie Jingji chuckled. "Xiao Shuo, there's no need to be nervous. I'm not the kind of difficult mother-in-law. I'm quite open-minded. As long as you two are sincere with each other, I won't stand in your way. Mom, you should have given me a heads up before coming over. I could have warned Li Shuo. Your sudden arrival must have startled him," Bai Qinning remarked, understanding that Li Shuo struggled with social anxiety. Xie Jingji found the situation amusing. Barely over a month into their marriage, her daughter was already leaning towards her husband. "All right. Mom will indeed be more considerate next time and inform you and Xiao Shuo before coming over." Xie Jingji was indeed a very understanding mother, never imposing the weight of seniority before her beloved daughter and acknowledging her missteps without defensiveness. Li Shuo felt that his mother-in-law possessed a commendable temperament and refinement, and he quickly added, "It's no trouble at all. I don't mind this. I just feel I might have neglected you today." "Not at all. Had I not encountered you, I might still be wandering around the park," she replied. The three of them chatted for a while before sitting down to enjoy dinner together. Xie Jingji praised her son-in-law's culinary skills, her initial reluctance now transformed into growing admiration for Li Shuo. Besides her inherently optimistic outlook, she genuinely believed that Li Shuo was indeed a rare gem of a son-in-law. The handsome young man, endowed with commendable genes, possesses a reserved and steady demeanor. He appears to be utterly compliant with Qinning, instilling in her a sense of ease in entrusting their daughter to him. However, it is necessary to engage in some persuasion with her father, the elderly patriarch, and her 5 brothers. These individuals have always held the family's sole little princess in the highest regard, showering her with affection. Now, with her sudden marriage, even to a young man of noteworthy standing, there is likely to be some discomfort, especially considering the modest background of this unexpected suitor. After dinner, Xie Jingji did not linger long and took her leave. She was not particularly free, as numerous social engagements awaited her as the wife of the Bai family's patriarch. Even the birth of her grandson by her eldest son had not afforded her a moment's respite. Today, she merely seized a fleeting opportunity amidst her busy schedule to assess the situation, and with nothing conclusive to report, she had no choice but to return home to discuss her daughter's marriage with her family. That evening, Bai Qinning inquired of Li Shuo regarding his encounter with her mother. She surmised her mother's intentions. She had likely come to investigate the authenticity of her marriage. Fortunately, despite their impending union, Bai Qinning and Li Shuo maintained a natural rapport, which prevented her mother from detecting any inconsistencies. Yet, Li Shuo remained anxious about his performance in front of her mother. After recounting the details of their meeting, he earnestly asked Bai Qinning, "Do you think my mother-in-law is satisfied with me?" While Bai Qinning had presented herself impeccably before his parents, Li Shuo felt his performance that day had left much to be desired. When unaware of her identity, he had addressed her as sister. But upon learning she was his mother-in-law, he was left feeling awkward. Bai Qinning suspected her mother was pleased, but seeing Li Shuo so tense, she felt a mischievous urge to tease him. With the utmost seriousness, she remarked, "Everything seemed fine, except that from the moment you learned her identity until she departed, you never once called her mom. Were you too shy?" Li Shuo was mercilessly exposed, his neck stiffening in embarrassment. He struggled with social anxiety. Suddenly addressing someone as mother required considerable mental preparation. With his mother-in-law's unexpected arrival, he had attempted several times to utter the term, but found himself unable to do so. Indeed, this social anxiety was something he needed to address. Bai Qinning, observing Li Shuo's reaction, felt an urge to laugh but quickly composed herself. Adopting a serious tone to tease her husband further, "It's all right. I understand you were just shy. After all, you can go an entire morning without speaking to me after merely touching your face." Li Shuo was left exasperated. He wished to retort, suggesting she try touching his face again, but the words eluded him. It seemed he still needed more practice. "If you have no other matters to attend to, I shall return to my room." Li Shuo opted to temporarily sidestep the topic, avoiding interaction with his wife, who both irritated and amused him. It was clear she relished teasing him, and he found himself unable to retaliate. Bai Qinning watched him with a leisurely gaze before gently nodding. "All right, you may go." Once Li Shuo retreated to his room and closed the door, more heavily than usual, a soft smile crept onto her lips as she caressed the large round object beside her. Oh. With just a single remark, he had grown bashful again. Truly, he was easily amused. In the living room, as Bai Qinning indulged in some time with her cat, a phone call unexpectedly rang through to her from her second elder brother, Bai Sheng. Bai Qinning initially presumed that he had learned about her marriage from Xie Jingji and was calling to inquire about it. However, she was taken aback by Bai Sheng's opening remark. "Ninger, what is your situation over in Luqing? I've heard someone say you've gotten married, and that you, along with your newlywed husband, have neglected your uncle who is on the brink of death, leaving him to suffer without assistance." Unbeknownst to him, the individual had no idea that Bai Qinning was his sister and had sought his help to sever her ties at the Bai Shi group. Bai Shin was not there to interrogate his sister, he merely found the news utterly absurd. He would not believe a single word regarding Bai Qinning, especially the notion of her marriage. It was inconceivable for a brother to remain oblivious to his sister's nuptials. Furthermore, he understood her too well. It was uncertain whether she even had feelings for men, let alone the prospect of marriage. "Brother, this information seems rather implausible." "I am aware," Bai Sheng stated noncommittally. Even if one were to think logically, it was impossible for Bai Qinning to have wed. Bai Qinning pressed on, "The only truth in all this is my marriage." This simple declaration struck Bai Sheng like a thunderclap, reverberating in his mind. Chapter 42. The desire for divorce. It took Bai Sheng quite some time to come to terms with the reality that his sister, Bai Qinning, was indeed married. Given his understanding of her character, he surmised that this union was likely a mere fade to pacify their parents. However, the family background of her husband was quite complicated, and even a temporary arrangement left him feeling quite dissatisfied. If you needed to marry someone to appease the family, why didn't you inform me beforehand? I have a plethora of outstanding young men around who could have been suitable candidates for you, Bai Sheng remarked. Specializing in architecture and management, he now managed several large real estate companies and mingled with many promising heirs, making it all the more surprising that his sister would hastily marry an unfamiliar rascal. "I believe my husband is wonderful. You needn't concern yourself with that. Instead, it is your friends who should exercise caution. Li Shuo and I have not engaged in any unscrupulous acts," Bai Qinning retorted. She suspected that this situation stemmed from her brother's friend's poor judgment, leading to some entanglement with the Li family. Knowing her affiliation with the Bai Shi group, they sought to use Bai Sheng's influence to undermine her position and sever her avenues. Little did they realize that the second young master of the Bai family was indeed her own brother, aligning them in the same camp. "I am well aware that my friend has indeed been careless. He has already acknowledged this. However, he wishes to understand the circumstances surrounding the matter. And I find it absurd as well, which is why I came to ask you to clarify what has transpired," Bai Sheng said, eager to discover how these individuals dared to target his sister, attempting to manipulate him as a pawn. Within a few minutes, Bai Qinning succinctly recounted the recent events involving the Li family to Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng was fully aware of the situation, his tone sinking into a somber cadence. "Understood. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it. Such audacious slander against his sister was truly indicative of the Li family's disdain for their own fortunate circumstances. Bai Qinning, undoubtedly, had unwavering faith in her second brother's capabilities. He had always been the most protective of her since their childhood. To what extent, you might wonder. Even if she were genuinely at fault, Bai Sheng would unhesitatingly stand by her side in support. His call, perhaps, was merely prompted by disbelief at the outrageous news of her marriage. In the room, Li Shuo remained blissfully ignorant of the unfolding events and showed no inclination to sleep. As he sat before his computer, engrossed in his writing, he had just received feedback from his editor. His novel, The Fishmonger, had successfully passed the review. With another book in hand, particularly a short story that promised quick monetary returns, he was brimming with enthusiasm, completely devoid of the desire for rest. Consumed instead by the urge to write and earn. The past few days of churning out over 10,000 words daily had significantly enhanced Li Shuo's writing speed. Coupled with his familiarity with the novel's plot, he managed to produce over 11,000 words in just 3 hours. By 2 in the morning, he successfully published a manuscript exceeding 17,000 words on the platform. His author account had begun to amass a steady readership. Shortly after the novel's release, a wave of readers, freshly dissatisfied after concluding The Emperor of Dou, flocked to his work. Most of these readers had a penchant for the fantasy genre, and upon discovering it was categorized as urban crime fiction, they could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Fire Lu is somewhat lacking in discernment. His fantasy writing was quite commendable. Why the shift in genre? The title alone, The Fishmonger, sounds unappealing. What is there to write about fish selling? Similarly, I rushed over in excitement, only to be met with this category. Seriously? I was ready for something thrilling, perhaps involving dual cultivation. You know, the unclad kind. Ah, well, since I'm here, I might as well add it to my bookshelf. If it doesn't work out, I'll just urge Fire Lu to switch back post-haste to The Emperor of Dou. I second that. A mere 20 minutes later, beneath the latest chapter of The Fishmonger, a surge of readers began to pour in, not with requests for a genre switch, but rather with fervent pleas for updates. Wow, this is exhilarating. I can sense that Xiangzi is destined to go astray. Too short. It seems Anqing inadvertently became Qiangzi's protector. Today it's Qiangzi. Thereafter, it will be Brother Chang. Yaoqi Qiang is no ordinary character. Too short. Fire Lu. Rise and update quickly. This book is quite captivating. The character dynamics and plot are simply enthralling. Production team's donkey, hurry up and continue writing. The influx of readers had formed a fervent brigade, clamoring for updates. However, the production team's donkey, blissfully unaware, had already succumbed to slumber, oblivious to the frenzied feedback from his new readers. Xiangfu Garden, where the Li family remained in turmoil, had yet to extinguish its lights. The abrupt unemployment of Li Shuejuan had thrown Fong Lan-ing off balance. Not long after his return home, a heated argument erupted between the couple, and they had yet to find rest. At the beginning of this year, you presented your superior with a gift worth over 1,000 yuan, with promises of extending your tenure for another 2 years. Yet, here we are in May, and you have already lost your job. What will become of Li Hao and Li Shu now? Fong Lan-ing, brimming with vitality, does not need to work, even after a lengthy quarrel with Li Shuejuan. She remains alert late into the night. She kneels on the bed, glaring at the man seated beside her, and in her frustration, she seizes a pillow and hurls it at Li Shuejuan. Speak up. You've lost your job, and I ask you, what will happen to Li Hao and Li Shu? Even if Li Shu can drop out and marry, Li Hao still has 2 more years of schooling ahead. He aspires to pursue graduate studies. Without your job, how can he achieve that? Li Shuejuan, you are utterly useless. You cannot even provide for your own son. How could I have been so blind to marry you? As she speaks, her voice quivers with indignation, and she bursts into tears. Over the years, she has regretted her choice to be with Li Shuejuan almost daily, especially after encountering Wan Finlan in recent days. Despite being of similar age, Wan Finlan appears to be a decade younger, undoubtedly due to regular visits to beauty salons. Her attire is nothing short of exquisite, adorned with luxury brands and jewelry that must surely be worth over 100,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Fong Lan-ing has endured years of hardship alongside Li Shuejuan, managing every expense with caution. Though she possesses youthfulness and grace for her age, her plain clothing and modest appearance render her just an ordinary middle-aged woman. After enduring such suffering, she finds it astonishing that her husband cannot even support their son by maintaining employment. This evening, she feels so distressed that sleep eludes her. The more she gazes at Li Shuejuan, the more her anger swells, regretting ever marrying such an ineffectual man. The thought of divorce crosses her mind, not merely out of anger, but as a genuine consideration. Recently, she heard from relatives back home that her former suitor has become quite successful. She had been pregnant before marriage with his child, and he had once held deep feelings for her. If she were to return, perhaps they could rekindle their relationship, offering her a life far superior to the one with Li Shuojuan. Li Shuojuan seems to sense Fang Laniying's possible inclination towards divorce. He yearns to provide their children with a complete family, feeling a surge of desperation. He quickly approaches her bedside. Laniying, I will soon find a new job. The electrical industry is thriving. I can draft designs and program. I could secure a position as a processing center engineer. However, Fang Laniying regards Li Shuojuan's aspirations with disdain, rolling her eyes at his naivety. Do you think becoming a processing center engineer is that simple? You won't even pass the educational requirements. They at least demand a college diploma, while you dropped out in your second year. What company would want to hire you? Once an individual becomes engrossed in work, it seems that even 20 hours a day feels insufficient. Li Shuo has written only 100,000 words of his short story, and already over a week has passed. During these days, he has consistently typed more than 20,000 words daily, spending nearly all his time at the computer, save for meals, sleep, and occasional ventures to combat his social anxiety. The relentless dedication of Li Shuo to update his work can be attributed not only to his desire for swift financial gain, but also significantly to the fervent responses from readers. Just how fervent? In less than an hour after the release of a new chapter, the number of readers urging for more exceeds 10,000, propelling its popularity into the top 10 of the urban rankings. This seemingly unremarkable title stands out remarkably amid its explosive popularity, providing him with ample motivation. After dinner, as he returned from a leisurely stroll, he once again settled in front of his computer, typing away for several hours. His passion for writing is immense. Were it not for the necessity of addressing his social anxiety, he could easily spend an entire day at the keyboard. However, despite his daily excursions, his social anxiety remains largely unmitigated. Nonetheless, frequent movement is beneficial. One cannot remain seated at a computer for extended periods, as it is detrimental to health. Around 8 in the evening, while Li Shuo continued to strike the keys, a message from his editor unexpectedly arrived on his Penguin account. Walu, I have good news for you. Several production companies are keen on adapting your short story, and negotiations are underway. The most significant among them is Bailu Media. If a collaboration materializes and the contract is signed, Bailu is likely to bring in the frequently collaborating actress Bai Mu for the lead role. With an engaging plot and a starlet of considerable fame, the popularity of your novel is bound to soar. He, typically a man of few words, sent this unusually lengthy message late at night, demonstrating his excitement. Naturally, Li Shuo was elated to hear that a film company wished to adapt his novel. However, upon learning that Bailu Media might seek a certain celebrity, his brow furrowed. In his experience, actresses associated with trending popularity often lacked commendable acting skills, particularly concerning Bai Mu, who, according to Su Yu, is merely 25 and has produced few noteworthy works. Li Shuo speculated that her appeal lay primarily in her looks. If such an actress, devoid of genuine talent, were to portray the character of a fishmonger in this novel, it might backfire and adversely affect the potential revenue of the adaptation. While he was willing to have his work adapted, he expressed his desire for the casting to avoid trend-following actresses. He would be amenable to a lower adaptation fee, provided that he retained some rights to voice his opinions in the adaptation process. The brilliance of this novel compelled Li Shuo to refrain from hastily selling it off for mere profit, ensuring it would not be tarnished by a lackluster adaptation. As a seasoned book lover, he had witnessed many beloved novels suffer the indignity of poorly cast adaptations featuring fleetingly popular actors, leading to disastrous results and considerable distress. After a prolonged silence, the other party finally responded, "You are the first man I've encountered who disdains Bai Mu laughs. However, I cannot refute the truth of your words. Personally, I believe Bai Mu exhibits commendable acting skills, and the dramas she has produced are quite popular. Although the ratings and audience feedback are indeed quite complex, perhaps her studio struggles with selecting the right scripts. I will communicate your request with the editor-in-chief. However, according to your stipulations, the copyright fee may be significantly reduced. Initially, I estimated that I could acquire a copyright fee of 700,000, but now it seems that 500,000 is the ceiling. You should brace yourself for this reality." Li Shuo did not hesitate for long and quickly replied with a simple thank you. A copyright fee of 500,000 for a short story is already sufficient for him at this moment. After all, the quality short stories in his mind extend far beyond just the fishmonger. As a seasoned literature enthusiast, the reservoir of ideas in his mind is astonishingly vast. Naturally, he does not intend to confine himself solely to writing novels. Once he earns money from his books, he plans to further his studies in the realm of music. Although he suffers from social anxiety and fears singing on stage, he envisions himself as a behind-the-scenes songwriter. The entertainment landscape is woefully inadequate, and Shuo has already embarked on his first path. What lies ahead is a broad avenue of opportunities. Even if he spends his days sequestered at home, given time, he will have the chance to live a life free from financial worry through his own efforts. After concluding the conversation with the editor, Shuo typed over 1,000 words when a phone call interrupted him. It was his grandmother, Wu Zuixiang, calling. Initially reluctant to answer, he felt compelled to pick up out of respect for his elder. After exchanging pleasantries, he was immediately met with Wu Zuixiang's furious outburst. "Is your wife at home? Tell her to come and take this call." Wu Zuixiang was genuinely exasperated. She couldn't fathom what tactics Li Shua's wife had employed. The day after Li Huan complained to her boyfriend, he had decided to break up with her. Li Huan desperately pleaded for several days and even resorted to self-harm, ending up in the hospital just to keep him from leaving. Just as she was beginning to feel relieved about retaining her precious grandson-in-law, her second grandson, Li Shizong, was dismissed from his job at the Bai Group, a decision personally relayed by the second young master of the Bai family. The Li family reacted swiftly, suspecting that Bai Qinning had employed some underhanded means, and promptly called to confront her. They were all family, yet Bai Qinning had acted too ruthlessly. Even if Bai Qinning were at home, Li Shuo would not allow her to speak with Wu Zuixiang. He coldly replied, "She is still at the company working overtime. If there's something to discuss, talk to me. What could possibly be so urgent? Are you not aware? Your wonderful wife has caused a rift between Huan and her boyfriend, and now she has also jeopardized Shizong's job. I suspect she used her beauty to ensnare that second young master of the Bai family. You worthless boy, you can't even keep an eye on your own wife." When Li Shuo married Bai Qinning, the Li family had not regarded her family background highly. Now that the young master of the Bai family had stripped Li Shizong of his job, both Wu Zuixiang and Wan Finlan were convinced that she had used her allure to seduce him, leading to this betrayal. After all, Bai Qinning was indeed the most stunning woman they had ever encountered. It would be too simple to entice a man, even one of high status. As Wu Zuixiang's words landed, Li Shuo's expression tightened almost instantly. He spoke in a low voice to the person on the other end of the line. "Do not tarnish her with your filthy thoughts. Your minds are corrupt and vile. She is not like you. The loss of Li Shizong's job is also a consequence of your own actions." After a heated phone conversation, Li Shuo hung up and promptly blocked Wu Zuixiang's number. Although he was unaware of the events that led to Bai Qinning causing Li Shizong to lose his job, he firmly believed she could not have engaged in any scandalous behavior. Still seething with anger after the call, he set his phone down and decided to step out for a drink to calm his nerves. As he turned around, he noticed that the door to his room had been pushed open, and there stood a young woman gazing at him intently. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise and admiration as she looked at him. Li Shuo had been so focused on the phone call that he hadn't noticed Bai Qinning entering his room upon returning home. He paused for a moment, and his tense expression immediately softened. "You're back from work." "Yes, I had some errands to run on Zhongshan Road today, and I brought back some snacks for you," she replied, having wrapped up her filming for the day. She hadn't anticipated such an unexpected encounter as soon as she arrived home. Had he truly defended her? "Was that call from your grandparents?" Bai Qinning inquired as she stepped into the room. Seeing her approach, Li Shuo quickly reached out to accept the snacks, thanking her before asking, "Did they cause you any trouble?" He believed there was no way Bai Qinning would engage with him without provocation. The only explanation was that the Li family had initiated the conflict. "They did create a bit of trouble, attempting to tarnish my reputation and jeopardize my job. Fortunately, my boss values me as an employee and has a good relationship with President Bai at the headquarters, so he taught the Li family a lesson. Today, Bai Chen called me to inform that he not only shared the Li family's actions with friends, but also discovered a junior from the Li family at Bai's group, who was promptly dismissed. Her brother's decisive actions were indeed characteristic of him. Bai Qinning had not anticipated that Li Shuo would become enraged on her behalf without understanding the full context. She had been momentarily taken aback, feeling that he appeared more handsome than ever during that moment. Li Shuo, feeling slightly awkward, expressed his concern. realizing that Bai Qinning was facing these troubles because of them. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Bai Qinning did not deny it, arching her delicate brows and haughtily responding, "As long as you know." She then added, "If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to call on me." Li Shuo hoped to alleviate Bai Qinning's burdensome feelings of guilt, recognizing that the Li family's troubles had certainly complicated her life. Bai Qinning, however, tilted her head to scrutinize him. What could he possibly do to assist her? She needed nothing. After observing Li Shuo's earnest and sincere demeanor, she felt a playful urge and teased him seriously. "All right then, let me touch your face again." She was captivated by his looks, wanting to reach out. Yet she was aware that Li Shuo would likely shy away. Li Shuo responded, "What kind of request is that?" It was clear she was poking fun at him. Despite knowing she was teasing, he felt his ears gradually warm up, his face flushing as well. "How about it? This request shouldn't be too difficult for you, right?" Bai Qinning remarked with a cool expression, playfully teasing her innocent husband. Li Shuo was left speechless by his wife's teasing, even glaring at Bai Qinning in frustration. It was utterly excessive. Was it necessary to mock him repeatedly simply because of his social anxiety? Noticing his ears had indeed turned red and that his face began to show signs of distress, Bai Qinning seized the moment, lifting her delicate chin. "Did you not say you would comply with my request? Why is it that the moment I make one, you refuse?" Her beautiful eyes sparkled with unabashed provocation. Li Shuo, unable to contain himself any longer, raised a hand to gently caress her fair cheek, his face flushing with irritation. Almost immediately, in the wide-eyed gaze of Bai Qinning, he pinched her cheek as a form of punishment. With a tone laced with threat, he said, "If you continue to tease me, I shall not hold back." This was a sentiment he had been suppressing for days. Bai Qinning was utterly unprepared for Li Shuo's boldness in touching her face. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him, and before she could voice her indignation, she encountered his meaningful gaze. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she instinctively averted her eyes, taking 2 steps back, her cheeks, where he had touched, now burning with heat. The once aloof and icy Bai Qinning, who had been teasing her husband, now found herself blushing. Chapter 44, Bai Qinning. Does the fishmonger author lack discernment? Bai Qinning was astonished by Li Shuo's audacity today. It was the first time in her life someone had pinched her face. She was too flustered to retaliate, shooting him a glare before retreating to her room. Slamming the door shut, Li Shuo, unable to suppress a laugh, finally understood the nature of this girl. She was all bluster and no backbone. If she truly resorted to being unreasonable, he might fare better than she would. Nevertheless, today had been a cathartic release, alleviating the pent-up emotions he had endured recently. At the very least, Bai Qinning would likely think twice before teasing him again. He raised his hand in a gesture as if to pinch her face again. Lingering on the thought, the sensation of her icy visage was a novel experience, both tactilely and visually. If given the chance, he would relish the opportunity to do it once more, though he doubted there would be another occasion. After asserting his dominance today, she would surely temper her behavior. In her bedroom, Bai Qinning sat dazed in front of her vanity, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Even after several minutes, the image staring back at her remained flushed, her features betraying an unusual shyness that had never surfaced before. Her slender fingers brushed against her cheek, tracing the spot where Li Shuo had touched, a sensation entirely different from her own. When he had caressed her face, her heart had skipped a beat, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. Had it been another man, she would have struck him before he even reached her. Perhaps she had underestimated Li Shuo's innocence, relaxing her guard, which afforded him the opportunity to be so audacious. Bai Qinning, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation, quickly concocted a justification for not having retaliated against Li Shuo earlier. However, her heart, betraying her composure, raced uncontrollably. It was merely a gentle caress on her face from Li Shuo, yet its effects lingered stubbornly, causing her cheeks to flush persistently. This discontented Bai Qinning, who refused to allow herself to be flustered over such a trivial incident as a mere touch on the face, was momentarily distracted when a message from Hua Wan arrived. "Ning Ning, I almost forgot to tell you. The editor from Bailu Films contacted me this afternoon, mentioning they came across an excellent crime thriller novel. You would be perfect for the role of Mingyu, one of the female leads. I'll send you the link. Take a look. If you're satisfied after reading, editor Liu will do his utmost to secure the rights for this short piece, allowing you to portray the lead." Beneath the message lay a link to the novel's website. Bai Qinning, searching for a distraction, though not particularly interested in crime-themed scripts, settled onto the lazy sofa and opened the link, intending to familiarize herself with the plot while diverting her thoughts. She could not afford to dwell excessively on matters concerning Li Shuo. Little did she anticipate that once she opened the novel that evening, she would find it impossible to put down. The following day, Bai Qinning astonishingly awoke late, emerging from her room at 8:30, sporting dark circles under her eyes. Li Shuo had just finished placing the dishes on the table when he noticed her, resembling a national treasure from an icy realm, and frowned slightly. "Did you not sleep well last night?" He had been contemplating how to initiate a conversation with Bai Qinning without it being awkward, given the events of the previous day, which had surely upset her. Seeing her apparent fatigue prompted him to voice his concern. Bai Qinning had indeed struggled to sleep, as the intricately woven plot of the crime thriller had captivated her until the early hours of the morning. "I didn't sleep well," she admitted, her voice tinged with an unusual languor as she pulled out a chair and sat down. After a brief pause, she raised her gaze to Li Shuo, insisting, "Don't overthink it. My insomnia isn't due to your actions yesterday." She was no shy little girl. How could she possibly lose sleep over a mere touch from her husband? The proud Miss Bai conveniently overlooked the reason that had driven her to open the novel in the first place. Li Shuo chose not to press further. Aware that discussing the matter would only heighten his own embarrassment, the two tacitly agreed to refrain from mentioning the previous evening's events. Having learned from yesterday's experience, Bai Qinning was now more cautious about teasing Li Shuo, who appeared notably subdued today. She had no intention of holding yesterday's incident against him. Having previously touched Li Shuo's face, and with his reciprocation, they were, in a sense, even. Their breakfast unfolded in a relatively calm manner. Upon arriving at the film set, Bai Qinning wasted no time in addressing Hua Wan. "1-1. I read that novel yesterday. I absolutely adore the plot and character development. I suspect many production companies will be vying for it. Please speak to the editor at Aloof Films and ensure we secure this project. I refuse to play Mingyu. I want the role of the elder sister." Bai Qinning harbors an immense affection for the role of the elder sister in the drama, possessing unwavering confidence in her ability to embody the character and perform it herself. Despite having debuted for many years and bearing the title of a popular star, she has surprisingly few commendable works to her name. This is primarily due to the plethora of scripts available in the market that feature simplistic, naive female protagonists, causing her to sometimes find the absurdity of certain scenes intolerable. Nevertheless, she is optimistic about the script for Fish Vendor, believing that if the adaptation of this novel is executed well, it will garner remarkable acclaim. Perhaps this will enable her to shed the label of a mere idol, allowing her to transition into a more substantive acting career. Hua Wan was taken aback to witness Bai Qinning's profound commitment to this script and promptly contacted by Lu Film and Television. After the call ended, her expression turned somber. "Ning," she relayed. The chief editor at Bai Lu confirmed that acquiring the novel's rights poses no issue. However, the author has explicitly stated a reluctance for you to play the lead role. Chief editor Lu believes this author is quite ungrateful and has decided against purchasing the rights. Bai Qinning was seated at her vanity, awaiting the makeup artist, surrounded by a cadre of assistants and staff. Despite Hua Wan's efforts to speak quietly, her words reached the ears of several employees, all of whom wore expressions of disbelief. Could it be that an author would reject the immensely popular national goddess? Bai Qinning? Even Bai Qinning herself was momentarily taken aback, blinking in confusion. This was the first time she had encountered someone unwilling to collaborate with her. Typically, directors and stars vie for the opportunity to work with her, allowing her to be selective in her choices. Feeling wounded and spurred by a rebellious spirit ignited by the author's disdain, Bai Qinning resolutely declared, "Tell Chief Editor Lu that we must secure the rights to this novel. I will personally communicate with the author regarding the role of the protagonist." This represented her opportunity to discard the label of a mere idol. She could not easily relinquish the chance to portray the lead. Unexpectedly, she found herself rejected by the author of Fish Vendor. Just the night before, she had found the novel captivating and had even rewarded the author with a monetary tip. She had taken the time to review the author's profile, discovering an unfamiliar pseudonym that indicated the writer was a novice. Bai Qinning silently scoffed at the thought that while they could write novels, their pen name was rather unremarkable. Chapter 45. Arranging Li Shirtsong's position within the Li Corporation. Li Shuo made time to call Li Shuejuan several times, but the line was continuously busy. He intended to inquire whether the Li family had undertaken any actions detrimental to Li Shuejuan, but after half an hour of unsuccessful attempts, he decided to set that matter aside and focus on today's updates. The previous night, Fish Vendor had unexpectedly received a generous tip from a new reader, amounting to over 1,000 yuan. Li Shuo resolved to add 2 extra chapters that evening as a gesture of gratitude. Meanwhile, Li Shuejuan was still on the phone. Wu Zuixiang, having been blocked by Li Shuo and unable to reach Bai Qinning, called him after finishing breakfast and spent nearly an hour berating him. Yesterday, I intended to call you to discuss your commendable son. However, both you and your husband were driven to exasperation by that insufferable Li Shuo, resulting in high blood pressure and dizziness that prevented you from reaching out. How have you raised such a son, and what qualities did you seek in a daughter-in-law? They treat the family as adversaries. Shuo Song was ostentatiously dismissed by the second young master of the Bai family. And now not a single company in Haicheng that collaborates with the Bai family is willing to employ him. Is this not forcing Shuo Song into a corner, jeopardizing his future? Moreover, there is Li Huan, who remains hospitalized with a significant laceration on her hand, having resorted to such measures to retain her boyfriend. Your daughter-in-law possesses a heart as venomous as a viper. Unable to marry into a prestigious family herself, does she seek to sabotage Li Huan's relationship? Wu Zuixiang incessantly berated. While Li Shuejuan began to grasp the situation's intricacies, it remained unclear how his daughter-in-law, Bai Qinning, had orchestrated the loss of Li Shuozong's job, which subsequently affected Li Huan. Naturally, Li Shuejuan believed that his innocent daughter-in-law would never stoop to provoke the Li family. From Wu Zuixiang's words, it was evident that the Li family had harbored ulterior motives, attempting to trouble Bai Qinning. Perhaps Bai Qinning's father or her employer held her in high regard, preventing the Li family from succeeding and causing them to reap the consequences instead, resulting in Li Shuozong's job loss. Contemplating this, a chill coursed through Li Shuejuan as he connected the dots to his own sudden unemployment. After enduring a prolonged tirade from the person on the other end of the line, he finally spoke in a grave tone. You must have said more than just a few disparaging remarks about Qinning. My dismissal is undoubtedly entwined with your actions. Is it not? Wu Zuixiang was taken aback by Li Shuejuan's abrupt assertion and momentarily fell silent. After a pause, she retorted in frustration. So what? Who asked you and your son to be so ungrateful, refusing even to donate a kidney? Furthermore, your meager monthly income as a bus driver cannot possibly compare to Shuozong's several million annual salary. Can it bring the Li family greater wealth, like Li Huan marrying into a prestigious family? Certainly not. Li Shuejuan clenched his teeth, forcing the words through them. My income as a bus driver, though only a few thousand a month, is the sole source of our family's livelihood. I cannot fathom how you could treat your own son so egregiously. With a bitter smile, he continued, perhaps the rumors in the village hold a grain of truth. I, Li Shuejuan, am indeed the adopted son you retrieved from a trash bin, and in your eyes, I am worth even less than a dog. Li Shuejuan did not erupt in a fit of rage. Having spoken his piece, he hung up before the other party could respond and promptly blocked Wu Zuixiang. From this day forth, he would pretend that he had no parents and would no longer act as a dutiful son. After enduring humiliation for over 50 years, Li Shuejuan resolved to no longer endure it. After ending the call, he placed his phone into his pocket and rode his electric bike towards the company he had scouted the previous day for a job interview. This company was seeking programming experts. Although he did not meet the educational qualifications, he believed his programming skills were on par with those of a university graduate and decided to give it a try. The phone in Li Shuejuan's pocket vibrated once more. Yet he chose to ignore it. It was evident that it was Wu Zuixiang calling him to berate him for changing his number. He was unwilling to squander another minute with the Li family. In the hospital room in Haicheng, Wu Zuixiang repeatedly dialed Li Shuejuan's number using Wan Finland's phone. But to her frustration, he did not answer. Her blood pressure surged, leaving her dizzy. Thankfully, Wan Finland arrived just in time to support her. Mother, if he isn't answering, then please stop calling. You mustn't jeopardize your health, she advised. On the hospital bed, Li Chengkai furrowed his brow, speaking with a hint of reproach. Mother, can't you temper your temperament? Communicating with him this way only leads to more frustration, and I'm already in a precarious state with my kidney issues. What compounded his distress was that his son, Li Shuozong, had lost his stable job, and his daughter had been hospitalized due to the turmoil with Li Shuejuan's family. Who could have foreseen that the seemingly soft-spoken Li Shuejuan would have a daughter-in-law so headstrong? Although Wan Finland mentioned that it was highly probable Li Shuo's wife had dubious connections with the young heir of the Bai family, Li Chengkai felt overwhelmed by a sense of misfortune. The sight of his mother's volatile temper only added to his unease. He believed that had it not been for Wu Zuixiang, the Li family would have sought a kidney transplant long ago. And Li Shuozong would certainly not have lost his job. Wan Finland, with her adept skills in soothing tensions, calmed Wu Zuixiang's emotions and addressed the two of them. "Shenkai, mother, do not fret. Li Shuejuan has the responsibility of supporting 2 university students and his entire family. Bai Qinning, with her youth and beauty, holds an advantage he does not possess at his age, and with no academic credentials. How could he secure a job that pays enough to support a family? We must simply wait and see how long he can maintain his stubbornness. I refuse to believe that Bai Qinning, having associated with the second young master of the Bai family, would willingly support her husband and the entire Li family. In due time, she may well send him back to the Li family. For the sake of the 2 university students' futures, even if Li Shuejuan is reluctant, he will have no choice but to bring Li Shuo in for a kidney exchange." Li Qingkai and Wu Zuixiang quickly grasped Wan Finland's implications, their expressions softening significantly. What about Shurtsung's job? Wu Zuixiang fretted over her eldest grandson's employment. Wan Finland smiled gently. "Mother, there is no need for excessive worry. While the Bai family is prominent in Haiqing, the equally formidable Li family exists as well. Although the eldest is with the Li group in Kyoto. Leveraging his current power and connections, it would not be difficult to arrange a position for Shurtsung within the Li group's Haiqing branch. I have heard that the relationship between the heads of the Li and Bai families is quite strained, and those companies allied with the Bai family hesitate to hire Shurtsung. However, the Li family is certainly capable of securing a position for him. Over the years, the Li family has subtly begun to eclipse the Bai family. So you need not worry, Shurtsung's future is indeed promising." With Wan Finland's words, the atmosphere in the hospital room lightened considerably. Wu Zuixiang finally revealed a satisfied smile. Securing a position for Shurtsung in the Li group would ensure that Li Shua's wife's influence would not extend into the Li group. What good was it if she had entangled herself with the second young master of the Bai family? The threats posed to us remain insignificant. Chapter 46. Bai Mu Ji's meeting with Hua Lu in the pursuit of a role. Li Shuejuan's job search did not unfold as he had anticipated. After visiting 2 companies, he found that the human resources departments were solely concerned with his educational background and programming experience. With an incomplete university education and a lack of work experience, he faced immediate rejection from both firms. One company offered him only a security position, which required him to work 8-hour shifts in a 3-shift rotation, leaving him with a meager monthly salary of 2,800. Naturally, Li Shuejuan could not accept such an offer, as his monthly mortgage alone was 2,000. The combined tuition fees for Li Shu and Li Hao amounted to 2,700, leaving him with substantial financial burdens. Additionally, he had to consider the living expenses with Fang Lanying, rendering a salary of 2,800 utterly insufficient. Even during the days when he earned 8,000, he felt financially strained. Illness often forced him to endure without seeking medical assistance, relying on sheer willpower to cope. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Li Shuejuan arrived at a construction site, hoping to secure a temporary job as a laborer, with modest requirements, strength being the only necessity. Concerned about taking too long with the site manager and missing his meal, he quickly dialed Fang Lanying before entering to seek employment. "Lanying, I might be home late today. You should eat first, don't wait for me." Soon, his expression darkened in surprise. "What? You're going back to visit family? For how long? Why do you ask so much?" "I'm just going to see my aunt. She has been unwell. I'll be back before long," Fang Lanying replied, a hint of impatience in her voice. "I'll accompany you. Why the rush?" Li Shuejuan turned to leave the construction site. Given Fang Lanying's close relationship with her aunt, he felt it was only right as her husband to join her. "Why would you come with me? Are you going to tell our relatives back home that you are unemployed?" "I wouldn't be embarrassed, but you might be," she retorted. He could hear the sound of a door closing and keys turning in the lock. "I can't talk right now. There's no signal in the hallway. I've contacted an acquaintance in town who is driving back home. I'll hitch a ride with him and call you when I arrive," she concluded, hanging up before Li Shuejuan could respond. Li Shuejuan pondered whether it was merely his imagination, but he noticed a significant shift in Fang Lanying's attitude since he lost his job. Perhaps her concerns stemmed from the fear of how they would provide for their children amidst the uncertainty of his unemployment. After standing at the construction site's entrance for a moment, he placed his phone in his pocket, adjusted his mindset, forced a semblance of a smile, and stepped through the gate to begin his work, striving to earn a living and support his family. At 6 in the evening, Li Shuo completed his final keystroke for the day, stretching his body after a long session of writing. Just as he was about to leave his computer to prepare dinner, the familiar notification from his Penguin account chimed. A message had arrived from his editor, Dehe. "Esteemed Hua Lu, your literary collaboration partner has been confirmed by Lu Film and Television Company. They have offered a price exceeding 200,000 more than other companies. And they are amenable to your stipulation of retaining your rights to participate in the adaptation of your work. The total royalty fee amounts to 650,000. The electronic contract is expected to be organized and sent to your email by tomorrow morning, so please remember to check and complete it. Below this message, there were 3 worship emojis. It was the first time Li Shuo discovered that he would express himself with emojis in conversations. He had previously thought that he maintained a serious demeanor even while editing. However, what truly exhilarated him was the prospect of that 650,000 in royalties. Li Shuo promptly replied to He with a message of sincere gratitude. Just as he thought the conversation had concluded, He sent another message, esteemed one. There is one more matter. Yes, please go on. Bailu Film and Television still hopes to invite Bai Mugu to portray the female lead. Bai Mugu herself has read your work and expressed great interest in the role of Dasa. She wishes to discuss it with you in person. Upon seeing the phrase discuss in person, Li Shuo's heart and mind recoiled in resistance. He had no desire for a popular celebrity to star in his work. And he promptly declined. To be frank, I prefer my work to be portrayed by actors known for their skills rather than fleeting popularity. I will not consider Bai Mugu, though I appreciate her interest. Li Shuo's rejection was swift. He was resolute in not meeting Bai Mugu. He struggled with social anxiety. In his single apartment in Kyoto, a tall man with fair skin and black-rimmed glasses sat before his computer, his mouth slightly agape in astonishment. Bai Mugu was acknowledged as a goddess by nearly all men across Asia. Many, including him, found it nearly impossible to even dream of meeting her in person. Yet, this esteemed Hualu had repeatedly turned her down, even dismissing the rare opportunity to meet face-to-face. Such composure. Even the legendary staff of Sun Wukong would not remain so steadfast. This was a rare opportunity. Many aspired to meet her. And he was sure of not wanting to meet her? After the meeting, if he remained unsatisfied, he could still decide whether to cast her or not, he insisted. He did not wish for Li Shuo to miss this potentially once-in-a-lifetime moment of brilliance. Perhaps, afterward, Li Shuo could even procure her autograph for him. Li Shuo quickly replied, I will not use her, so there is no need to meet. The other party was a beautiful star, while he was a pinnacle-level social phobic. Even if they met, he would only find himself awkwardly digging his toes into the floor, not to mention the discomfort of declining her in person. He felt compelled to kneel before Li Shuo. After a moment, he responded rather sourly with a simple, all right, and sent Li Shuo an emoji of, I stand atop the high lemon mountain, before reaching out to the chief editor at Bailu Film and Television. Even he, the chief editor of Tomato Reading, lacked the privilege to connect directly with Bai Mugu. Yet Hualu had outright declined the goddess's dinner invitation. He now felt a tumult of emotions. Believing the topic had concluded, Li Shuo left his computer to prepare dinner for the evening. Not long after departing, a message from the overly enthusiastic Day popped up on Li Shuo's Penguin account. Big brother, Bai Mugu wants to add you personally on Penguin. What say you? Is it a yes or a yes? A minute later, Giant, did you see? Bai Mugu is still waiting for your response. 5 minutes later, Master. 20 minutes later, are you still there? Bai Mugu is eagerly awaiting your reply. Half an hour later. Day, Li Shuo was busy in the kitchen and had no time to check his phone or computer. Before 7 o'clock, a rather sumptuous dinner was served. Bai Qinning had also gotten off work early today, arriving just minutes before dinner. Li Shuo placed the soup on the dining table and, seeing his wife enter, remarked, You finished work so early today? Bai Qinning appeared somewhat downcast. Changing her shoes and striding into the living room. I was supposed to meet a client for business tonight, but they didn't want to discuss it, so I returned early. She had initially thought that since Bailu Company was acquiring the rights to fish vendors at a high price, the author of Hualu would relent and agree to meet her. However, to her surprise, he had outright rejected her overtures. This was her first experience of being refused when attempting to arrange a meeting, and she finally tasted the bitterness of rejection, which was quite unpleasant. Nonetheless, in pursuit of the role of sister-in-law, she took a step back and did something she typically would not do. She proactively requested Huali's Penguin account. Yet, there was no response. Seeing Bai Qinning's dismal state, Li Shuo deduced that she was feeling down due to the client's no-show and felt a twinge of sympathy. For the first time, he offered a word of comfort. The client's refusal to collaborate with you indicates a flaw in their judgment. You need not dwell on this matter. It seemed that even such an elite individual as her faced challenges in the workplace. Such was the plight of the working class. Chapter 47. Glacier Breach. Even with her husband's warm consolation, Bai Qinning consumed her meal with a distracted mind. This was the first time Bai Mu-ge had so pointedly disregarded her. Not only had she taken the initiative to arrange a meeting, but she had also suggested adding him as a friend. Had it been anyone else, they would likely be dining together in a hotel by now, finalizing the collaboration. Yet, this person had turned down her invitation, and even her friend request remained unanswered for nearly an hour. Shuo had never seen Bai Qinning like this before and surmised that she must be facing a significant predicament. Several times he contemplated offering further comfort. But as someone with social anxiety, he felt ill-equipped to address matters of work and refrained from disturbing her. After dinner, he suggested that Bai Qinning return to their room to rest, assuring her that he would handle the dishes alone. Bai Qinning, indeed, lacked the mental energy to share in household chores. Together, they gathered the dishes and utensils into the kitchen, wiped down the table, and she retreated to wait for a response from Huolu. She had not anticipated that within a month, she would feel profoundly overlooked both by Li Shuo and another individual. She could understand Li Shuo's social withdrawal, but what was the matter with this author of Huolu? The couple, along with their cat, had a modest amount of dishes, and Li Shuo completed the cleanup in just a few minutes, cradling the large round object. He returned to his room, only to find a message from editor Dave, indicating that Bai Mu-ge wished to add him as a friend. Since he had no intention of collaborating with a popular female star, Li Shuo deemed it unnecessary to maintain excessive contact with her. The notion of her requesting to dine with him one moment and then seeking to add him as a friend the next was indicative of her assertive demeanor. To avert any unwarranted complications, the socially anxious Li Shuo promptly declined Bai Mu-ge's request. In the master bedroom, Bai Qinning observed the message relayed by editor Lu, her stark black and white eyes betraying her displeasure as her delicate face tightened. This fiery starlet was behaving more petulantly than a seasoned celebrity. She felt as though she was on the verge of becoming a subdued ninja turtle, yet even a simple friendship request was too much to ask. Frustration welled within her. Bai Qinning was evidently unaccustomed to such overt neglect, having seldom experienced it throughout her life. Today was a thorough introduction to that sensation. The author was infuriating. Yet she harbored a peculiar fondness for the novel fish merchant, leaving her emotions in a tumultuous state. She yearned to confront this unapproachable author while simultaneously striving to secure the role of the elder sister. With these conflicting feelings, she opened Fish Merchant and discovered that the author had updated 7 chapters today. Bai Qinning had already caught up to the latest chapter yesterday, and she was keenly aware that the author was at a pivotal moment in the plot. Distracted by the storyline, she temporarily set aside her irritation towards the author, delving into the latest chapters. After nearly half an hour of careful reading, she found herself utterly captivated by the riveting plot, her heart exclaiming how wonderful it was, particularly upon noticing that the 2 additional chapters were inspired by her generous donation of 1,000 yuan at dawn. Bai Qinning felt a smile tugging at her lips. She promptly donated another 500 yuan and, for the first time, dared to leave a comment in the section, "Author, please maintain the quality of updates. There is no need for additional chapters. I believe this novel will soon be adapted into a film. I suggest the author consider inviting Bai Mu-ge to portray the elder sister." Once her comment under the pseudonym, Shuo was posted, discussions regarding the popular character of the elder sister and Bai Mu-ge quickly ignited fervent debates among the readers in the comment section. Shuo's suggestion is quite sound. I believe Mu-ge would bring great allure to the role of the elder sister. Indeed, the elder sister should be portrayed by a stunning starlet. I fully support this. If Bai Mu-ge can be secured, her popularity alone could send this novel soaring to unprecedented heights. I second that. Bai Mu-ge is a shared goddess among Asian men, almost devoid of scandal and negative press. Among the current first-tier actresses, readers unanimously agree that only Bai Mu-ge is truly suited for the role of the elder sister in this novel. The popularity of this comment by the top commenter, Shuo, quickly caught Li Shuo's attention, and upon realizing it came from the top commenter, he immediately responded, "I express my gratitude for the gift from Shuo. This novel has just been confirmed for collaboration with the Bailu Film and Television Company, and the adaptation into a television drama is imminent. As for the character of the elder sister in the story, I do not intend for Bai Mu-ge to portray her. I have made a firm decision not to cast any celebrity with a massive following for this adaptation. Rather, I will likely choose actors of moderate fame, but significant talent. It is likely that half of Bai Mu-ge's fans are not drawn by her acting prowess. High popularity does not equate to excellence. A truly outstanding actor lets their work speak for them." Li Shuo is well aware of Bai Muji's influence and chose his words carefully. Yet the comments section erupted in astonishment, especially since the entertainment industry in this world is rather underdeveloped. The audience's awareness of adaptations is markedly less perceptive than that of readers in parallel worlds. What is going on? Did I hear that correctly? Huo Li's book won't feature any popular stars. Isn't he worried that no one will watch it? How reckless. Even if he cannot secure Bai Mu Ge, he shouldn't completely disregard casting any popular star. How can a group of lesser-known actors generate interest in this drama, while others face obstacles on their path to success? Huo Li seems to be his own stumbling block. I am already concerned about the quality of the fishmonger drama. This is sheer self-sabotage. Huo Li, it matters not. I shall manage my own affairs. Shuo Xian remarked. Author Huo Li, your decision will squander a splendid work. Bai Mu Ge is not lacking in talent. Why disregard her? Li Shuo, observing the playful banter and comments from the top reader and fellow book enthusiasts, remained resolute and reiterated his choice not to cast Bai Mu Ge or any other popular stars, thus refraining from further engaging in the novel's comments section. He was aware that his decision would likely displease many readers, but the current state of the film industry bore striking resemblance to that of the parallel world. Perhaps even worse, necessitating a thorough overhaul. He was determined to exclude those flashy stars and superficial talents from his creations. Upon exiting the novel's back end, Li Shuo discovered an email from Bailu Film and Television, revealing the copyright cooperation agreement. The company's efficiency was astonishing, mere moments after the collaboration was decided. The contract was prepared. He promptly began to fill out the contract, anticipating that it would be reviewed and approved within a week, at which point the 650,000 yuan licensing fee would be available. Meanwhile, seated on her bed, Bai Qinning fixed her beautiful gaze on the few messages left by Huo Li in the comments section, feeling quite displeased. Were it not for the constraints of reality, she would have loved to reach through the internet to interrogate this elusive author as to why she was denied the opportunity to showcase her skills, and perhaps deliver a sound thrashing. With her long legs crossed beneath her, her fair fingertips lightly tapped the screen, and in a fit of childish defiance, she engaged in an unprecedented act of frustration, leaving an emotional comment, abandoning the book, farewell. After several attempts to gain Huo Li's attention, Xiaobing Chuan was beginning to feel vulnerable. The sudden abandonment of the book by the top reader, Shuo Xian, immediately stirred a commotion among the readers in the comments section, yet she notably did not observe Huo Li resurfacing. Bai Qinning thought to herself, how infuriating. This elusive author. She bit down hard, oblivious to the fact that her husband, Li Shuo, was on the verge of losing his temper. He had already completed and sent the contract to the email of the Bailu company. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was just past 9 in the evening. Seizing the moment, he picked up his phone and promptly called Li Shuo to inquire about his recent circumstances. Having encountered a busy signal earlier in the day, he hoped this late hour would afford him a clearer line. Chapter 48. Secrets between father and son. After conversing with Li Shuo for a while, Li Shuo learned of his father's dismissal from the company. Prior to moving out, he had heard Fang Lanying mention that under normal circumstances, such a position would not be terminated so swiftly. Although he had surpassed the age limit by 2 years, the company's leadership had shown Li Shuo special consideration and refrained from firing him. Without much contemplation, Li Shuo could surmise the underlying reasons. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Li Qinsai's family. They had previously harbored ill intentions towards Bai Qinning's employment. Li Qinsai's family sought to sever their family's livelihood, believing that when pushed to the brink, Li Shuo would willingly offer his own kidney. However, they had underestimated the situation. Even if their plans succeeded in cutting off Bai Qinning and Li Shuo's income, Li Shuo had already begun to establish his own financial stability through his writing. Listening to the weary tone on the other end of the line, Li Shuo furrowed his brow and asked, Dad, what are you doing for work now? If he were truly unemployed, his voice would not sound so exhausted. He suspected that Li Shuo had found some new employment, possibly in manual labor. Li Shuo, feigning nonchalance, replied, I found a job on a construction site, moving bricks. It pays 250 a day, and I get paid weekly. I worked a few hours this afternoon, and it seems manageable. Sitting on the sofa, he rubbed his worn hands against his back, the forced smile on his face betraying his fatigue. Li Shuo's tone grew serious. Dad, you shouldn't shoulder all the burdens alone. Mom could also find a job. He believed that spouses should strive together and share household responsibilities. Having moved out, He was disheartened to see Fong Lanying remain idle at home, placing all the pressure on his father. Even though she was his mother, he felt her actions were misguided. Li Shuejuan gently massaged his back and replied, "You know your mother's temperament. She's prone to conflict at work. Since being with me, she has never held a job and lacks skills, making it hard for her to find employment. There are indeed tasks she could manage, like helping in restaurants or cleaning in hotels, but she is too proud to lower herself to that." Li Shuejuan did not expect Fong Lanying to contribute financially. He was simply grateful if she could refrain from arguing with him. While she showed little concern for her husband, Li Shuo, as a son, felt an innate compassion for his father. After a moment of silence, he said to Li Shuejuan, "Dad, I recently wrote a short story on a website, and I just negotiated a contract with a film company. I expect the payment to arrive within a week, so you need not continue with that construction job." Li Shuejuan's motion to rub his waist momentarily stalled, and it took him a while to respond. "What? A novel? A film?" The words of Li Shuo were somewhat difficult for him to digest at that moment. His son, who had autism, had learned to write novels, and was even venturing into television. Li Shuejuan felt an almost surreal sense of disbelief, as though he were dreaming. Li Shuo, exhibiting great patience, spent several minutes elucidating the matter in a manner that Li Shuejuan could comprehend. "My goodness, if this becomes a television adaptation, how much money can you earn? The copyright fees must be substantial, right?" As Li Shuejuan grasped the situation, his tone revealed excitement and joy, accompanied by a sense of relief. Finally, his son had discovered a skill that could sustain him. Even if the earnings were modest, at least he need not worry about his son going hungry. Li Shuo, however, chose not to disclose all the earnings to Li Shuejuan, conservatively stating, "The copyright fees for novels are quite considerable. The film company that has signed on for my novel values it highly, offering over 100,000 more than the usual fees, totaling 500,000. "What? 500,000? Li Shuejuan nearly exclaimed. He could hardly fathom that his son, who had once struggled to sustain himself, had achieved such remarkable success. 500,000 was no trivial sum. Li Shuo maintained a calm demeanor as he advised, "Therefore, I suggest you refrain from working at the construction site. I can already provide you with support." After a brief pause, he added, "Alternatively, consider any business ventures you may wish to pursue. I would be delighted to invest this money in you." He vaguely recalled that Fong Lanying had previously quarreled with Li Shuejuan over his desire to start a processing company. "Do not concern yourself with me. Keep the money for yourself. I can resolve my own issues," Li Shuejuan firmly declined. This 500,000 was hard-earned by his son, and writing novels was an unfamiliar territory for him. The income was likely unstable and could merely be a stroke of luck. He could not burden his daughter-in-law with the weight of their livelihood, and thus, he felt he could not accept the money. "Father, you need not worry about these matters. I currently have another novel that is performing well, which can sustain both me and Qinning. If you wish to start a business, consider this 500,000 as my filial tribute to you." Li Shuo genuinely hoped that Li Shuejuan would venture into business, freeing him from the need to endure the whims of employers. Even someone as accomplished as Bai Qinning could be affected by a client's mood, let alone Li Shuejuan. But what if there are losses? 50,000 is not a small amount, Li Shuejuan pondered, indeed contemplating the prospect of a business venture. He had a project in mind. Yet the trials of life had dulled his edges, leaving him hesitant even in the face of opportunity. Ultimately, after Li Shuo informed him that his current novel was yielding 300 a day, he spent nearly half an hour persuading his father before Li Shuejuan finally resolved to take the plunge. Since his son was willing to provide support, he could boldly embark on establishing a processing center. If he could secure a partnership, the profits could easily amount to 10 million a year. In such a scenario, he would no longer need to fret about supporting his children, and Fong Lanying would have fewer reasons to argue with him. In the coming days, I shall embark on a journey to a distant locale to meet with an old classmate and inquire about his orders. Li Shuejuan initially contemplated leaving Luqing, seeking employment at the company of this longtime acquaintance. However, with the newfound opportunity to establish his own processing center, coupled with his technical expertise, and knowing that his classmate was in search of a skilled collaborator, he could not afford to let this chance slip away. Thus, it was settled. Li Shuo recalled Fong Lanying and cautioned Li Shuejuan, "Father, please do not mention my earnings from writing novels to Mother, nor should you disclose your plans for the processing center. If Fong Lanying were to find out, she would undoubtedly concoct various excuses to solicit money from you. Leaving you with little to spare, she could easily deplete the entire 500,000. Li Shuejuan, undoubtedly more attuned to Fang Laniying's temperament than Li Shuo, nodded in agreement upon hearing his son's admonition. Agreed, this shall remain our little secret. He too feared that if Fang Laniying were to learn of the venture, she might intervene as she did over 2 decades ago. It would be wiser to launch the company quietly and reveal it to her once profits materialized. Chapter 49. Where shall you place your hands? The father and son engaged in a phone conversation that lasted over an hour. Before concluding the call, the somewhat dazed Li Shuejuan inquired about Li Shuo's pen name, seeking to verify the authenticity of his son's literary endeavors. Li Shuo, without hesitation, shared both his pen name and the title of his novel upon hanging up. Having finished his tasks, Li Shuo glanced at the clock. It was already 10:30 in the evening, and prepared to take a bath and retire for the night. He first went to the balcony to gather the laundry. The balcony of this apartment was quite spacious, featuring both a living area and a leisure zone adorned with a cozy bean bag and an array of cacti. During the day, Li Shuo occasionally enjoyed the warmth of the sun sitting there with his beloved pet, De Yuanzi. Upon arriving at the balcony, he was surprised to find Bai Qinning wide awake, uncharacteristically seated on the sofa, seemingly lost in thought. Despite her usual aloof demeanor, Li Shuo could discern that she was in a rather foul mood, likely due to the client who had failed to show up that day. This project appeared significant to Bai Qinning. Otherwise, she would not be so dejected. It's already 10:30. You should head back to rest. Li Shuo gently reminded her as he approached the sofa. De Yuanzi, following closely behind, leapt onto the sofa, nuzzling Bai Qinning's arm while casting a concerned glance at her expression. It too sensed her discontent. Bai Qinning, upon hearing his words, finally set aside her phone and reached out to stroke De Yuanzi's head, replying to Li Shuo, I understand. I will go to sleep shortly. Indeed, her spirits were low. The author of the Fishmonger's script had shown reluctance to cast her in a role, which she perceived as a denial of her acting abilities and potential, denying her this opportunity. For someone as proud as she, accustomed to being the center of attention, this was a bitter pill to swallow. Bai Qinning had initially defied her parents' objections to pursue her dream in the film industry, determined to prove that she could become the finest actress. One cannot deny that she has traversed her journey to this point as merely an actress of renown, devoid of substantial works. A significant part of her rise to fame can be attributed not only to her widely acknowledged beauty, but also to the solid financial backing and connections that support her. Absent these elements, her talent alone would not have garnered the recognition she enjoys today. The rejection from Hua Lu was a clear indication of this reality. She acknowledged Hua Lu as an exceptionally talented author, yet found it challenging to adjust to his refusal, leaving her particularly despondent today. Overwhelmed by her emotions, she sought solace on the balcony, hoping to feel the gentle breeze. Li Shuo initially intended to leave, but upon seeing the girl on the sofa, her head lowered in disappointment, he offered words of comfort. Do not be disheartened. Your client, who broke their promise to you, remains oblivious to your feelings, and it is only yourself whom you affect. He had not anticipated that the seemingly unyielding female elite could experience such vulnerability. Bai Qinning, initially merely saddened, felt an inexplicable sense of grievance from his unexpected consolation. She opened her mouth to assert her pride and deny her feelings, but found the words stuck in her throat. While her sorrow was tangible, Li Shuo's proximity and comfort only intensified her sense of injustice, stirring within her an urge to unleash the pent-up emotions of the day. Noticing Bai Qinning's silence, Li Shuo stood there, somewhat at a loss. Perhaps I could prepare a midnight snack for you? It might lighten your spirits, he suggested, his tone laced with concern and a gentler cadence than usual. He endeavored to fulfill his role as a husband, even if their impending divorce loomed on the horizon. However, Bai Qinning found herself on the verge of breaking down, her suppressed grievances escalating. With a slight sting in her nose, she lifted her gaze to Li Shuo, contemplating asking him to leave, but upon meeting his caring eyes, her resolve softened, and her previously icy demeanor began to thaw. Li Shuo, huh? She hesitated before requesting. Would you sit with me for a while? Li Shuo instinctively recoiled, unaccustomed to her sudden request. Do you not wish to? Bai Qinning's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. No, he quickly assured, fearing she might burst into tears at any moment. He promptly settled beside her. As he sat, the proximity to Bai Qinning sent his heart racing, and before he could steady himself, she leaned against his shoulder. Let me rest here for a moment, she said softly. Feeling the weight of her sorrow, she sought his comfort. Although she herself found the request absurd, leaning against him provided a sense of release for her emotions, making her heart feel somewhat lighter. As they were drawn into close proximity, the delicate fragrance of her presence enveloped him, prompting Li Shuo to stiffen and awkwardly reply with a simple okay. Noticing his sudden rigidity, Bai Qinning's attention shifted to him, and she felt a stir of amusement. Are you feeling shy again? She inquired, breaking the silence. Li Shuo was seen through. His heart skipped a beat, and a hint of embarrassment crept across his face. He felt it inappropriate to be teased in front of his wife, and immediately retorted defiantly, no. Bai Qinning was thoroughly amused, merely pursing her lips in silence. Despite her apparent nervousness, she maintained her stubborn demeanor. Li Shuo observed her reaction intently. Even though she said nothing, he sensed a considerable provocation. After a brief struggle, his previously aimless right hand, as if to assert that he was not embarrassed, boldly wrapped around Bai Qinning's shoulder. The suddenness of Li Shuo's action startled Bai Qinning, causing her to jump away immediately. You scoundrel, where do you think your hand is going? She exclaimed, a mix of shyness and anger coloring her voice. Li Shuo was particularly adamant when it came to his masculine pride. I said I'm not embarrassed. Why don't you believe me? Bai Qinning, gazing at the man before her, found herself torn between irritation and an inability to truly be angry. She glared at him fiercely for a moment, huffed, and called him a scoundrel. After uttering that, she swiftly departed with her long legs, feeling a twinge of embarrassment if she lingered any longer. Who would have thought this rogue would dare embrace her? Watching Bai Qinning's retreating figure, Li Shuo exhaled deeply, although somewhat awkward. Her venting of emotions seemed to alleviate her earlier distress. He pondered bitterly about the fool who had caused her such dismay. It was evident that Bai Qinning was a diligent worker, and he believed she would excel in her endeavors. This time, it must have been a significant misjudgment on the other party's part, resulting in the loss of such an outstanding partner. Meanwhile, Bai Qinning, having returned to her room, had long since cast aside the troubling matters that had previously weighed on her. Leaning against the door, she reminisced about the sensation of being embraced by Li Shuo. His broad shoulders and the warmth of his arms enveloped her, offering an infinite sense of security. A rosy hue tinted her fair cheeks as she lightly bit her lip, her brows reflecting a mix of embarrassment and vexation, while her delicate hand pressed against her rapidly beating heart. She sensed that something felt amiss. Chapter 50. The discomfort between young Lady Bai and the national brother-in-law the following day. Both maintained a tacit agreement not to mention the events of the previous evening. Yet the atmosphere between them had undergone a subtle transformation. After finishing her breakfast, Bai Qinning headed to the kitchen to take out the trash. She greeted Li Shuo before preparing to leave. Just as she had changed into her shoes, Li Shuo approached her with an umbrella in hand, reminding her, "It's going to rain today. You should take this." Bai Qinning typically did not carry an umbrella, as the car would take her directly to the filming location. And there was no need for her to prepare such things. Her assistants and bodyguards would handle it all. Upon seeing the umbrella Li Shuo offered, she hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not refuse, accepting it with a simple, all right. With the umbrella given by her husband in hand, despite the overcast skies, Bai Qinning's mood remained quite pleasant throughout her journey. Upon arriving at the filming site, Huan noticed Bai Qinning carrying an umbrella and remarked in confusion, "Ning Ning, why did you bring your own umbrella? The assistants will take care of that for you." Bai Qinning handed the umbrella to Huan and replied, "This is from Li Shuo. He said it would rain today and told me to take it with me." Huan, why does it feel like I've been fed a mouthful of dog food? After placing the umbrella aside, she promptly retrieved the breakfast delivered by the hotel. "Ning Ning, have you eaten breakfast yet? I ordered some." Bai Qinning was already engrossed in today's script, showing no interest in the meal. "I've already eaten. I'm not like you. I have a family now and don't need to eat breakfast outside." Huan shrugged her shoulders. "Never mind. I'm full." Bai Qinning tilted her head to glance at her. "What did you eat?" Huan replied, "What else could I eat? Dog food. Weren't the two of them constantly preparing for divorce?" Why did she feel that the situation between Miss Bai and her national brother-in-law seemed amiss? The efficiency of Bailu film and television was remarkable. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the copyright fee was transferred to Li Shuo's bank account. However, it was not the anticipated 650,000, but rather 560,000. This was Li Shuo's first experience writing a novel, and he learned that author royalties were subject to taxation. The 650,000 copyright fee incurred a 14 tax, leaving him with only 560,000. A shortfall of 90,000 was not a significant issue for Li Shuo. Even if he gave Li Shuejuan 510,000, he would still retain 50,000 for himself. In a few days, Another book would also be nearing the payment time for royalties, which would be more than sufficient. Upon receiving the payment, Li Shuo immediately transferred 3,000 yuan to Li Shu. Considering that she might be in class, he refrained from calling her and tidied up before heading out. He needed to return home to check on Li Shuo's current situation and discuss his business ventures. When he returned home, Li Shuo was preparing lunch with some leftover vegetables and noodles. "You brat, why didn't you let me know you were coming?" Li Shuo promptly took out a piece of cured meat from the refrigerator. "I'm the only one living here now, and I have to head out in the afternoon. I didn't buy any groceries, so I'll add some cured meat to the noodles for today." "Where did Mom go?" Li Shuo asked curiously, wondering if Fang Lanying had finally wised up and gone to work to contribute to the household. "She went to see your great aunt. The situation seems a bit serious, and she won't be back for a while," Li Shuo replied. "Wasn't she always reluctant to care for these matters? Why is she so concerned now?" Li Shuo, uninterested in Fang Lanying's affairs, casually remarked as he entered the kitchen to help wash the vegetables, continuing, "By the way, Dad, my royalties have come in, 500,000. You mustn't tell Mom." While washing a few green vegetables, he inquired, "Do you have any living expenses right now? If not, I can transfer some money to you." "No need. I've already spoken to your mother about it. I asked her to transfer some money to me first. She has some savings on her card. So temporarily withdrawing some to cover household expenses isn't a problem," Li Shuo declined. He felt too embarrassed to continuously take money from his son. Li Shuo asked, "When did you tell her to transfer the money?" "I mentioned it to her last night. She might be busy and hasn't replied yet." Wiping his hands, Li Shuo took out his phone and promptly transferred 5,000 yuan to Li Shuo via WeChat. "Dad, you're leaving today. Who knows when she'll reply? I'll send you some money now. Otherwise, when you get to Ganqing, you won't have any money to buy gifts for your visits." Li Shuo was chiefly concerned about his father, Li Shuo, going hungry. He sensed that Fang Lanying was unlikely to transfer any money to Li Shuo, who goes from evening until now without touching their phone. It could only mean they do not wish to engage. Li Shuo, moved by his son's kindness, ceased to refuse his goodwill and acquiesced. He never anticipated that one day, his son would prove to be so dependable. The father and son shared a meal at home. After Li Shuo escorted Li Shuo to the train station, he returned to the modest abode he shared with Bai Qinning. Finally, he had the opportunity to access the back end of his novel and peruse the reader's comments. Among the most popular remarks, two stood out, both made by the top supporter. Shui Xian, the previous night. One suggested that he cast Bai Mugu as the character of Desaw, while the other expressed palpable frustrations, declaring their departure from the book. It appeared that Shui Xian was an admirer of that female celebrity, Li Shuo mused. After all, he was the top supporter, having generously rewarded him with 500 for the new chapter last night. Feeling a twinge of guilt for possibly driving away his most ardent supporter, he replied in the comment section of the abandoned book, sincerely apologizing and hoping it hadn't affected their mood. He was genuinely remorseful. He simply could not forsake his principles to cater to a popular star. He was not that kind of person. On the film set, Bai Qinning was surrounded by several makeup artists and assistants, who were retouching her makeup. Seizing a moment of respite, she instinctively opened the Tomato novel app on her phone, eager to check if the fishmonger had released a new chapter. Once the app launched, it dawned on her that she had already abandoned the book. If she quietly resumed following it, it would be quite embarrassing if that unrefined author discovered her. Bai Qinning contemplated exiting the app, but noticed a notification of 99 messages in the back end, piqued her curiosity, and opened it. To her surprise, amidst the readers, she saw a conspicuous response from the author, Lu, apologizing to her. She had long since moved past the disappointment from yesterday and was no longer fixated on playing the character from the fishmonger's story. She would prove herself through her talent, ensuring Lu would view her with newfound respect. However, since the author had extended an apology, she decided to graciously return the book to her shelf and continue following it clandestinely. Meanwhile, on the train heading to Ganqing, Li Shuo found his seat and settled in. He pulled out his phone and noticed a WeChat message from Fang Lanying. "What are you doing out of town instead of working properly? The money I have is reserved for Li Hao and Li Shu for the future. I cannot transfer any to you, so do not entertain any wild ideas. Focus on your work at the construction site. They provide meals, so I will not be sending you living expenses. If you run out of money, go to your son and daughter-in-law. They have funds." After reading the message, Li Shuo's expression darkened, and he placed his phone back into his pocket without replying to Fang Lanying. He lacked the spirit, no matter what he said or did. She would always find a reason to scold him. It was better to remain silent. At that moment, a woman, elegantly dressed in a light-hued cheapao, approached and took a seat opposite him. The hem of her knee-length skirt revealed a slender leg, conspicuously wrapped in gauze. The woman confirmed her seat, grasping her suitcase, and attempted to place it on the luggage rack. Unfortunately, the suitcase was rather heavy, and due to an injury on her leg, she was unable to lift it despite 2 attempts. Observing her struggle, Li Shuejuan rose without hesitation from his seat, took the suitcase from her hands, and assisted her in storing it on the rack. The woman, seeing this, displayed a grateful smile that radiated an air of intellectual beauty, and she expressed her appreciation with a simple, "Thank you, sir." Li Shuejuan regarded this act as merely a small courtesy, and in response to her thanks, he offered a faint smile and politely replied. Fong Lanying had always been quite strict about his interactions with women, especially in the early days of their marriage. Due to his striking looks and his job as a bus driver, he often encountered women, which made Fong Lanying anxious about the possibility of infidelity. Thus, she frequently checked his phone. Whenever they ventured out together, she would become upset if he spoke to another woman. As he aged and his financial situation diminished, her scrutiny had lessened. Nevertheless, Li Shuejuan adhered to the principle of minimizing contact with women. Regardless of their current relationship, he firmly believed in maintaining loyalty within marriage. Xie Jingshu, an astute observer, noted Li Shuejuan's distant demeanor in response and refrained from further conversation. With a smile and a nod, she settled into the seat across from him. As the train commenced its journey, the scenery outside began to blur past. Yet Li Shuejuan found little joy in this rare moment of stillness, preoccupied with thoughts of Fong Lanying, his spirits low. Previously, he had handed over his entire salary to her. Now, unemployed and lacking funds, he felt disheartened that she was unwilling to send him any living expenses. Unbeknownst to Li Shuejuan, Fong Lanying was visiting her hometown and had already journeyed to her son's residence in a neighboring town. In the lavish villa in the town, she sat in the living room, perusing a photo album. Today, she wore light makeup and a checkered dress. While not youthful and beautiful, her refined appearance still retained an air of elegance. She didn't mind dressing up, but preferred not to do so for Li Shuejuan. Across from her sat a moderately plump middle-aged man, skillfully preparing tea for her. After finishing the album filled with her son's childhood photos, her eyes became somewhat misty, and she turned to the man, saying, "You have raised Bowen exceptionally well. In the blink of an eye, he has graduated from university and started his own business." Since Wu Wenfeng's success, Fong Lanying had kept a close eye on him, aware that he had not only raised their son, but also remained single, perhaps still holding onto the memories of their youthful romance. This knowledge gave her the courage to visit him during his vacation. She felt she could no longer rely on Li Shuejuan. How long could he endure working on a construction site with his physique? She was weary of enduring hardships alongside him. Their relationship had long been worn thin by trivialities, and if she could rekindle her connection with Wu Wenfeng, her later years could be free from suffering. She has heard that Wu Wenfeng is now a businessman earning several million a year. It is said that he is currently pursuing a highly profitable machining project, which, if successful, could yield at least 10 million in annual income. How could this not stir her heart? If she were to reconnect with him and discover that Wu Wenfeng truly harbored intentions of reconciliation, her first action upon returning to Luqing would be to divorce Li Shuejuan. After all, Wu Wenfeng has navigated the complexities of business for many years, and he could easily discern the thoughts of a middle-aged woman like Fong Lanying. Although he has achieved a modest level of success and could choose a younger, more beautiful partner, it is a pity that by the time he reached this point, he was lost in contemplation. He refilled Fong Lanying's teacup with a smile and remarked, "If it weren't for you giving me our son, I would never have such an exceptional child." He continued, "You must be doing well now. I've heard your husband has settled in Luqing." At the mention of Li Shuejuan, Fong Lanying's mood soured, and she sighed, "Don't mention him. He was recently dismissed from his job and now lacks stable employment. Once I finish this visit with my aunt, I'll have to look for work myself." Wu Wenfeng raised an eyebrow and set down his teacup. "How can that be? A man who cannot support a family or a woman of his own is hardly a man." She replied, "That was his nature, even when he settled in Luqing. It was my family who financed the house. Otherwise, I and the children would have been living in turmoil." Fong Lanying, noticing Wu Wenfeng's reaction, embellished her account. Indeed, she had contributed financially, albeit not significantly, and had carried the burden of that debt in her heart all these years. Fong Lanying felt that Li Shuejuan was ineffectual. needing her to subsidize over $10,000 for the house, when her brother needed assistance to buy a home for his marriage. He could not even provide her with $100,000. This had caused a rift between them, as he believed she was intentionally withholding help. Whenever she recalled the past, she felt a deep sense of injustice and continued, "It was because I bore you a son, and you got into trouble and went away. My parents disapproved of my waiting for your release, so I had to leave our son with his grandmother." As Fong Lanying spoke, her emotions became complex, and tears welled in her eyes as she cast a glance at Wu Wenfeng. She was not mistaken. In her youth, her relationship with Wu Wenfeng had indeed hindered her from finding a man with better prospects, leading her to marry Li Shuejuan. Despite being former lovers, Wu Wenfeng felt a tightening in his heart as he saw Fong Lanying in tears and quickly moved to comfort her. "It's all right. It's my fault." By 6 in the evening, Li Shuo had completed his tasks for the day, finishing the updates for 2 novels. He found himself thinking of Bai Qinning, more specifically, wondering how her work was progressing. If there were no advancements, would her mood be sour upon returning home? Although they were a makeshift couple, Bai Qinning had fulfilled her duties as a good wife, and Li Shuo was eager to perform his responsibilities as a husband. If his wife was unhappy, he would find ways to cheer her up. Though lacking experience, he was uncertain how to bring joy to Bai Qinning. At that moment, a sudden call came through to his mobile phone. Few were aware of Li Shuo's number, aside from his blacklisted grandparents, a few family members, and his wife. There was only his current soul friend, Suyu. It was Suyu who was calling. Li Shuo was reluctant to engage in conversation. Yet he could not simply disregard the call, so he answered, "Old Shuo, I'm back. Do you have time to meet up? It's been ages since I last saw you." Suyu, being quite the social butterfly, immediately proposed a meeting. "Let us do it another day." "It's too late today." Li Shuo recalled that Suyu had gone to Wancheng to seek out the son of a wealthy family and inquired, "How did that go? Did you find him?" Suyu was genuinely invested in this matter and would certainly extend his congratulations if he succeeded. With a sigh, the latter replied, Don't mention it." Although the child went missing at the same age, the birthmark doesn't match. The son of the old master had a heart-shaped birthmark near his armpit, while this individual did not. Suyu, even in his disappointment, hurriedly compared the details, only to find it was all in vain. He lamented that he would have to forfeit his dream of becoming a writer and return to inherit the family fortune and business. "If only you were the descendant of the old master, then I could cling to your coattails. And my parents wouldn't pressure me to go back and take over the family estate." Li Shuo retorted, "Come on, I'm only 26. The person you're referring to has been missing for decades. If you're going to fantasize, at least choose a more reasonable subject." Suyu, however, remained undeterred. "My fantasy isn't entirely unreasonable. Just think, if the old master's son had started a family, his children could very well be your age. You would be the golden grandchild." With an air of mystery, Suyu continued, "In that case, who knows? You might even have the chance to converse with Mu Gu halfway through, only to realize it's about the secrets of his goddess, and you would hastily stop." Furthermore, while it was indeed true that the Li and Bai families had a marriage pact, it was hardly imaginable that Li Shuo would find himself entangled in such matters. It seemed far-fetched, even for a novel, and Suyu was merely jesting. He quickly shifted the topic. "All right, enough of that. I still need to cheer up my mother. She has been in a good mood lately." Upon hearing this, Li Shuo became intrigued. "How do you plan to cheer her up?" "It's quite simple. Just buy her a handbag or some jewelry. Women are easily pleased, regardless of their age or how low their spirits may be. A beautiful gift can lift their mood instantly." As Suyu spoke, a hint of curiosity emerged. "What's this, old Shuo? Are you interested in someone special?" Li Shuo was uncertain about how long his marriage with Bai Qinning would last, and he quickly denied it. "No, I was just asking out of curiosity." After hanging up, Li Shuo pondered in front of his computer for a moment before arriving at a decision. When Bai Qinning had visited his parents, she had gifted Fong Lanying a gold bracelet. The last time his mother-in-law had come over had been so unexpected that he had not had the chance to reciprocate the gift. Not knowing when their next meeting would be, and considering Bai Qinning's current state of mind, he thought it wise to purchase a gold bracelet for her. As Suyu suggested that gifts could improve one's mood, having made up his mind, Li Shuo noticed that it was still early. So he tidied himself up and stepped out. On the film set, Bai Qinning was taking advantage of a brief respite to catch up on the latest chapters of her favorite novel, Fire Musician. Hualan was nearby, adjusting her costumes and touching up her makeup. Suddenly, an exclamation erupted from the busy crew members not far away. "Oh my, Xiao Jing, your partner is simply amazing. That jade bracelet looks quite expensive." It must be worth at least 7 or 8,000, right? One female colleague from the props team exclaimed enviously to the girl beside her. A few other female crew members cast admiring glances and quickly chimed in with compliments. The girl at the center of attention smiled and replied, "It's nothing extraordinary. Whenever I feel a bit down, without me even mentioning it, he secretly buys me little gifts. I end up receiving a whole bunch throughout the year." Bai Qinning, who had been engrossed in her novel, turned her head to glance at the group, her gaze landing on the bracelet in the female crew member's hand. Bai Mugu, known for her frosty demeanor and commanding presence on set, sensed their gaze and immediately quieted down, returning to their tasks, thinking they might have disrupted Bai Muji's focus with their loud chatter. Only Hua Wan, standing beside Bai Qinning, noticed that her attention was clearly fixed on Xiao Jing's hand. "What is the matter? Are you feeling envious because someone else received a gift while you did not?" Hua Wan teased in a voice only the two could hear. She had always felt that this icy beauty had begun to blossom since her marriage, likely softened by that charming brother-in-law. Bai Qinning shot Hua Wan a sidelong glance, her beautiful eyes glimmering with annoyance. "What nonsense! We are not truly in a relationship." As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance once more at the bracelet on Xiao Jing's wrist. Hua Wan silently scoffed, thinking, just keep pretending. Although Hua Wan had not interacted much with Shuo, his initial rejection of a wealthy heiress's advances indicated that he was not a scoundrel. He even remembered to bring an umbrella for his wife on a rainy day and prepared varied meals for her daily. It's a shame he didn't seem to earn much. Otherwise, he would be the perfect man. However, since he relied on Qinning to support him, why did it seem like she was beginning to develop feelings? What had transpired between them in private? Hua Wan was quite curious, but Bai Qinning was being quite tight-lipped about it. Li Shuo was not familiar with Luqing, having only recently arrived. Therefore, this trip marked his first visit to the shopping mall Bai Qinning had brought him to before, and after considerable mental preparation, he entered the same jewelry store. The customers in the store remembered him well, for he and Bai Qinning were the most stunning couple the establishment had ever seen. Even with her mask on, Li Shuo's striking look suggested that his wife must also be exceptionally beautiful. As soon as he entered, he was warmly greeted by several saleswomen in the store. "Mr. Li, are you here to buy a gift for someone? Did you not bring your wife along?" One salesperson asked cheerfully while offering him a cup of hot water, unable to resist stealing a few more glances at his handsome face. "She is particularly gentle. If the esteemed empress is willing, they could certainly join her." Li Shuo felt somewhat uneasy under the intense gazes directed at him, hastily lifting his cup to take a sip to ease the awkwardness before saying, This time I am purchasing a gold bracelet for my wife. Do you have any recommended styles?" "Oh my. No wonder Mr. Li and his wife have such a wonderful relationship. He truly dotes on her," one of the salespeople exclaimed, filled with admiration. "I envy Mrs. Li so much. Sir, we have several bracelet styles that I believe would be perfect for her. Allow me to show you." The salesperson responsible for attending to Li Shuo promptly dashed off to select some bracelets for him. Meanwhile, at a nearby counter, a dapper man with a stylish short haircut shifted his gaze towards Li Shuo. After observing him for a few moments, he approached and initiated conversation. "Hello, my name is Yi Xian. May I trouble you for some advice on winning over a woman?" Yi Xian, exuding charm, extended his hand toward Li Shuo. He had also come here to select a gift, intending to present it to Bai Qinning. His previous grand gestures of pursuit seemed to have upset her, and even his future mother-in-law had called him to suggest he back off for the time being. However, Yi Xian was not one to give up easily. He thought of buying a small gift to mend their relationship. Having observed how adeptly Li Shuo seemed to charm women, Yi Xian felt compelled to seek his insights. Perhaps, if he could glean a few tips from him, he might succeed in making Bai Qinning smile once more. Taken aback by the sudden approach of the extroverted Yi Xian, Li Shuo hesitated for a moment before forcing a smile and shaking his hand. "Hello, I'm Li Shuo. I actually don't know much about charming people." He merely wished for this social butterfly to take his leave. He had no desire to discuss how to woo women in such a public setting. Firstly, he truly lacked the knowledge, and secondly, how could he possibly discuss such matters openly? Yet Yi Xian was undeterred. Leaning in closer despite the bemused glances from the sales staff, he whispered to Li Shuo, "Brother, please, I'm really in need of help. I've been pursuing an older sister, but nothing seems to work. Public declarations, Ferraris, flowers, balloons, nothing has been effective. Could you share how you managed to win over your wife?" Yi Xian was troubled by this predicament. For affluent second-generation heirs, pursuing women typically involved lavish expenditures. Unfortunately, Bai Qinning was not an ordinary girl, and such tactics were futile. Observing that although Li Shuo was handsome, His attire was modest. Yi Xian was eager to learn how someone with ordinary means approached the art of courting women. Li Shuo was taken aback by Yi Xian's methods of pursuing women and looked at him in distress. He had not pursued Bai Qinning at all. She had practically dragged him to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their marriage certificate. Assuming that Li Shuo's tactics were simply too unique to share, Yi Xian leaned in even closer. No worries, just whisper it to me. He perked up his ears, eager to uncover the secret that made this man so enigmatic. He was determined to learn and improve his own approach. Li Shuo, unable to evade this extroverted individual, could only furrow his brow slightly and respond honestly. I didn't pursue my wife. She was the one who took me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get married. Yi Xian, Chapter 53. Young Master Yi's heartbreak. For over 20 years, young Master Yi, accustomed to a life of luxury and privilege, has never before experienced such profound hurt. Despite his ostentatious declarations of affection and grand gestures, he has yet to catch even a glimpse of Bai Qinning's radiant smile. Meanwhile, this fellow effortlessly finds himself being led by a woman to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain a marriage certificate. Could it be that his wife is rather unattractive? And what of your wife? Is she beautiful? Yi Xian inquired, maintaining a skeptical demeanor. Before Li Shuo could respond, a female sales associate approached, bearing a tray adorned with shimmering bracelets. Beautiful, truly stunning, she declared, her eyes sparkling. Her beauty and grace are indeed a match made in heaven with Mr. Li. She then placed the tray before Li Shuo. Mr. Li, these designs are particularly favored by young women of your wife's age, such as this exquisite Guifei bracelet, the 3 lives, 3 worlds bracelet, and the flat bracelet, which are all highly sought after by our younger clientele. Upon hearing this, Li Shuo cast a glance at the array of bracelets, noting that these styles diverged significantly from those he had previously selected with Bai Qinning for Feng Lanying. It seemed these designs were tailored to appeal to the aesthetic preferences of younger women, emphasizing intricate craftsmanship. Among them, a delicately patterned solid flat bracelet caught his eye. The perceptive sales associate, noticing Li Shuo's interest, cheerfully lifted the bracelet he was admiring. You have an excellent eye, sir. This is one of our new arrivals, featuring intricately carved motifs of ancient coins and hollowed-out beads. Its unique design not only captivates the eye but also symbolizes prosperity and good fortune. Li Shuo extended his hand to examine the bracelet closely, envisioning how it would look adorning Bai Qinning's wrist. Given her recent concerns about work, this bracelet would not only be a beautiful accessory but also carry a meaningful message. How much is this? He inquired. 30,000 yuan, sir. As a valued customer, we can offer you a 5% discount, bringing it down to 28,500. Indeed, exquisite items rarely come at a modest price. This bracelet felt somewhat burdensome for Li Shuo at present. After glancing at the other options on the tray, he concluded that none were as fitting for Bai Qinning as this one. Without further hesitation, he handed the bracelet to the sales associate. I'll take this one. Please wrap it up. Though it was a bit pricey, it suited her perfectly. Aside from supplementing Li Shuo, he had around 50,000 yuan in disposable income, making a 30,000 yuan bracelet a manageable expenditure. Very well, the sales associate said with a bright smile as she took the bracelet to package it. At that moment, Yi Xian interjected, Miss, please fetch me a similar one. Since the sales associate had remarked on the beauty of Li Shuo's wife and the fact that this man had managed to inspire another to lead him to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yi Xian believed there must be something exceptional about him. Now that Li Shuo was selecting a gift for his wife, he too wished to choose one for Bai Qinning. However, the sales associate regretfully replied, I'm sorry, sir, but we only have this one bracelet available. Would you like to consider a similar design instead? Yi Xian immediately nudged Li Shuo's arm. Brother, please help me choose one. He had faith in Li Shuo's discerning taste. After all, this was a man capable of inspiring a woman to lead him to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain a marriage certificate. I'm not good at selecting, Li Shuo admitted. Li Shuo furrowed his brows slightly upon witnessing the fervent gaze of the other party. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. All right, I can assist you in selecting, but I cannot guarantee whether she will like it. Yi Xian flashed a charming smile and replied, No worries. She has never liked the gifts I chose before. Perhaps, this time, with your help, she might appreciate it. Li Shuo contemplated for a while, and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, What exactly have you given her before, and what is her personality like? Since he was to assist, he intended to do so earnestly. It would be prudent to understand the preferences of the young lady. A girl might prefer something more vibrant, while someone like Bai Qinning would likely not be fond of overly intricate designs, given her room as simple decor. Yuxian had no intention of concealing his pursuit of Bai Qinning from Li Shuo. After all, he sought to glean more insights from him. Leaning closer, he whispered in a tone audible only to the two of them, "You might be aware of the girl I am pursuing. I was the one who confessed on the public screen in Luqing not long ago, presenting a Ferrari and balloons." Li Shuo quickly grasped the information Yuxian conveyed and formed an impression. He had scarcely kept up with entertainment news in this world. But Siyu had mentioned that a super-rich second-generation heir from Kyoto was pursuing the famous star Bai Muge, making a public confession with a Ferrari. Given Yuxian's earlier remarks, could it be that he was that wealthy heir? Noticing the astonishment in Li Shuo's eyes, Yuxian swept his hair back with a casual gesture and, with an alluring smile, declared, "Indeed, that's me." He leaned in closer to Li Shuo, speaking softly yet confidently. "Rest assured, I am not like those fervent fans. Our relationship is built on innocent affection. My future mother-in-law supports my bold pursuit of her." There was a hint of pride in Yuxian's words. Unlike ordinary fans, he was a suitor well-matched with Bai Qinning's social standing. However, he was puzzled as to why his future mother-in-law had called several times recently, urging him to cease his pursuit. Perhaps his overt displays had irked Bai Qinning. Li Shuo was genuinely surprised. To venture out to buy a gift for his wife and encounter a super-rich heir was unexpected. However, he felt no envy towards Yuxian for pursuing Bai Muge. After all, he was not a fan of hers and was now a married man. After a moment of contemplation, he advised Yuxian, as the saying goes, "A good woman fears a persistent suitor. If you truly cherish her, you should not give up. I have heard that she discarded your Ferrari, deeming it a worthless luxury. You should select a simple, yet beautiful bracelet for her." Yuxian had anticipated that after expressing his astonishment, Li Shuo would cast him an envious glance, but to his surprise, he received a sympathetic consolation along with some earnest advice instead. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Despite appearing rather ordinary aside from his good looks, this man had a knack for striking a chord within him. Ultimately, Yuxian heeded Li Shuo's advice and chose a beautifully simple bracelet. As everything was packaged, Li Shuo, before departing, encouraged him, "Best of luck. I hope to see good news about you in the headlines soon." Yuxian replied, "I shall take your words to heart." Yuxian smiled and said, "By the way, Shuo, let us exchange contact information. I may have numerous inquiries on my journey to win over my future wife." Yuxian was a quintessential rich second-generation heir, often finding little common ground with those from ordinary families. However, today he felt a surprising rapport with Li Shuo and believed that a genuine friendship could blossom between them. Initially, Li Shuo contemplated declining the offer, but upon reflection, he realized that having an additional friend might alleviate his social anxiety. Had it not been for Bai Qinning's persistent teasing, Li Shuo had no intention of changing his ways. Yet, in order to stand tall before his future spouse, he recognized the necessity of stepping out of his comfort zone and forging new friendships. Without prolonged deliberation, Li Shuo exchanged contact details with Yuxian and agreed to assist him in strategizing his courtship, despite his own lack of experience. Chapter 54. The husband's discerning eye. Once they had exchanged contact information, Yuxian, aware that Li Shuo had not driven, arrived in his flamboyant red Ferrari convertible and enthusiastically offered to drive Li Shuo home. As they cruised back to Tangyuan Community, surrounded by the gazes of onlookers, the half-hour journey felt interminable, akin to a year passing in slow motion. Had he known Yuxian drove such an ostentatious vehicle, he would have certainly declined the ride. In contrast, Yuxian reveled in the experience, parking at the entrance of Tangyuan Community and winking at Li Shuo. "Shuo, doesn't this feeling of being the center of attention feel exhilarating? Next time, I'll take you for a spin during the day. It will be even more thrilling." Li Shuo replied, "Thank you, but I would prefer not to trouble you again." Though the ride was enjoyable, he resolved not to ride in Yuxian's car again. Even if he intended to confront his social anxiety, it would not be from the spotlight of such a flashy Ferrari. He had contemplated leaping from the vehicle multiple times during the ride. Yuxian, sensing that Li Shuo might be overly courteous, encouraged him to feel at ease. And they bid each other farewell. As the car departed from Tangyuan Community, Yuxian suddenly recalled that Bai Qinning also resided in the vicinity of Wuyuan Bay, though he was uncertain of her exact address. Otherwise, he could have delivered the gift Li Shuo had chosen for her that very evening. Upon arriving at his building, before entering the elevator, Li Shuo received a call from Li Shu. "Brother, you aren't seriously considering donating a kidney to our second uncle, are you?" Li Shu had long heard their relatives pressuring Li Shuo for a kidney donation, and she had cautioned him through WeChat to refuse any such requests. Now, With Li Shuo unexpectedly transferring money to her, it was difficult for her not to speculate. No, this is my own earnings. Feel free to use it. Li Shuo explained as he stepped into the elevator. How did you earn this? Are you working now? Li Shu asked in astonishment. No. I simply wrote some novels at home and earned a bit of royalties. I have saved a substantial amount, and I transferred 3,000 to you. From now on, focus solely on your studies, and let my royalties support your living expenses, Li Shuo reassured her. Li Shu, surprised to learn of her brother's literary endeavors, immediately declined his generosity. No, brother, please don't send me any more money. When you receive your salary, just send some to sister-in-law and keep the rest for yourself. She feared that her presence might disrupt the harmonious family life of Li Shuo and his sister-in-law, as it had only recently begun to improve. She was capable of taking care of herself. Li Shuo, feeling somewhat helpless, acknowledged that this girl was far too considerate. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he spent several minutes and exerted considerable effort to persuade Li Shu to focus on her studies, promising that once she graduated and earned money, she would repay him. Only then did she acquiesce. Just before the call concluded, Li Shu intended to inquire about the title of the novel Li Shuo had written. However, considering that his story featured multiple female protagonists and included details even more intricate than the original work, the socially anxious Li Shuo blushed and declined his sister's request. He felt that if he disclosed this information, she might indeed read it, leading to his utter embarrassment. After finishing the call, it was already 10:30. Upon returning home, Li Shuo discovered that Bai Qinning had already finished work. At that moment, she was half reclining on the living room sofa, applying a facial mask. Clad in a delicate, knee-length nightgown, her long legs were elegantly crossed on the sofa, with beautifully shaped toes that were tender and rosy. As Li Shuo entered the living room, instinctively his gaze was drawn to the graceful lines of her legs beneath the hem of her gown, causing his heart to skip a beat. Realizing the inappropriateness of his stare, he quickly averted his eyes. Bai Qinning had noticed him the moment he walked in. Initially, she felt somewhat displeased at his late return, but the sight of him awkwardly averting his gaze, standing there bashfully, amused her. She sat up, nestled her feet beneath a nearby cushion, and inquired, "Where have you been? Why are you back so late?" "I just went out for a stroll," Li Shuo replied, stepping closer to Bai Qinning and presenting a shopping bag to her. "I bought you a little gift. I hope you will like it." Bai Qinning gazed at the gift he offered, clearly taken aback. With her face still covered in the mask, she momentarily appeared dazed before recovering, reaching out to accept it. "What made you suddenly think to buy me a gift?" she murmured, then scrutinizingly glanced at him. "Where did you get the money? This packaging is clearly from a jewelry store. How could this guy, who had previously struggled even to afford meals, suddenly have the means to buy her such a present?" When it came to discussing his income, Li Shuo felt a twinge of embarrassment. He dreaded Bai Qinning asking about the content of his writings even more. He was particularly concerned that she might delve into the intricate details of his harem narrative, leading to his social demise. Thus, he vaguely replied, "I've just been writing some articles. This month's earnings have been decent. I made a few thousand." He did not provide Bai Qinning the opportunity to press further, quickly urging her, "Go ahead and open it. Let me know if you like it." Bai Qinning was taken aback by Li Shuo's unexpected generosity, and the surprise gift left her slightly bewildered. With a peculiar feeling of anticipation, she began to unwrap the box. As the cherished jewel of the Bai family, she had received countless gifts throughout her life, yet holding this gift from Li Shuo, she felt an unprecedented and subtle sensation within her heart. With a soft sound, she lifted the lid of the box, and her eyes instantly fell upon the bracelet nestled inside, her beautiful gaze shimmering with delight. Previously, she had regarded such gold bracelets as rather vulgar. However, perhaps due to a newfound appreciation for their intricacies, coupled with the bracelet's resemblance to rose gold in its unique design, she found herself inexplicably enamored. Li Shuo, standing anxiously nearby, was uncertain about the source of his unease. He wished to gauge his wife's expression, but alas, her face was obscured by a facial mask. Bai Qinning slightly pursed her lips, sliding the bracelet onto her delicate wrist, exuding an aura of elegance and beauty that was truly captivating. It was the first time she had developed such a fondness for a piece of jewelry. Her slender wrist gently twirled as she lifted her gaze to him, as if silently inquiring, "Is it beautiful?" Li Shuo understood her unspoken question and promptly nodded, affirming its beauty. Indeed, it was exquisite, not merely because of his discerning taste. Bai Qinning's hands would lend sophistication even to a mere piece of twine. "Thank you." Bai Qinning expressed her gratitude to Li Shuo, sensing a subtle shift in their atmosphere. Unsure of how to navigate the moment, she rose from the sofa, remarking, "Well, I'll go remove the mask. Good night." "All right," Li Shuo replied, and Bai Qinning gracefully departed to their room. He observed her retreating figure with a complex expression. Did she truly like the bracelet? How could she not? After washing her face in the bathroom, Bai Qinning stood before the mirror. Unable to resist admiring the bracelet on her wrist, she examined it from various angles, and a flicker of a smile broke through her usually tense demeanor. Reminiscent of snow beginning to melt, enchanting in its beauty. This bracelet was far more exquisite than the one worn by Xiao Jing. Her husband's taste, naturally, was exceptional. The following day, Li Shuo, with his discerning eye, rose early. Just as he finished preparing breakfast for the couple, a call from Yi Xian came through. Yi Xian was inquiring whether Li Shuo's wife appreciated the bracelet, mentioning he intended to intercept Bai Guo at her company's entrance to deliver it. "I'm not entirely sure, but I believe she quite likes it," Li Shuo responded while setting the table, glancing at Bai Qinning as she approached. "He told Yi Xian, all right, good luck. I need to have breakfast now." Once Li Shuo ended the call, Bai Qinning casually asked, "So early, who were you on the phone with?" Li Shuo poured a glass of milk and handed it to her, not concealing the truth. "A friend I met at the jewelry store yesterday. He is pursuing a girl." Bai Qinning accepted the milk, intrigued. "And what of it? How does someone else's pursuit concern you? Can he really seek your advice on this matter?" "He is pursuing someone quite remarkable. He thinks I can assist him," Li Shuo explained honestly. "What does she do that necessitates your help?" Bai Qinning inquired further, internally scoffing at the absurdity of seeking Li Shuo's counsel on wooing women, as though it were more plausible to consult a stone about the heavens. It was common knowledge that Yi Xian was pursuing Bai Guo, and Li Shuo had no reason to withhold this from his wife. "The girl he is chasing is a famous actress. You must know her, Bai Guo." As Bai Qinning sipped her milk, Li Shuo's words registered, and her beautiful eyes widened in shock, nearly causing her to sputter the milk. Fortunately, Bai Qinning possesses a resilient psychological fortitude, and she managed to suppress the urge to spew milk. Observing her astonished expression, Li Shuo assumed she was taken aback by his acquaintance with a friend of the famed star, Bai Guo. He continued, "This individual is also a scion of a wealthy family, reportedly having grown up alongside Bai Guo as childhood friends. His pursuit of her has the consent of Bai Ji's parents." Bai Qinning furrowed her brows slightly, quickly discerning the identity of the person Li Shuo spoke of, and promptly corrected him. "What childhood friends? I have heard that Bai Guo does not have any childhood companions. Perhaps this is merely his own misconception." Li Shuo, initially believing his wife was indifferent to celebrity pursuits, was rather surprised by her words. "Do you also admire Bai Guo?" "Not at all," she replied. "I have merely heard of this suitor, who is rather audacious. I doubt Bai Guo would be attracted to him. You should advise him to refrain from wasting time on a futile endeavor." Bai Qinning then began to caution her husband against meddling in others' affairs, particularly in their pursuit of his wife. However, Li Shuo chuckled. "This is a matter between Yi Xian and the star. His determination is his own to manage. Moreover, this wealthy heir has received approval from Bai Ji's mother, having surpassed the parental threshold. Perhaps his relentless pursuit might indeed sway Bai Guo." He recounted how Siyu frequently mentioned that Bai Guo had no male companions and was known to be quite combative. If her family did not assist in identifying suitable suitors for her, it was likely that this young lady would remain unattached for several more years. Bai Qinning found her breakfast rather disheartening, especially given Li Shuo's evident optimism regarding Yi Xian's chances with her. However, considering that Li Shuo was unaware of her true identity and the gold bracelet adorning her wrist, she chose not to elaborate further and left for work after finishing her meal. Upon arriving at the company, Bai Qinning opted for the back entrance instead of the front. A throng of bodyguards and assistants surrounded her as she ascended the stairs. Huan, observing from below the company building, spotted Yi Xian and, upon noticing Bai Qinning's unconventional entrance, hurried over to inquire, "What is going on? Did you come in through the back?" She had intended to alert Bai Qinning, yet there was also an undeniable curiosity to witness Yi Xian's antics that day. To her surprise, Bai Qinning seemed to have known in advance that Yi Xian would be visiting, thus opting for the back entrance. As Bai Qinning approached the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office, she cast a glance at Yi Xian waiting at the entrance and remarked, "I was tipped off about his arrival." She did not always directly head to the office. At times, she visited the film set. Yi Xian always seemed to know when she was coming to the company, indicating a potential leak within their ranks. Given that this individual was permitted by the Bai family to pursue her, investigating the leak would yield little benefit. Fortunately, with Li Shua's timely warning today, she managed to avoid considerable trouble. Huawan was taken aback to discover that Bai Qinning had intelligence sources beyond her own, exclaiming in disbelief, "Who is it? Who possesses information more reliable than mine?" She herself was unaware of when the young master of the Yi family would arrive, leaving her curious about how Bai Qinning's new informant had such knowledge. Bai Qinning, of course, would not disclose that this informant was her own husband. After all, she felt embarrassed just by the thought that someone was assisting Yi Xin in pursuing his wife. Casually mentioning a name unfamiliar to Huawan allowed her to swiftly bypass the matter and retreat to her office, where she attended to company affairs and reviewed scripts. Her elder brother, Bai Cheng, seldom visited the company, and while some matters could be delegated to senior management, there were still instances that required her personal approval. This morning, she had no scenes to shoot, so she planned to remain at the company until the afternoon when she would head to the set. Huawan was responsible for coordinating scripts and business dealings, and shortly after Bai Qinning entered her office, she quickly walked in, files clutched in her arms. As Bai Qinning perused the documents, Huawan noticed, to her surprise, that Bai Qinning was wearing a beautiful bracelet. It was quite unexpected, for Bai Qinning never adorned herself with jewelry except for formal events or specific attire requirements. Had the sun risen from the west today? Ning Ning. Which luxury brand is that bracelet from? It's my first time seeing it. Is it a new release? Huawan inquired curiously, pondering whether a luxury brand had bypassed her as an agent to connect directly with Bai Qinning, gifting her the latest piece. Bai Qinning had never lacked for fashionable resources and possessed an exceptional ability to influence trends. Any piece she wore would undoubtedly spark a new craze in the fashion world within a week. Bai Qinning paused slightly in her reading, rotated her wrist, and glanced at Huawan. This isn't a gift from any luxury brand. It's something Li Shuo specifically bought for me yesterday. Huawan responded, well, that was certainly an unexpected dose of dog food. After digesting that revelation, she felt a pang of envy and began to inquire about Li Shuo's sources of income. Bai Qinning, still slightly dazed by the surprise from her husband the night before, had not delved into what Li Shuo had written, deciding to wait until she returned home for a thorough discussion. Meanwhile, Yi Xin, the eldest son of the Yi family, had waited a considerable time outside Bai Qinning's company until he finally received a call from a contact within, informing him that Bai Qinning had already entered her office through the back door. Hanging up the phone, Yi Xin stood before the company building, his handsome face clouded with frustration. He had always believed in the element of surprise and interception when pursuing his wife. Why did it seem today that Bai Qinning was already aware of his movements and had chosen to enter through the back? Yi Xian's gaze scanned the surroundings with suspicion as he stroked his chin, pondering if Bai Qinning had placed a spy near him. However, he had not noticed any suspicious individuals in recent days. He had only confided in Li Shuo and another close friend about his intention to profess his feelings today. That friend was currently abroad and wouldn't return until the afternoon. He was the only son from the Li family. Though there was a childhood engagement between him and Bai Qinning, they had lost contact for various reasons, which would not hinder Yi Xian's pursuit of her. As for Li Shuo, it was improbable that he would pose a threat. He was merely an average individual, handsome perhaps, but with no chance of associating with the illustrious Bai Mugu. It must have been mere coincidence. With a sigh, Yi Xian prepared to have the building's security personnel assist him in delivering flowers and gifts. The security personnel, upon seeing him, retreated one by one, fearing that assisting him in errands might jeopardize their jobs. Without facial recognition, he could not enter the office building. After standing downstairs for a while, he could only leave reluctantly, clutching flowers and gifts. Once inside his vibrant red Ferrari, before starting the engine, Yi Xian placed a call to Li Shuo. Old Shuo, I couldn't deliver the gifts today. Bai Mugu took the back door. What should I do in this situation? Yi Xian inquired, his tone tinged with frustration. I don't know. Could it be that one of your friends tipped her off? Li Shuo responded, his fingers clattering on the keyboard as he typed away. It's possible. I'm starting to suspect whether you might have leaked something, Yi Xian joked. Li Shuo, bemused, replied, do you really think it could be me? I don't even have Bai Mugu's contact information, so how could I have leaked anything? Chapter 56, Submitting Salaries After a Brief Exchange. Yi Xian wished to invite Li Shuo out for some leisure time. However, the mere thought of stepping out with Yi Xian, who always attracted attention, made Li Shuo feel awkward. He graciously declined, citing pressing matters. Though Yi Xian had a pleasant disposition, he was rather extroverted. It was best to avoid going out together for now. Yuxian intended to expedite the completion of the novel Fish Vendor and begin work on his next project. The prospect of publishing a short story was immensely appealing. Once the rights to his current novel were sold, he planned to enroll in a music course to learn about melody, allowing him to write songs and compose music, thus diversifying his talents. Meanwhile, everything was progressing smoothly for Li Shuo. Similarly, Li Shuo, occupied with his career, was fortunate enough to reconnect with an old classmate. This classmate owned a small machining company, managing over 30 machines and 50 workers. In recent months, he had secured a significant order, but the complexity of the product presented a challenge. He needed to invest hundreds of thousands to establish a new machining center and hire a skilled programmer capable of developing the product. While he had no issues with the investment for the machining center, the intricate nature of the product had stumped him and many of his peers. After months of searching for a programmer to fine-tune the designs, none had succeeded in producing a perfect sample. Even those who managed to make a rough prototype faced unacceptably low yield rates. With high-quality materials being wasted, losing 100 grams of material could easily translate into a loss of 200 to 300. Thus, the demand for a high yield rate was paramount. Chun Jingyan, eager to earn this money yet unable to, felt overwhelmed after months of struggle. When Li Shuo visited his old classmate today, he was somewhat absent-minded until he mentioned his reason for coming. Just then, he perked up, surprised. "What? You want to open a machining center and take over this order from me?" He could hardly believe his ears. Li Shuo had always been focused on public transport. He had dabbled in this field in his youth and even dropped out of school to pursue this profession. It seemed he might be underestimating the complexities of the product. When it comes to machining, Li Shuo transforms into a different person, exuding a confidence as he speaks to Chen Jingyan. "Although I have been away from this industry for some time, I have been diligently researching in my spare moments. I have thoroughly examined the blueprints of your product and am quite assured that I can successfully debug it." To err on the side of caution, Li continued, "If you grant me a week, I can experiment with a sample on your domestic machinery." He acknowledged that for producing this product, imported equipment would undoubtedly yield superior results. Yet he was not entirely certain of success. It would be prudent to first debug a sample on the domestic machine, providing Chun Jingyan with a solid foundation to pursue the machining center more confidently. Chun Jingyan was on the verge of abandoning the order, but Li Shuo's unexpected assertion rekindled a flicker of hope. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced. Should Li succeed and be willing to invest hundreds of thousands to establish a machining center, it would be advantageous for Chun to facilitate orders with minimal risk, merely profiting from the price differential. However, this hinged entirely on Li's ability to deliver. In matters of significance, men tend to act decisively. Within moments of seated discussions in the office, Chen Jingyan escorted Li Shuo into the production workshop, lending him the finest domestic equipment available for his unfettered experimentation. Finally, in the presence of the coveted machinery, Li could hardly contain his excitement. After reviewing the blueprints briefly, he promptly commenced debugging. Naturally, given the complexity of such a product, even an experienced programmer would require substantial time to navigate its intricacies. Li Shuo could not expect to resolve it in merely a day or two. A minimum of 1 week would be necessary. During the ensuing week, both Li Shuo and his father, Li Shuo, remained engrossed in their respective endeavors. Li Shuo successfully concluded his novel The Fishmonger, while the monthly royalties for his other work The Battle Emperor amounted to a gratifying 15,000 yuan. This was merely the initial payment during serialization. As the story progressed, he anticipated monthly earnings reaching 6 figures. Should he pen a few more short stories, he could soon purchase a modest villa in Luqing. On the day following the completion of The Fishmonger, Li Shuo had already begun drafting the opening of his new book. This novel revolves around a bizarre cycle of explosive death experiences occurring on a bus, blending elements of infinite flow, confined spaces, and puzzle-solving within a suspenseful narrative. A bus driving across a bridge suddenly detonates, leaving it charred and unrecognizable, the scene a chaotic wreck. Initially presumed that all passengers perished, it is surprisingly revealed that 2 individuals have miraculously survived. One is a rational, timid, and somewhat selfish game architect, while the other is a kind, reserved, and morally principled junior student from Jiashi University. Upon its adaptation into a television series, this narrative gained immense popularity, even provoking a temporary panic surrounding pressure cookers and buses. Li Shuo felt compelled to explore this concept further, confident that it would attract considerable interest. At 5 in the afternoon, Li Shuo submitted the beginning of his novel to the editor's email and picked up his phone. It was time to transfer money to his wife. He swiftly withdrew 15,000 in manuscript fees and transferred 10,000 to Bai Qinning, leaving a message. I've sent over the manuscript fee. This is for you. I've kept some for myself, so you must accept it. Smile. Tangyuan community is considered a mid to high-end neighborhood, where the rent is no less than 3,000. Adding his living expenses, he estimated that 5,000 would suffice. Though transferring 5,000 was feasible, he felt compelled to contribute more now that Bai Qinning was his wife, despite not knowing when they might divorce. Li Shuo genuinely enjoyed the ordinary life of a married couple. When Li Shuo transferred the money to Bai Qinning's WeChat, she was still on set filming. It wasn't until 5:30 that the shooting wrapped up, and she picked up her phone to see Li Shuo's transfer. In her private lounge, Huan had already arranged for the Imperial Hotel to deliver meals. As she placed the food on the table, she noticed Bai Qinning was engrossed in her phone and asked, "What's wrong? You seem so captivated by your phone." Bai Qinning lightly tapped the screen. Accepting the salary from her husband, nothing major, just that Li Shuo sent me over 10,000 as my salary. Huan was taken aback. Wow, what a delightful surprise. Li Shuo is quite impressive. In less than a month, he not only bought you a bracelet but also handed over a substantial salary. He is quite the devoted husband. Isn't? Feeling slightly envious yet hungry, Huan praised him before suggesting, enough chit-chat, let's eat. Bai Qinning stood up to decline. I won't be dining out. Someone is cooking at home, and since I have no evening filming, I'll head back to eat. Having grown accustomed to Li Shuo's cooking, she found herself disinterested in eating out. Huan remarked, I urgently need to find a boyfriend, someone who can cook. Xiangfu community. After visiting family for over a week, Fong Lanying returned home, noticing that it seemed uninhabited for days, with her plants wilting. She hastily called Li Shuejuan. After several attempts, he finally answered. And as soon as he greeted her, Fong Lanying unleashed her fury. Li Shuejuan, where have you been? The flowers I kept on the balcony have all withered. I'm out of town, Li Shuejuan began, but Fong Lanying swiftly interrupted. You're really out of town, so you've been off having fun for over a week, right? Do you honestly believe that going away will help you find a good job? Why abandon your solid construction job to go elsewhere? You won't have to worry about the living expenses for Li Hao and Li Shu next month, will you? I've never seen a man so irresponsible. Fong Lanying was now 100% certain that if she divorced Li Shuejuan, Wu Wenfeng would accept her. With a backup plan in place, she felt increasingly audacious. At that moment, Li Shuejuan was in the crucial phase of product testing. Upon answering the call and being bombarded by Fong Lanying's accusations, combined with her silence over the past week, he was infuriated. I am extremely busy right now. Please do not disturb me with your unreasonable complaints. How could a significant matter compel you to neglect your own children? After nurturing those flowers for years, you let them wither away, and when I inquire, you respond with hostility. You truly lack the qualities of a man. Perhaps we should just get a divorce. Fong Lanying exclaimed, her temper flaring. She understood that Li Shuejuan was soft-hearted and would undoubtedly hesitate to end their marriage. She was certain that her threat of divorce would prompt him to yield immediately. This tactic had proven effective time and again. Unbeknownst to her, Li Shuejuan was deeply engrossed in a pivotal moment in his career. The interruption of her incessant scolding only fueled his irritation, and in a fit of anger, he retorted, Fine, if you want a divorce, then go ahead. With that, he abruptly ended the call, leaving Fong Lanying in shock. Chapter 57, a slightly irreverent narrative although Wu Wenfeng had provided assurances. The thought of an actual divorce left Fong Lanying with a twinge of reluctance. She had long grown accustomed to Li Shuejuan's unwavering compliance. And after so many years of shared life, even the notion of separation was daunting. What had begun as a mere attempt to intimidate Li Shuejuan had unexpectedly led him to acquiesce to her demands. Initially taken aback, she soon felt a surge of anger and quickly dialed his number several times. How dare he suggest a divorce? Did he not consider his own circumstances, lacking financial stability? Approaching 50 and still reliant on others for employment? What right did he have to confront her with such threats? After multiple attempts, Li Shuejuan did not answer. Clearly having silenced his phone, she felt like an enraged lioness, ready to explode but unable to find an outlet for her fury. In that moment, she resolved firmly, Li Shuejuan, remember your actions today. If you return, I shall not only refuse to divorce you, but I will also ensure you leave with nothing. Not only did she intend to end the marriage, but she also demanded that Li Shuejuan vacate their shared life entirely, with their children, Li Hao and Li Shu. Remaining with her, she would never allow any of them to be given to him, especially not Li Shu, their cherished daughter. If she were to secure a wealthy husband for Li Shu, she could expect a substantial dowry, which could also aid Li Hao in the future. There was no way she would allow Li Shuo or Li Shuo to benefit. After this mental tirade, she felt a sense of relief. She wished Li Shuo would appear before her, no matter how much he might regret his words, even if he were to beg on his knees. Her resolve would remain unyielding. She was determined to end this marriage. Meanwhile, miles away, Li Shuo was fully immersed in the final stages of product debugging, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had a singular objective: to finalize the product, secure the order, and seize this opportunity for a turnaround. If he missed this chance, he feared he might never have another. At 7 in the evening, Shuo had just finished preparing dinner. Initially, he had intended to cook only for himself. But upon receiving a message from Bai Qinning, who indicated she would be returning for dinner, he decided to prepare a bit more, even simmering a soup. He carefully arranged the dishes and, while waiting for Bai Qinning's return, decided to bring the green philodendron that he had moved to the balcony for sunlight back indoors. These plants had not seen the sun since he brought them home. After basking in the sunlight today, they appeared even more vibrant than before. Upon returning to the foyer, he placed the philodendron back on the platform above the shoe cabinet. Just then, the door swung open. As Bai Qinning stepped inside, she caught sight of Li Shuo in the foyer. She was back. Li Shuo, noticing his wife's gaze, awkwardly greeted her, feeling unprepared for the sudden encounter. Bai Qinning merely glanced at him, softly acknowledging his presence before entering further. She removed her light jacket and, catching a whiff of the delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen, glanced towards the dining area, momentarily distracted. Instinctively, she handed her jacket to Li Shuo, a habitual gesture from her time on set, where an assistant would readily accept her belongings. Li Shuo, taken aback by her action, hesitated but ultimately accepted the delicate garment, which bore a faint, pleasant fragrance. It was only when he took the jacket that Bai Qinning realized her assistant was, in fact, her husband, since she had already handed it to him. She refrained from saying anything further and, with long strides, entered the house, naturally shifting the conversation. Dinner looks sumptuous. We are in for a treat. Li Shuo hung up her jacket and followed her, saying, I made a few dishes and simmered a soup with American ginseng and black chicken. Since you don't particularly enjoy meat, you should have more soup. No, I can't drink too much soup in the evening. It will make me gain weight. Bai Qinning firmly declined his suggestion as she approached the dining table. She was determined to maintain her figure. Dining at this hour was already quite late, and consuming more soup would only hinder her efforts. Li Shuo, not wanting to press the issue, readily conceded. All right then, I'll have a bit more. After all, he wasn't concerned about gaining weight as a man. If Bai Qinning chose not to drink, he would take it upon himself to finish the entire pot of soup. As Bai Qinning observed him deftly ladling out a bowl of soup and moving the pot closer to himself, she fell silent for a moment before finally saying, Fine. I'll have a little. Seeing him so decisively shift the pot, she suddenly felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She simply had to have a bowl. Li Shuo noted her capriciousness but said nothing further, merely acknowledging her with a nod as he adjusted the pot slightly. The young couple began their dinner. Their dog, De Yuanzi, was rewarded with a chicken leg, and he ate contentedly, his eyes squinting with satisfaction. After finishing a bowl of soup, Bai Qinning realized it was quite delicious. Although she wanted more, she refrained, considering her goal of maintaining her physique. Her self-control had always been commendable. Sitting across from her was a taciturn man. And since Bai Qinning was not one to initiate conversations, she picked up her phone, intending to read a novel by Huolu. She had been quite busy lately and had yet to catch up on the finale of the Fishmonger's story. As she lifted her phone, she remembered that her husband, sitting opposite her, was also an author, and she still had to inquire about his latest work. She set down her phone and asked Li Shuo, by the way, Li Shuo, what article have you written, and on which platform? This month, you bought her a bracelet and submitted 10,000 in salary. Your article must be quite impressive, right? Li Shuo had been dreading that Bai Qinning would inquire about this matter, and when she unexpectedly brought it up, he nearly choked on a spoonful of soup. Oh, I can't really say. He could not possibly reveal his pseudonym in front of Bai Qinning. The mere thought of her discovering the nature of his more risque writing made his face flush with embarrassment. Bai Qinning noticed Li Shuo's reaction and probed. You're not writing anything inappropriate, are you? Feeling somewhat guilty, Li Shuo was thrown off by her question and felt increasingly uncomfortable. He wanted to deny it. Yet he had indeed penned some rather suggestive passages in his work. The literary entertainment landscape was so barren that he had carelessly written a few mildly explicit scenes, which had excited the more seasoned critics in the comments section. There was no way he could expose his pen name to Bai Qinning. Seeing Li Shua's earlobes redden again, Bai Qinning's understanding deepened, and her gaze towards him shifted. She had not expected this seemingly innocent fellow to be writing material he himself was reluctant to disclose. If it were any other man, she would certainly deem him base for writing such content. Yet, seeing a man who could blush at mere teasing, who also wrote about intimate matters, struck her as amusing. Surely, he was only writing about holding hands and stealing kisses, which made him shy about revealing his pen name. Understanding Li Shua's severe social anxiety, Bai Qinning did not press him further. Noticing his discomfort, she said, "All right, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you." She then shifted the conversation and asked, "By the way, do you know the author Huolo?" Li Shua, having just relaxed, felt a sudden tension at her words. Chapter 58. Look, how sweet it is. This author has a novel called Fish Vendor that is quite good. You should take a look at it when you have time to learn from his writing, Bai Qinning suggested. As for the other book, The Battle Emperor, she had yet to read it. Being penned by the same author, its quality should also be commendable. She planned to pursue Fish Vendor first before moving on to the other. "Oh, all right, I'll check it out when I have the time." Knowing that Bai Qinning was merely recommending a novel for him to learn from, Li Shua finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she had not yet read his work The Battle Emperor. The novel is available on the Shuo reading app, titled Fish Vendor. You should read it more. It's a serious novel and doesn't contain those kinds of scenes. The author writes beautifully and has even published it, Bai Qinning said, casting a meaningful glance at Li Shua. Who would have thought? This guy actually writes such material. Li Shua sensed his wife's gaze, although she did not voice it. He could imagine what was crossing her mind. He merely had social anxiety. It did not mean he was devoid of thoughts about romance. Why should he not write about it? He could express it quite fluently, in fact. After dinner, Bai Qinning took charge of clearing the table, while Li Shua was responsible for washing the dishes. The large round dog sat by the kitchen door, licking its face. After the young couple tidied up their home, Bai Qinning suggested they take a stroll downstairs to aid digestion. Having dined rather late, it was prudent to walk a few laps to burn off some calories. She held herself to strict standards regarding her figure. As for Li Shua, being her husband, he too could not afford to be complacent. He had prepared a pot of soup by himself that evening. Naturally, Li Shua was reluctant to descend. However, with nothing else to occupy his time at home and a desire to overcome his social anxiety, he acquiesced to Bai Qinning's proposal and accompanied her downstairs. Before leaving, Bai Qinning made sure to don a mask, a routine that Li Shua had grown accustomed to. In fact, he wished to wear one as well to avoid awkward encounters with acquaintances. Yet, since going downstairs was an exercise in confronting his social fears, that thought was quickly dismissed. At this hour, the neighborhood bustled with activity. Most of the residents were grandparents taking their grandchildren for a stroll. This was Li Shua's first time coming down with Bai Qinning, who was notably reserved in her speech. As for Li Shua, he was even less inclined to initiate conversation with her. They maintained a respectful distance while ambling along the park's pathway. After several minutes, they encountered a friendly neighbor, a woman Li Shua had seen frequently during his outings. With a warm familiarity, she approached them, cradling her grandchild. "Ah, good evening, young man. Fancy seeing you again. Is this your girlfriend?" she inquired. Li Shua, feeling slightly awkward, managed a restrained smile and replied, "Ah, she is my wife." Indeed. It was a rather uncomfortable encounter with a not-so-familiar neighbor. For Bai Qinning, this woman was not a relative, and there was no need to impress her as a good daughter-in-law. Initially, she intended to nod and pass by, but as she acknowledged the woman, her gaze inadvertently met that of the chubby little granddaughter in her arms. The child's eyes sparkled with innocence. Spotting the beautiful older sister, her round, bright eyes lit up, and her small mouth curled into a smile, revealing a few tiny milk teeth, radiating pure joy that was hard to overlook. Even Bai Qinning could not help but glance again, thinking that the little one was rather adorable. The neighbor, noticing Bai Qinning's interest, promptly offered her granddaughter, "Come, dear. Would you like to hold her? Our sweetie loves being held by pretty big sisters." Bai Qinning hesitated for a moment, wanting to decline. But upon seeing the child's eager expression, she ultimately extended her arms, gently cradling the little one in her embrace. "Sweetie, what a lovely name," she thought, clumsily yet affectionately. She began to entertain the baby. Upon hearing her name, the little girl beamed, her face lighting up with laughter, her few protruding milk teeth adorably visible. Bai Qinning's lips curved slightly as she mused that this infant, only a few months old, was indeed delightful. Meanwhile, Li Shuo stood by, initially wishing to join in the fun but feeling shy, and instead, he simply watched his wife play with another's child, a smile gracing his face. Upon witnessing the scene, the matron beamed and remarked, "Young man, just look at how fond your wife is of the baby. You should put in some effort and hasten to have one of your own." The smile on Li Shuo's face vanished in an instant, his expression turning somewhat awkward. "Ah, sure," he replied. He and Bai Qinning were merely a temporary couple. Where could he possibly exert himself? In contrast, Bai Qinning appeared far more at ease than the socially anxious Li Shuo. Returning the little one to him, she said, "We will strive to do our best." As she spoke, she cast a glance at the now reserved man beside her, teasing him with a serious demeanor. "It's just that my husband here is a bit prone to shyness. A mere touch to his face would send him blushing. If he were to engage in other activities, he might as well bury himself in the ground." As a grown man, Li Shuo could not tolerate being spoken of in such a manner before others. And he retorted immediately, "I would never." It was simply that he was not well acquainted with Bai Qinning. They were not truly married. If they had been familiar with each other, he would not only shed his shyness, but he could also ensure she would be unable to rise from bed for 3 days. Ha ha ha. Dear girl, do not tease your partner too much, or you may find yourself sleepless tonight. The matron, being a seasoned individual, spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. Bai Qinning, on the other hand, was not as composed. It took her a moment to grasp the matron's insinuation, and her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson. Before the matron could discern her slight vulnerability, she quickly interjected. "All right, dear aunt, we must take our leave." Li Shuo found himself rather fond of the matron's playful banter as he smiled and nodded at her, then turned to leave with Bai Qinning. Once they had distanced themselves, the matron noticed the couple maintaining a gap of over a meter between them and could no longer bear to watch. She called out loudly, "Hey, what's going on? You should at least hold hands while walking together. You two look like mere passers-by." Li Shuo was still miffed about Bai Qinning's previous remarks regarding his shyness. Hearing the matron's words now made him dread that her next comment would be something like, "Young man, you aren't really shy, are you?" After a moment of hesitation, he finally summoned his courage and reached out his hand, driven by a sense of vindictiveness. When Bai Qinning turned to look at him, startled by the matron's words, he took her hand firmly. The delicate, smooth sensation sent a shiver through his heart. As Bai Qinning felt his warm hand envelop hers, she froze momentarily. She immediately turned her head, glaring at Li Shuo. "You scoundrel! Who permitted you to hold my hand?" Her eyes were striking, but when she glared, they exuded a certain intensity. Under normal circumstances, Li Shuo would have retreated at such a look. However, this time was different. If he were to release her hand, it would be tantamount to confirming his own inadequacy. Wouldn't he dare to hold his wife's hand? This was a matter of his dignity and pride as a man. Instead of withdrawing, he held her hand even tighter, feigning calmness as he led her forward. If he were not so socially anxious, he could have easily quipped, "Didn't you just say I was shy?" Bai Qinning thought, "This rascal. How infuriating." She was so vexed that she almost wished to teach him a lesson with a swift shoulder throw. Yet, oddly enough, her heart rate was behaving unusually, as if it were racing uncontrollably. The sound of a heartbeat echoed, and something felt amiss. Young Miss Bai began to panic. Yet, even in her distress, Bai Qinning was not one to fall behind. She quickly regained her composure, narrowing her beautiful eyes as she pulled Li Shuo closer to her. In an instant, they were intimately pressed together, resembling a pair of inseparable lovers. Li Shuo was taken aback by Bai Qinning's sudden action, but the next moment, a sharp pain radiated from his waist. "Hiss," he gasped, glancing down to discover a mischievous little hand, concealed by their bodies, pinching him at the waist. Having completed her grip, she showed no intention of releasing him. Bai Qinning, let go of me." Li Shuo felt an overwhelming sense of danger. He attempted to push her away, yet she countered by tightening her hold, her once soft arm now assertively clamping around his wrist, preventing any escape. "Oh, come now. Isn't this hand-holding rather pleasant? Why would we let go?" Li Shuo thought to himself that once he amassed wealth, he would forego learning music and prioritize martial arts instead. A matron observed the affectionate couple as they walked away, a satisfied smile gracing her face. "Look at them. How sweet." The young couple was preoccupied with their playful competition, while single man Yuxian found himself alone in his newly purchased luxurious 500-square-meter villa, lonely, desolate, yet undeniably handsome. After attempting to contact Li Shuo twice without success, he resorted to messaging his friend Li Che, who had just returned from abroad, sending him a video. Chapter 59. The true fiancé. The Li and Yi families were commercial rivals. Yi Xian was still pursuing the so-called fiancé of Li Che, Bai Qinning. By all rational accounts, the eldest son of the Yi family should be at odds with Li Che, the only heir of the Li family. However, fate had it that they had studied together abroad over the years, becoming acquainted and forming a bond that made them good friends. As for Yi Xian's pursuit of Bai Qinning, Li Che was not only unperturbed, but secretly supported it, even behind old Mr. Li's back. This was due to a traumatic childhood experience with Bai Qinning, which had left him psychologically scarred. The mere sight of her would send him fleeing, let alone the thought of marrying her. "Old Che, have you arrived in Kyoto?" Yi Xian inquired. "I should have come to welcome you personally, but as you know, I'm currently busy pursuing a woman. I'll visit you later, or you can come to see me." Li Che was quite supportive of Yi Xian's pursuit of Bai Qinning. Although Bai Qinning was widely acknowledged as beautiful, Li Che lacked the courage to consider marrying her. While he could charm any woman in the world, Bai Qinning felt like a challenge he dared not take on, fearing it might jeopardize his position as the Li family's sole heir. Li Che glanced at his sun-kissed, handsome face in the video and tousled his hair. Speaking to Yi Xian, "No worries, pursue her with abandon. If it truly works out, I'll make a visit to pay my respects on Qiming Festival." Yi Xian responded, "You say that lightly. By the way, didn't you mention knowing someone skilled in the art of wooing? How's that been going for you?" Li Che sighed. "Don't even bring it up. I tried calling him earlier, but he didn't answer. He's likely busy attending to his wife. This won't do. How about this? After a while, I will secretly come to Luqing and collaborate with this formidable individual to assist you in realizing your aspirations sooner rather than later." Li Che said eagerly. He was not keen on the situation either. If Yi Xian were to fail, as the sole heir of the Li family, he would be bound by the agreement to marry Miss Bai. Before the age of 7, Li Che's dream had indeed been to wed Bai Qinning. However, after that fateful day, Bai Qinning became nothing short of a nightmare for him. Therefore, it is imperative to hasten to aid Yi Xian in his perilous endeavor, or rather, to support him in ascending to bliss, while also ensuring that the tenacious suitor aids in fulfilling Yi Xian's mission. Furthermore, it is rumored that the ladies in Luqing are quite captivating. A visit is a must. Seeing Li Che so enthusiastic, Yi Xian chuckled. "How can you pursue her when Qinning is technically your fiancée? Don't you feel a twinge of discomfort?" Li Che dismissed the notion. "Not necessarily. The agreement between my grandfather and the Bai family's patriarch stipulated that the first grandson of the Li family would marry a daughter from the Bai family. If my missing uncle has already settled down and has children, I would no longer be considered the Li family's first grandson. Thus the engagement would apply to my cousin." Yi Xian stroked his chin and replied thoughtfully, "Then I must intensify my efforts. If your uncle is found, and a cousin appears to compete with me, fortified by the engagement, my chances would dwindle significantly." "Exactly. Wait for me to arrive, and together with that suitor, we shall ensure you achieve your desires swiftly." Li Che proclaimed with resolute conviction. Even if he had a cousin, he could not bear to see him pursue Bai Qinning to his doom. As the saying goes, a friend's demise does not concern the Taoist. Regardless, since Yi Xian insisted on pursuing Bai Qinning against his counsel, he felt compelled to lend his friend a hand. When the time comes, his funeral would be splendidly arranged. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the afternoon of the following day. In Gacheng, Li Shuejuan's product, after a week of meticulous fine-tuning, had finally been successfully developed, achieving an astounding 85 yield rate on domestically produced machinery. It is noteworthy that the stability and overall performance of domestic machines are generally inferior, and it is rare for an ordinary programmer to achieve success on such equipment. Not only did Li Shuejuan successfully develop the product, but the quality rate was also remarkably high. Had he used imported machinery, the yield could have exceeded 99.8. Such an impressive yield perfectly aligned with the factory's requirements, even exceeding the expectations set for 07, even if other technicians managed to fine-tune this product. Li Shuejuan's advantage remained unparalleled. Chen Jingyan's attitude towards Li Shuejuan had undergone a complete transformation. His enthusiasm had surged, and he no longer dared to raise his voice. Not only was he Li Shuejuan's old classmate, but he had now become his benefactor. "Old Li, I will send the samples out this afternoon. The factory will surely secure the order. The first batch will be as I previously mentioned, and your processing fees could yield a net profit of at least 10 million a year." In the office, Chen Jingyan presented the finest tea to Li Shuejuan, beaming as he spoke. As for his own profits as a middleman, he opted not to mention them. After all, his annual profits surpassed the processing fees of more than 10 domestic machines combined. This is precisely why everyone is fixated on this lucrative opportunity. The challenges are formidable, and the processing costs are indeed exorbitant. Li Xuejuan endeavored to calm his excited heart and pondered for a moment before conveying to Chen Jingyan. I still need to return to secure a venue and inspect the equipment. It will take at least a month to organize. Reach out to me when you're looking at equipment. After many years in this industry, I know the equipment companies well. Let us visit the ones you prefer today. Chen Jingyan responded with his characteristic decisiveness and enthusiasm. How could he not be eager? At present, only Li Xuejuan could fulfill the work orders. If he did not act energetically, competitors might snatch them away, leaving him with no place to lament his losses. Li Xuejuan shared this sentiment. He was aware of which brands of equipment were superior, but he still needed to scour for contact details on his own. With Chen Jingyan's connections, it became significantly easier. The two quickly reached a consensus, and in the afternoon, they hurried to the equipment company to examine the machinery. Li Xuejuan had rehearsed this entrepreneurial dream in his mind countless times. As they traversed the equipment company, he was more familiar with the prices and performance of these machines than Chen Jingyan, who had been in the field for many years. That very day, they signed a contract with the company that pleased him most, reserving 3 imported machines, awaiting his return to Lucheng to complete the loan procedures and make the payment. These imported machines were not inexpensive. A domestic machine could be purchased for around 150,000 to 200,000 yuan, while an imported one required at least 500,000 yuan each. Altogether, 3 machines would amount to 1.5 million yuan, necessitating a down payment of 450,000 yuan. Li Shuo had provided him with 500,000 yuan in startup capital, leaving him with 50,000 yuan after the down payment, just enough for renting a venue and purchasing tools. Chen Jingyan was quite astonished that Li Xuejuan could produce such a substantial sum for his venture. At 8 o'clock in the evening, as he dropped Li Xuejuan off at the train station, he could not help but exclaim, "You're truly impressive, old Li. Over the years, you've raised several children and still managed to save 500,000 yuan for your business." With a sense of pride, Li Xuejuan replied, "No, this 500,000 yuan is hardly my earnings. It's my eldest son's." Chen Jingyan was taken aback. "Your eldest son, who has autism?" All their old classmates were aware that Li Xuejuan's eldest son had severe autism and had been continuously treated for it. Thus, he admired Li Xuejuan for saving such a significant amount, yet now he claimed that it was his son's earnings? What was going on? "Yes, it was my eldest son Li Shuo who provided it to me. He has recovered from autism and is now quite adept at making money," Li Xuejuan said with a radiant smile. Ultimately, he departed under Chen Jingyan's envious gaze. He had never imagined that one day he would so proudly share that his son Li Shuo was healthy and earning substantial income. This realization brought him even more joy and excitement than his business endeavors. With his son's support, he felt an even greater responsibility not to let him down. Having merely visited Gancheng, Li Xuejuan seemed transformed, glowing with renewed vitality. Chapter 60. It's time to find this fellow some work. Li Shuo's novel Circular Bus has passed the manuscript stage. He spent 2 days accumulating a payment of 20,000 yuan. This afternoon, he completed the signing and published it on the website. With the fervent serialization of the lengthy novel The Emperor of Battle and the recent viral sensation, The Fish Dealer, Li Shuo has emerged as a dark horse among this year's online novel authors on the Tomato platform, amassing considerable popularity. Upon the release of the Circular Bus, a surge of readers, still captivated by The Fish Dealer, flocked to his new work. Many anticipated that Li Shuo would continue penning a high-quality crime drama. Yet upon discovering the title The Circular Bus, they were taken aback. Has he really changed direction? Didn't he excel in both crime and fantasy genres? Why a bus? Indeed, what is intriguing about a bus? This title seems rather dull, given our esteemed author's remarkable driving skills. Wouldn't it be better to write about a censored, high-speed train instead? Goodness, the commenter above is clearly out of line. Li Shuo is a serious author. How could he possibly write such trivial content? Where are his morals? Where is his bottom line? And where is his address? I shall promptly go supervise him to ensure he continues writing about crime. It was evident that the readers who had arrived were unimpressed by the seemingly mundane title of Li Shuo's new book, and many began to express their discontent right from the first sentence. Nevertheless, the majority of readers, despite their initial misgivings, decided to bear with it and read the opening. After all, Li Shuo had released it. They might as well take a glance before urging him to continue with his crime stories. Remarkably, Within half an hour of the novel's release, the comments section of the latest chapter presented a familiar scene. Wait, that's it? What happened? It's too short. And even though it clearly avoided the street racing crowd and the oil tankers, I thought there wouldn't be an explosion if there was no accident. Yet it still blew up? Absurd. Absurd indeed. So it wasn't the bus colliding with the oil tanker that caused the explosion? A bus self-destructing? Oh my. This is the first time I've encountered such a cerebral plot. My mind feels like it's expanding. Author, hurry up and update. Update now. Update please. Update 100 times over. In the comments section, waves of readers were left eagerly craving more, fervently urging for updates. Meanwhile, having completed his tasks for the day, Shuo had already prepared a sumptuous meal and enjoyed dinner with his wife, Bai Qinning. After their meal, Bai Qinning sat on the balcony, cradling their child while engrossed in Shuo's new novel The Circular Bus. Shuo, on the other hand, tended to the cacti and succulents that Bai Qinning had nurtured, passing the time. As time flowed slowly and quietly, a gentle summer breeze caressed, brushing a strand of Bai Qinning's hair against her cheek. She read with utmost concentration, her beautiful eyes fixed on the phone screen, her delicate fingers tucking her hair behind her ear, which inadvertently drew Shuo's gaze. Bathed in the warm, orange glow of the lamp, her stunning visage, akin to a pristine lotus, seemed untouched by the dust of the world, breathtakingly beautiful. He was momentarily spellbound, thinking that his wife resembled a beauty from a painting, a sight that brought immense pleasure to the heart. Bai Qinning was engrossed in her novel, completely oblivious to the fleeting gaze that Shuo had cast upon her. As she reached the climax of the story, her beautiful eyes widened, and her fingers gently slid down the screen, revealing a look of dissatisfaction on her charming face. It's over just like that? How terribly brief, she murmured with discontent. This term, brief, was one she had recently acquired from the comments section of Huoli's novels. Initially, she found the phrase to be rather crude, but each time she finished a new chapter from Huolu, the feeling of incompleteness would inevitably prompt the thought. Over time, she had become accustomed to it. Shuo, however, did not catch the words his wife mumbled and placed the succulent he had just tidied back on the shelf. He turned to her and inquired, "What did you say?" Bai Qinning would never utter such words in front of her husband. "Oh, it's nothing. I just finished reading Huoli's new book, and I found it quite enjoyable. The beginning was stunning, truly captivating. The only drawback is that it's too brief." She set her phone down, moved the large round object aside, and approached Shuo, picking up the succulent he had just cleaned to examine it. She continued, "The author has adopted a new style in this book. I just read the beginning. It's a suspenseful mystery, and the plot is tightly woven. I suspect it will be another bestseller." She tilted her head to look at Shuo, asking, "Could you write something in this genre?" "Ah, certainly." Shuo replied somewhat awkwardly. After all, he was the author of this very book, so he was indeed capable. "Then do your best and read more of Huoli's novels," Bai Qinning encouraged with a smile. "All right," Shuo replied. After exchanging only a few words, Shuo's phone, which he had placed aside, rang. It was a call from Yixian. He stepped aside to answer it. "Old Shuo, every time I visit Bai Mugei's company these past few days, she always sneaks out the back door. I suspect she has someone monitoring me or an informant nearby. What should I do next?" Shuo pondered for a moment before responding. "Continue to go every day, as long as she is at the company. Wait for her at the entrance daily and present her with gifts. Even if you can't approach her closely, it doesn't matter. Over time, she will become accustomed to seeing you every day. If one day you suddenly stop coming, she will feel the absence and start to pay attention to you. You will be quite close to success then." In his past life, during university, Shuo had been pursued relentlessly by his girlfriend in a similar manner. Though they had only begun dating shortly before graduation, he vividly remembered her tenacious pursuit and imparted this knowledge to Yixian without reservation. On the other end of the line, Yixian was momentarily taken aback, feeling that he had indeed chosen the right person for advice on winning back his wife. "Old Shuo, you really know your stuff. Once I succeed, I'll have you officiate my wedding with Mugei." Shuo immediately rejected the idea. No, just invite me to enjoy a cup of wedding wine when the time comes." Attending the wedding was already his final boundary. Officiating it would feel like a form of torture. Meanwhile, Bai Qinning, who was cradling the succulent behind him, wore a look of exasperation. Teaching someone else how to pursue his own wife with such expertise, truly unbelievable. And what is this about drinking wedding wine? Not a chance. Observing Shuo enthusiastically instructing others on how to pursue his own wife, and even encouraging them to obstruct her daily at the entrance of her workplace. Bai Qinning felt it imperative to decisively extinguish the intentions of that young master from the Yi family. Furthermore, she resolved to engage Li Shuo in more productive endeavors. The persistent advances of young Master Yi were not solely due to Li Shuo's encouragement. Rather, they were exacerbated by the Bai family's lack of resolute opposition. In essence, most of the Bai family remained oblivious to her marriage, resulting in a tepid rejection of Yi Xian's advances. Determined to rectify this, Bai Qinning decided to promptly inform her father and several brothers of her marital status, urging them to personally dissuade young Master Yi. Additionally, she sought to occupy Li Shuo's time, facilitating his interactions with her in-laws and brothers-in-law, thereby preventing him from idling away his days attempting to woo his own wife. The very thought of it was quite distasteful. Being a woman of action, Bai Qinning settled cross-legged on the sofa and opened WeChat. Finding it cumbersome to call each family member individually, she opted to announce her news in the family group chat. She located the Bai family group and sent a few red envelopes, each containing 200 yuan. 10 minutes passed, and the group remained eerily silent. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qinning edited a message and sent it out. "I'm out of money." Within 30 seconds, responses began to surface. Eldest brother: "What? Out of money? Hold on. I'll transfer you 1 million as pocket money." Third brother: "Little sister is out of money. I'll send you 500,000 right away." Fifth brother: "I'll transfer you 600,000. Sixth brother: "I'll send you 9,000. Second brother: "I recently secured a project that hasn't been very lucrative, so I'll send you 2 million. In just a minute or two, Bai Qinning received several transfers on her phone. She didn't pay attention to the pocket money sent by her brothers and instead announced, "Actually, I have something important to inform you all." "What is it? Do you have a new script to discuss? Speak up, big brother will arrange it for you." Currently, little sister is in high demand for collaborations. It likely isn't about filming pondering. What could be so significant as to warrant such gravity? Each brother, situated in their respective offices, awaited a revelation. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qinning slowly composed a message and sent it to the group. "Indeed, it is a very important matter. Today, I wish to inform you that I am married. I will add my partner, Li Shuo, shortly." Eldest brother: "What?" Third brother: "Are you joking?" Fifth brother: "This must be a joke." Bai Qinning's announcement even startled their usually stoic father, Bai Tang, prompting him to react with an angry emoji. What could this mean? The next moment, a call from her father appeared on Bai Qinning's phone. Hearing the ringtone, Li Shuo glanced over, saw her answer the call, and retreated to a corner of the balcony, careful not to intrude as she spoke. He remained blissfully unaware of the impending tumultuous scene. Chapter 61. The father-in-law's discontent today. Bai Tang spoke to his daughter with an unusual seriousness over the phone, his voice low and heavy. "You little rascal. If you intend to joke with the family, this is not the way to do it. Matters of marriage are no trifling matter." Bai Tang firmly believed that his daughter must be jesting. There was no way she could hastily marry, let alone engage in a sudden marriage. However, the immediacy of his call indicated that he felt some trepidation. He simply wanted to hear his daughter explicitly confirm that she was only joking. "Dad, I'm serious. I am not joking with you." Bai Qinning shattered her father's last glimmer of hope. She glanced at the man in the corner of the balcony and continued, "He is right beside me. If you don't believe me, I can have him speak to you." A chilling silence enveloped the line, and after a brief pause, a cold voice commanded, "Bring him over." Li Shuo had just found an excuse to end his call with Yi Xian, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Yi Xian's constant references to Director Li had made him somewhat embarrassed. Suddenly, his wife's voice called out from behind, "Li Shuo." Her tone seemed softer than usual, which struck him as peculiar. He turned to face her. "What's the matter?" Bai Qinning activated the speakerphone and informed him, "My dad called and doesn't he believe that we have gotten married. He wants to confirm with you personally." Li Shuo was taken aback. "What? My father-in-law wants to talk to him." It was all so sudden. He hadn't even mentally prepared himself for this. What was he supposed to say? In just a second or two, his body became rigid. Bai Qinning slightly pouted her lips. "Come on. Didn't you just demonstrate how to pursue your wife? Now that there is something serious to address, you're hesitating." Under his wife's unwavering gaze, Li Shuo reluctantly approached her, accepting the phone from her hand. He placed the device to his ear, remaining silent for over 10 seconds. The familiar sensation of her soft hand resting on his waist caused him to glance at Bai Qinning, and he extended his free hand, attempting to push away her hand that was resting there. Amusingly, he found it impossible to do so. He resolved to learn martial arts in the future. And with a stiff neck, he addressed the person on the phone, uttering, "Dad." That difficult utterance of "Dad" was met with silence. After a few seconds of quiet, Li Shuo remembered to add, "I am Qinning's husband, Li Shuo." On the other end of the line, there was a stunned silence, followed by a thud. The sound of a hand striking the table with great force, sending chills down Li Shuo's spine. It seemed that his father-in-law had quite a temper. Were it not for the decorum and dignity expected of the head of a large family, Bai Qinning would have been inclined to curse vehemently. His daughter, without a word, had been whisked away by this unknown scoundrel. Who was this Li Shuo? He had never heard of him. The only Li family that Bai Qinning held in esteem was that of Li Jinsong, and he had long been at odds with them. How had the scoundrel named Li Shuo managed to steal his daughter away? The overwhelming fury that surged within Bai Qinning could not be dispelled. Even if he were to demolish his desk, his aged countenance flushed crimson, and after a prolonged moment, he managed to suppress his anger, stating in a deep voice, "I am Ningning's father." Maintaining a semblance of composure, he inquired, "When did you obtain the marriage certificate?" Li Shuo, sensing his father-in-law's agitation, glanced at his wife beside him and reluctantly replied, "It has been over a month." It appeared that Bai Qinning was quite perturbed by his daughter's impulsive marriage. Fearing it would be challenging to navigate, Li Shuo felt a bit overwhelmed. How could they have been married for over a month without visiting their parents? Bai Qinng's tone revealed his displeasure, as he deemed his son-in-law lacking in manners. After all, they had been married for more than a month, and he had yet to introduce himself to his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Li Shuo had initially intended to visit, but Bai Qinning had expressed her reluctance due to her busy schedule, unjustly bearing the blame. He could not truly shift the responsibility onto his wife. Thus he took the initiative to apologize, saying, "I am sorry, it was my oversight. I have been preoccupied with some matters lately." Bai Qinning had initially aimed to teach Li Shuo a small lesson, hoping to deter him from fixating on assisting others in pursuing his wife. However, unexpectedly confronted by her father's inquiries, Li Shuo unhesitatingly redirected both the blame and the ire onto himself. Observing the reliable and upright figure before her, a peculiar flutter stirred within her heart. As Li Shuo completed his response, bracing himself for the impending wrath of his father-in-law, Bai Qinning's delicate hand reached out. Her fair fingers enveloped his, causing Li Shuo's heart to skip a beat. He momentarily lost his focus, only to have his phone effortlessly retrieved by Bai Qinning. She stepped aside and promptly defended her husband, stating, "Dad, I was busy with work and asked him to hold off on visiting you. Mom is already informed." Initially filled with anger, Bai Qinng's ire subsided considerably upon hearing his daughter's voice, replaced by surprise and frustration. "You and your mother. How can you treat such a significant matter so carelessly?" Bai Qinning had always cherished his daughter, but the fact that she had married in silence for over a month before finally deciding to inform him was bewildering. If it had been one of his sons, they would have faced severe consequences. Bai Qinning, accustomed to being spoiled by her family, faced her father's displeasure without fear, saying, "Regardless, we are already married and living together. Please do not remain upset, Dad. I will add him to the family chat group shortly so you can all get to know him." Li Shuo, who had just been standing behind her, was taken aback. He felt unprepared to enter any family group chat. He had yet to clarify the family members of Bai Qinning. If there were too many, he genuinely feared he might be overwhelmed. Just then, Bai Qinning continued, "By the way, my second brother already knows. And I'm sure my eldest brother, third brother, and fifth brother are anxious as well. I'll add Li Shuo to the group now. You can take turns asking him any questions." Bai Qinning, who managed the entire Bai group, possessed an emotional resilience beyond the ordinary. Within the span of his daughter's few words, he had regained his composure and calmly replied, "Very well." Once he had settled down, a careful thought crossed his mind. This girl might have indeed found herself a fictitious husband. He possesses an intimate understanding of his daughter's character. In her childhood, the sole scion of the Li family relentlessly pursued her, professing his desire to marry her, only to lose 7 teeth in a matter of days. Having had a mouse shoved into his trousers, which left him so terrified that he urinated himself and fainted. Throughout her life, she has had little interaction with the opposite sex, and this sudden announcement of marriage likely stems from the family's persistent pressure for her to find a partner, leading her to bring home an unknown, unremarkable boy to placate them. The abruptness of today's notification suggests it was prompted by the relentless advances of that boy from the Yi family. Recently, it seems he has been quite persistent. And as someone adept at evasion, the girl is unable to confront him directly. leaving her with no choice but to call upon a phony husband to silence her family's inquiries. Upon this reflection, Bai Qinning felt a slight alleviation of his earlier discomfort. His daughter has never shown interest in men and is more than capable of looking after herself, so he is not particularly worried about her being taken advantage of by this fake husband. Meanwhile, the proud Bai Miss, having concluded her call with her father, failed to notice Li Shuo standing directly behind her. As she turned, she inadvertently stumbled into his embrace, only to immediately recoil upon contact. "What are you doing?" Bai Qinning exclaimed, stepping back and glaring at her husband. Li Shuo, somewhat troubled by the prospect of dealing with several brothers-in-law, frowned at her accusatory look. "Didn't you collide with me? Why are you asking what I'm doing?" He had done nothing wrong. Bai Qinning acknowledged that it was indeed her own misstep, her face displaying a mix of innocence and pride. Without further ado, she gracefully departed the balcony, reminding him, "I will add you to the family group chat shortly, so you can greet my relatives." "All right," Li Shuo replied. Chapter 62. The Clash of Conflicts. Shortly after returning to her room, Bai Qinning added Li Shuo to the family group chat, which now comprised 9 members, including her parents and brothers. Li Shuo recalled Bai Qinning mentioning her grandfather, suggesting a close bond, yet he was conspicuously absent from the chat. With Bai Qinning already in her room, he refrained from inquiring further. Upon entering the group, he promptly updated his profile with his name and greeted everyone. Following his message, a brief silence ensued until Bai Chong, the eldest brother, was the first to respond. "Hello. I am Ning Ning's elder brother. When are you available? Let us arrange a meeting." As Bai Cheng initiated the conversation, the other brothers quickly chimed in. "Yes. Let us set a time to meet. I will join as well. I hope you can arrange a time for us to discuss this in person. I will adjust my schedule to accommodate this, hoping we can meet soon." She retracted a message. "I will modify my availability as well. Eager to meet and understand more, smile. I am available at any time. Let us all come together. Yes, let us tentatively arrange the meeting at your home. It would be a perfect opportunity for the family to gather." Despite the courteous tone of the messages from her brothers-in-law, Li Shuo could sense an underlying hostility. The day they finally met marked a true battlefield for him. However, as Bai Qinning's husband, he understood this was an obligation he must fulfill. She had presented herself so gracefully when meeting his parents, and he certainly could not falter. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he steeled himself, wishing to postpone the moment of confronting his unwelcoming father-in-law and several brothers-in-law until the distant future. "If you and my brothers have the time, could we meet this Sunday?" Once Li Shuo's message was dispatched, he promptly received enthusiastic responses of agreement from several brothers-in-law. They were all busy, and indeed, weekends were the only times they could spare. Meanwhile, the aloof father-in-law, Bai Qinning, had scarcely uttered a word since Li Shuo joined the group, merely sending a cold gesture to confirm the meeting time. Bai Qinning, almost simultaneously, mirrored that same gesture. Li Shuo finally grasped from whom his wife's icy demeanor was inherited. The ordeal had come to an end. Yet he dared not imagine the monumental battlefield that awaited him in the future. Rubbing his temples, he retreated to his room. Upon entering, he noticed Xin had messaged him for advice on winning back his wife, but he found himself lacking the inclination to respond. At present, he had no mood to assist in courting women. The significance of meeting the parents demanded his attention. He needed to prepare written notes and food for the gathering. He was extremely busy. The small abode of the young couple returned to silence. Xiangfu Garden. Li Xuejuan, who had hurried back home, had already been standing at the door for over half an hour, a surge of anger brewing within him. If it weren't for his concern for the door, he might have lost control and kicked it open. The door had been locked from the inside by Fong Lanying, her phone calls unanswered, messages ignored, and after persistent knocking, she finally responded, yet refused to come and open the door. With neighbors living next door, Li Xuejuan wished to avoid causing a scene. Being locked out by his wife at night was hardly a commendable situation for a man. Fong Lanying opened the door. "Let us talk inside." He attempted to restrain his emotions while addressing the occupant. "If you don't open it, I'll take the remaining 300 yuan in my pocket and go stay in a hotel." After waiting a few minutes, he spoke again in a lowered tone. This remark finally bore fruit. Just as the last word left his lips, the door was abruptly flung open from the inside. Fong Lanying stood in the doorway, showing no intent to let him in, merely extending her hand. "Money." Having stood at the door for nearly an hour, Li Xuejuan was seething with anger and pushed the door to enter. Fong Lanying immediately blocked his path, strenuously pushing him back outside. "You're to pay the money, not to enter. Get out." She was on the verge of exploding. Initially, she had thought that mentioning divorce would prompt Li Shuejuan to return quickly and plead with her. Yet 2 days had passed without any sign of him. Now, she sought a pretext to vent her frustrations on him. Li Shuejuan had always indulged Fang Lanying, treating her as his beloved, yet her increasingly outrageous behavior left him feeling the absence of any marital affection. First, he pushed his son to visit, and after losing his job, he sought trouble every day, refusing to spare even a penny when money was tight. Now, having returned from afar, he received not a single greeting and was left standing at the door for nearly an hour without being allowed entry. Li Shuejuan was thoroughly disheartened by this woman, losing all remnants of his previous patience and good temper. Before Fang Lanying could shove him out, he forcefully pushed her aside and shouted, "Fang Lanying, have you had enough of this madness?" His shove, though somewhat restrained, caught the unprepared woman off guard, causing her to tumble to the ground. Sitting there in shock, Fang Lanying looked up at Li Shuejuan in disbelief. You dare to lay hands on me? A man like you, striking me?" He resisted the instinct to help her up, ignoring her as he entered the house and closed the door behind him, changing his shoes without a word. Fang Lanying had anticipated that upon his return, her tantrums would once again coax him into submission, but now she could hardly accept his indifference. Rising from the floor, she approached him and slapped his face. "Li Shuejuan, I want a divorce." The more he seemed unconcerned, the more she sought to provoke him into begging for her forgiveness. Yet, Li Shuejuan stood still, the sting on his face a mere echo of the deeper pain within his heart. This was his wife, sharp-tongued and cruel, perpetually wielding her marital status to trample upon him, leaving him cold and devoid of warmth. Despite the burning sensation on his cheek, Li Shuejuan did not soften as Fang Lanying had hoped. He maintained his composure, calmly asking, "Are you certain you want a divorce?" Even before returning home. Despite having spoken in anger that day, he had intended to salvage their precarious marriage, pretending as though nothing had occurred. But now, he found himself unwilling to do so. If she was intent on divorce, he would grant her the freedom she sought. Hearing his question, Fang Lanying hesitated, an unexpected wave of anxiety washing over her. Her obstinate temperament prevented her from lowering herself to speak kindly to him, and she was infuriated that he dared to entertain thoughts of divorce. Gritting her teeth, she asserted, "Yes, divorce. Once I, Fang Lanying, leave you, I can remarry. A useless man like you will never find another woman." She had Wu Wenfeng, a far superior choice. Li Shuejuan was nothing. What right did he have to be assertive before her? Li Shuejuan did not argue, nor did he lose control. His heart had turned to ashes. Looking at Fang Lanying, he calmly replied, "Very well, as you wish. Let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow." Fang Lanying was infuriated. "Then let us go." The following morning, Fang Lanying accompanied Li Shuejuan to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize their divorce. Li Shuejuan had no desire to dispute property or custody of the children. Li Shuo was already self-sufficient, and Li Hao and Li Shu were both adults. They merely needed to share the expenses for education and living. Fang Lanying wanted the house, and Li Shuejuan readily conceded it to her. Now, he simply wished to shed the shackles that bound him and grant Fang Lanying the freedom she desired. Fang Lanying was still in a state of anger, exhibiting a decisiveness even more resolute than Li Shuejuan. At 10:30 in the morning, the two emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Fang Lanying approached her electric scooter and coldly inquired, "Once we are divorced, that house will be mine. When do you plan to move out?" Li Shuejuan turned back to face her, replying, "At least not now. We are currently in a cooling-off period, and the house is still under my name. We can only obtain the divorce certificate a month from now, and I will naturally vacate the premises by then." He anticipated that, barring unforeseen circumstances, his company would be up and running by that time, eliminating the need to seek accommodation elsewhere. He could simply reside within the company premises. However, Fang Lanying believed that Li Shuejuan intended to use this month of cooling off to win her back. Donning her safety helmet with determination, she declared, "In that case, I will move to my brother's place for a month starting today." She would not grant Li Shuejuan the opportunity to persuade her to stay. Li Shuejuan remained silent for a moment before nodding. "All right. Let me know when you have time tomorrow, and remember to come with me to sign in." This was a newly instituted policy by the Civil Affairs Department aimed at stabilizing the divorce rate. Both parties must appear together every working day for a month after applying for divorce to confirm their intentions. They could miss 3 working days within that month, exceeding that would result in the rejection of their divorce application. "I am available at any time, as long as you don't try to evade our agreement." Fang Lanying replied haughtily. "I want tea," Li Shuejuan assured, But before he could finish his sentence, she resolutely rode away on her electric scooter. Once her figure had disappeared from view, Li Shuojuan approached his own dilapidated scooter and sat down. After a silence of about 10 minutes, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and called his son, Li Shuo. At that moment, he could not afford to dwell on the matter of divorce. Nor did he wish to burden his children with concerns about it. In the coming days, he needed to handle loan procedures, arrange payments for equipment, and visit several locations recommended by Qinning. Before heading to Guangzhou, he had not confirmed whether to proceed with his plans, instructing Li Shuo not to transfer any money yet. Now that he had decided to move forward, it was indeed time to speak to his son. Li Shuojuan had never anticipated that he would one day truly embrace entrepreneurship, supported not by his wife, but by his eldest son, Li Shuo, who had once caused him great anxiety. Reflecting on this, he suddenly felt that his life was not as dismal as he had thought. At the very least, he had not given up and had raised such a capable son. On the other end, upon receiving his father's call, Li Shuo acted promptly, immediately heading to a nearby bank to transfer 510,000 yuan. Li Shuojuan had not asked him to assist, and so Li Shuo refrained from offering help. Firstly, he understood the world less than Li Shuojuan and felt he could not contribute significantly. Secondly, this was his father's own matter. Since Li Shuojuan had not requested his involvement, it indicated that he was capable of managing it alone. Li Shuo was not a business prodigy and had no knowledge of the industry his father was entering. He truly could not be of assistance. He had a clear understanding of his own strengths, feeling most suited to remain at home, writing scripts, and perhaps composing songs in the future, with little inclination to venture into business affairs. The current task is to compose numerous drafts, sustaining oneself while exploring the possibility of investing in my father, Li Shuojuan. In time, should my father establish a prosperous company, I would, in essence, be considered a second-generation affluent individual. While I may not have traversed into the realm of the wealthy, striving to elevate myself into that echelon is commendable in its own right. After transferring the funds, I returned home. Li Shuo soon found himself enveloped in anxiety regarding meeting his father-in-law and several brothers-in-law, hastily retreating to his room to continue writing and stockpiling drafts. Ever since deciding on the meeting time yesterday, he had scarcely slept a wink. Such matters would induce tension in any normal individual, let alone someone like Li Shuo, who grapples with severe social anxiety. His nerves were frayed. It seemed his father-in-law was quite displeased with the sudden marriage to his precious daughter, and the brothers-in-law appeared to harbor unfriendly intentions. Apart from the mother-in-law, whom he had met once and who seemed amiable, the rest of the family filled him with trepidation, rendering him incapable of focusing on his writing. Li Shuo sat before his computer for hours, managing to compose only 5 words. Chapter 133. It was not for lack of effort, but rather a disconnection from his creative flow. He wrote a passage only to delete it, then wrote another and deleted it again, failing to capture the essence. By mid-afternoon, Li Shuo sat bewildered in front of his computer. In the past, he would have completed over 20,000 words by this time. Yet today, not only had he failed to write those 20,000 words, but he also had no drafts prepared. Rubbing his temples, he recognized that this state of affairs could not continue. He couldn't allow the impending meeting with his father-in-law and brothers-in-law to disrupt his mindset. A break in his writing would be detrimental. At that moment, his phone on the desk rang. It was a call from Yixian. Lao Shuo, why not step out for a drink? It's sweltering today, Yixian enthusiastically invited as soon as the call connected. He had spent the entire morning outside Bai Qinning's company, nearly turning into a handsome piece of jerky from the sun. He had endured long enough, and now yearned for the cool embrace of an air-conditioned room, along with some chilled beverages. Yixian felt he was the most beleaguered among those pursuing a wealthy partner. But what could he do? The girl he was pursuing was extraordinary. Li Shuo, meanwhile, was not faring much better, fretting over the impending confrontation and his inability to write. Furrowing his brow, he replied to Yixian, I don't have time. My father-in-law called yesterday, and in a few days, he and my brothers-in-law will be visiting. I need to prepare. Were you feeling down last night because of this? Yixian inquired, surprised. When he had contacted Li Shuo the previous night, he sensed something was amiss, initially thinking he might have interrupted something intimate between him and his wife. It's not that I'm unhappy, just a bit anxious. I haven't met my father-in-law or my wife's brothers yet. This will be my first encounter, Li Shuo admitted. He realized he needed to confide in a friend and share his worries. Yixian gasped in astonishment. My goodness, you haven't met your in-laws yet? No. Yixian was utterly impressed, You haven't even met the parents, yet you've already whisked away their daughter. Truly, you are my guide in pursuing wealthy partners. Unlike him, had it not been for Uncle Bai's reluctance to unite through marriage with the Li family and his favorable ties with the Yi family, he would have had no opportunity to pursue Bai Qinning while abroad. Li Shuo was indeed remarkable, quietly whisking away his father-in-law's daughter. After a moment of silence on the phone, Li Shuo corrected Yi Xian. To be precise, she took me away, rather than the other way around. He had merely gone to meet for an arranged marriage and unexpectedly found himself at the Civil Affairs Bureau obtaining a marriage certificate. Yi Xian, who had just spent a few hours under the scorching sun outside the company building in vain pursuit of his beloved, lamented, "This conversation is futile. I have no idea what kind of celestial wife you have, who refuses to leave with you. It makes my situation quite difficult. Neither the sweltering 37-degree heat nor my fervent enthusiasm can melt her icy heart." After engaging in light-hearted banter with the amusing Yi Xian, Li Shuo felt considerably relieved. It was only after the call ended that he recalled the assortment of alcoholic beverages in his refrigerator. He did not require any refreshment to combat the heat. Rather, he had come across a comment from an author in a group chat suggesting that one could write more efficiently while tipsy. Since he was struggling to produce any text, Li Shuo resolved to try a bit of alcohol, hoping that perhaps in a state of mild inebriation, he could conjure some words. If he failed to write, he would simply inform his readers that he needed to meet his father-in-law and brothers-in-law, and they would likely understand. He made his way to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and began selecting a drink. Upon moving in, he had discovered various beverages whose names he did not recognize, most of which were foreign. However, since he had already provided Bai Qinning with living expenses, indulging in a bottle of these possibly expensive drinks occasionally would not weigh on his conscience. In Li Shuo's eyes, his wife was merely an elite professional. The beverages consumed would be somewhat pricey, but certainly not exorbitantly so. He chose a bottle of beer from the fridge, grabbed a glass from the cupboard, and returned to his room. This bottle was the largest in the refrigerator and appeared less refined than the others, likely making it the most affordable option. Once back in his room, Li Shuo sat at his desk, poured a modest half-glass of the beer, and the sweet aroma wafted through the air. As he took a sip, he found the flavor to be quite distinctive, revealing hints of smokiness and nuttiness, with a subtle undertone of raisins. Although he was not particularly fond of such drinks, this beer surpassed any he had previously tasted, both in flavor and potency. As the half-glass slid down his throat, a wave of warmth surged through his stomach, and the tautness in his nerves began to ease. Feeling considerably relaxed, yet not intoxicated, he refrained from further drinking and immediately began to type in a pleasantly tipsy state. The results exceeded his expectations. In this relaxed mindset, his thoughts flowed more freely, naturally enhancing his typing speed. After an hour, Li Shuo was astonished to discover that his writing speed had indeed increased significantly, soaring from his previously best rate of over 3,000 characters per hour to now producing 1,000 characters in just 1 hour. This is indeed a feat that only authors of limited talent and slow mental acuity, such as Fan Zhuo, could accomplish in a single day. After consuming a modest half-glass of wine, Li Shuo felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new realm. As he feverishly typed away, he made sure to indulge in a glass of wine every 2 hours, maintaining a pleasantly tipsy state. He remained at his computer for a staggering 5 hours, so engrossed in his work that he completely forgot to prepare dinner. By 7 o'clock in the evening, Bai Qinning returned home from work, only to find the living room lights dimmed. Upon turning on the lights and noticing Li Shuo's shoes still on the rack, she was relieved to confirm that he had not ventured out for a late-night escapade. As her previously tense expression softened, she approached the door to Li Shuo's room, gently pushing open the slightly ajar door. Peeking inside, she spotted the man intently focused on his computer, his handsome profile illuminated by the screens, fingers flying across the keyboard with astonishing speed. She silently marveled at his remarkable ability to write so swiftly, despite his taciturn nature. The articles he produced could easily earn him tens of thousands of yuan in a month, which was quite absurd. Deciding not to interrupt his flow, she quietly entered the kitchen. Noticing that Li Shuo had yet to eat, she donned a floral apron and began preparing dinner. As the daughter of the Bai family, Bai Qinning was not entirely unacquainted with domestic chores. From a young age, she had engaged in various extracurricular activities, including cooking and baking. Even before her marriage to Li Shuo, she would often whip up delightful dishes in her spare time. While she aimed for her meals to be visually appealing, the flavors could never quite compete with Li Shuo's culinary prowess. Having already eaten at the film set earlier, she was now cooking specifically for him. After many meals shared since their wedding, she felt inspired to prepare something special for him today. Perhaps next time, she would simply arrange for the Imperial Hotel to deliver food directly to their doorstep. As she set the rice to boil, she selected the necessary ingredients from the refrigerator, washing, chopping, and preparing with meticulous efficiency. She was always decisive in her actions, and the kitchen was no exception. In less than an hour, she had beautifully plated Shanghai greens, garlic prawns, crispy pork cutlets, and a bowl of savory tomato shrimp soup ready on the table. After removing her apron and applying some hand cream, Bai Qinning gently knocked on Li Shua's door. "Dinner is ready," she called out. Li Shua, having just published the manuscript he had labored over for more than 5 hours, paused at the sound of her voice outside his door. Momentarily taken aback, he soon grasped the reality of the situation. Bai Qinning was home and inviting him to dinner. With a hint of confusion, he rose to his feet, only to realize that his head felt a bit light. After consuming a substantial glass of wine an hour ago, he had yet to fully metabolize it. Fortunately, he was not easily intoxicated and showed no signs of being affected. Despite feeling slightly hazy, he deemed it acceptable to join her for dinner. With somewhat unsteady steps, he exited his room. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he was taken aback to see a table laden with dishes. Was it possible that his wife was adept at cooking? And so beautifully at that. Bai Qinning had just emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 pairs of chopsticks and placing them on the table. As she approached Li Shuo, she caught a hint of alcohol on his breath and looked at him in surprise, inquiring, "Have you been drinking?" "Ah, just a little. My fingers seem unable to type," he replied. He picked up a bowl from the table, filled it with a small portion of rice, and handed it to Bai Qinning. "I wasn't aware you would be home for dinner tonight, nor did I anticipate you would cook." Bai Qinning accepted the bowl, now understanding why Li Shuo had been so late in typing. She refrained from mentioning that she had already dined, sitting opposite him and stating, "I'm not some delicate heiress who has never lifted a finger in the kitchen. It's quite normal for me to cook." Indeed, she was a lady who could engage in domestic tasks. As for this meal, it felt as though it was prepared specifically for Li Shuo if she did not partake, which seemed rather peculiar. Even if she did not wish to eat, she felt compelled to have a bit. The young couple generally maintained a quiet demeanor during meals. This was the first time Li Shuo tasted his wife's cooking. While it may not have been as refined as his own culinary creations, its presentation was undeniably appetizing. He heartily consumed 2 large bowls during dinner. After the meal, he insisted on washing the dishes together, feeling somewhat guilty about letting Bai Qinning handle both cooking and cleaning. In the kitchen, they stood before the sink, each responsible for washing a different set of dishes. Bai Qinning tied on a floral apron and donned gloves, washing the first batch of bowls while conversing with Li Shuo. "We could have bought a dishwasher, but I believe that machine-washed dishes are never as clean as those washed by hand." She had a slight obsession with cleanliness, convinced that manual washing was superior. Upon hearing this, Li Shuo turned his head to look at her. From his vantage point, he could see the elegant bridge of Bai Qinning's nose beneath her long eyelashes and her moist lips. Her exquisitely beautiful face evoked an involuntary sense of distance. Yet, the delicate apron she wore infused her with a touch of domestic charm, and Li Shuo inexplicably felt that the gap between them had diminished significantly. As if they truly were a married couple, Bai Qinning, with her head bowed, could still sense the man's gaze upon her. She calmly returned his look and asked, "What's the matter?" Perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, Li Shuo boldly replied for the first time, "I feel that we truly resemble a married couple. You are genuinely my wife." Bai Qinning was accustomed to Li Shuo's lack of audacity in speech, and his sudden declaration caught her off guard. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head, handing him a soapy bowl and whispering, "You're dreaming. I would never be your wife." This haughty retort from the young lady instantly widened the chasm between them and brought Li Shuo back to reality. He regained his composure, accepted the bowl, and awkwardly chuckled. "Indeed, we are merely pretending. Once we meet your parents, we may very well divorce." He spoke the word divorce with surprising ease, and Bai Qinning discerned that he seemed indifferent to the matter, as if the possibility of separation lingered at any moment. Uncertain of the reasons behind her feelings, she found it disconcerting that, despite her earlier declaration of not wanting to be Li Shuo's true wife, he appeared entirely indifferent now. A sense of resentment welled within her, provoking anger and rendering her speechless. Bai Qinning fell into a sudden silence, leaving Li Shuo perplexed as he took the bowl from her hands and inquired, "What troubles you?" A fleeting glance at the man before her ignited an inexplicable irritation, compelling her to abandon the task of washing dishes alongside him. Swiftly, she removed her gloves and placed them aside, casting him a pointed look before turning to leave. As she passed by Li Shuo, unable to restrain herself, she pinched him sharply at the waist. Li Shuo gasped in pain, exclaiming, while watching the irate girl storm away, "What have I done to offend her?" Chapter 65. Domestic violence. After finishing the dishes, Li Shuo retreated to his room, beginning to piece together the reason for Bai Qinning's ire. It likely stemmed from his ill-timed remarks about her resembling his wife, which had displeased her. He acknowledged that his thoughts had been rather presumptuous. As a socially anxious individual with few friends, he was utterly inept in social situations. Bai Qinning, on the other hand, was a paragon of professionalism, navigating a world far removed from his own. Their lives were disparate, devoid of true intersection. Just as he had been unable to assist her with her work troubles, he realized he had indulged in fanciful thinking. Lately, he had been a bit scatterbrained, even contemplating the idea of their cohabitation as something pleasant, despite her evident reluctance. He resolved to maintain a respectful distance moving forward. Once in his room, Li Shuo poured himself another drink before sinking into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Bai Qinning found herself restless, plagued by a sense of bitterness. Around 11 o'clock, she ventured into the kitchen, opening the refrigerator to retrieve a bottle of beverage. Her gaze swept over the selection of drinks, and upon extracting a bottle, she muttered in dissatisfaction, "How could it be that the most expensive one ended up in my hands?" This particular drink was a limited edition, with only 22 bottles available worldwide. She had not yet had the chance to savor it, and now it had been taken by Li Shuo. Frustration gnawed at her, yet she felt powerless to confront him. It would be unreasonable to burst into his room and demand he return it. The following days revealed a palpable distance between the couple. Li Shuo often took the initiative to create space between them, refraining from excessive displays of affection to avoid further provoking her. Bai Qinning, meanwhile, sulked, trying to convince herself that this was for the best while grappling with her own discontent. Their marriage seemed to be flashing warning signs. Before long, the day arrived for Li Shuo to meet his father-in-law and family. Over the past few days, he had consumed several bottles from the refrigerator, preparing ample material for writing. With the next 2 days free from the burden of work, he aimed to host his in-laws with utmost hospitality. Although this meeting might culminate in his divorce from Bai Qinning, he was determined to make a favorable impression on her family. Today, Bai Qinning enjoys a day off. The couple ventured to the supermarket early in the morning, procuring an array of ingredients and beverages to prepare for lunch. This afternoon, her father-in-law's family would be visiting, and Li Shuo needed to have the meal ready to host them well. In the kitchen, both wore aprons. Li Shuo was engrossed in preparing soup while Bai Qinning washed the vegetables beside him. The scene appeared harmonious, yet the atmosphere was rather frigid. Li Shuo maintained a distance of about a meter from Bai Qinning, instinctively stepping back whenever she unintentionally drew nearer. Bai Qinning, having cleaned the green beans, approached him and, before he could retreat, turned to look at him with a hint of assertiveness, commanding, "Stop." Li Shuo, poised to fetch some ginger for chopping, paused and glanced at her, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Bai Qinning placed the green beans beside his cutting board and remarked, "With my parents and brother visiting, they are surely here to scrutinize our marital status. We should act like a normal couple. You needn't keep your distance from me." Ever since she declared she would no longer act as his wife, a tinge of regret had crept in. Li Shuo had indeed maintained his distance these past few days, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. After pondering her words, Li Shuo nodded. "All right, let us behave like a typical couple for now." He paused, then added, "Once your parents leave, I'll resume my distance." Having previously mentioned that they should act like a genuine couple, Bai Qinning had pinched him as a reminder. It was prudent to clarify matters to avoid another incident. However, scarcely had Li Shuo finished speaking when he sensed her disapproving gaze. Before he could react, she reached toward his waist, her movements familiar and swift. "Ouch!" he yelped, grimacing in pain as she pinched him again. "Bai Qinning, what have I done to provoke you? Why do you resort to pinching?" "Simply because I find you displeasing," Bai Qinning retorted coldly. Li Shuo, fuming, thought to himself that the next time she pinched him, he would retaliate. Despite their minor skirmish, they seemed to have established a tacit understanding, gradually closing the distance between them. As time passed, it was soon 11:30. Li Shuo had nearly completed the cold dishes and soup, now awaiting the arrival of his father-in-law's family to commence cooking and dining. Amidst the flurry of activity, Li Shuo felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, even burning his finger while handling the soup pot. He genuinely feared being unable to handle the scrutiny from his father-in-law and elder brother-in-law today. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, startling the young couple in the kitchen. Bai Qinning halted her tasks, quickly drying her hands on a towel. That must be my parents, she stated before exiting the kitchen. Noticing that Li Shuo had not yet followed, she looked back at him, urging, "Come on." Li Shuo set down the knife, forcing a stiff smile. "All right." He then joined his wife in leaving the kitchen. Aware of his tension, Bai Qinning walked ahead, reaching the front door first and taking the initiative to open it. Click. The door swung open. Bai Yingtang and Xie Jingji stood at the forefront. As soon as the door opened, Bai Yingtang's gaze shifted from his daughter to Li Shuo, who stood behind her, his expression taut. His sharp eye scrutinized Li Shuo from head to toe, then back again. Ah. So this is the audacious young man who silently eloped with his daughter. The moment Bai Yingtang laid eyes on Li Shuo's face, an inexplicable aversion surged within him, causing his face to tighten even further. Following closely behind him and Xie Jingji were Bai Qinning's elder brothers, each exuding an air of distinction. Their gazes fixated on Li Shuo, the brother-in-law. Among them stood a particularly tall man with a resolute countenance and bronze skin, even devoid of any overt hostility. Li Shuo could sense the weight of scrutiny upon him, as though he could be pierced through by a mere glance. Indeed, this family of his father-in-law was far from welcoming. Li Shuo inwardly lamented while steeling himself to greet them. However, before he could utter a word, two reprimands rang out simultaneously. "What are you all frowning for? Are you afraid of frightening him?" Bai Qinning and Xie Jingji spoke almost in unison. Li Shuo was taken aback and quickly interjected to defuse the tension. No worries, Mom and Dad. Brothers, please come in and take a seat." He hadn't faltered yet, still managing to hold his ground. Upon hearing the admonishments, Bai Yingtang and his sons immediately relaxed their expressions. Bai Yingtang, standing behind his wife, finally managed to force a rather unattractive smile. "All right, let us talk inside." Under the watchful gaze of their sister, the brothers swiftly diverted their attention, each smiling gracefully and nodding at Li Shuo. As soon as the two women spoke, the demeanor of the Bai family's men shifted dramatically. Chapter 66, Family Dynamics. Once the Bai family entered the house, the previously somewhat desolate abode was now filled with a lively atmosphere. The sofa was completely occupied. After seating themselves, several men, at the behest of Xie Jingji and Bai Qinning, took the initiative to introduce themselves to Li Shuo. Prior to their arrival, they had a brief conversation with Bai Qinning, learning that the newlywed husband had autism and was unaware of her true identity as an actress. The two were merely an ordinary couple. They unanimously speculated that Bai Qinning had likely married an ordinary person in haste to placate her family, planning to cooperate fully to avoid complications later on. During the introductions, they all uniformly claimed to be mere office workers. Only Lao Shi was different. Working at the police station, he stated he was just an ordinary grassroots officer. After listening to the introductions, Li Shuo reciprocated with a brief overview of his own situation. Unbeknownst to him, the family had already conducted thorough background checks on him before their visit. Even the matter of Li Shuo's uncle pressuring him to donate a kidney had been disclosed by Bai Qinning. Thus, for the most part, the interactions were merely formalities. However, due to his profession, Lao Shi's conversation with Li Shuo began to take a different turn. "Aren't you autistic? I don't perceive your autism as being very severe." Lao Shi Bai Chung inquired. "You seem to be merely more reserved, which is quite different from autism." Li Shuo sensed the scrutinizing gaze directed at him, his scalp tightening. Yet he managed to respond with a semblance of composure. "Since I began my relationship with Qinning, things have improved significantly." "Well, could you share the story of how the two of you met?" Bai Chung continued to probe. At that moment, Bai Qinning was away fetching water, leaving Li Shuo without a lifeline. He could only muster the courage to recount the tale he had fabricated for Li Shuejuan. "I went to the hospital for a checkup and happened upon a notebook. It belonged to Qinning. I then reached out to her. And that's how we got acquainted." "Which hospital was it? And do you recall the specific date?" Bai Cheng pressed on. "Such is the nature of investigations. One must not afford the perpetrator the luxury of time to concoct a defense, relying instead on a strategy of surprise interrogation." "Shiga, what are you doing?" "This is your brother-in-law, not a criminal. Put away your tactics," Bai Qinning interjected as she returned, placing the water jug on the table, casting a disapproving glance at Bai Cheng before seating herself beside Li Shuo. Turning to him, she advised, "Just ignore him. It's his professional habit acting up." Xie Jingji also shot a discontented look towards the younger Bai. "You little rascal, your questions exceed even your father's." Though she was keen to hear how her son-in-law and daughter had met, she recognized that her son-in-law was rather reserved, and too many questions might irritate her daughter. Confronted by his mother and sister, Bai Chung realized his behavior was indeed inappropriate. He promptly reined himself in, smiling at Li Shuo. I apologize. It's just my professional habit. Li Shuo could only chuckle. No harm done. He had long been mentally prepared for a challenging day ahead. An inquiry, no? A discussion has been interrupted, Li Shuo announced as he stood up. Dad, Mom, esteemed uncles, the meals at home are nearly ready. I shall head to the kitchen to finish preparing the dishes so we can dine. I'll join you, Bai Qinning chimed in, rising as well. Hearing this, Bai Sheng raised an eyebrow and immediately inquired, Do we not have hired help at home? Are you cooking for yourselves? What are your sister's hands meant for, washing clothes and cooking? Furthermore, as her husband, even if he were a temporary one, it seemed beneath him to be in the kitchen daily. The Bai family certainly had the means to afford a few servants. As Bai Sheng spoke, Li Shuo, who had just stood up, turned to him with a perplexed expression. Hire help. Was it customary for corporate professionals to employ servants in their homes? However, Xie Jingji was the quickest to react, immediately chastising the second son. You little brat. You haven't even been promoted yet. And Ningming's salary is only around 20 to 30,000 a month. What gives you the audacity to suggest hiring help? What circumstances would allow for that? She then turned to Li Shuo, smiling kindly. Xiao Shuo, don't heed your second uncle's words. At present, Ningming's salary and situation don't permit hiring help. The second son only knew to be protective of his sister, seemingly disregarding his own status as an ordinary worker. If he continued down this path, wouldn't his image crumble? Bai Qinning shot a glance at her nearly compromised brother. Indeed, I still have to repay the mortgage. Where would I find the means to hire help? Cooking for ourselves is perfectly fine. Bai Sheng persisted, unwilling to let his sister and her temporary husband toil in the kitchen. It's no trouble. I earn a good salary. I can afford to hire 1 or 2 servants. In fact, he could easily afford 1 or even 100 if he so wished. The premise is that a new manor must be provided for the younger sister. Coincidentally, there is a project in Luqing that will allow her to have a manor built exclusively for her. Although Li Shuo is merely the temporary husband of Bai Qinning and does not wish to live off his brother-in-law, he understands the concern for his sister-in-law and responds. Thank you for your kindness, second brother. However, now that Qinning and I are married, I will ensure she does not live a life of hardship. I will strive to keep her out of the kitchen, and when conditions improve, I will consider hiring help, provided he is not divorced from Bai Qinning by then. Xie Jingji, often exasperated by her second brother's indulgent nature towards his sister, resolves to find him a suitable wife to manage his bachelorhood, lest he continually meddle in his sister's married life. She rises and smiles at Li Shuo, saying, Indeed, Xiao Shuo will not allow our Ningning to suffer. During my last visit, it was Xiao Shuo who prepared meals for Ningning in the kitchen, showing more care than I, her mother, as he knew she does not enjoy pork and omitted it entirely from her dishes. Come along, Ningning, Xiao Shuo, I will join you. Cooking as a family creates a warm atmosphere. Xie Jingji beckons the young couple towards the kitchen. Seeing his wife head to the kitchen, Bai Yingtang immediately rises from the sofa, torn between indulging his wife and maintaining the dignity of the Bai family patriarch. After a brief hesitation, he decisively opts to pamper his wife. Jingji, don't trouble yourself. I shall handle it. Yes, Mom, little sister, you need not concern yourselves with the kitchen. We've got this. Several devoted brothers rise in unison, hastening to assist in the kitchen, determined to keep their mother and sister from laboring. Even Bai Cheng, the second brother, who typically finds cooking beneath him, begrudgingly enters to help, for he too is fond of his sister. The Bai family is somewhat experienced in the culinary arts. Bai Yingtang had deliberately learned to cook during his courtship of Xie Jingji. Their sons were also sent to cooking classes by Xie Jingji, who insisted they must learn to cook if they hoped to attract wives, though only the eldest, Bai Cheng, has successfully married, and even that union is fraught with discord. Today's lunch, however, is relatively harmonious. Under the watchful eyes of his mother-in-law, Xie Jingji, and his wife, Bai Qinning, Li Shuo finds this gathering far less daunting than he had anticipated. It becomes clear to him that while his father-in-law and brothers-in-law may not be particularly welcoming, this family, whether they dote on their wives or sisters, holds their mothers and wives in high esteem. With both women firmly on his side, the atmosphere is not as intimidating as he had imagined. The men of the Bai family, while excessively indulgent towards their wives and sisters, are otherwise astute observers. In the midst of conversation, they carefully scrutinize the dynamic between Bai Qinning and Li Shuo. Although they appear to be close, they maintain a certain distance, unmistakably indicating that they are not a typical couple. Recognizing their pretense, the men feel both reassured and choose not to expose it. After all, Bai Qinning and Bai Qinning are both reluctant to see their family unite with the Li family's sole heir, and since Bai Qinning finds the Yi family's son unsatisfactory, they will continue to support the young couple in maintaining their faude of a marriage. Regardless, the daughter, sister, is not inclined towards men, possessing remarkable martial skills, and her interaction with Li Shuo will surely yield no detriment. On the contrary, Xie Jingji genuinely harbors hopes for her daughter's relationship with Li Shuo. She firmly believes that one day, the two will come to cherish each other deeply. Perhaps her aloof daughter, akin to a glacier, will be the first to succumb to affection. The Bai family is indeed a busy one. After dinner, they engaged in conversation for less than an afternoon before gradually bidding farewell. Everyone had social commitments over the weekend, and Laoshi Baicheng had an urgent task to attend to. By 3:30 in the afternoon, Li Shuo escorted his father-in-law and mother-in-law out, reflecting on the challenges faced by this family. Each of them, seemingly accomplished, still toils for their livelihood, embodying the essence of the working class. Upon returning home, the once lively household fell silent. Accompanied by Bai Qinning in the living room, Li Shuo hesitated to broach the topic of divorce, given that he had already met her parents. Before he could muster the courage to speak, he noticed the young woman seated on the sofa, hunched over, her hands clasped over her abdomen, displaying an expression of discomfort. Seeing this, Li Shuo crouched down in front of her, his concern palpable. "Have you eaten something bad?" Bai Qinning was on the verge of breaking into a cold sweat from the pain, feeling a bit embarrassed to articulate her condition. When she raised her eyes to meet Li Shuo's anxious gaze, warmth surged within her, prompting her to furrow her brow and say, "No. It's just that time of the month." Flustered by her admission, Li Shuo responded with a face full of concern. "Which one? What's the matter?" Bai Qinning's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, "You know what I mean. You big fool." Chapter 67. Can I devour you? After receiving a couple of indignant glares from his wife, Li Shuo finally comprehended that she was referring to her menstrual cycle. He had little experience in such matters. Even in past relationships, his girlfriends never suffered from debilitating cramps. Were it not for hearing about how a roommate could be incapacitated by menstrual pain, he would have been utterly perplexed by Bai Qinning's meaning today. He squatted beside her, observing her pale visage, helpless and anxious. "What can I do to help you?" Bai Qinning turned her head, feigning strength, and replied, "No need. It's just my period. I'm not that fragile." However, witnessing her furrowed brow and feeble demeanor made it impossible for Li Shuo to feel at ease. He shifted his position, looking up at her, wishing to offer his care. Yet the words remained unspoken. Bai Qinning sensed his gaze and shot him a glance, meeting his sincere and urgent eyes, which stirred a peculiar sentiment within her. When conversing with Li Shuo, she had noticed he rarely dared to meet her gaze, yet now he seemed emboldened, revealing his genuine concern for her well-being. Ultimately, she relented, shedding her faude in front of him. "Could you fetch me some medicine and brown sugar?" she requested. Having avoided cold foods for the past few months due to winter, she had not experienced such severe cramps in months, and there were no supplies at home. Li Shuo immediately sprang to his feet. "All right, I'll go buy it right away." In his haste to leave, he even forgot to change his shoes. Rushing out the door in a flurry, Bai Qinning was initially in considerable pain, but seeing Li Shuo's anxious demeanor warmed her heart and struck her as somewhat endearing, causing her lips to involuntarily press together. Though somewhat foolish, he was not at all off-putting. Li Shuo acted swiftly. In just over 10 minutes, he returned from a nearby convenience store and pharmacy with a plethora of medicines and brown sugar. He heated water to help Bai Qinning take her medication and brewed a cup of brown sugar water for her. On the sofa, Bai Qinning cradled the warm beverage, taking small sips under Li Shuo's watchful gaze. Her previously furrowed brow had relaxed, and her pale complexion had taken on a rosy hue. Although the fragility in her features rendered her somewhat pitiful, Li Shuo was taken aback to witness this typically aloof ice queen exhibit such vulnerability. As Bai Qinning finished her drink, he reached out to take the cup and handed her a hot water bottle, remarking, "Your arrival was rather sudden. Your parents just left when you showed up." Bai Qinning shot him a glance, accepting the water bottle. "I've been here for a while." She was merely putting on a brave front. Her family's attention had predominantly been on Li Shuo, and she managed to maintain an air of normalcy. "Oh, so it didn't hurt before? I noticed you didn't react," Li Shuo commented. Bai Qinning pressed the hot water bottle against her abdomen and replied casually, "Pain must be endured. Otherwise, if my parents noticed, they certainly wouldn't leave, and having others in the house would make you even more uncomfortable." Upon her words, both fell silent for a moment, their gazes meeting. Bai Qinning felt a pang of guilt, while Shuo was equally surprised. He had not anticipated that she would consider his feelings and endure her pain to keep her family from noticing. He had never confided in anyone about his social anxiety, a difficulty for him that was profound. In a previous life, he had even retreated to the village to escape social interactions. Bai Qinning's concern for him stirred a sense of gratitude within him. However, the proud young lady quickly defended herself upon sensing the intensity of Li Shua's gaze, stating, "I was merely thinking that if my parents stayed too long and you grew increasingly uncomfortable, it might expose our relationship or lead to an embarrassing situation in front of them, which would cause me trouble." Li Shua responded with a simple, "Oh." Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to Bai Qinning's occasional cold water splashes. He calmly offered her a blanket to ensure her comfort on the sofa, allowing him to care for her more easily, as he could not freely enter her room. During their time together, he had only entered her room once when she was intoxicated. Dinner that evening was straightforward, as the leftovers from lunch were plentiful and merely needed reheating. Considering Bai Qinning's condition, Li Shua decided to set the dining area in the living room, placing the meal on the coffee table in front of the sofa. After finishing their meal, noticing Bai Qinning appeared significantly better, he resolved to broach the subject of divorce. Having already met Bai Qinning's parents, they had initially agreed to divorce after that encounter. He was not the kind to cling desperately to her, especially after she had expressed her anger a few days prior, firmly stating that it was a dream to consider her as his wife. Li Shua felt a desire to prove that he would not entangle her in his intentions. So he proactively inquired, "When do you plan to file for divorce?" Bai Qinning, having just taken a sip of her sweet red sugar water, suddenly found the beverage devoid of warmth and sweetness upon hearing his words. She did not rush to respond, slowly swallowing the sugary liquid before saying, "Not anytime soon. My parents and brother have not fully accepted it yet. We cannot divorce." She was all too familiar with the men in the Bai family, who possessed countless cunning tricks. This time, they did not make things particularly difficult for Li Shua. Perhaps they had seen through the pretense of their sham marriage. Of course, it did not matter if they were not deceived. After all, she and Li Shua were bound by the same marital certificate, and the men of the Bai family could do nothing about it. Li Shua, however, grew anxious. Does this mean I did not perform well and was seen through? Even though the truth was not entirely due to this reason, Bai Qinning nodded without hesitation. "Indeed. It is because you are always preoccupied with divorce and maintaining distance from me. You hardly resemble a husband." Every time he approached her, it felt as if he were about to devour her. Did he really think she would allow that? The two were seated closely, and as Bai Qinning spoke, she turned to gaze at Li Shua. The proximity revealed her stunning beauty, her alluring fragrance making his heart skip a beat. Even when angry, she looked exceptionally captivating. His gaze lingered briefly on her luscious lips, and he felt an involuntary movement in his throat. Realizing his inappropriate thoughts, he quickly averted his eyes, turning his face away and stating, "Then let us not divorce for now." Her words were rather absurd. This girl was so beautiful. Did she not realize that being so close to a man might incite his desire? Li Shua was a normal man and acknowledged Bai Qinning's beauty, naturally. He would have thoughts. Yet, every time such thoughts arose, his mind would become disordered. Bai Qinning, caught up in her emotions, did not notice Li Shua's unease. Instead, she misinterpreted his turned face as dissatisfaction with their failure to expedite the divorce. Under the influence of her hormonal fluctuations, her frustration intensified, and she fell silent. Bai Qinning's silence led Li Shua to believe that his lack of warmth had caused her anger for not being close enough, which resulted in their inability to divorce. After pondering for a moment, he said, "If your parents and brother come over in the future, I will be more affectionate with you." He then emphasized, "But you must refrain from pinching me at the slightest provocation." He had developed a psychological aversion to her, sometimes. Being close made him fear that her hand might reach out to pinch him. "Unless you provoke me, I wouldn't even bother to pinch you," Bai Qinning retorted. Rising from the sofa with a hot water bag in her arms, her emotions evident as she headed to her room, Li Shua sighed, thinking it futile to reason with women. Next time, he would respond with action rather than words. Otherwise, if she grew accustomed to it, he might find himself subjected to daily torment. Chapter 68. Directly questioning his orientation that night, Bai Qinning lay in bed, likely influenced by her hormonal changes. Clutching her pillow, she tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. She flipped onto her other side, tightening her embrace around the pillow, her brow slightly furrowed. She remained deeply affected by Li Shua's incessant remarks about divorce and his seemingly indifferent demeanor. Initially, I believed the other party to be an ardent fan. Yet it has become apparent that not only is he not a devoted admirer, but even after spending over a month together, he could readily walk away without a second thought, showing no regard for her at all. He seems indifferent to whether she wishes to be his true wife. And even when she outright declines, she does not display any anger. Just this afternoon, he bid farewell to her parents, and by evening, he began broaching the subject of divorce. Given her striking beauty, how could he not desire to cherish her? With such an exquisite figure, has he never contemplated other possibilities? Oh, what is this man thinking? Bai Qinning sensed her own disquiet. She promptly raised her hand to tap her forehead, admonishing herself to cease her unfounded musings. Men, after all, are the most exasperating. Li Shuo's perceptiveness should bring her joy. Once her parents cease their relentless pressure for marriage, or when the sole heir of the Li family ties the knot, she shall decisively rid herself of this man without a moment's hesitation. She would harbor no lingering attachments. As for his abrupt mention of divorce, perhaps he is akin to her previous suitor, disinterested in women altogether. Thus, it is not a matter of her lacking charm, but rather an issue with his orientation. After this self-clarification, Bai Qinning managed to ease her emotions, clutching her pillow tightly as she drifted into a troubled slumber. That night was equally disheartening, compounded by the presence of Fong Lanying, who had already relocated to her brother's home for several days. To be precise, she had been feeling despondent for many days. In the cramped bedroom, as she lay on the small bed, Fong Lanying listened to her mother's thunderous snores, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. In her restlessness, she inadvertently rolled off the bed, nearly injuring herself. She now harbored regrets about moving in with her brother. Although the apartment consists of one living room and one bedroom, there are no extra rooms, besides her brother and sister-in-law's master bedroom. The two high school children each occupy their own room, leaving her to squeeze into a shared space with her mother. Not only was her night restless, but during the day she had to assist with household chores, and after the children returned from school, she was expected to help with their homework. Lest her sister-in-law cast her a disapproving glance. Her sister-in-law was an exceedingly domineering woman, making it imperative for everyone in the household to tread lightly around her. Fong Lanying was truly uncomfortable living in this environment. What compounded her distress was that it had been 3 days, and Li Shuojuan showed no signs of wanting to reconcile. In these days, he had only contacted her twice, merely to inform her that it was time to sign at the Civil Affairs Bureau. There were no messages over the weekend, not even a simple text. This man is truly heartless. Fong Lanying felt a mix of anger and grievance, her resentment toward Li Shuojuan only intensifying. She believed him to be excessively callous. Even if she had initiated the divorce, had he come back to plead for her forgiveness, she might have considered granting him a second chance. Now, not only does he neglect her, but he also leaves her to endure life at her brother's home, subjected to the whims of others. She was infuriated. Resolutely, she vowed not to forgive Li Shuojuan. Once the divorce was finalized, she would promptly seek to marry Wu Wenfeng, just to infuriate him. The following day, Bai Qinning's menstrual discomfort subsided, and she felt rejuvenated. After rising, she swiftly attended to her morning routine. Upon arriving in the dining area, she found that Li Shuo had already prepared breakfast. On her seat, there rested a steaming cup of brown sugar water. Surely, today should be a little better? Li Shuo approached the dining table and inquired, then added, "Drink this cup of brown sugar water later. It will warm your stomach. You should be feeling much better now." Bai Qinning pulled out a chair and settled into her spot, cradling the warm cup of brown sugar water. "Thank you for yesterday." Li Shuo placed a fried egg into the large bowl beside him, smiling as he replied, "You're welcome." The young couple then began their breakfast. Halfway through their meal, Bai Qinning recalled her thoughts from the previous night. Was the man sitting across from her truly grappling with issues regarding his sexual orientation? As Li Shuo continued eating, he became aware of a gaze seemingly fixated on him from across the table. However, whenever he glanced over, Bai Qinning appeared to be eating normally. Unable to gather any evidence, he refrained from questioning her about her stare and instead picked up his phone, feigning interest in a novel to shield himself from her gaze. After finishing their meal, the couple headed to the kitchen together. Considering Bai Qinning was still on her period, Li Shuo declined her offer to help with the dishes. When she placed the bowl down and approached the sink, he said, "I'll handle the rest. You shouldn't touch cold water for the next few days." Bai Qinning complied, retracting her hand, but could not suppress her curiosity and turned her head to observe him. He replied, placing a bowl into the sink and looking back at her. "I have a question for you." Bai Qinning's expression turned serious as she earnestly asked, "Is it true that your sexual orientation is also not normal? Like your previous matchmaking partner, who only liked men?" Li Shuo. Not normal? What about him appeared abnormal? He was as normal as one could be. Why do you suddenly ask that? He paused in his actions, astonished. Bai Qinning tilted her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on him as she countered. So, do you really like men? Li Shuo, for once, did not shy away from her gaze. He looked at her and asked, what makes you think I like men? Even this retort sent shivers down his spine. He respected homosexual individuals, but that did not imply he could accept being perceived as one. He was absolutely normal. In Bai Qinning's eyes, Li Shuo's reaction resembled that of someone whose pride had been wounded. She raised her chin and huffed lightly, stating, I have always been quite accurate in my observations. Li Shuo clenched his jaw, staring at this girl who appeared to see through everything. His gaze landing on her luscious lips. At their distance, a slight lean forward would allow him to kiss her, thereby affirming his perfectly normal sexual orientation. But for the socially anxious Li Shuo, such an act seemed nearly impossible. He bit down hard, yet failed to take that step to prove himself through action. Instead, he weakly replied, You're mistaken, I'm not. He then turned away, his face stern, resuming the task of washing dishes in silence. Fuming inside, he thought, how could he possibly resemble someone who was gay? Rest assured, I will not discriminate against you, Bai Qinning said lightly, before walking over to the trash can. Lifting the garbage and exiting the kitchen. She now finds everything reasonable. It is not her charm that is lacking, but rather that this fellow genuinely prefers men. Li Shuo feels utterly embarrassed. Glancing again at the figure that has already exited the kitchen, he wishes to boldly utter, if you don't believe me, come over and try it. Yet, the words refuse to escape his lips. How infuriating. Because of a single remark from his wife. Li Shuo has been in a state of discontent since early morning. He even begins to envision 100 effective rebuttals to prove his masculinity the next time she broaches this topic. While Li Shuo is contemplating how to demonstrate his status as a man to his wife, at the same time, at Luqing Airport, a remarkably tall young man strides out of the airport hall, his flirtatious, charming eyes narrowing in a smile as he speaks on the phone. Old Yi. I've arrived in Luqing. When are you free? Let's get together with that formidable pursuer of wives of yours. Li Che is quite curious about this pursuer of wives. His visit not only aims to assist Yi Xian in winning back his wife, but also to meet this strong contender and compare their approaches in wooing women. After all, this is a man capable of marrying a woman in secret from her parents. Chapter 69, convincing her not to divorce today. Li Shuo is at home typing away. Somewhat distracted, his writing speed is evidently influenced by Bai Qinning. As a man, he finds it disheartening to be misunderstood by his wife regarding his orientation. Fortunately, he had a surplus of drafts stored from the day before, so even if his writing falters today, completing the updates is still feasible. Around 3 in the afternoon. After writing over 10,000 words, a phone call interrupts him. It's the social butterfly Yi Xian calling. On the line, Yi Xian mentions that his good friend Li Che has come to Luqing and wishes to meet him, inquiring if Li Shuo is available for dinner that evening. For Li Shuo, being in the company of the social dynamo Yi Xian is exceedingly uncomfortable. This fellow attracts the attention of everyone around him wherever he goes. Thanks to his appearance and his excessively cheerful demeanor, the friend who can mingle with him must be equally adept in social situations. If he were to meet both of them, it would surely be a hellish experience for him. However, he soon reconsiders. If it is someone with Yi Xian's character, when faced with doubts about his orientation, he would undoubtedly prove himself through actions on the spot, to restore his image as the quintessential man in Bai Qinning's eyes. Li Shuo realizes he must interact more with extroverted individuals like Yi Xian and his friend. Thus, spurred by Yi Xian's earnest and enthusiastic persuasion over the phone, along with his determination to overcome his social anxiety and reclaim his dignity as a man, he concedes to Yi Xian's request. Finally, we have you on board. We will meet at the Dill Hotel in Tongan. I'm a VIP there, and I'll reserve a table with exquisite food and fine wine. Tonight, the three of us shall indulge ourselves. Having just returned to the country, most of Yi Xian's friends are either abroad or in Kyoto. Otherwise, given his nature, he would likely rally a dozen or more friends to join the gathering. All right, I'll get back to work now, and once I finish, I'll come over. Li Shuo responded somewhat awkwardly, unable to muster a smile at the thought of meeting two socially anxious individuals. Yi Xian, brimming with enthusiasm, said, You need not go alone. At 6:30 this evening, Li Che and I will pick you up at the entrance of your community. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Li Shuejuan and Fang Lanying emerged after completing their divorce paperwork, only to part ways immediately. Li Shuejuan mounted his electric scooter, twisting the throttle several times before the aging vehicle slowly began to move. As he rode past Fong Laniying's parking space, he refrained from exchanging a single word. He was in a hurry to arrange the equipment layout at the company's site, as the machinery was set to arrive the following morning. Although the raw materials would be provided by others, he still needed to procure various tools and implements. Had Fong Laniying not insisted on their divorce and agreed to his investment in the company without confiscating his funds, perhaps she could have assisted him with these matters. Now, with Fong Laniying unwilling to continue their life together, he feared that if she discovered he had money, she might refuse to finalize the divorce or impede his plans to invest in the company. Given past experiences, Li Shuejuan chose not to disclose his intentions about the business to Fong Laniying. As long as their son was willing to support him, he felt he could persevere. Fong Laniying deliberately slowed her movements, struggling to fasten her helmet, expecting Li Shuejuan to approach her with some words. To her surprise, the man simply rode away. "You squander your chances. Don't regret it later." She fumed, finally securing the helmet, and, once Li Shuejuan had distanced himself, rode off on her scooter. Initially taken aback, she instinctively headed towards Xiangfu community. It was only halfway there that she remembered she was now residing at her brother's home, prompting her to turn back and head to the market for groceries. Today, her nephew was home with a cold, and her sister-in-law, Lu Meiwan, had taken leave to help care for him alongside Fong's mother. Upon leaving, Fong's mother had assigned her a task, specifically requesting that she purchase some vegetables, a small hen, and several pounds of live shrimp. Emerging from the market, drenched in sweat, Fong Laniying felt both exhausted and pained. The money she possessed was all that she had painstakingly saved from her previous wages under Li Shuejuan. Such delicacies as hen and seafood were rarely purchased. Now, residing with her brother, she was responsible for the daily meals, which required her to buy enough for 3 hearty meals a day, and she would also have to cook. Fong Laniying felt a deep sense of hardship. Spending over 100 yuan daily while playing the role of a housekeeper weighed heavily on her. Well, it's just for a month. Once the divorce from Li Shuejuan is finalized, it will all be over. Upon returning to her brother's house, she barely settled onto the sofa for a few minutes before Lu Meiwan emerged from her son's study. Seeing her idly sitting there, Lu's expression soured as she remarked, "Sister-in-law, with mom so busy today, you could at least lend a hand in tidying up the house." As soon as Fong Laniying had just settled down, Lu Meiwan approached her, demanding that she get up and work. Infuriated, Fong Laniying retorted, "I am here merely to stay for a while, not to serve as a maid. You are a mother-in-law. Shouldn't you show some compassion towards her and do the cleaning, laundry, and cooking yourself?" With this sharp remark, Lu Meichuan's expression darkened immediately. She shot Fong Laniying a glare, said nothing further, and headed to the kitchen to find her mother-in-law. Before long, Fong's mother hurried into the living room, casting a disapproving glance at Fong Laniying. "Laniying, what are you doing? Meiwan is already in a foul mood because of the child's illness, and you choose to scold her? She is a mother of 2 university students and still so naive." After scolding Fong Laniying for a few moments, Fong's mother sat beside her and whispered, "You are currently dependent on others. Do not lose your temper so easily. If she complains to your brother, how will you continue living here?" Fong Laniying felt utterly wronged and wiped away a tear. "Do you think I want to endure this in your house? It's not like I haven't finalized my divorce with Li Shuejuan." Fong's mother looked grave. "Has Li Shuejuan truly not come to comfort you? I thought you two were merely having a little spat, and he would soon realize and come to bring you back. Even if he comes to coax me, I will not reconsider. At my age, without a stable job, what good is it to stay with him? Oh, you foolish girl. Even if he is unemployed, once Li Shu graduates, she will be able to support him. I sense that she is closer to Li Shuejuan," Fong's mother urged. "And what about Li Shuo? Did he not find a very capable wife? You have a golden opportunity at hand. Why stir up a divorce?" Fong's mother was concerned, knowing that at her age, with no financial resources, if Fong Laniying truly divorced, even if the house was awarded to her, there would still be a mortgage to repay. Fong Laniying was not someone who could endure hardships at work. Lu Meiwan feared that if she divorced, Fong Laniying would rely on her brother's family, which explained her sour demeanor these past few days. She insisted that if Fong Laniying truly divorced, she would not allow her husband to take care of her. Fong's mother wished to dissuade Fong Laniying from pursuing a divorce. Caught in a dilemma, Fong Laniying felt somewhat secure with Wu Wenfeng's support but remained obstinate. "Mother, there is no need to persuade me. Once I divorce Li Shuejuan, I can find someone better. Wu Wenfeng is still unmarried. I saw him during my last visit home." Fong's mother, having lived through similar experiences, quickly grasped Fong Laniying's implications and felt a surge of worry instead of relief. "What can I say to you? Have you considered that if you truly divorce Li Shuejuan, with no assurances from Wu Wenfeng, What if he changes his mind? Who will you rely on then? Her words left Fang Lanying momentarily speechless. Indeed, if Wu Wenfeng decided against her, she would still be burdened with a mortgage and the living expenses of 2 children. Chapter 70. Instantly proving her point through action at around 6 in the evening, Li Shuo completed his manuscript and tidied up before heading out. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, he waited for a few minutes until a yellow Lamborghini came to a halt before him. The man in the driver's seat removed his sunglasses, revealing a flamboyant smile. "Good evening, Director Li." "Good evening," Li Shuo replied. "Would you prefer to ride in my car or in Li Che's?" "He'll be arriving shortly," Yixin inquired with a smile. Presently, the few sports cars in his garage were all 2-seaters, and none could accommodate 3 individuals, prompting both of them to drive separate vehicles. Upon hearing this, Li Shuo's gaze lingered for a moment on the striking golden-yellow sports car before instinctively shifting towards the vehicle approaching from behind, Yixian's flamboyant ride. The latter was rather ostentatious, while the car behind was even more eye-catching, a vibrant red convertible. The occupant of the crimson automobile, recognizing the esteemed Li Shuo, enthusiastically waved. "Hey, Director Li, come join me in my car." Li Shuo, slightly reserved, offered a modest smile and greeted the individual before opting to enter Yixian's sports car instead. After all, either option would lead to social embarrassment. It was preferable to endure it in the company of someone familiar. Thus, amidst the gaze of numerous onlookers, Li Shuo navigated the route, feeling rather self-conscious for over 10 kilometers until they finally reached their destination. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Yixian and Li Che handed their keys to the valet, and the trio proceeded into the hotel lobby together. On their way to the private room, Li Shuo officially met Li Che. The latter was strikingly handsome, his charming eyes always twinkling with mirth, and his personality was delightfully exuberant. Having only known each other for a few minutes, Li Che blurted out, "Director Li, I feel a strong connection between us. It feels so familiar. Especially since we both share the surname Li. Surely, we must have been family 500 years ago." Li Shuo, feeling somewhat pressured, replied, "Ah, I feel the same way." He wasn't entirely being polite. Although Li Che's overly cheerful demeanor was slightly overwhelming, there was an inexplicable sense of kinship. He surmised that perhaps he and Li Che would get along well, especially since they shared the same surname and Li Che bore no trace of a typical wealthy heir's arrogance. Upon entering the private room, a splendid array of dishes was already set on the table. After they were seated, Yixian dismissed the remaining waitstaff, took a decanter, and poured the exquisite wine into the glasses of both Li Shuo and Li Che, serving himself a glass as well. This was a signature dry red wine, a rare find exclusive to the Di Lu Hotel, renowned for its exceptional quality, aside from the noble wrought wine. Naturally, it also possessed a considerable aftereffect. After a brief introduction, the 3 raised their glasses and downed the wine in one go. This was Li Shuo's first experience with such a fine red wine. The sweet aroma and flavor surpassed any he had encountered before. From the onset of the meal, Yixian and Li Che, both loquacious, engaged Li Shuo in a discussion about Yixian's romantic pursuits. Li Shuo, troubled by the misunderstanding regarding Bai Qinning's perception of his orientation, found himself at a loss for words. As they pressed him with inquiries, he downed another glass and candidly stated, "I've mentioned before, my experience is indeed limited. It was my partner who took me to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The suggestion I shared with Yixian was merely a tactic employed by my ex-girlfriend during her pursuit of me. I have never pursued a woman myself." Yixian and Li Che, both affluent heirs, suddenly felt a twinge of inadequacy. That's impressive in its own right. If only Yixian and I were merely ordinary individuals like you, with decent looks, there's no way any attractive woman would take us to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Li Che observed with keen insight, prompting Bai to speak. Curiosity got the better of him regarding Li Shuo's wife, and he inquired, "Is your sister-in-law beautiful?" He presumed her looks were likely average. After all, aside from his handsome appearance, Li Shuo seemed like an ordinary man. It was unlikely that someone who could drag him to the Civil Affairs Bureau would be overly attractive. Yixian chimed in, having seen her at the jewelry store, where everyone remarked on her beauty. He turned to Li Shuo and asked, "So, when will you take us to meet your sister-in-law?" Li Shuo, currently in a temporary marriage with Bai Qinning and maintaining a facade of a secret marriage to safeguard her post-divorce life, hesitated to introduce them, replying, "Let's discuss that later." "Tsk, Li Shuo, how ungracious of you. Are you hiding her because she's too beautiful for us to see?" Yixian feigned displeasure. Li Che remained silent, contemplating whether anyone could rival Bai Qinning's beauty. Surely, none could. Although he dared not pursue Bai Qinning himself, he held her appearance in the highest regard. The group engaged in light banter, with most of the conversation revolving around Yu Xian and Li Chei's strategies to win over Bai Mugu. Li Shuo only contributed when they directly sought his advice. His philosophy was simple. Even the most resolute woman fears a persistent suitor. By remaining persistent until the opportune moment, followed by a strategy of feigned indifference, success was almost guaranteed. Aside from answering their inquiries, he spent the majority of his time indulging in wine. Reflecting that this red wine, while lacking the potency of the beer in Bai Qinning's fridge, was still quite enjoyable. However, he was unaware that the effects of the wine would only hit him once he neared the bottom of the bottle. As Yi Xian and Li Chei fervently discussed their romantic pursuits, they eventually noticed that the inebriated Li Shuo had polished off an entire bottle of red wine and had slumped down. Once they regained their composure, they pondered. What should we do? Should we take Director Li back to your villa? Li Chei frowned. Yi Xian shook his head. That won't do. What if his sister-in-law has strict family values and forbids him from spending the night out? If I bring him back, it could spark conflict between the couple. Thus, after a brief discussion, they decided to call a taxi to return Li Shuo home. Around 9 o'clock that evening, the taxi halted at the entrance of the community. Yi Xian and Li Chei each supported Li Shuo, managing to carry him into the complex. After a hazy half-hour, Li Shuo regained a semblance of clarity as they reached the elevator. He waved away their offers to accompany him upstairs, staggering into the lift, his mind racing with one thought. Bringing a stranger home suddenly might anger his wife. Yi Xian and Li Chei, sensing the delicate situation, refrained from intruding. Departing once they saw Li Shuo's elevator reach the 7th floor. Li Shuo stumbled back to his front door, patting all his pockets only to realize he had forgotten his access card and keys. Leaning against the door for a moment, he finally raised his hand to ring the doorbell. Bai Qinning had long since finished her shower and was now seated on the living room sofa, cradling their child, waiting for her husband's return. Upon hearing the doorbell, she glanced at the clock on the wall. It was only 9:30, not too late. So she decided to open the door. Placing the child gently on the sofa, she stood and gracefully walked toward the entrance. As the door swung open, a man leaning against the wall with a dazed expression came into view. She furrowed her delicate brows and asked, "Have you been drinking?" "Oh, just a little, not drunk." Li Shuo replied as he pushed the door open, attempting to stand upright to prove his sobriety. However, as soon as his body left the wall, he swayed unsteadily to one side. Bai Qinning cast a disdainful glance at him, but her body acted with sincerity, rushing to support her husband before he fell. Her soft, jade-like arms encircled his back, helping him inside. Li Shuo, inebriated, was far heavier than she had anticipated. Once inside, she caught a whiff of the alcohol on him and voiced her displeasure. "Who did you go out drinking with to end up like this?" As her words hung in the air, she faintly detected the scent of cologne on him, not a woman's fragrance, but the kind favored by many affluent gentlemen. Struggling slightly, she managed to lock the door, casting a complex glance at the man she had just brought in. "So, you went out on a date with your boyfriend, did you?" Li Shuo, taken aback, retorted, "Boyfriend? You think I'm that kind of man?" Even in his drunken state, he felt a shiver at the mention of those words. He abruptly halted, turning to stare at her, firmly correcting her. "Bai Qinning, I've told you, I don't like men," with lingering evidence of his previous encounters. Bai Qinning was naturally unconvinced. She replied coolly, "There's no need for you to deny it. I won't discriminate against you. Liking men is perfectly normal." Regardless of whether it was considered normal or not, she held deep respect for all orientations. Li Shuo, frustrated by her misunderstanding, felt the alcohol's effects intensifying his anger. The pent-up frustrations of the day erupted at that moment. He had to prove himself immediately. Planting his feet, he raised his heavy hand to encircle the delicate waist of the woman before him. His intention was to pull her into an embrace and kiss her, but his unsteady footing and shifted balance caused him to inadvertently shove her against the wall, his tall frame pressing against her. With one hand braced against the wall to prevent his own fall, he leaned down and captured her slightly parted lips, swallowing her startled gasp entirely. Bai Qinning's eyes widened in shock as she beheld his handsome face so close. In the next moment, her cheeks flushed crimson. Chapter 71. Only by doing this will you believe me. Bai Qinning now felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, coupled with a fair amount of fright from Li Shuo. She had never imagined that her first kiss, preserved for over 20 years, would be given away in such a manner. To her, Li Shuo was merely a reserved individual, whom she had categorized as a homosexual, often seen as the more vulnerable party. She never anticipated he would dare to kiss her so forcefully. Whether it was from shock or some other reason, her legs felt weak, and she found it impossible to raise her knee to kick him away. Instead, she extended her hand to push against his chest, struggling to create some distance. Shuo, heavily intoxicated, felt as if his body was laden with lead. When the woman pushed him away, a flicker of clarity returned, and he noticed her eyes were clouded with tears, bearing the look of someone who had been wronged. His heart felt as if it had been gently squeezed, and he frowned, his mind still swirling, only remembering that he needed to prove to her that he did not like men. He pressed one hand against the wall, his gaze involuntarily fixated on her. The girl's delicate face flushed a rosy hue, her long eyelashes trembling with a mix of embarrassment and anger as she glared at him, yet she appeared surprisingly vulnerable. Helplessly, as he struggled to maintain his footing, he met her gaze and emphatically stated, "I told you, I do not like men. This is the only way you will believe me, bastard." Bai Qinning muttered under her breath, her anger igniting a newfound strength within her. Clenching her delicate fist, she aimed a punch directly at Li Shuo's abdomen. "Ah!" Li Shuo cried out in pain, doubling over, and before he could confront Bai Qinning, she swiftly darted away, leaving behind a trace of her fragrant essence. Moments later, a loud slam of the door echoed through the air, followed by the unmistakable sound of the door being locked. This marked the first time Bai Qinning had locked her door since Li Shuo moved into her home. Previously, she had felt invincible, believing that before he could even approach her, she would either eliminate him or render him incapacitated for life. Who could have anticipated that within just over a month this man would have touched her face and even kissed her today? Li Shuo was in considerable pain. Not only did his stomach hurt, but his arm throbbed from where it had collided with the wall while he had embraced Bai Qinning. Today, he had validated his preferences and proudly sustained injuries in the process. Meanwhile, the round cat, witnessing the entire scene from the sofa, sat wide-eyed, its expression frozen in astonishment. It was utterly baffled by the events that had unfolded, but was nonetheless taken aback. After a while of bending over to ease his discomfort, Li Shuo, still under the incredulous gaze of the cat, stumbled back to his room, making sure to close the door behind him. The round cat, which had been poised to follow him into the room, was oblivious to its absence as Bai Qinning leaned against the door, her mind swirling with the events that had just transpired. The experience felt surreal, as if she were caught in a dream. Yet, the rapid beating of her heart and the warmth of her cheeks attested to the reality of the moment. That scoundrel, Li Shuo, had truly kissed her. In a flurry of embarrassment and irritation, she reached up to rub her lips, but as her fingertips grazed her mouth, she hesitated, recalling the sensations his kiss had evoked within her. Although it had been unexpected, the kiss had been tender, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through her body, leaving her feeling strangely unsettled. Realizing her reaction was inappropriate, Bai Qinning rushed to the bathroom to splash cold water on her face. She should have been angry instead of reminiscing about the kiss. "Bastard!" she cursed, as if attempting to convince herself of her dissatisfaction with this unwelcome first kiss. Vigorously rubbing her lips in front of the bathroom mirror, Li Shuo, already asleep, would later reflect that he had actually drunk dry red wine, which was far from unpleasant, still carrying the scent of its bouquet. The next day, Li Shuo experienced an unprecedented lazy morning, awakening at 9:30. Due to the effects of his hangover, his head felt heavy and foggy. He could not even recall how he had returned home the previous night. All he knew was that his stomach and arm ached, suggesting he might have suffered some minor injuries from his drunken escapades. His body was sticky, reeking of alcohol. He disdainfully retreated to the bathroom for a shower. Emerging feeling refreshed, rubbing his temples, Li Shuo exited the room, only to find that the large round dog on the sofa merely glanced at him before turning its head away, continuing its sulky slumber. Approaching the sofa, Li Shuo cast a glance toward Bai Qinning's bedroom, and, picking up the large round dog, inquired, "Is your mother out?" The dog remained silent. After asking, Li Shuo glanced at the rack by the entrance where Bai Qinning usually hung her bag. The bag was absent, and the indoor slippers were still in the shoe cabinet. As his thoughts began to coalesce, his gaze drifted back to the entrance, and he felt a twinge of pain in his arm from holding the dog. In the next moment, fragmented memories that had once eluded him surged forth. He finally recalled everything that transpired the previous night, his body gradually stiffening with realization. What a disaster! Had he truly kissed Bai Qinning while intoxicated? Clutching the large round dog, the throbbing pain in his abdomen aligned with the memories. And Li Shuo could confirm, without a doubt, he had kissed Bai Qinning. He had indeed received a punch to his stomach. This was a calamity. It was evident Bai Qinning must be furious. A girl who only liked women had been kissed by a man. Anyone would be incensed. Li Shuo suddenly felt utterly despondent. He was almost relieved that Bai Qinning had already left. Otherwise, he would be facing social embarrassment or worse, physical retaliation. Even though he had not overslept, Bai Qinning had departed quite early that day. At the filming location, Bai Qinning held a script, appearing intensely focused. The only Huan beside her noticed that Bai Qinning was lost in thought. What on earth had happened? Ning Ning, what is going on with you today? Huan inquired, placing her own breakfast on the table with a puzzled expression. Bai Qinning pulled from her reverie, feigned nonchalance. Nothing much, she replied, flipping a page of her script. Then why are you holding the script upside down? How can you read it like that? Huan probed, caught off guard. Bai Qinning remained unflustered and turned the script right side up. Who says I can't read it upside down? Huan rolled her eyes, picked up her chopsticks, and prepared to eat her breakfast. Just as she placed a dumpling in her mouth, Bai Qinning's gaze fell upon her. Huan, cheeks puffed, questioned what? Are you trying to steal food from a single dog? Bai Qinning set down her script. He didn't get up to make breakfast today, and I haven't eaten yet. After drinking so much last night, it's a wonder I got up early at all. Upon hearing this, Huan immediately placed her breakfast beside Bai Qinning on the table. Her curiosity piqued, her eyes wide. You two didn't have a fight, did you? Look, Li Shuo didn't even make breakfast for his wife. Isn't that a sign of a quarrel? Constantly subjected to Bai Qinning's displays of affection, Huan had become rather envious. A minor spat between the two would be a welcome diversion. What couple doesn't argue? Yet, she was incredibly curious about the nature of their dispute. As Bai Qinning reminisced about the events of last night, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Fearing that her close friends might discern her embarrassment, she forced a playful expression and declared, "We are not truly married, so what is there to argue about? I do not believe you. You must have quarreled. Do tell. So I may find amusement in it, and then I shall judge who is at fault," Huan teased, winking at Bai Qinning. Bai Qinning managed a faint smile. Yet it carried an icy undertone. Does Hua, as my manager, feel that her workload is insufficient, constantly preoccupied with the gossip of others? Though Huan was Bai Qinning's agent, her superior was Bai Qinning's elder brother, Bai Chung. Consequently, Bai Qinning also held authority over her. Upon hearing Bai Qinning's remarks, Huan's expression twisted into a grimace, more sorrowful than a frown. How could that be? There is much work, indeed. I hardly have time for gossip. Chapter 72. Li Shuo felt discomfort in his arm today, significantly slowing his typing speed. By early afternoon, he had managed to write just over 8,000 words across 2 books. Including the remaining drafts from yesterday, he published 6,000 words for each book. Explaining the situation to his readers, his right hand throbbed. He had sustained quite an impact yesterday and needed to procure some ointment for his injuries. At 3:30, Li Shuo ventured out. He intended to buy the medicinal ointment and also to visit his father, Li Shuejuan. Fang Laning was reluctant about Li Shuejuan's entrepreneurial endeavors. Although she had advised him against it, she felt a twinge of unease and wished to check on him. As a married couple, it was quite easy for their shared life to reveal their secrets. However, upon returning home, Li Shuo discovered that Fang Laning had already filed for divorce from his father. When he arrived at the Li residence, he found his father Li Shuejuan, along with Fang's mother, Lu Hongmei, and her daughter-in-law, Lu Meiwan. Li Shuo greeted his father and the 2 elder women briefly before settling down to listen. It turned out that the 2 women had come to persuade Li Shuejuan to reconcile with Fang Laning. Lu Hongmei dominated the conversation, with Lu Meiwan chiming in as if they were performing a duet. Perhaps growing parched from their lengthy discourse, Lu Hongmei lifted her cup for a sip of tea. Shuejuan, do not take offense at your mother's words. Look at your age, if you truly divorce Laning with your circumstances. Lu Hongmei scrutinized Li Shuejuan from head to toe, disdain evident in her voice. You shall never find another woman. Lu Meiwan echoed, brother-in-law. Do not let your pride stand in the way. Women must be cherished. My husband knows well not to defy me. That is what makes a good man. My sister is merely a bit temperamental. If you can humble yourself and appease her, cannot you both reconcile? Otherwise, at your age, with such poor financial standing and no home to speak of, how will you find a partner in the future? Faced with their relentless arguments, Li Shuejuan remained unmoved. She insists on divorcing me. I am merely granting her wish. Why should I pursue her further? Seeing that Li Shuejuan was impervious to their pleas, Lu Hongmei turned to Li Shuo. Shuo, you should advise your father. Yes, as his son, you cannot stand idly by and watch him stray down the wrong path. Lu Meiwan added. Upon hearing this, Li Shuo did not even raise his eyelids. I apologize, but regardless of my father's choices, I will support him. In truth, he has long harbored disdain for Fong Lanying. However, as a son, he felt it inappropriate to interfere in the marriage of his elders. With their impending divorce, he finds himself quite pleased. Freed from Fong Lanying's oppression, Li Shuejuan will undoubtedly thrive. Lu Hongmei and her companion, frustrated by their inability to sway the father and son, lost their patience and stormed out, dragging Lu Meiwan along with them. How ungrateful, not recognizing the opportunity presented to you. Do you really think someone would not want our Lanying? Even after the divorce, she can surely find someone far better than you. You will regret this, Li Shuejuan. Lu Hongmei hurled a few more insults at the door but hesitated to leave. It was only when Li Shuo approached with a serious demeanor that she took the hint and departed hastily. In their eyes, Li Shuo was akin to a madman, prone to violent outbursts that could endanger even those closest to him. He was not to be trifled with. Once Lu Hongmei and her companion left, tranquility returned to the household. All right, Xiao Shuo, pay no heed to them. My divorce is a certainty, Li Shuejuan declared resolutely while slumped on the sofa. After all, a family was fracturing, and he had yet to break the news to his other two children, leaving him in a somber mood. Returning to the living room, Li Shuo poured tea into a cup and said, Dad, try not to be too upset. I will always support you. Upon hearing this, Li Shuejuan fell silent for a moment before finally managing a faint smile. Let us not dwell on this. I'll prepare something to eat for you, and afterward, I'll take you to see the company. It's nearly ready. The equipment arrived this morning. As Li Shuejuan spoke of the business, he seemed transformed. Li Shuo, rarely smiling, managed a grin in response. All right. The father and son shared a rare moment of leisurely dining, free from Fong Lanying's disapproving presence. And Li Shuo found his appetite quite robust, even finishing an extra bowl. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the two arrived at the Linsu Guangkou Industrial Concentration Area, where Li Shuejuan's processing center was located. Upon entering the company, the orderly layout immediately caught their attention. The space was substantial, measuring at least 500 to 600 square meters, with 3 machines occupying just over 100 square meters. Several individual offices were set aside, complete with desks and chairs already prepared. Given our limited funds, we can only accommodate 3 machines for now. Once the first batch of orders is fulfilled and the payments received, I will purchase additional equipment to increase production. Li Shuejuan explained to Li Shuo as he shared his plans, handing him a document. Xiao Shuo, this is for you. Li Shuo took the document and glanced at it, discovering it was a partnership agreement. The contract stipulated that Li Shuejuan would serve as the legal representative and manage production, holding a 15% stake, while Li Shuo would be the majority shareholder with 85%. He scanned the document in astonishment and looked up at Li Shuejuan. Dad, what is this? He had never anticipated that Li Shuejuan would offer him such a contract. He simply wished to see his father fulfill his dream of establishing a processing center. Li Shuejuan pushed back the contract handed to him by his son with a smile, saying, I appreciate your intention, my dear son, but I am already of considerable age. Even if the company flourishes, it will ultimately be entrusted to you and your siblings. The 50,000 plus invested in establishing this company has all come from you. Now and in the future, you shall be the principal shareholder. The shares I retain are sufficient for my needs. When I can no longer manage, I will divide them between Li Shu and Li Hao, ensuring that as their elder brother, you look after them. Li Shuejuan has never shown favoritism towards his children. In the past, he hoped Li Hao and Li Shu would care for Li Shuo, and now that his eldest son has proven his capabilities, he expects him to look after his younger siblings. The urgency in clarifying the shares stems from his concerns about potential complications arising from Fong Lanying's side. Li Hao, having been doted on by his mother since childhood, is particularly obedient to her, and Li Shuejuan fears that post-divorce, Fong Lanying might summon Li Hao to disrupt their affairs. By granting the shares to Li Shuo, who holds a minor stake, he mitigates the risk of any significant upheaval from Fong Lanying's side. Li Shuo likely sensed his father's apprehensions and recognized that this was his father's well-intentioned effort to protect him from potential pitfalls. Firm in his decision, Li Shuejuan insisted, and Li Shuo accepted the contract without further protest. From that point onward, the company would publicly be under his father's name, while the true mastermind would be none other than himself. Unexpectedly, Shuo returned with a new identity as a boss after merely accompanying his father to visit the company. After leaving, both he and his father returned to their respective homes. Upon reaching the small abode he shared with Bai Qinning, it was already nearing 9 o'clock. The living room lights were on, Yet Bai Qinning was not present, nor was the Yuan. They were likely in Bai Qinning's room. After sitting in the living room for nearly half an hour, Li Shuo pondered the events of the previous day and concluded that he owed Bai Qinning an apology. Their arrangement was merely temporary, and despite his intentions to assert himself as the man in their relationship, he realized that kissing her had been an unwarranted encroachment upon her personal space. It was evident that Bai Qinning was still upset, and this made it all the more imperative for him to apologize. After several minutes of mental preparation, Li Shuo took a deep breath, steeling himself for potential embarrassment or a reprimand, and approached the door to Bai Qinning's room, knocking gently. "Are you asleep?" he inquired. After waiting a few minutes without a response, he pondered whether she had indeed fallen asleep when he heard the sound of the door lock being turned from within, indicating it had been locked previously. Li Shuo thought to himself, she can't be that intimidating. The door opened slightly, revealing Bai Qinning, who had just finished her bath. Clad in a delicate camisole, her long hair glistened with moisture, her skin was pale and radiant. Yet her expression was icy as she looked up at Li Shuo and asked, "What do you want?" Li Shuo scratched his head, diverting his gaze from her enchanting visage, and sincerely acknowledged his mistake. "I came to apologize." With an air of haughtiness, Bai Qinning tilted her chin, seemingly dismissing the incident. "There's no need for that. I was the one who questioned your orientation." Having graciously made her point, she narrowed her beautiful eyes, a hint of danger flickering within. "If there's a next time, I'll break your legs." Li Shuo paused momentarily before hastily shaking his head, assuring, "There certainly won't be a next time. You prefer the same sex, and my behavior yesterday must have made you quite uncomfortable. I sincerely apologize." He offered another heartfelt apology. Bai Qinning was indeed a girl who loved girls, and he was fully aware of this. However, upon hearing the words "you prefer the same sex," Bai Qinning's delicate face tensed again. She shot Li Shuo an irate glance and slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. How infuriating. She had never admitted to liking girls. Li Shuo thought, she is indeed still angry. He furrowed his brow, preparing to turn away and refrain from disturbing Bai Qinning further. Yet, the door swung open once more from within. Bai Qinning glared at him in annoyance, declaring, "Do not ever say that I like girls again." Li Shuo hesitated for a moment, realizing her words, and immediately nodded. "All right. I shall keep your secret and never mention it again." He had no intention of discussing it with anyone else anyway. Bai Qinning felt on the verge of tears from this foolish boy's antics. Glaring at him with indignation, she exclaimed, "You idiot," without waiting for Li Shuo's response. She slammed the door again, promptly locking it. Chapter 73. The Li family background. Li Shuo returned to his room, bearing the weight of his wife's insult. He pondered which of his words had offended her. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a phone call interrupted him. Recently, calls had been coming in with unusual frequency. The number of calls he received in a week here could easily surpass the total for an entire year in his previous life. This surge was due to having made several extroverted friends here. The caller was Shuo, an acquaintance he hadn't contacted in a while. "Old Shuo, when are you free to join me for a drink?" "I'm feeling down," Shuo said glumly over the phone. "What happened?" Li Shuo inquired with immediate concern. He decided against going out now, sensing that Bai Qinning was not fond of his evening outings. With a sigh, Shuo explained, "I initially intended to help find the lost descendant of the Li family, hoping to secure my father's favor with the Li family, so he would stop meddling in my writing career. After much effort, I've come up empty-handed. Now, he insists that I pursue a wealthy heiress of equal social standing for marriage. You know I have feelings for Bai Good. How can I entertain thoughts of another woman?" Li Shuo frowned slightly, contemplating before advising. "Harboring feelings for her does little good. The probability of her marrying you is exceedingly low." Although Suyu's family was considered wealthy, Bai Mugu, being a stunning celebrity, had countless suitors, including billionaires. Typically, such glamorous stars ended up with affluent partners, leaving ordinary wealthy heirs like Suyu with little hope. Li Shuo's words were not unfounded. Yet they struck a tender nerve within Shuo. Mentioning his desire to marry Bai Mugu reminded him of news he had heard from his father earlier that day. He shifted the topic, saying to Li Shuo, "I heard that the sole heir of the Li family has returned home. If the eldest son of the Li family cannot be found, all of their assets will be inherited by this sole heir." Suyu felt a twinge of envy, not solely for the endless wealth awaiting the heir, but more so for the fact that he was betrothed to Bai Qinning, although it was merely a verbal agreement. The words exchanged between the elderly and the elder Bai were regarded as decrees. It was rumored that the sole heir of the Li family seemed to possess a profound fear of Bai Qinning, rendering him hesitant to marry her. Furthermore, The relationship between the Li and Bai families was not particularly harmonious behind closed doors. Shuo was aware of very little regarding the affairs of the two prominent families in the capital, having only gleaned snippets from the occasional whispers of the social circle. However, in comparison to the other affluent heirs of similar standing, he was exceedingly well informed about the matters concerning the Bai, Li, and Jiang families. Li Shuo displayed a complete lack of interest in these affairs and refrained from further dampening Suyu's already sour mood. Instead, he merely remarked, "That solitary heir must be truly fortunate." As Suyu's enthusiasm grew, he continued to gossip. "Indeed, I have heard that he has 6 elder sisters, each more stunning than the last, with beauty that captivates all." Li Shuo was taken aback, slightly astonished, and responded, "They can certainly produce offspring." "So, he has 7 siblings in total?" Upon uttering these words, he suddenly recalled that his mother-in-law was also quite prolific, having given birth to 6 children. Shuo, however, clarified, "No, these are from 2 different wives. Mr. Li's first wife bore him 3 daughters. The second and third were twins. Tragically, she passed away in an accident, and subsequently, his second wife bore him the youngest. The 5th and 6th are also twins, all daughters. The youngest, the 7th, is the sole heir." Li Shuo remarked, "Mr. Li is indeed fortunate. Both of his wives were capable of bearing twins. Quite remarkable." Shuo chuckled, "It's rather ordinary, as Mr. Li's second wife is actually a twin sister to his first wife. With such genetics, the likelihood of twins is naturally increased." "Ah, so he married his own sister-in-law." Although Li Shuo was unfamiliar with this wealthy Mr. Li, he felt as though he had stumbled upon quite the juicy tidbit. Meanwhile, one of the central figures being discussed, the sole heir of the Li family, was currently on a video call, enduring the furious reprimands of a middle-aged man on the other end. "You little rascal. You returned to the country for just a few days and already run off to Luqing. Are you once again fixated on that coffin-faced girl? Hurry back this instant." In the grand living room of the Li family's expansive villa, Li Jinsong's face was dark with anger as he scolded. Bai Yingtang, with his perpetually stern expression, had long been a source of irritation for him. While his daughter was undeniably beautiful, the Li family could not afford to climb that social ladder. With only one heir, should he marry, the Li lineage would face extinction. "Dad, I'm not pursuing her. I'm assisting Yi Xin in courting her," Li Che promptly corrected. He would never dare to marry Bai Qinning. Upon hearing this, Li Jinsong grew even more enraged, exclaiming, "How did I end up with such a foolish son? Regardless, Qinning is still your fiancée. You're helping someone else pursue her? You might as well drive me to my grave." Was he not effectively inviting his own disgrace? Moreover, that young man from the Yi family was a business rival of the Li family. Why would he assist in facilitating Yi's pursuit of Qinning, thereby granting the Yi family an opportunity to ally with the Bai family? Li Jinsong was fervently eager to locate his long-lost brother, hoping that he was still alive and had fathered several sons. This way, the Li family would not be left to face ruin at the hands of his son, Li Che. At the very least, one could expect that they would not assist a commercial competitor in pursuing their own fiancée lightly. Li Jinsong felt a flush of embarrassment at the thought of Li Che. Without waiting for Li Che to speak, he sternly commanded, "Hurry back to the company and start from the grassroots level to cultivate your experience. Fulfill the responsibilities befitting the young master of the Li family." Leaning back against the sofa, Li Che raised an eyebrow and replied, "Father, I believe my uncle has undoubtedly fathered a whole brood of cousins. When they return to the Li family, the family business could be entrusted to them. I have no desire to inherit the family enterprise." Li Jinsong snorted coldly. "Which of your ears heard me mention that I intend for you to inherit the family business?" His gaze dimmed as he continued, "The uncertainty of your uncle's fate remains. If he is alive and has offspring, the vast Li family estate will surely be passed to his eldest son. Your role would be to learn the management of the company, preparing you to better assist your cousins in the future. Truly, placing the Li family assets in your hands would lead to their downfall. I would be subjected to relentless reprimands from our ancestors." Li Che sighed, "How disheartening. True disillusionment does not stem from loud quarrels or tears." After a moment of sorrow, he composed himself and said, "Very well. I shall remain in Luqing and ensure I locate my uncle and his descendants. Make your search earnest." You returned to the country for just a couple of days before rushing back to Luqing. Was that truly for the purpose of finding someone? How can you be so certain that your uncle and cousins are in Luqing? Li Jinsong scolded. He had dispatched people to search for many years. Yet he still had no knowledge of where his brother had been transferred. By the time they found the traffickers who had abducted him, Those responsible had already met with unfortunate ends. At that time, the technological means of investigation were far inferior to what they are today, with leads essentially severed at the trafficker's end. Recalling these events gave Li Jisong a headache. He rubbed his temples and instructed the beautiful young woman beside him, Xiaoya. You are scheduled to travel to Luqing for business in the coming days. Please bring your brother back for me. This was his capable daughter, who, despite being a girl, surpassed his son in ability. She had already taken charge of the publishing division under the Li Group, thriving in her endeavors. Daughters indeed bring peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoya smiled gently and nodded. Okay, Dad, I will bring him back. Chapter 74. What if he gets beaten again and she threatens divorce? As the video concluded, Li Jinsong turned to his calm and graceful daughter, praising her. Xiaoya, you are so understanding. You do not burden your father with company matters. After this compliment, he shifted the conversation, asking, now that you are not so young, shouldn't you consider finding a partner? I find myself unable to sleep at night worrying about the marriages of you children. Li Jinsong was quite troubled, while his daughters were more sensible than his younger son. They were all workaholics, unwilling to seek relationships. Even his eldest daughter had not yet found a partner, which concerned him. Hearing this, Li Xiaoya smiled brightly, then turned to her mother, who was approaching with a fruit platter, and inquired, Mother, didn't you always tell me that Dad snores loudly at night, disturbing your beauty sleep? Is it that you see him awake while he snores? Li Jinsong. The charming Mrs. Li was amused by her daughter, placing a fruit platter upon the table, and remarked, well, your father indeed worries quite a bit about your marital affairs. You ought to give it some serious thought. If you're reluctant to participate in blind dates, then perhaps you should socialize more. By the time we travel to Luqing, do endeavor to find us a suitable son-in-law. Oh. Mother, I am in no hurry. My sisters and I have resolved that we shall not marry until we find uncle. Our current task is to locate him. Li Xiaoya and her sisters consistently used the search for their uncle as a shield against the pressure of marriage. Yet, their desire to find him was genuine. Hoping he was still alive, blessed with numerous cousins for them. This way, their grandfather and father could alleviate their worries, and the Li family would be united once more. However, the discussion of seeking relatives cast a somber shadow over the household. Li Jisong lost his enthusiasm for matchmaking, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, it's up to you all. Despite his children being exceptional in their own rights, they exhibited a rebellious streak. Even coercion would not sway them. 2 days passed, and the peculiar tension between the young couple, Li Shuo and Bai Qinning, stemming from a forceful kiss, began to ease. During this time, Li Shuo had come to comprehend the reason behind Bai Qinning's anger at being called foolish. One morning, as the couple shared breakfast as usual, Li Shuo had thoughtfully prepared warm milk for Bai Qinning. Uncertain if her menstrual cycle had concluded, he figured that warm beverages would always be beneficial. Bai Qinning, who had never been accustomed to drinking warm milk, noticed its unusual temperature as she reached for the cup. After a brief pause, she accepted Li Shuo's kindness and took a few sips. The flavor surpassed her expectations, lifting her spirits considerably. Although this clumsy fellow could be quite foolish, he had a surprising attentiveness in many matters, except for his view of her as a mere lily, which she found particularly bothersome. Yet, she could not resort to the same vulgarity as Li Shuo, proving her affection through a forceful kiss. Such behavior was unbecoming of a lady. Sipping her milk quietly, she was oblivious to the slight smear on her lips, appearing somewhat endearing from Li Shuo's perspective. He contemplated pointing it out, but hesitated, fearing it might create an awkward situation. Instead, he decided to wait until she noticed and rectified it herself. Primarily, he had more pressing matters to discuss with Bai Qinning. Redirecting his gaze from her creamy lips, he steeled himself internally and asked, Qinning, do you dislike girls? This was the conclusion Li Shuo had drawn the previous day. Suspecting that Bai Qinning's anger stemmed from this very issue, Bai Qinning was taken aback, not expecting this oaf to deduce her feelings without the necessity of a kiss. After a moment of surprise, she replied, Why do you ask this all of a sudden? And noted his intention to confirm her feelings. I simply wish to understand why you were upset with me that night. If I am mistaken, I will apologize, Li Shuo explained candidly. It seemed Bai Qinning still harbored concerns regarding the matter, and he sought clarity to avoid missteps that might provoke her ire in the future. Bai Qinning had never anticipated that Li Shuo would reflect on his anger towards her for such an extended period. It had been 2 days, and he still remembered. As she met his earnest gaze, her heart stirred slightly, as if something ephemeral flickered within her, yet eluded her grasp. She huffed softly, retorting, Isn't it simply because you are too foolish? Li Shuo paused, feeling a twinge of annoyance at being labeled foolish by this girl, yet his tone betrayed no anger. He chose to overlook it and responded, "So, you don't prefer girls, do you? When did I ever say I liked anyone?" Upon hearing this, Li Shuo realized that he had indeed misinterpreted her words, and immediately offered a sincere apology. "I am truly sorry. I misunderstood you earlier." He had been quite perturbed by Bai Qinning's assumption of him being gay for 2 days, even going so far as to kiss her while inebriated. Understanding her feelings, he felt compelled to apologize. Now that her husband had finally recognized her orientation as normal, Bai Qinning's mood brightened significantly, and she graciously replied, "It's nothing." Then, reflecting on her own previous misunderstanding of Li Shuo's orientation, she pondered whether she should apologize. However, she quickly recalled how he had taken her first kiss to prove his heterosexuality. It seemed they were even, with the misunderstandings between them resolved. Particularly as Li Shuo had been preoccupied for 2 days with the reason for her anger, Bai Qinning found him suddenly much more agreeable. Her spirits soared, brighter than the sun on the horizon. Before long, her glass of milk was entirely consumed. Noticing that his wife's glass was empty, Li Shuo thoughtfully inquired, "The milk is finished. Would you like more?" Bai Qinning, feeling the heat of his gaze, experienced that peculiar flutter again and nodded, maintaining a calm facade. She prepared to hand him the glass, when Li Shuo interjected, "There is half a bottle left in the fridge. Why don't you heat it in the microwave and finish it? Otherwise, it will expire by tomorrow." Bai Qinning, seated at the dining chair, remained still, her expression inscrutable. Li Shuo asked again, "What's wrong?" Rising from her seat, she replied, "Nothing. I'll go pour some milk." With that, she pushed her chair away somewhat irritably and went to pour the milk. Li Shuo was perplexed. Why did she seem upset again? Was it his suggestion to drink the soon-to-expire milk? Even Bai Qinning herself could not fathom why she felt suddenly despondent. Logically, she had never enjoyed troubling others, particularly not Li Shuo, who was merely her temporary husband. He had no obligation to provide her with heated milk, yet in that fleeting moment, she felt inexplicably neglected. She even contemplated giving him a good thrashing, or at least pinching him. However, Li Shuo had emphasized that such behavior would be considered domestic violence. And what if she ended up hitting him, and they quarreled over divorce? She had to suppress her feelings, at least until the Li family's sole heir was married. Divorce with Li Shuo was not an option. Her aversion to divorce stemmed from the fear of losing Li Shuo as a shield against fulfilling the marital obligations between the Bai and Li families. As Bai Qinning heated her milk, she sought a legitimate reason in her mind to extend their marital relationship. Distracted in her tasks, she found her thoughts wandering. Unbeknownst to her, the microwave had ceased its operation, and the heat within caused the milk inside to gradually warm. Suddenly, a tall figure loomed over her, long arms extending from behind, Bai Qinning to open the microwave door and retrieve the milk carton. It was at this moment that Bai Qinning regained her composure. Turning to find a man nearly enveloping her from behind, his prominent Adam's apple and sharply defined jawline clearly visible from her vantage point. Perhaps influenced by his potent masculine aura, a blush immediately crept onto her fair cheeks. Li Shuo, having taken the milk carton, noticed the proximity between them and instinctively stepped back, creating some distance as he remarked, "This milk carton shouldn't be placed in the microwave." As his gaze fell upon the soft pink of Bai Qinning's lips, he couldn't help but point out, "You have some milk on your lips." Bai Qinning, momentarily lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by Li Shuo's reminder. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she turned away, hastily wiping the milk from her mouth. Simultaneously, she pondered why he hadn't mentioned it sooner, feeling mortified at having been conversing with him for so long while unaware of the milk smudge. Just recently, she had been in a rather vulnerable state before him, and now this. The number of embarrassing moments she had experienced in front of Li Shuo was unprecedented. What frustrated her further was that he had clearly noticed the milk earlier but chose to wait so long to inform her. Noticing her reaction, Li Shuo thought that mentioning it indeed felt quite awkward, so he picked up the milk carton to pour some for her, attempting to shift the conversation. "I'll pour you a glass. You can drink it yourself. I won't have any." As Bai Qinning spoke, she was ready to leave. However, as she passed by Li Shuo, feeling a surge of indignation, she couldn't resist reaching out. Ouch! Li Shuo was caught off guard as she pinched the tender flesh at his waist. Covering his waist, he turned to her in protest. "Bai Qinning, are you abusing me again? You're simply intolerable." Li Shuo, taking several strides to chase after her in retaliation, halted upon exiting the kitchen when he saw his perfectly formed wife. He hesitated. Where should he pinch her back? Should he also pinch her waist? Was that appropriate? After a brief moment of indecision, Bai Qinning had already grabbed her bag and was changing her shoes to leave. Just before stepping out, she shot him a provocative glance. Li Shuo vowed, "Just wait. Next time, I will definitely retaliate. No matter where, I'll make sure to get back at her." Feeling somewhat disgruntled, Li Shuo finished his milk and proceeded to tidy the kitchen. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Li Che. "Old Shuo, do you have any friends in Luqing besides Yixian? My sister is coming to fetch me back, and she knows everyone I'm acquainted with here. Can I stay at your place, or a friend has place to hide out for a while?" Li Che asked anxiously over the phone. Although Li Shuo and Li Che had only met once for a meal, he quite enjoyed their interactions. Li Che was personable and warm, albeit occasionally a bit narcissistic, often using the reflection of a wine bottle to adjust his hairstyle. Therefore, whenever Li Che sought assistance, Li Shuo would not hesitate to offer help within his means. He simply could not comprehend why Li Che was avoiding his sister and refusing to return home. Li Shuo resolved to inquire further. "Is there some conflict with your family that makes you reluctant to go back?" he asked. "Oh, that's a long story." Li Che hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to reveal that he was the sole heir of the Li family in Kyoto. However, reflecting on Li Shuo's seemingly reliable demeanor, he decided against it. Uncertain of the nature of those surrounding Li Shuo, he did not dare to take that risk. If he were to miscalculate, the only heir of the Li family could be jeopardized at any moment. Having grown accustomed to concealing his identity while away from home, Li Che fabricated a temporary excuse, stating, "My family has a modest business, and my parents insist on dragging me back to tighten screws. But I have my own aspirations and do not wish to return just yet. Old Shuo, please assist me this once, just this once. Allow me to stay at your place for a while. If that is inconvenient, I could go to your friend's house instead." Li Che naturally preferred to stay at Li Shuo's home, not only to seek refuge but also to catch a glimpse of how beautiful his sister-in-law truly was. However, it seemed that Li Shuo was somewhat reluctant to bring friends home, likely due to strict household rules imposed by his wife. If Li Shuo could not accommodate him, then going to a friend's house would suffice. In Luqing, where he was unfamiliar, and considering his unique status as the Li family's only heir, he was wary of the many unscrupulous uncles who might be watching his every move. Thus, being able to stay at Li Shuo's friend's house would be ideal. Despite Li Che's earnest request, Li Shuo hesitated. After all, this was a personal matter for Li Che, and he felt it was inappropriate to meddle. "Old Shuo, just help me this once. Remember how I carried you home when you were drunk?" Li Che pleaded. "If you don't assist me, I might really get caught. My dreams in Luqing are not yet fulfilled. My soul would be shackled." Li Che's visit was primarily to assist Yixian, but he had also heard that the young women in Luqing were quite alluring. As for locating his uncle, Li Che was not particularly invested. He realized that even if he wanted to pursue that, it would be futile, as he had been sent abroad at a young age and was unfamiliar with the country. If he truly attempted to find his uncle, he feared he might go missing himself. Until his parents and sister could locate his uncle, Li Che's paramount mission was to safeguard his own well-being. The task of finding his uncle's family was best left to professionals. Given his disconnection from his homeland, he chose not to dwell on it. Initially hesitant, Li Shuo, upon hearing that Li Che had yet to achieve his goals in Luqing, assumed that Li Che harbored aspirations and desires of his own, wishing to avoid being tethered by familial obligations. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to help him this one time. "All right, just this once. If there's a next time, I won't involve myself. This is your family matter." Li Shuo had few friends in Luqing, primarily Yixian and the recently acquainted Li Che and Suyu. Naturally, he could not bring anyone home without Bai Qinning's consent. Suyu, a local tycoon with a warm disposition, might be a more suitable refuge for Li Che. From what Li Che described, although his family in Kyoto only had a modest business, it was conceivable that there could be a connection with Suyu's family, potentially allowing them to develop a friendship that could lead to mutual support and business growth. Li Shuo continued, "I have a wealthy friend in Luqing who resides on the island. Let me inquire with him, if everything is well on his end. I shall facilitate contact between you two so that you can stay at his home." Li Shuo readily agreed to assist, and Li Che, with a smile, replied, "All right. I appreciate your help, old Shuo." Strangely enough, perhaps due to Li Shuo's composed and dependable nature, Li Che felt that this seemingly ordinary yet handsome man was as trustworthy as an elder brother. If only the descendants of the missing uncle were as reliable as Li Shuo. After concluding their call, Li Shuo promptly reached out to Suyu. Upon learning that it was a friend of Li Shuo seeking assistance, Yu immediately consented, as he was nearby Li Che's intended location and would personally drive over to pick him up. Upon arrival, Yu encountered Yixin and Li Shuo, only to discover that during his absence, Li Shuo had become good friends with Bai Ji's suitor, a super-rich second-generation heir. Though they were rivals vying for the affection of the same woman, Yu maintained his composure, exchanging polite greetings with Yixin before departing with Li Che. Despite being competitors, the fact that Yixin was befriended by Li Shuo indicated he possessed commendable character. However, Yu resolved to limit his interactions with Yixin, as his family aligned with the Li family, and the Yi family was a competitor. Thus, he needed to avoid becoming too close to the young master of the Yi family to prevent offending the Li family. Unbeknownst to him, the man he was bringing home to stay was none other than Li Jinsong's son, the only heir of the Li family, a direct rival of the Yi family. Who could have imagined that the scions of these two competing families would become such close friends? With Li Shuo and Suyu's protection, Li Che was able to evade detection by Li Xiaoya in Luqing for several days. Yu resided in the heart of Luqing on Galanji Island, a renowned scenic tourist destination. After spending a few days there, Li Che became familiar with the surroundings and began to explore the island, hoping to encounter a charming Luqing girl. Today was the Dragon Boat Festival. Yu was reluctantly compelled to attend a family gathering for matchmaking, while Li Che headed to the beach on the island to admire the ladies. As a married man, Li Shuo was tasked with bringing his wife, Bai Qinning, home for dinner, as requested by Li Shuejuan 2 days prior. At around 5 in the evening, the young couple arrived at the Xiangfu Garden community. Upon returning home, they discovered unexpected guests. To be precise, uninvited guests. Fong Lanying had returned with her entire family. Upon their arrival, Li Shuo and Bai Qinning were met with little warmth from Fong Lanying's family. In the living room, Lu Hongmei crossed her arms and addressed Li Shuejuan. Li Shuejuan, I agree to your divorce, but Lanying has worked for many years. How can she afford to repay the mortgage after such a sudden separation? If the house belongs to her, you must continue to cover the mortgage. Additionally, you alone must bear the living expenses for Li Hao and Li Shu, both of whom are university students, as Lanying has been unwell lately and may not be able to manage. A few days ago, she returned home, growing increasingly frustrated with the situation, since the divorce between the two individuals cannot be prevented. Fong Lanying ought not to bear the burden of debt due to the dissolution of their marriage. It is evident that she will not seek employment. And with no assurance from Wu Wenfeng, the Fong family harbors concerns about Fong Lanying becoming a future liability. Thus, retaining the house is imperative. And Li Shuejuan must continue to repay the mortgage, otherwise, the divorce shall not proceed. Fong Lanying reclined on the sofa, legs crossed, not sparing a glance at Li Shuejuan. I have spent the better part of my youth with you, Li Shuejuan. I cannot be left with a mountain of debt post-divorce. If you agree to these terms, we can part amicably. Initially, she had not anticipated Li Shuejuan's resolute refusal to reconcile. Now, with Li Shuejuan unwavering, her once fiery temperament could not lower itself to plead. Thus, she resolved to end the marriage. She sought a divorce, envisioning a future free from worries. Should Li Shuejuan refuse her conditions, she would prefer to remain married, with him responsible for the mortgage and their children's tuition. Lu Meiwan and her husband Fong Wenguang, although reticent, were solemn expressions, clearly there to support Fong Lanying. How could they not? If Li Shuejuan divorced Fong Lanying, leaving her with debts for the mortgage and living expenses for their 2 children, they would inevitably be burdened. Presently, due to the couple's quarrel over divorce, Fong Lanying had been residing at their home for several days, which displeased Lu Meiwan greatly. Meanwhile, Li Shuejuan met the unreasonable demands of the Fong family with a firm stance, placing his teacup down on the table. In the event of divorce, the house will belong to Fong Lanying. I will not continue to pay the mortgage. If she cannot afford it, the house will revert to me. Chapter 76 Bai Qinning. If you drink less, I won't get drunk. After years of marriage, Li Shuejuan had no intention of taking advantage of Fong Lanying. Yet he could not acquiesce to her unreasonable demands, particularly given that his company had not seen swift financial returns in recent months. He might require assistance from their eldest son to cover the schooling expenses of the younger siblings. There was simply no spare cash for Fong Lanying's mortgage. Very well. Since you are unwilling to agree to my terms, I shall not pursue the divorce. I will return tomorrow and live with you properly. Fong Lanying emphasized the phrase live properly with a pointed tone, making it clear that her return would not be without conflict. Li Shuejuan refused to give her an easy way out. Upon her return, no one would have it easy. At this moment, Bai Qinning, seated beside Li Shuo and silent until now, suddenly set down her teacup and turned to Li Shuejuan. Dad, I happen to know a lawyer. Given that you and Aunt Fong are experiencing a breakdown in your relationship, and she has yet to fulfill her obligations regarding the joint custody of the children and debt repayment, you could initiate a divorce lawsuit. In the midst of the Fong family's astonishment, Bai Qinning continued, filing for divorce could dissolve your marriage within a week. As for your marital assets, they would be divided equally. Would you like me to assist you in contacting a lawyer? She had initially wished to refrain from involving herself in her elder's affairs, especially regarding divorce. However, after listening to the ongoing discussions, it was clear that Fong Lanying had no intention of allowing her father-in-law to have peace. To mistreat her father-in-law was tantamount to striking at Bai Qinning's own pride, and she would not permit such an affront to occur. As Bai Qinning's words echoed through the room, the Fong family was not only taken aback but also genuinely concerned that Li Shuejuan might actually proceed to court to sue for a division of property. It was rumored that the Xiangfu Garden area was slated for development in a few years, and retaining the property until the demolition would yield at least several $100,000 in compensation, along with relocation housing. If the couple were to split their assets, the house would have to be sold, fetching only a few $100,000 at most, a loss that Fong Lanying was unwilling to endure. The Fong family was equally anxious about the prospect of Fong Lanying having no place to stay and becoming a long-term resident in their home. All while keeping an eye on the potential demolition funds, they were certainly not inclined to allow the couple to divide their assets. Their desire was to seize every advantage, unwilling to accept any loss. It was all instigated by Li Shuejuan's daughter-in-law meddling in affairs that did not concern her. Lu Hongmei was equally taken aback by Li Shuejuan's daughter-in-law's sudden interjection. She smirked and pointed at her, saying, You, this is a matter between elders. What business do you have inserting yourself? Fong Lanying, equally incensed, pounded the table with a resounding thud, asserting, My affairs with Li Shuejuan are none of your concern. Ymir Jr. As mother and daughter concluded their remarks, Li Shuo, who had remained silent until then, wore a dark expression, forcefully slamming his teacup onto the table, creating a loud noise. You have no right to speak about her. Utter another word, and do not blame me for being impolite, Li Shuo stated coldly. In that instant, the entire room fell silent. Even Li Shuo himself was taken aback, realizing the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, wondering how he had acted in such a manner. He had been seething with frustration, unable to contain himself as he witnessed Fong Lanying and Lu Hongmei berating Bai Qinning. Now, he felt a twinge of embarrassment but maintained his assertive demeanor. The Fong family had clearly come in numbers to suppress his father, as Li Shuejuan's son. He could not afford to show weakness at this moment. While he struggled with severe social anxiety, when faced with significant matters, he could be more resolute than anyone else. Bai Qinning was equally surprised to see such a side of Li Shuo. His earlier bravado had even startled her, yet he was channeling his anger on her behalf. She gazed up at the man beside her, feeling as if something within her was beginning to thaw. Li Shuejuan was also on the brink of anger, but he had not anticipated that his son would step forward first to actively defend his wife. This unexpected display lifted his spirit somewhat, though he concealed it. Rising to address the Fong family, saying, Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. I do not wish for our celebration to be marred. If you have any sense, let us proceed with the divorce process as originally agreed upon between Fong Lanying and myself. If you disagree, I shall consider the suggestions that Ningning has put forth. Before the Fong family had arrived to pressure him, Li Shuejuan had indeed harbored a lingering fondness for this marriage, feeling sadness in his quiet moments. However, as Fong Lanying and her family pressed him, he suddenly felt a sense of liberation. Should the Fong family continue their unreasonable antics, he would no longer feel any inclination towards mercy and would be prepared to sever ties. The Fong family had come with an air of aggression, unaware that in Li Shuejuan's household, there was not a single individual to be trifled with. Fearing that Li Shuejuan might resort to legal action, Lu Hongmei and her family could only suppress their pent-up anger, leaving in a huff. The Li household was finally at peace after the departure of that troublesome family. Li Shuejuan felt quite embarrassed to have his daughter-in-law visit amidst such turmoil, apologizing, Ning, I'm sorry. Today was meant for you to come home and celebrate. But I didn't anticipate the Fong family would show up. He had intended to call the young couple and advise them to postpone their visit, but before he could, they had already arrived. However, Bai Qinning shook her head, offering comfort to Li Shuejuan. Every family faces its own set of challenges. I support your decision to divorce. Without Aunt Fong, you will surely be better off. It was only in conversation with her father-in-law that Bai Qinning adopted a gentle tone, a rare privilege even her husband, Li Shuo, seldom received. Li Shuejuan felt a surge of warmth for his daughter-in-law, appreciating her thoughtfulness, and a smile finally graced his face. Let us not dwell on these troubles any longer. I have prepared most of the dishes. We shall begin dining shortly. Tonight's dinner was particularly sumptuous, comprising simple home-cooked meals, each infused with Li Shuejuan's heartfelt intentions. Before the meal commenced, he deliberately retrieved 2 bottles of red wine from the refrigerator. These were a gift from an old classmate. I haven't indulged much in wine before, but they seem quite fine, complete with a corkscrew. Since it's a festive occasion, let us enjoy them. As Li Shuejuan placed the wine on the table, both Li Shuo and Bai Qinning exchanged surprised glances. Their past experiences with alcohol were rather unpleasant. Bai Qinning had once drunkenly teased Li Shuo, caressing his face, while Li Shuo had been even more audacious, kissing her in return. Dad, I'd rather not drink. They both declared in unison. Li Shuejuan paused in his task of uncorking the bottles, glancing at them in astonishment. Why not? Didn't you both enjoy yourselves last time? Bai Qinning shot a cautious look at Li Shuo and replied, I simply don't feel like drinking today. At least without alcohol, she could remain clear-headed. Should this fellow become inebriated and attempt to take advantage of her, she could defend herself before he got too close. The last incident had been a lapse on her part. Li Shuo shared similar sentiments, concerned that Bai Qinning might become overly flirtatious if intoxicated. He feared that if he lost control, it might lead to regrettable actions, and once she sobered up, it could result in dire consequences. He returned a wary glance to Bai Qinning before addressing Li Shuejuan. Dad, I also prefer not to drink. You enjoy it. Noticing the sudden odd atmosphere between the couple, Li Shuejuan couldn't quite place what felt amiss. With both refusing to drink, he sighed and poured himself a glass of wine, stating, If you two want to partake, then I shall drink alone. The wine, a quality gift from Chun Jingyan aiming to solidify their relationship, filled the air with its enticing aroma as it entered the glass. Bai Qinning, possessing poor self-control where alcohol was concerned, felt a stirring within her at the scent. Glancing at the label on the bottle discreetly, she confirmed it was indeed a fine wine, though the potency was rather formidable. No matter, she resolved, I must resist. On another day, I shall enjoy a drink with Huawan. Bai Qinning immediately averted her gaze, lowering her head to eat. At that moment, Li Shuejuan had already taken a couple of sips. Looking quite impressed as he turned to Bai Qinning and Li Shuo. Ningning, Xiaoshuo, this wine is delightful. Are you sure you won't try it? It must be quite expensive. And I feel rather uneasy drinking alone. I want to drink, Dad. I have some matters to attend to later this evening, Li Shuo firmly declined. Upon witnessing Li Shuo's resolute refusal, Bai Qinning felt a flicker of temptation. Initially, she was concerned that Li Shuo might become unruly if intoxicated. However, if he chose not to drink, she would not mind sampling a little herself. Not wanting her father-in-law to drink alone and feel disheartened, Bai Qinning resolved to sacrifice her own reservations. Finally, she extended her delicate hand, grasping the bottle of wine. Dad, I shall have a bit then. I have no pressing obligations tonight, so I can keep you company. With her words, she lifted the bottle and poured some into her glass. As long as she did not indulge excessively, she would not become inebriated. Li Shuo thought to himself, this girl seems to possess zero self-control when it comes to alcohol. Just as he was about to intervene, his father, Li Shuejuan, wore a pleased smile that's splendid. Ningning, don't fear becoming tipsy. I want to let Xiaoshuo drink. He will take care of you tonight. Chapter 77. This time, she became quite intoxicated. It was evident that Bai Qinning was both inexperienced and fond of drinking. After consuming a few glasses of red wine, the effects were apparent on her, manifesting more swiftly than on others. By the time Li Shuo sensed that the situation was amiss and intended to stand up to intervene, his wife was already inebriated. Clinging to the bottle and refusing to let him take it away, nearly causing a ruckus in front of Li Shuejuan. Fortunately, Bai Qinning, in her drunken state, lost her coordination and could barely stand. Assured that he would not face any repercussions, Li Shuo forcibly seized the wine bottle from Bai Qinning's grasp and hoisted her onto his shoulder, carrying her away. Dad, I will take her home, otherwise she will finish off 2 bottles of wine. Li Shuejuan responded, all right. He had not anticipated that his dear daughter-in-law would display such a stark contrast in demeanor when inebriated. The last time she had gotten drunk, she had been rather subdued. Perhaps the red wine was stronger this time, as even he felt a warmth creeping up his cheeks. Xiaoshuo, Take good care of Ningning tonight, and drive safely on your way back. Li Shuejuan followed his son downstairs, reminding him once more. Understood, Dad. I'm off now. Li Shuo replied, carrying Bai Qinning away, the scene somewhat peculiar on that late evening. However, he felt it was necessary. She was far too drunk and restless to be held properly, so carrying her was the only way to manage her. Bai Qinning's legs were restrained by Li Shuo's strong arms, rendering her immobile, and she could only slap his back in frustration. Let me go? I'm not drunk. If you let me down, I can walk on my own. I need to go back for more wine. I'm going to be sick. You're pressing on my stomach. Li Shuo lamented that he should have stopped her from drinking earlier. He suppressed the impulse to give her a few gentle pats on her backside to quiet her down as he carried her out of the community. The designated driver was already waiting at the entrance, and he handed over the car keys before helping Bai Qinning into the vehicle. Initially, he intended to place her in the back seat, but worried that she might accidentally open the door and tumble out. Thus, he joined her in the back seat instead. Let me out. I can still drink, she protested. Bai Qinning, inebriated, exhibited a level of commotion indistinguishable from that of a 3-year-old child. The icy demeanor she typically maintained had vanished entirely. In her fervor to return for more libations, she attempted to pry open the car door even as the vehicle was in motion. Li Shuo, drenched in cold sweat from the surprise, quickly enveloped her in his arms, securing her while urgently instructing the driver, "Please, accelerate. My wife is excessively intoxicated." He feared that if they lingered, he might not be able to restrain her. The designated driver acknowledged his request just as Bai Qinning, with evident displeasure, muttered, "Who is your wife? I refuse to be your wife. You. The one who snatched my drink, and didn't he even provide me with warm milk? You're not my husband if you don't give me warm milk. Let go of me." Li Shuo's face was nearly contorted by her delicate hands, and he endured the chaos of her squirming form in his embrace. Donning a mask of anguish, he perceived her behavior as mere drunken antics, lacking the leisure to dissect her words. Swiftly, he complied, all right. I will get you warm milk. Just please remain still, okay?" His mood was laden with helplessness. Without holding her, she would attempt to exit the vehicle. With her in his grasp, she merely squirmed. Bai Qinning's physique was indeed astonishingly exquisite, more supple and fragrant than he had envisioned, and he felt on the verge of succumbing to his primal instincts. His only desire was to employ both gentle and firm means to pacify her. He resolved that in the future, allowing Bai Qinning to indulge in alcohol would render him a fool. To his surprise, after a brief tumult, Bai Qinning settled considerably, haughtily huffing before reclining against him, using him as a support, her arms crossed, mumbling, "Don't think that a few flattering words will earn my forgiveness." Li Shuo thought to himself, "I do not seek your forgiveness. I merely wish for you to remain composed." The young couple engaged in playful banter in the back seat, while the designated driver, maintaining a neutral expression, found himself overwhelmed by the sweetness of their interaction. He suddenly contemplated a career change. Though he could not discern the young woman's appearance from the back seat, her figure and melodious voice were enough to evoke envy. At last, the vehicle arrived at the parking lot of their residence. Once the driver departed, Li Shuo exited the car, leaning in to find Bai Qinning already nestled against the seat, cradling her head. "Come on, let us get out," he urged. Bai Qinning remained steadfast, still clinging to the headrest, silent. "Qinning," he softened his tone, "shall we go home?" Bai Qinning tightened her grip on the cushion, raising her delicate chin defiantly. She refused to go home. They remained locked in a stalemate for an extended period. No matter how Li Shuo coaxed, Bai Qinning showed no inclination to exit the vehicle. Ultimately, he resolved to be resolute, leaning in to physically lift her over his shoulder and carry her home. Once aloft, Bai Qinning resumed her antics, playfully striking his back, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you doing? You rascal! Bai Qinning, I am truly at my wit's end with you. If you strike me again, I shall abandon you here." Li Shuo struggled to carry her into the elevator, exasperated by her defiance. He regretted ever letting this girl drink. Yet, his threats proved utterly futile, only serving to incite her rebellious spirit further, as she pinched him mercilessly. "Ah, Bai Qinning, cease this at once. It hurts. Please, stop pinching." Li Shuo felt both pain and itchiness. Once the elevator reached the 7th floor, he stormed out, carrying the person inside and unceremoniously tossing them onto the sofa, eager to distance himself from this female tyrant. Before he could even straighten his back, that restless hand reached over to pinch him again. Li Shuo could no longer tolerate it. His composure had been thoroughly unraveled, and in a fit of annoyance, he seized Bai Qinning's hand. As she looked up at him in displeasure, he flicked her smooth forehead with his finger. Bai Qinning winced in pain, exclaiming in surprise as she covered her head with one hand, momentarily dazed before she managed to retaliate with a muddled curse. You jerk, you flicked my head. Who told you to pinch me? If you do it again, I'll flick you back. Li Shuo, who already struggled with social anxiety, felt it dissipating under the pressure of his wife's antics. Certain parts of his body still burned from her previous actions, her handiwork. Bai Qinning had always preferred soft treatment over harshness, especially when inebriated. In response to his threat, her other hand quickly found its way to his waist, twisting his tender flesh mercilessly. Damn it, Bai Qinning. Li Shuo grimaced in pain and instantly flicked her forehead again, this time with greater force. You rotten scoundrel, that hurts. I'll choke you. I'll make you cry. You scoundrel. On the sofa, the couple soon became entangled in a playful scuffle. Li Shuo had no time to think of anything else. He was too preoccupied with avoiding Bai Qinning's pinches while retaliating with flicks to her forehead. He wanted to pinch her back, but every time he reached for her waist, he hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to take advantage of her drunken state, and thus resorted to flicking her forehead instead. Bai Qinning was nearly in tears, her eyes brimming with tears, yet she was determined to pinch him back. Her muddled mind fixated on one thought. She could not cry. She had to make Li Shuo weep. The young couple engaged in this mutual torment, while their cat, Yuan's eye, watched in astonishment from a corner. Meanwhile, in a luxurious single room at the Dill Hotel in Luqing, Li Xiaoye sat at her desk, answering a phone call. She closed her laptop and spoke to the person on the other end. All right, he is at a local residence house on Galanjiu in Luqing, right? Please send me the address immediately. Once I finish my tasks tomorrow, I will head over right away. The next day, Li Shuo rose early as usual, preparing a simple breakfast. After a long night of bickering with Bai Qinning, he had ultimately confined her to her room to conclude their playful battle. As breakfast was laid out on the table, he hesitated to call Bai Qinning, but she emerged with a red forehead. She had changed into a clean set of pajamas, likely just out of the shower, with moisture still clinging to her skin and hair. Striding over to the dining table with her long legs, she fixed her beautiful gaze upon Li Shuo, pointing at her forehead and questioning, "How did you make my forehead look like this?" She had drunk too much the previous night and had little memory of the events, only recalling the pain from Li Shuo's flick. After confirming that he hadn't taken advantage of her while she was vulnerable, she had only discovered in the morning that he had indeed turned her forehead red. Bai Qinning's skin was inherently delicate, fair, and somewhat sensitive. Even though Li Shuo had moderated his strength, the redness on her forehead was strikingly apparent. When suddenly confronted by his wife, he felt a twinge of regret upon witnessing her unfortunate state. Yet he reminded himself that his actions the previous day had not been without cause. He bore his own share of bruises, particularly on his abdomen, where several areas still throbbed with discomfort. Li Shuo placed a cup of warm milk on her desk and remarked, "You initiated the confrontation by pinching me first. I am far worse off than you. My stomach is devoid of unblemished skin." He justified his actions from the day before as self-defense. Bai Qinning scoffed, her expression one of disbelief. "Lift your shirt so I can see." She had no recollection of pinching Li Shuo but vividly remembered the sharp sting he had administered to her forehead. It had truly hurt. Her request momentarily rendered Li Shuo speechless. It was quite unusual for a woman to ask a man to lift his shirt for her inspection. It struck him as rather peculiar. He sank into a dining chair and began to eat breakfast, declaring, "I certainly won't lift my shirt. My belly is full of the marks you left." Bai Qinning suddenly realized the oddity of her demand, noticing an air of embarrassment about Li Shuo. With a playful tone, she teased him, "A grown man afraid that I might take advantage of you. How absurd." Upon hearing her words, Li Shuo shot her a glare. Although he could not outweep Bai Qinning, he was undeniably vexed. She met his gaze defiantly, asserting, "With all these bumps on my head, you owe me an explanation. If you won't show me your belly, I shall consider that I didn't pinch you yesterday and retaliate today." With that, she stood, ready to take action. "I refuse to show you," Li Shuo retorted, also rising to his feet. Seizing the moment while Bai Qinning was caught off guard, he quickly flicked her forehead in the spot that was still unmarked, playfully responding to her earlier jest. After their playful scuffle the day prior, Li Shuo found himself more adept and confident in his movements than before, no longer hesitant to act. His swift action caught Bai Qinning off guard, and she let out a yelp, immediately covering her forehead, her face flushing with indignation. "You scoundrel, you flicked me again," she exclaimed, rising from the table in a huff, ready to retaliate. Now that Bai Qinning was sober, Li Shuo was not about to stand idly by and take a beating. As she pursued him, he turned and fled, This time, he was mindful of her delicate skin, instinctively lightening his touch. Bai Qinning sensed this. But her anger stemmed from the multitude of flicks he had delivered to her forehead the previous day, leaving her with no recollection of her own actions. All she desired now was to catch him and vent her frustration. The young couple had yet to commence their breakfast when they found themselves engaged in a playful chase around the house. The round, fried eggs they had prepared lay forgotten, and the bewildered sight of them only added to the chaos. Shuo, still less familiar with their home compared to Bai Qinning, had never been chased before. It wasn't long before Bai Qinning intercepted him, skillfully taking him down onto the sofa. Having been on the receiving end of her pinches, he bore the pain in his arm while desperately trying to escape her grasp. Now that Bai Qinning was sober, he found it exceedingly difficult to break free. Observing Shuo's frantic attempts to wriggle away, she wondered if he was not concerned about potentially injuring himself in the process. As his mind momentarily wandered, Shuo loosened his grip, prompting him to swiftly turn over and attempt to flee. However, Bai Qinning was unwilling to grant him such an opportunity. She immediately advanced, mounting him and pinning his hands, rendering him immobile. With their bodies in close proximity, an intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, and under the weight of his wife, Shuo found himself momentarily distracted, even forgetting to struggle. It was only then that Bai Qinning became aware of their intimate position, a blush creeping across her cheeks as she quickly withdrew. Before departing, she didn't forget to give a playful pinch to his waist, an action that jolted Shuo back to reality, causing him to inhale sharply. Bai Qinning hastily ran off, and Shuo chose not to retaliate. After all, he was the one who would ultimately bear the brunt of their playful skirmishes. Time was not on their side, and should she arrive late to work, the reprimands from her superiors could sour her mood, leaving him to console her later. Thus, he decided that this playful encounter would suffice for the day, resolving to enroll in a martial arts class soon. Bai Qinning, having indulged in a bit of playful banter with Shuo, realized time was slipping away. Upon returning to the dining area, she hastily consumed a few bites of breakfast before changing her clothes and heading out, having no time to apply makeup to conceal the marks on her forehead. Upon arriving at the office, Huan immediately noticed the marks on her forehead and inquired with surprise, "Ning, what happened to your forehead?" Bai Qinning raised her hand to touch it, replying nonchalantly, "I bumped it. Doesn't it look like a simple bump? There are multiple marks. It's evident that it's not just from a collision. Your skin is delicate and prone to allergies. What on earth did you come into contact with? It doesn't seem like a mere allergic reaction," Huan observed, leaning in closely, her gaze filled with suspicion and concern. Realizing she could not easily deceive her friend this time, Bai Qinning pushed her away slightly and candidly admitted, "Shuo flicked me." Her friend, struck by the revelation, should have been upset, but upon seeing Bai Qinning's sulky demeanor and the red marks on her forehead, she couldn't help but imagine the scene of Bai Qinning being flicked, which elicited an unexpected laugh. "Ha ha ha, did I hear that right? Your brother-in-law did this? What on earth transpired between you two?" It was the first time she had witnessed such a sorrowful expression on her usually stoic friend's face, as she lamented being playfully tormented by her husband. "Oh my, this is too amusing," Bai Qinning retorted. "I've been flicked to this extent, and you're still laughing?" Her expression was stern. She suddenly contemplated the notion of changing her agent. Huan, clutching her stomach from laughter, waved her hand and said, No. I just never imagined that one day someone, especially a man, could flick you on the forehead." Bai Qinning didn't appear particularly angry. It seemed their interactions were merely playful. Perhaps this once aloof tree was finally blossoming. Curiosity piqued. Huan leaned against the desk and continued to inquire about Shuo's current state. Bai Qinning scoffed. "Currently, he hasn't met his demise." "Wow. Any other man would have likely been incinerated by now," Huan remarked, her intrigue unabated. "Ning, tell me about your playful banter, or rather, your mutual torment. I'm so eager to hear how Shuo managed to flick your forehead." Who could have imagined that the seemingly aloof young lady of the Bai family, a radiant star of Huaxia, would find herself the subject of jest yesterday, as her husband playfully struck her forehead, leaving her with quite the collection of bumps. In her moment of levity, Huan momentarily forgot that joy often begets sorrow. Observing her friend insubordinate, Bai Qinning, indulging in such light-hearted gossip, she promptly gathered a hefty stack of documents and presented them before Huan. "Since you are so leisurely in your gossip, why not contribute more to the company? Complete these projects by the end of today," she declared. Huan's smile vanished in an instant. How frustrating. Why didn't my brother-in-law give her a few more taps on the forehead? Meanwhile, on the other side, Shuo, the brother-in-law, had barely begun writing in his room when he received a call from Li Che and Su Yu. Today was Su Yu's birthday, and they inquired whether he had time for a small gathering at Su Yu's home in the afternoon. Although Li Shuo was reluctant to attend such social events, the occasion being Su Yu's birthday made it difficult to decline the invitation. After some contemplation, he steeled himself and agreed to join the gathering later that day. Chapter 79. Li Shuo's disguise falls away on this day. The updates for Li Shuo's novel were rather modest. Aside from the substantial update for Demon Emperor, he had managed to write only 6,000 words for Circular Bus. The novel comprised over 100,000 words, with the final, most significant suspense revolving around the true identity of the culprit behind the bus explosion. Today, he opted to release just 6,000 words, creating a high level of anticipation, leaving readers eager for the climactic conclusion to be unveiled the following day. An author who does not leave their readers in suspense is not a worthy author. By 4:30 in the afternoon, Li Shuo completed his updates and set off for the island. As evening approached, the sky grew dim. He disembarked from the bus and walked a few hundred meters to the designated dock, Dongdu Dock, where he was to meet Su Yu and the others. Galangyu Island, located in the southwestern corner of Luqing, is separated from the city by the Lujian River, necessitating a ferry ride to reach it. Standing by the dock's railing, the sea breeze whisked away the day's heat, bringing a refreshing chill. Gazing across the water, Galangyu appeared as a glimmering jewel, embraced by the azure sea. After enjoying the seascape for a moment, Li Shuo retrieved his phone to contact Su Yu. Just then, several figures emerged from one of the moored cruise ships, waving at him. "Old Shuo, over here," Su Yu called out, descending from the second level of the ship and leaping onto the dock to greet him. Li Shuo tucked his phone away and followed Su Yu's lead down the dock, where they met and boarded the vessel together. Upon reaching the ship, Li Shuo joined Yi Xian and Li Che, and as he surveyed the surroundings, he was astonished to find that aside from the crew, there were no other guests on board. "Where are your other friends, old Su? Are they at your house?" he inquired. In response, Su Yu placed a hand on Li Shuo's shoulder and chuckled. "If I hadn't mentioned my birthday, how could I have enticed you out?" Li Che chimed in, placing his hand on Li Shuo's other shoulder, proudly stating, "This idea was mine, you see. I knew it would bring you out." Li Shuo leaned against the railing of the cruise ship, his interest waning as he observed Yi Xian, who appeared to have darkened in mood several shades. A faint melancholy enveloped him, yet he acquiesced, saying, "Since we are here, let us visit young Master Su's residence. Staying home alone is rather dull." At that moment, the ship had already set sail, and Li Shuo found himself in a state of bemusement. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that he ought to engage more with social butterflies to alleviate his social anxiety, treating it as an opportunity for personal growth. "You may arrange to invite me next time. This is a ruse I shall not fall for again," he jested. Su Yu crossed his arms, somewhat sheepishly replying, "If we're speaking of deception, dear Li Shuo, you have deceived me quite thoroughly. Had it not been for Li Che informing Yi Xiao about your marriage, I would still be unaware of your status as a married man." He had presumed Li Shuo was, like him, a singleton, only to discover he was already wed, his wife notably beautiful. As Su Yu pondered this, stroking his chin, he inquired with curiosity, "I wonder what kind of girl could possibly capture your heart?" After all, Li Shuo was a man who remained indifferent even in the presence of his cousin Su Ran, a wealthy and attractive woman. Yu Xian and Li Che had yet to meet Li Shuo's wife, knowing only of her beauty. Their union was a temporary arrangement, destined for dissolution, and they currently lived in a state of concealed marriage. Preferring to keep his marital status private, Li Shuo merely replied to Su Yu, "She is an ordinary girl, much like myself. When will you introduce her to us?" Su Yu pressed. "Perhaps another time," Li Shuo evaded, contemplating that by the next occasion he might mention her. He could be divorced. This topic did not linger long, as the group swiftly shifted to other discussions. The journey from the dock to Galangyu Island would take at least 20 minutes, providing ample opportunity to appreciate the scenery while engaging in conversation. Li Shuo, typically reticent, mostly listened as Li Che and Su Yu conversed. Yi Xian, who had been unusually subdued, exuded an aura of gloom, occasionally contributing a remark while predominantly engrossed in his phone, reading a novel. In pursuit of Bai Qinning, he had diligently followed Li Shuo's advice, attending the company and film sets daily. The heat of Luqing was palpable, with the sun bearing down mercilessly. Despite his relentless efforts to win Bai Qinning's affection, she remained unmoved, and he found himself becoming several shades darker. The most disheartening news came yesterday when his father personally called to inform him that the Bai family forbade him from pursuing Bai Qinning any further. He was scolded harshly, accused of failing to seize his opportunity and offending his prospective in-laws. Yi Xian felt utterly perplexed. He could not fathom what had transpired to sway the previously supportive Bai uncle and aunt against him. Not being particularly close to Su Yu, Yi Xian felt compelled to contain his frustrations, silently wishing to confide in Li Shuo and Li Che. He had agreed to join their gathering, hoping to distract himself from his troubles. Alas, just as he intended to immerse himself in his phone, seeking solace in the latest chapters of his novel, he encountered a cliffhanger. Just when the true culprit was about to be revealed, the story abruptly cut off. Li Shuo had noticed that Yi Xian appeared to be in a lackluster mood since boarding the ship, and now, with a phone in hand and a rather grim expression, he took the rare initiative to inquire, "Yi Xian, what troubles you today? Are you feeling down?" This concern immediately captured the attention of Li Che and Su Yu. Li Che was well aware of the underlying cause. However, since Yi Xian had not chosen to divulge it, he refrained from probing further. After all, Yi Xian and Su Yu had only met twice and were not particularly acquainted. Such matters were certainly not for casual discussion. Su Yu, on his part, had not intended to engage deeply with Yi Xian either, but since Li Che had taken the initiative to invite him to foster camaraderie, he found it difficult to decline. He had been pondering the enigma of Li Che's background, wondering which affluent family he hailed from, considering how well he seemed to bond with the ultra-wealthy Yi Xian. Yet, in Huaxia, there were numerous affluent individuals bearing the surname Li. It was evident that anyone able to socialize with Yi Xian could not possibly be the sole heir of the Li family, especially since they were rivals in both personal and business realms. The Su family, on the other hand, was merely a wealthy clan in Lu City, benefiting slightly from their connections to Su Yu's godfather. Su Yu was unaware of the name of the Li family's sole heir. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was feeling quite vexed with the author Fire Lo for the incessant cliffhangers in his writing. Upon hearing Li Shuo's inquiry, he tucked his phone away into his pocket and lamented, "It's just one author whose storytelling is quite captivating, yet he loves to leave us hanging at crucial moments. You all must know about that popular fishmonger story that circulated recently. It was penned by this very author. Now, he has a new short story out called The Looping Bus. Don't let the mundane title fool you. The plot is rich with twists and turns, truly exhilarating." Although Yi Xian had never been one to indulge in novels, he had to concede that Fire Li's works were indeed enthralling, and he had become a devoted fan. His only grievance was the author's penchant for abrupt interruptions in the narrative. Upon hearing Yi Xian's comments, both Su Yu and Li Shuo exchanged subtle glances, their expressions tinged with intrigue. Having spent several days with Su Yu, Li Che was privy to the details of how Li Shuo and Su Yu had come to know each other through their shared admiration for the author. Seizing the opportunity, he turned to Li Shuo with curiosity, asking, "By the way, old Shuo, Su said you also write novels. What pen name do you use? I'd love to take a look." He had already read Su Yu's work and found it unremarkable, but now he was curious about the genre of Li Shuo's writing. Li Che's question instantly piqued Yi Xian's interest as well, leading him to exclaim in surprise, "Old Shuo, you write novels too?" He had never inquired about Li Shuo's profession, assuming he was merely an ordinary office worker. He was astonished to discover that Li Shuo was also a writer, having never considered him in the same light as the author Fire Le. While the looping bus and fishmonger could be discussed later, the intense narrative of Fighting Emperor seemed far too extravagant for someone like Li Shuo to have authored. Despite its brilliance, the pacing while driving was akin to a rocket. Yi Xian subconsciously believed that a serious man like Li Shuo would never indulge in writing such risque multi-female protagonist novels. As Li Shuo felt the weight of their curious gazes upon him, he found himself fidgeting uncomfortably. Su Yu, almost on the verge of internal injury from suppressing his amusement, urged, "Old Su, why don't you tell us your pen name?" Li Che had already pulled out his phone, and seeing Li Shuo's reluctance to speak, he turned to Su Yu, his curiosity far outweighing that of any girl. Su Yu hesitated, glancing at Li Shuo for guidance. He was unaware of the depth of the friendship between Li Shuo and his two companions, nor their willingness to divulge anything. The three social butterflies were entirely focused on Li Shuo, which made him feel quite out of his element. Yet he was not averse to revealing his true identity to Li Che and the others. After all, they were not his sister Li Shu or his wife Bai Qinning. Moreover, if he chose to remain silent, Yi Xian and the others would undoubtedly inquire further in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shuo truthfully responded, "Well, Lu." Yi Xian was initially taken aback, but soon realized and doubted, wondering if Li Shuo was jesting with them. "Are you serious?" he asked. "Huolu. Isn't that the author of the only novel I've read?" Li Shuo must be joking. Seeing Yi Xian's incredulous expression, Su Yu chuckled and remarked, "Think about it. The pen name Huolu bears a striking resemblance to Li Shuo's own name." Yi Xian exclaimed, "Huolu Shuo." Chapter 80. Li Shuo bears a resemblance to the old master Li. Yu Xian took several minutes to digest and confirm the astonishing truth that Li Shuo was indeed the illustrious author Huolu. The way he gazed at Li Shuo transformed instantaneously. He had never anticipated that Li Shuo was that very writer. Nor did he expect that beneath Li Shuo's seemingly upright exterior lay a seasoned expert in crafting rockets. A smile finally broke across his face. An enthusiasm surged within him as he lavished praise upon Li Shuo, before leaning in to ask, "Old Shuo, quickly reveal to me the identity of the perpetrator behind the bus explosion." Noticing Yi Xian's eager expression, Li Shuo, adhering to the author's customary discretion, opted not to divulge any spoilers, instead smiling and saying, "You shall find out tomorrow." Yi Xian exclaimed, "How frustrating." He pressed for answers several times. But Li Shuo remained tight-lipped, leaving Yi Xian to fidget in anticipation. He could scarcely focus on anything else, consumed entirely by the enigma of the bus explosion's culprit. As their boat docked, the group disembarked, and Yi Xian suddenly recalled that not only were Li Shuo's novels captivating, but they also often featured poetic lines such as, "If love can endure, why must it be measured by the fleeting moments?" And with tearful eyes, I asked the flowers. Yet they remained silent, the scattered red leaves fluttering past the swing. Such eloquence was remarkable. A spark of inspiration illuminated Yi Xian's somewhat darkened visage, and he wore a mischievous grin, deciding that after today's gathering, he would broach the subject with Li Shuo. If Li Shuo were to agree, he might just find a glimmer of hope. The gathering was set to take place at Su Yu's villa. Upon their arrival, the kitchen staff had already prepared a lavish spread of dishes and snacks. Fortunately, Su Yu resided alone in the villa, so the dinner would be an intimate affair for just the four of them. Li Shuo found the meal quite enjoyable. After dining, Su Yu planned to take them out for a stroll to admire the night scenery of Galanji Island. "I will take you to the highest point of Galanji, Sunlight Rock, to appreciate the beauty of our charming island," he announced. As they exited the courtyard and approached the entrance, Su Yu shared this with them, only to notice a tall figure standing at the gate of his yard. At the same moment, Li Shuo and his companions also noticed the newcomer and turned in unison to follow Su Yu's gaze. The girl was seen only from behind. She had a statuesque figure, flowing hair gently cascading over her shoulders, and was dressed in a relaxed white shirt paired with a dainty floral skirt. Even a mere silhouette exudes an indescribable aura. At that moment, the individual sensed a stir behind and turned around. Bathed in the soft, amber glow of the lights, her exquisite features resembled a pristine lotus. Her brows and eyes were painted with elegance, a beauty that was breathtaking. Even Su Yu, who had encountered countless beauties, found himself momentarily entranced upon seeing her. This girl possessed an exceptional charm, second only to Bai Mu Gu among those he had met. She seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen her before. Li Shuo, unable to resist, stole a glance or two, not solely due to her striking beauty, but rather because he felt an inexplicable sense of kinship stirring within him. He found this utterly absurd, as he did not even know this young woman. Meanwhile, Yu Xian and Li Che, upon witnessing the arrival of Li Xiaoyu, were initially taken aback, now exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. Li Che instinctively took a step back, a wave of despair washing over him, yet he did not flee immediately, realizing that his sister had come prepared to confront him. He understood that running away would only result in her bringing him back. With a forced, awkward smile, he hurried to Li Xiaoyu, greeting her, "Sister, you're here." After a brief introduction to Li Shuo and Su Yu, both of whom were aware of each other's identities, the atmosphere grew slightly tense, as they were intruding upon a family matter. Since the moment Li Xiaoyu set her gaze upon Li Shuo, her attention remained fixated on him, giving rise to an unusual feeling. Observing his sister's unwavering focus on Li Shuo, Li Che, fearing she might become enraptured by his astonishing looks, quickly interjected, "Sister, Li Shuo is already married." Li Xiaoyu shot him a glare. She paid no heed to her brother and approached Li Shuo, noticing his evident unease. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "Mr. Li, please disregard my brother's nonsense. We share the surname Li. Perhaps we were kin 500 years ago. You are indeed quite handsome, and I assure you, I harbor no other thoughts." Upon hearing this, Li Shuo awkwardly smiled and replied, "I apologize." Li Che mentioned he has unfinished goals in Lu City, so I offered him a place to stay for a few days. I appreciate you coming all this way, and I apologize for the trouble. He felt genuinely embarrassed for having put her in such an awkward position. Li Xiaoyu, responding with a smile, assured him it was no trouble at all before her gaze shifted to Suyu. Suyu sensed that Li Chei's sister was no ordinary person, internally unsettled. He maintained a calm demeanor and graciously apologized to Li Xiaoyu. She smiled gently. It's quite all right. You both were unaware of the specific circumstances. I simply hope that if there's a next time, you want to offer him any assistance. After saying this, she turned her attention to Yi Xian. Her soft eyes suddenly imbued with a warning intensity, and the atmosphere around her shifted dramatically. Young Master Yi, I hope you can maintain your distance from Li Chei. Should he come to disturb you, feel free to call me, and I will ensure he leaves you be. His matters are not for him to meddle in. As Li Chei's rival in love, Yi Xian was also a competitor of their families. Setting aside their competitive relationship, Li Xiaoyu would not permit her brother to aid a rival in pursuing a romantic interest, as it would undermine the esteemed reputation and values of the Li family. Yi Xian was certainly aware that Li Chei's sisters were not to be trifled with, thus he did not resist and nodded obediently. An awkward and tense atmosphere lingered as Li Xiaoya called for Li Chei, leading him onto the chartered tour bus, marking the conclusion of their gathering. Once the bus had departed, she leaned out to cast a few glances at Li Shuo before inquiring about the acquaintance between him and Li Shuo, as well as the latter's background. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but upon first seeing Li Shuo, she felt there was a striking resemblance to the venerable old Master Li. With Li Chei taken away, Li Shuo and Yi Xian lost their desire to continue exploring. Noticing the waning daylight, they bid farewell to Suyu and left together. On the ferry returning to the dock, Li Shuo was still troubled by his interference in others' affairs when Yi Xian suddenly spoke up. By the way, Lao Shuo, I have a favor to ask of you. Li Shuo turned to him. What is it? Yi Xian earnestly replied. Isn't your writing quite exquisite? I wish for you to help me compose a love letter to give to Mu Go. Is that appropriate? I have never penned a love letter before, Li Shuo responded. Feeling somewhat awkward, he only occasionally interspersed a few lines of famous poetry from another world within his novels. However, given the scarcity of artistic expression in this world, he could manage to write a love letter, yet assisting Yi Xian felt rather peculiar. With a heavy sigh, Yi Xian confessed, Lao Shuo, I will not conceal it from you any longer. My future in-laws have suddenly withdrawn their support for my pursuit of Mu Go, making my endeavor significantly more challenging. I thought, with your eloquence, if you could assist me in writing a few love letters to send to her regularly, perhaps I might still have a chance to move her heart. Having invested so much effort, he could not simply give up. With a glimmer of hope remaining, he yearned to fight for it. Li Shuo began to comprehend the reason behind Yi Xian's lack of enthusiasm that day. Witnessing his determination, he contemplated for a moment before finally agreeing to help. It was evident that Yi Xian genuinely cherished the girl. Very well. I shall return home today to brainstorm and attempt to draft a letter or two to gauge the response, he said, realizing he could not conjure anything remarkable on the spot. Unaccustomed to writing in the presence of others, he preferred to compose his thoughts in the solitude of his home before pinning them down. Upon hearing Li Shuo's agreement, Yi Xian nodded eagerly and laughed. Great. If I do end up with Mu Go, I shall not worship the heavens and earth at our wedding, but rather pay homage to you, Lao Shuo, as the matchmaker. Li Shuo waved his hand dismissively. No, I would merely attend to enjoy a cup of celebratory wine. Should I still be unmarried by then? If Bai Qinning is willing, I could bring her along to revel in the festivities of a star-studded wedding. Meanwhile, on the same route home, Bai Qinning sneezed several times in succession. Stopping at the traffic light, she delicately rubbed her nose with her slender fingers. Who is speaking ill of me?